Chapter 98 Arresting two people. But thinking about the current situation, his tone suddenly softened, and he calmly analyzed the boar-masked ninja. We are now surrounded by more than a dozen ninjas in front of us, and there are still several Jainin in front of us. If we break through, the probability of running away is very low. Having said this, the cat-faced masked ninja paused and continued. Besides, we made too much noise this time, and it's just when Tsunade-sama is taking over. Advertisement. Even if we go back, we will probably die. After he stopped talking, the cat-faced masked ninja's eyes dimmed a bit, and he was so cruel at his core. Yes, dying here is better than going back. The boar-masked ninja murmured and began to prepare to perform the spontaneous combustion technique. After a little analysis based on what Yoda said, Kakashi and others immediately confirmed their identities. Kakashi spoke at this time and said to Yuihong. Hong, can you stop the three of them instantly? Yuihong's beautiful brows furrowed, she shook her head slightly and explained softly. They are all root ninjas. They must have been trained in deciphering illusions. I can only control the other person for 2 or 3 seconds. Kakashi nodded, this was pretty much what he guessed. But the next moment, his pupils shrank and he said hurriedly. No, what if they use the spontaneous combustion technique? After hearing this, everyone looked over and saw the two of them starting to form seals at the same time. Yoda quickly endured the pain and stood up, throwing the little kid to Kakashi. Senior Hong, I'm sorry to bother you. Yuihong understood instantly, but at such a long distance, there was no time at all. She shook her head gently and said. However, I still formed a seal to activate the illusion. I saw two people in the distance pause for a moment and stop, as if they were asleep. I have made Lao Zi so miserable, and now I want to die. Look, you are so beautiful. If you are not sent to the interrogation department today, his name will be pronounced backwards. At this time, Yoda couldn't care less and couldn't offend Danzo. A three-pronged kunai quickly flew out of his hand. The next moment, a straight water column with a sickle-like tail surface emerged. Swish! Yoda disappeared in a flash, crossing a distance of tens of meters in an instant, and appeared behind the cat-faced masked ninja. At this time, a green palm appeared from the water column, and after tapping its neck, it retracted instantly. Then he used the same method to shoot behind the boar-masked ninja. Advertisement. This process didn't even take a second, and it was as fast as lightning. The next moment, the water column dispersed. Only those in the distance realized what was happening and were horrified. This speed is almost catching up with the flying thunder god of 4th generation. Yuihong exclaimed, with a look of disbelief on her face. The other Jainin also expressed their admiration for Yui Kurene's speech. Only on the side, Kakashi, who had put on his forehead protector, had a solemn expression. He had watched Yang Tai fight in full before. I also know about Yoda's revised version of Shunsui, and even have a series of packages for it. But from what Yoda showed just now, it was obvious that he had taken Shunsui a step further. There is no need to calculate the orientation in advance. Can the shape of the water column be freely controlled? Kakashi murmured softly. Thump thump. Seeing him fall to the ground, Yang Tai also smiled slightly and said that I would never send you in. Suddenly Yang Tai's face turned red, and his chest felt tight. The injury that he had suppressed forcibly recurred again. This time I couldn't suppress it at all. My throat felt sweet and I spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Tai felt a blur in front of his eyes, and felt that all the strength in his body was drained away in an instant. Suddenly he fell to the ground and passed out. Not good. Several people watching the show in the distance were startled and hurried to Yang Tai's side and began to conduct a brief inspection. The injury is a bit serious. He needs to be sent to the hospital quickly. I will send him there first, and I will leave this place to you. Moonlight Hayate checked, said something, picked up Yoda and ran quickly towards Konoha Hospital. Pack up these 3 people and send them all to the interrogation room. After Moonlight Hayate left, Kakashi ordered around. Whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen Daoist figures appeared, all of them Anbu members. They faced Kakashi and respectfully agreed. Yes, Lord Kakashi. The 3 people who came out with the sealing technique immediately sealed their chakras and sent them to the interrogation department. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade carelessly opened the door to the ward and saw Yoda, who was almost mummified on the bed. He was instantly furious, someone was definitely giving him a blow. He reached out and grabbed Yang Tai's arm, inspected it for a while, and then put down his hand with peace of mind. How is Tsunade-sama? Shizuan asked, who had just entered the door. In fact, he was still looking at a little boy with an older sister in front of him, and his senses were quite good. Tsunade shook his head, it's okay. I just suffered some internal injuries. I just need to rest for a while. At this time, Shizuan also checked Yoda's physical condition, and found that it was indeed the same as Tsunade said, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the Konoha army slowly arrived. Advertisement. Yudin Koharu and Mitokado Homura are not as frizzy as Tsunade. As soon as he entered the door, Yudin Koharu still looked worriedly at Yoda on the hospital bed and asked Tsunade. Yoda, are you okay? Tsunade, who was about to make a mockery, was stunned and looked at Yudin Koharu in surprise. It's okay, just rest for a while. Yudin Koharu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Otherwise, when that old boy Guji comes back, we will be in trouble. Guji? Tsunade frowned. What a familiar name. After thinking about it, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Just, the guy who wants to be Genin to his death. Yudin Koharu smiled and nodded. That's him. Then what's the relationship between him and Yoda? Tsunade asked doubtfully, and he didn't ask Kasuke to marry him. Yudin Koharu explains. It's his grandson. Yeah, adopted. I see. That makes sense. Seeing this, Mitokado Homura handed the document in his hand to Tsunade and said. This is the detailed information of what happened just now. You were in a hurry just now, and those who didn't come are in a hurry to read it. Tsunade didn't say anything. He just saw Yoda being attacked by roots and saving a boy who was injured. He ran back immediately. You must know that Yang Tai came back with him, and he was more or less imprinted on her. If he ignores it, it will inevitably frighten the hearts of others who are preparing to get close to him. In short, there is a sense of buying horse bones with a lot of money. Now, after carefully reading all the contents of the document, I suddenly became furious. Genbu. How dare you attack the villagers? Where's Danzo? Where's that old fogey? Call him over here. I'm going to tear his roots apart and beat him flat. Yudin Koharu immediately pulled Tsunade, who was about to go berserk, to comfort him. Tsunade, calm down. It won't take long. Mitokado Homura also advised. Yes. Yes, in just a moment. We'll wait until you officially take over as Hokage. When the time comes, you will have the final say in everything in Konoha. Chapter 99 Idea 1. Call. Tsunade took a few deep breaths and calmed down. In short, what these two guys said made sense. Let's wait for the successor Hokage to discuss this matter. After saying that, he glanced at Yang Tai who was still sleeping, raised his breasts, and walked out the door tremblingly. Everyone also followed suit. Advertisement. The next day. Yang Tai slowly opened his eyes, seeing the white ceiling in front of him. There was also a pungent smell lingering in my nose, like some kind of disinfectant. Hospital? Yang Tai twisted his neck and looked at the infusion bottle above his head, completely confirmed in his heart. Hey! Yang Tai smiled bitterly and sighed. It's true that God's calculations are worse than those of humans. I originally wanted to divert the trouble away, but I just watched the show on the side. I didn't expect that a little kid would jump out and disrupt my entire rhythm. Now I don't know if he succeeded in diverting the trouble away from him. Anyway, he was in trouble. This injury will require you to lie down for at least half a month. Fortunately, Janin gained a lot of favor in the end, otherwise it would really be a loss to my grandma's family. That's fine. I've been doing too many things these days, so I can take my time to sort them out. Yang Tai comforted himself, slowly propped himself up and sat back, looking at the sunshine outside the window. Crunch! The door to the ward was pushed open, and then a joyful voice came. Brother Yang Tai, wake up! Yang Tai turned around and saw that the person coming was Xiao Xianglan. Xiao Xianglan immediately took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, placing the plastic bag in his hand on the table next to the hospital bed. He threw himself into Yang Tai's arms and started crying, mumbling some words vaguely. Yoda felt a little sorry for the little guy at first, but then he really felt the pain, a heartbreaking pain. Let's not forget the man Yoda started getting hit with a shuriken head-on. Girl, if you don't get up, something will really happen to me. The sobbing little girl was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Brother Yoda was hit from the front by a shuriken. The wounds were all in the front, and her own pounds must have affected the wounds. Xiao Xianglan reacted, immediately wiped his red and swollen eyes, and asked quickly. Advertisement. Brother Yang Tai, are you okay? Does the wound hurt? How about I call the nurse sister over? Yang Tai smiled and rubbed her little head and said, it's okay, everything is fine, and she will recover in a few days. Xiao Xianglan nodded obediently, but finally thought about it and handed over his little arm. A pair of bright eyes looked at Yang Tai and said firmly. Brother Yang Tai, I know it hurts. You want a bite? Yang Tai was silent. After thinking about it, he pulled up Xiangling's sleeves and said tactfully. Forget it, I'm fine as I am now, let's wait and see in a few days. This is not because Yang Tai is having a heart attack, but because he doesn't want Xiang Phosphorus to be exposed so quickly. After all, he had just suffered such a serious injury, and it couldn't be justified if he just recovered in less than a day. Maybe Tsunade thought he was using some kind of forbidden technique. So be patient and wait until the injury is fully healed before using phosphorus to recover, so you don't have to worry about others discovering the secret of phosphorus. You must know that if the fragrant phosphorus is exposed, first of all, Danzo, the old silver coin, will not let it go. In the future, the Hokage series will not let go of such an important resource as fragrant phosphorus. The Uzumaki clan. Apart from anything else, this is an excellent tailed beast container. Therefore, Yang Tai must be extremely cautious. Xiao Xiang phosphorus must not be exposed until he has grown up. Although Yang Tai thinks so, Xiao Xianglan doesn't think so. She felt that Yang Tai cared about her but couldn't bear to reject her, so he gave her such an excuse. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with emotion, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Then the little girl stubbornly wiped her tears, stood up and picked up the plastic bag she had just placed on the small table. He took out a portable blue lunchbox from inside. Brother Yang Tai, the doctor said you can't eat anything else these days. It's best to eat some liquid food to recuperate your health. This is the millet porridge I made. You can drink some. Yang Tai touched his stomach. Don't tell me you didn't notice it just now. Now you feel a little hungry. Okay, let me try your cooking, girl, but it doesn't taste good, I will spit it out. Yang Tai teased, and the angry Xiao Xianglan immediately clenched his fists and pretended to be angry. You dare. Haha, Yang Tai chuckled and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. After all, what other strange flavors can be made from millet porridge? Give a thumbs up to express your admiration. Good times. When Xiao Xianglan saw this, her face turned into a smile, and she looked quite happy. There wasn't much millet porridge, and Yang Tai finished it in just a few mouthfuls. Advertisement. Xiao Xianglan was very satisfied. She packed her lunchbox, talked to Yang Tai for a while, and then prepared to go home and prepare lunch. Girl, come here first. Yang Tai called to Xiao Xianglan who was about to leave. Xiao Xianglan was a little confused, but still walked over obediently. Brother Yang Tai, is there anything else? Yang Tai stretched out his hand. Girl, stretch out your hand. Hearing this, Xiao Xianglan stretched out her white hands. Yoda grabs Karen's wrist and begins to absorb the chakra. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Yang Tai let go of his hand and explained to Xiao Xianglan. Absorb a little of your chakra and do a little experiment. Xiao Xianglan asked doubtfully, is it enough? She only felt a little bit just now, as if she was poked lightly, and then nothing else. That's enough, go ahead and go ahead. Yang Tai nodded seriously. In fact, he only absorbed a little bit of chakra just now. Compared with the entire chakra of Xiao Xiang phosphorus, it is not even the tip of a feather. Oh, okay, I'll be back at noon. Bye-bye. Xiao Xiang phosphorus waved out and went home. Yoda waved his hand and stopped, lying on the hospital bed and carefully feeling Kokoro's chakra. This is what Yoda just thought of. Although he has experienced the chakra of Xiao Xianglan before. But he really didn't care at that time. Most of his purpose was to regard Xiao Xiang phosphorus as a resurrection coin. Just now he suddenly realized that other people's chakra has other people's spiritual energy. Therefore, it cannot be decomposed and cannot feed itself back. Will the little chakra dissipate in his body? Decompose it into spiritual energy and physical energy, so as to feed yourself back? You can't blame Yang Tai for thinking this way. After all, Xiao Xiang phosphorus and immortal pill are like magical medicines. One bite can heal all injuries, which is a bit too pervert. Then her chakra can dissipate in Yang Tai's body and turn into spiritual energy and physical energy to feed back to Yang Tai. The main thing is whether the physical energy can feed back the Yang Tai itself. If possible, Yang Tai would take off directly, with the help of Xiao Xiang phosphorus. In a year at most, Yang Tai can take his bones to the next level. Although it is impossible to surpass Xiao Xiang phosphorus, the huge chakra at least meets the conditions for practicing immortality according to Yang Tai's prediction. At least to the level of Namikaze Minato's chakra. There is no need to search for chakra anymore. Chapter 100 Idea 2. Thinking of this, Yang Tai couldn't help but get excited. After a while, reality gave Yang Tai a slap in the face and completely woke him up. What are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? The chakra of Xiao Xiang phosphorus cannot be dissipated in the body at all, but is much more stubborn than ordinary chakra. Advertisement. Currently slightly inferior to the tailed beast chakra. This gave Yoda a headache. A bite of fragrant phosphorus could obviously heal the injury. This is obviously a physical energy sign, not an ordinary medical ninjutsu. But why is her chakra still so stubborn? Could it be that when you bite the phosphorus chakra really carries part of the physical energy? This made Yang Tai a little confused. Do you have to bite phosphorus every day in the future? Yang Tai shook his head, this method always felt strange. Did he think wrong? What he lacks most at the moment is physical energy. This shows that he has no shortage of spiritual energy at all. So is there any way to replenish physical energy? Exercise, medicated diet, medicated bath. But the CDs of these things are too long and do not meet current requirements at all. And whether it is useful and how useful it can be is a question. After all, Yang Tai's physique is there. Physical energy. Physical energy. Who in the ninja world can master the technology of absorbing physical energy? Just as Yang Tai was thinking about it, an evil figure appeared in his mind. Orochimaru. That's right, Uncle Snake. Suddenly some of Uncle Snake's ninjutsu information appeared in Yoda's mind. Uncle Snake's living corpse reincarnation technique. A ninjutsu that transfers one's soul into another body and achieves immortality. Yang Tai's eyes gradually brightened, an inspiration came to his mind, and he quickly perfected it. The other Yoda don't care much about Uncle Snake's ninjutsu. What is important is the inspiration that takes over others and successfully creates chakra. If so, can he imitate it? Use other people's bodies and your own spiritual energy to create chakra. Then absorb the chakra and digest it yourself. Thinking about it carefully, he could definitely give it a try. After all, what had been bothering him before was other people's spiritual energy. This time it is directly replaced by myself. In this way, the obstruction of mental energy is completely resolved. The physical energy of others can completely feed him back. Thinking of this, Yang Tai sat up slightly excitedly. However, the excitement did not last long. Those troublesome questions come one after another. Advertisement. First, how to solve the problem of transferring into other people's bodies. And was able to successfully create chakra. Do you want to learn living corpse reincarnation from Uncle Snake? Thinking about Yoda, he shook his head, not to mention whether Uncle Snake was willing to teach. Even if Uncle Snake is willing to teach, will Yoda dare to learn? Next, Yoda thought of another ninjutsu, the spiritualization technique. However, Yoda is not sure whether this ninjutsu can create chakra in other people's bodies. After all, the original book doesn't describe much. I only know that this is astral projection, which can combine the chakra of the whole body with the soul. Dive into the enemy's body, thereby forcibly fighting with another person's body. Make a note of it first, and if there is a way to get it in the future, try them one by one. After thinking hard for a while, Yang Tai finally came up with a technique. Curse seal. That's right, it's Uncle Snake's cursed seal. The curse seal is the product of Uncle Snake's research on immortality. However, when he studied the curse seal of the sky, he can store part of his soul in the curse seal, which becomes a medium for his reincarnation. And Yang Tai is interested in 2 points. First, by opening the curse seal, he can automatically create a simplified version of the magic spell. However, this puts too much strain on the body and literally consumes lifespan. The second point is that you can store part of your soul in the curse seal. If Yoda learns the curse seal, kill an enemy and quickly put the heaven's curse seal on him. Let the soul in the seal and the body create chakra. In this way, wouldn't Yang Tai be able to support war with war? Yang Tai's thoughts suddenly drifted away, and he was verifying the feasibility of the matter in his mind. For a long time, Yang Tai seemed to smile. The only way to deal with natural energy is to try this method. For 5 days in a row, Yang Tai was thinking about it in the ward and gained a lot. However, he had to go out today. Today is the day that Tsunade succeeds Hokage. He had to go out and show his face. After putting on the clothes Xiao Xianglan brought, Yang Tai opened the window and jumped out. It's not that Yang Ta doesn't walk through the front door. Yesterday, she told the nurse who was looking after her about asking for leave. He was rejected ruthlessly on the spot, so he had no choice but to make this decision today. And he still has something important to do today. Whether it goes smoothly or not depends on some of his plans for the future these days. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Advertisement. At this time, the place was crowded and lively, with many Konoha genin maintaining order. There are scattered Konoha shinobi on the roof, and there are quite a few Anbu wearing masks, appearing and disappearing. Today is their official succession to the 5th Hokage of Konoha Village. They all came spontaneously to prepare congratulations and blessings for the new Hokage. There are so many people, it's really lively. When he first arrived here, Yoda sighed, especially looking at the villagers on the street who were whispering to each other and chatting excitedly. Yang Tai also gradually became more excited. This must be contagious. Yoda quickly approached the distance and jumped to the Hokage building, otherwise he would be late and the good spot would be occupied by others. After a while, Yang Tai arrived at the front. I looked at my watch, it was 11:30. Because it should be held at 12 o'clock. Yang Tai looked around and saw many ninjas coming quickly from a distance. I didn't see Naruto and the others, mainly because there were too many people and it was hard to tell them apart. Snapped. How's it going? Is the injury feeling better? As soon as Yoda turned around, Might Guy appeared next to him in a green tights. Yoda smiled and said, Senior Guy, you are much better now. Whoosh whoosh. A few more familiar figures fell down. Yang Tai quickly greeted, hello everyone. Xiao Li immediately gave a thumbs up, Yang Tai. Tian Tian waved his hand, the sun is so good. Niji crossed his arms, looked at Yoda coldly, and finally said 2 words, hello. Yoda was stunned, this kid Niji is enlightened. Then he smiled slightly, you are all here, where are the others? At this time, Might Guy pointed behind him and laughed loudly. Everyone is there, Kakashi and I are starting a competition to see who gets here first. But obviously I win. Ha ha ha. Yang Tai is speechless, are you sure you don't think Kakashi is annoying you? When I looked back, I saw several people approaching quickly. I saw Yoda waving to say hello. This is called reciprocity. After all, these people came to visit him when he was in the hospital. When the 4 of them arrived, Kakashi was immediately pulled aside by Might Guy with his arm around his shoulders, and went to have a private chat. Has Yoda recovered? At this time, Naruto came over and asked doubtfully. Yoda shook his head, no. Little Sakura said suspiciously, you won't sneak out, will you? I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Tai immediately denied it 3 times. Chapter 101 Apprenticeship. I'm coming. Suddenly Naruto yelled and pointed at the Hokage building. There were sparse cheers all around, and everyone looked around. Tsunade appeared on the Hokage building and waved to everyone. Wearing a Hokage hat and a unique green windbreaker, he looks full of energy. Advertisement. From today onwards I will be in Konoha. 5th Hokage. Tsunade's words spread everywhere. The crowd below was silent for a second, and then waves of shouts of praise and applause swept through the entire Konoha village. At this moment, their 5th Hokage officially succeeded. Even some spies at the bottom of the 4 major countries were shocked when they saw such a shocking scene. The Konoha shinobi are so united, will their own Kage take action against Konoha? They took pictures of today's scene and prepared to send it to the heads of state. Whoosh! An Anbu figure appeared on the roof of the building and whispered a few words to the 2 consultants Yuta and Kohara for instructions. This was also a special day. Tsunade ordered him to hand over what happened to 2 advisors for discussion. After hearing this, the 2 consultants looked at each other and smiled slightly. That's fine. Those bugs can just take note of it and ignore it. Let them spread today's news. Let them feel that Konoha is still as strong as ever. Just give the documents to Hokage-sama later. Yes. Sir Advisor. Anbu agreed and disappeared. The event lasted for an hour and then slowly dispersed. However, its influence has not only radiated to the people of Konoha village, but has slowly extended to surrounding countries and villages. The current situation in the Kingdom of Water is a bit chaotic, and there is no official statement yet. However, the current number 1 horseboy in Konoha in the Kingdom of Wind has already sent a congratulatory message. Congratulations to Tsunade for succeeding 5th Hokage. Konoha-san shinobi friendship lasts forever. Such non-nutritious words. Listening to this disgusting congratulation, Tsunade leaned on the desk and quickly interrupted, it was too disgusting. She really couldn't stand it, didn't she just want to go back to Jinchuriki? Can't you just pay for it? Where does all this nonsense come from? Besides, she has already fought enough. And her next plan is to develop Konoha steadily and follow a people-friendly approach. Okay, let's read the next one. Advertisement. Shizuan nodded, took out another congratulatory note, and read. Congratulations to Tsunade Haim for becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha. We from Earth Country would like to express our congratulations for this. The land of Earth. Onoki? The more Tsunade listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Could Onoki have changed his temper through all these self-cultivations? This doesn't seem like this old guy's character. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Tsunade can no longer listen to it. Okay, no need to read any more, just ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to return the favor later. Shizuan put away the congratulatory message honestly. To be honest, she didn't miss it anymore and didn't have a nutritious word to say. Tsunade pondered in his seat for a while, always feeling that this old boy Onoki needed to be on guard. After all, Onoki was the one who missed the Fire Country the most among the 5 kingdoms. Come here, let the intelligence section focus on obtaining information on the Earth Kingdom. After thinking for a while, Tsunade added, especially on the border, focus on obtaining information. Yes, Lord Hokage. An Anbu suddenly appeared and executed the order immediately. It's so unsettling. Tsunade put his hands behind his head and sighed. Today. There was a knock on the door of Hokage's office. Tsunade wondered, weren't those 2 annoying old guys taken away? Why did they come back so soon? Complaining, Tsunade deliberately pretended to be correcting a document and winked at Shizuan. Shizuan understood immediately and shouted out the door, come in. Yang Tai outside the door heard the words and pushed the door in. Hello Tsunade-sama, hello Shizune-sama. Seeing that the person coming was Yoda, Shizune waved and said hello. Tsunade immediately revealed his true form, threw away the pen in his hand, and looked up and down at Yoda in confusion. Your injuries haven't healed well, why did you come out? Yoda scratched his head in embarrassment. He really couldn't escape Tsunade's attention. Actually, today I'm here to congratulate Tsunade-sama on becoming a Hokage, and also give Tsunade-sama a gift. Gift? Tsunade and Shizune were a little surprised at the same time. You must know that in addition to the gifts prepared in advance by major countries, this is the first personal gift they received. Bring it over and let me see. Advertisement. Tsunade reached out and asked for it without any hesitation. Yoda took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade quickly opened it and saw that there were only 2 decks of playing cards inside, which was instantly boring. Is this a gift? It's not just a small amount of money, $_. Shizune was also speechless. Haven't you heard of Tsunade-sama's gambling hobby? Of course Yoda knew about Tsunade's hobby, and originally planned to give him a small amount of money directly. But the problem is, even if Yang Tai agrees, Yang Tai's wallet can't agree. Yoda inquired about it and found out that giving Tsunade a gift usually starts at $1 million. This is a bit of a compliment, and it wasn't mentioned in the original work. There is no other way, Yang Tai really can't get rid of the little savings, and besides, this time he is here to become a disciple. Not to mention doors, Yoda probably doesn't even have windows. That's right, this time Yoda came to worship Tsunade as his teacher. In the past, Yoda had only had this idea vaguely, not firmly, as long as it was of the Hokage series. But a sudden flash of inspiration a few days ago made Yang Tai's mind explode, and he came up with the idea of becoming Tsunade's disciple. As soon as this thought came out, it grew like crazy and couldn't stop at all. The reason is also very simple. There are many benefits to becoming a disciple of Tsunade. First of all, medical ninjutsu and knowledge. Secondly, he can have access to the sealed book. As long as his credit is obtained, you can definitely learn the spiritualization technique from Tsunade. Yoda estimates that Tsunade is at least 50% sure of hearing this. In this way, it is perfect to accomplish many things in one fell swoop. Besides, Tsunade has just become Hokage and will definitely build his own team. At this point, the sooner you side with Tsunade, the better. Moreover, Yoda is very satisfied with his character in the village and his performance in front of Tsunade these days. I believe that even if the apprenticeship fails, Tsunade will not treat him badly. Besides, this gift is also a masterpiece of hard thinking these days. When Tsunade took out a few cards and looked at them, Yoda took the initiative to introduce. Tsunade-sama, this is a card game with 2 decks. Card game? How to play? Tsunade and Shizune were immediately interested. Yoda smiled and explained, Tsunade-sama is holding Ninja Kill, a multiplayer game to find spy ninjas. Sister Shizune's game is 5 Kingdoms. It uses various ninjutsu skills to simulate battles. It's very interesting and it's also a multiplayer game. There are instructions on how to play at the bottom of each deck of cards. Hearing this, Tsunade and the 2 took out a note from below and read it. Then he started to think about it. After a while, Tsunade understood the rules and started playing with Shadow Clone. Chapter 102 Apprenticeship Successful. Everyone, please close your eyes. Spy, please open your eyes and choose the player to kill tonight. Yang Tai didn't bother, secretly happy that the first step was successful. Then the next thing for him will be much easier to handle. Advertisement. That's it Tsunade-sama, just wait a while. Next to her, Shizune smiled and said that this was the rare time she had seen Tsunade-sama so happy these days. Yang Tai hummed and continued to wait. After a long time, the game ended. Tsunade seemed to be unsatisfied and wanted to play another game, but thinking that Yoda hadn't left yet. Still restrained, he asked Yang Tai. Tell me about it. If you need anything, come to me. After that, he leaned back on the chair again and looked at Yang Tai with a playful expression. Want to see what this little guy is up to? After all, she is short-handed and soft-spoken, and she, Tsunade, is not a fool. Yoda's expression moved slightly, but this was what he expected, but he didn't expect Tsunade to be so direct. Yes, Tsunade has a straightforward nature. Then Yoda looked at Tsunade with a serious face, bowed at 90 degrees the next moment, and said in a serious tone. I want to become Tsunade-sama's disciple. I want to learn from you. Ha! Tsunade was stunned, a little at a loss. Shizune looked like he saw a ghost. In just a few seconds, Tsunade reacted and waved his hands with an unnatural expression. This, forget it, it's too troublesome to teach disciples and so on. I have no plans to do so at the moment. When Yang Tai heard this, he was in trouble. He said in a more serious tone. Please rest assured that I will never trouble you too much, Tsunade-sama. This. Ahem. Tsunade rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He pretended to cough a few times and said seriously. It's not impossible to be my disciple, but you have to pass a test first. Only by passing this test will you have the opportunity to learn ninjutsu from me. After saying that, he winked at Shizuan who looked strange next to him. Shizuan understood immediately and walked out of Hokage's office with a snicker. After a while, he came back with a scroll. The scroll unrolled and a 40-centimeter long fish appeared with a bang. It was completely lifeless and looked completely cold from the outside. Advertisement. Tsunade pointed at the fish on the ground and said with a wicked smile. Hehe, this requires you to use chakra to wake it up within 1 month, and you will be qualified. When Shizuan heard it, it was completed in 1 month. Isn't Tsunade-sama making things difficult? You must know that it took her more than 3 months to. Tsunade-sama, are we being a little too harsh? This can't be completed in 1 month. Tsunade looked at him with an evil look, it's over there. Shizuan trembled in fright and immediately fell silent, appearing very well behaved. Tsunade was very satisfied with her power, then looked at Yoda and said jokingly. How about it, if you think it's too difficult, can you give up? We won't laugh at you. Wow haha. At this time, Yang Tai had a strange look on his face and asked in confusion. Tsunade-sama, is it difficult to wake up a newly dead fish after a month? Tsunade scratched her cheek awkwardly with her fingers, how should she answer? If you say it's difficult, isn't it because you are deliberately making things difficult for him? But in the end, he still said with a guilty conscience. It's just so, a little bit difficult. If that's the case, then 2 months, why? What? 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. Pa. The fish, which had been completely cooled before, immediately jumped to life under the treatment of Yoda healing jutsu. Yoda took back his hand and looked at the 2 people with wide eyes. The open mouths could at least stuff an egg. Tsunade-sama, that's enough. Tsunade quickly came back to his senses, coughed twice and returned to his original expression. Then, that Yoda. Have you already learned healing jutsu? Yang Tai did not lie and said very honestly. Yes. Tsunade-sama. There's no need to lie about this kind of thing, it's easy to check. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief and just talked, otherwise who would be able to learn healing jutsu in a month? Otherwise, this would be too evil. At this time, Shizuan smiled and asked. So Yoda, when did you start learning healing jutsu? Tsunade also looked at Yoda, wanting to hear how long it took him to learn the healing jutsu. Yang Tai thought about it carefully and said. It should have been about 40 days ago. What? Tsunade looked up and down at Yoda, an inconspicuous boy. Shizuan even covered her mouth, genius. This is a genius who learned medical ninjutsu. Advertisement. Healing jutsu learned in 40 days. Yang Tai nodded, shook his head again, thought for a moment, and realized that the previous answer was somewhat inaccurate, and then said. To be precise, I barely mastered it in about 7 days. 7 days. The 2 of them were shocked. The genius was indeed beyond their imagination. I originally thought that more than 40 days would be quite remarkable. Now tell them that Yoda only spent 7 days. Suddenly, the 2 of them looked at Yang Tai with different eyes, as if they were looking at a piece of art. At this time, Yang Tai continued on the circuit of Vare. Actually, this ninjutsu is very simple, easy to understand, and relatively easy to learn. The 2 looked at each other, speechless. Hey, it's troublesome. Tsunade also had a headache. He originally didn't plan to teach Yoda because he thought it would be too troublesome. But now that a genius of this caliber is in front of her, she really can't refuse it. Okay, you pass. When you recover from your injuries, follow me. Yang Tai was overjoyed when he heard this, he finally did it. Woohoo, it's not easy. However, Yoda was not carried away by the joy yet. He immediately bent down to become a disciple, took out a very delicate small box and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, please give me your guidance in the future. This is my apprenticeship ceremony. Oh. And gifts. Tsunade was surprised and immediately took it over and looked at the cover. It was a narcissistic photo of Yoda. Poker cards. He mumbled and took it apart. At this time, Yang Tai introduced. This is what I drew when I was bored in the hospital bed these days. I hope Mr. Tsunade likes it. Tsunade opened the playing cards, and the first one he faced was a man in red armor. Putting your hands together, there is a huge wooden golem at your feet. There is also a wooden dragon wrapped around the wooden golem. All around are towering trees. The king's logo is written on the corner of the card. On the middle edge it says Senjo Hashirama. There is also various legend-related information behind it. Snap. A tear fell. Tsunade gently placed the first one on the table and looked at the second one. White hair, classic Sengoku-style blue armor. He held a lightsaber wrapped in lightning in one hand, and behind him was a ferocious and huge water dragon. There is Xiao Wang's logo on the side and Senju Tobirama written in the middle. Behind it are a series of deeds and words of praise. Chapter 103 Apprenticeship 2. Keep reading. Plum tip Sarutobi Hiruzen. Spades tip Orochimaru. Heart tip Tsunade. Cube tip Jiraiya. Advertisement. Everyone is familiar to Tsunade. Originally Yoda wanted to get Kato Dan and Senju Ueki involved. But think about it and forget it. If it backfires, that'll be it. Seeing that Tsunade seemed to be deep in thought, Yoda didn't bother him much. He waved to Shizun and pushed open the door. After a long time, Tsunade returned to his thoughts, glanced at the door, and carefully put away the playing cards. A smile rarely appeared on his always sad face. It's a really thoughtful gift. Shizun, who was worried on the side, also smiled slightly when he heard this. It seems Tsunade-sama likes this gift very much. Tsunade nodded, then picked up the werewolf card and called Shizun. Come on, this game is really interesting. Yoda hid himself at Konoha Hospital and saw that there was no one around him. He rushed forward in a few steps and reached the window of his ward in a few steps. I looked around and saw no one, so I let out a sigh of relief. It seems like the nurse didn't come, otherwise Genza would probably suffer. Yang Tai opened the window and rolled into the house. Just as he was about to close the window, the ward was suddenly pushed open, followed by a crisp voice. Someone is coming from Lanchi Yang Tai. What are you? Where have you been? Yang Tai turned around, showed a nice smile, and hurriedly argued. That, escort sister, I didn't go anywhere. The nurse in white clothes put her hands on her hips. Then why are you secretly closing the window? Oh, I know, you must have sneaked out to attend the succession ceremony of Lord Hokage today. Okay, are you injured? Xiaolin, you go ahead and do your work first, and leave him to me. Advertisement. At this time, a gentle voice came, and then a figure in white medical clothes walked in carrying a lunchbox. Sister Xingzi, you are free to visit me today. Yoda was a little happy. Kyoko had only come twice since she was hospitalized and was busy with work. The nurse who was about to educate Yang Tai was startled. After swallowing hard to speak, he glanced at Sister Xingzi with some resentment. Well, I have something to do, but you have to teach this kid a lesson. It's outrageous to just go out and run around without healing your injuries. Sister Xingzi nodded gently. I will definitely educate him well, so you don't have to worry anymore. It's okay, it's okay. The escort girl waved her hand, glanced at Yoda who felt guilty, and left the ward. Sister Kyoko, come here and let me take it. Seeing that the escort girl left, Yang Tai went over to take the food box. Sister Xingzi slapped Yoda's hand away, pretending to be angry and poked Yoda's forehead with her finger. Why did you go out and run around when your injury was not healed, and why didn't you lie down on the bed? Yang Tai smiled and got on the hospital bed obediently. Today is not the Hokage ceremony for Tsunade-sama's succession, so I will just go and join in the fun. Sister Xingzi glanced at Yuta angrily, took out the food box and handed it to Yuta. Forget it, it's just this once, not next time. There was no intention of blaming Yang Tai in his words. Definitely, definitely. Yang Tai said perfunctorily. By the way, these scrolls are what I have compiled these days. They will be very helpful for you to learn medical ninjutsu. Sister Kyoko took out a scroll from the pocket of her white coat and handed it to Yoda. Seeing Yang Tai take it, Sister Xingzi hesitated and said. Yoda, if your injury is better, you can learn medical ninjutsu from me. This way we don't have to fight and kill people, and we can also contribute to the village. After hearing this, Yoda thought for a while, it would definitely not be good to reject Sister Kyoko directly like this. In the end, I decided to tell him about my apprenticeship with Tsunade. After all, once he recovers from his injury, we must learn from Tsunade and become his disciple. Naturally, Tsunade's affairs must be made public. Sister Xingzi, I have good news for you. You must not let others know for the time being. Sister Kyoko was a little confused, but Yoda didn't answer her directly. Instead, he looked mysterious. This aroused his curiosity somewhat. What is it that makes you so mysterious? Then Yoda told about his apprenticeship with Tsunade today. Sister Xingzi was stunned at that time. Advertisement. A disciple of the Hokage. Unexpectedly, Yang Tai had such a blessing. Is this true? Are you making fun of me? Yang Taiji nodded seriously, more real than pearls. That's good, that's good. Sister Xingzi was really happy for Yang Tai. Then she thought of something and told Yang Tai. You can't relax anymore. You should read the information here first. I'll try my best to spare some time these days to give you extra lessons. I can't let you embarrass yourself in front of Master Hokage. Yang Tai was speechless at that time. Who in the family understands? Those who are hospitalized need to go to class. This time I really shot myself in the foot. Kyoko, who was chattering away, narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw Yoda's expression. What? You don't want to? Yang Tai shook his head hurriedly, crying. Yes. It's my honor. Xingzi nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Without further ado, let's start today. Sister Xingzi, how about tomorrow? Yoda asked tentatively. Xingzi said with a face full of hatred. No, Yoda, you have to know how many people have Hokage-sama as their disciple. It's beyond their reach. You have to seize this opportunity, do you understand? Kyoko then took out a book from the scroll and slowly explained it to Yoda. Yang Tai also listened carefully. This medical knowledge will be very helpful for his next plan. For more than 10 days in a row, Yang Tai was busy supplementing this medical knowledge. During this period, Xiao Xianglan and Sister Xingzi got to know each other. Kokoro was also very interested in medical ninjutsu, so she quietly listened to Sister Kyoko's explanation of medical knowledge. Yoda saw that this little girl was interested in medical ninjutsu, so he secretly showed her those medical ninjutsu. The little girl learned very quickly, and Yang Tai was very satisfied with it. This can be considered some of his investment in the little girl. In fact, Tian Yang Tai has already taught Xiao Xiang Phosphorus the sealing technique these days. After all, it would be a waste for the Uzumaki clan not to learn the sealing technique, let alone one with such a special physique. In the end, Yoda decided that the little girl would focus on sealing techniques and use medical ninjutsu as a secondary strategy. Xiao Xianglan was very happy about this and had no dissatisfaction at all. Today is the day he is discharged from the hospital. After completing a series of procedures, Yoda waved to the escort girl and walked out of Konoha Hospital. Chapter 104, 3 years of watching and 30 years of training. Hokage Lounge. This is also the Hokage's rest room. Tsunade played with the playing cards in his hand, looked at the boy next to him and said. Is everything going smoothly? Yoda patted himself. Tsunade-sensei, you have fully recovered. Advertisement. Hey, it's really troublesome. Tsunade muttered, put down the playing cards, and stretched out his thumb. In the blink of an eye, a drop of bright red blood appeared. Apply it to the palm of your hand and it will leave a very silky impression. This is spirit communication. Just as Yoda thought of this, there was a bang in front of his eyes, and an adult-sized Katsuyu appeared in the room. Katsuyu *. Katsuyu was obviously confused, his tentacles moved around, and he turned to look at Tsunade who continued playing poker. He moved his little hands and asked very cutely. Tsunade-sama, why did you ask me to come out? To 6. Tsunade played his cards and said casually. Take out the spirit communication scroll and have that boy sign it. Katsuyu was dumbfounded and looked at Yoda who was greeting him. Sign the spirit communication scroll, are you the new successor of Shijulin? So cute. This was Yoda's first thought. To be honest, he didn't expect a Katsuyu to be so cute. Then he thought about it, nodded, looked at Tsunade, and said deliberately. Mr. Tsunade, I should be considered a descendant of the Shigu forest. Tsunade turned around and looked at Yoda again. Let's just forget it, but you have to work hard in the future and don't lose the reputation of Shijulin. Do you understand? Yoda nodded vigorously, and then introduced himself to the cute Katsuyu. Hello, my name is Aike Yoda, and I am Lord Tsunade's disciple. Please give me your advice in the future. I am Katsuyu from the Shige Bone Forest, and I am Lord Tsunade's spirit communication beast. Please give me your guidance in the future. After Katsuyu said that, he took out a huge scroll from his mouth and placed it in front of Yoda. This is the spirit communication scroll of our Shigu forest. Please sign your name. Yang Tai nodded and opened the scroll. It was strange that it was spit out from his mouth. But scroll any slime or whatever. Yoda bit his finger, wrote his name in the space behind Tsunade, and stamped his handprint to complete it. Upon seeing this, Katsuyu immediately took back the scroll, greeted everyone, and left. Next, I heard Tsunade's words coming. If you have any questions next, just ask Shizuan. Do you know when you've learned enough to come back to me? Shizuan, Omega? Advertisement. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Tsunade-sama, this is inappropriate. After Tsunade played a card, he looked at Shizuan who was holding the piggy and said perfunctorily. It's all the same, it's all the same. Anyway, those are the things I learned at the beginning. I believe you will be able to do it, Shizuan. Shizuan had a bitter look on his face. Well, that's fine. Then he looked at Yang Tai and said very seriously. You Tai, come with me first. Yang Tai followed and arrived at a bookshelf. Shizuan took out a thick book and handed it to Yoda. The complete collection of medical ninjutsu. Yang Tai read out the title of the book word for word. Apart from other things, just hearing the name was very impressive. This medical ninjutsu is at least 3 dictionaries thick. I have to watch it for at least 3 months. At this time, Shizun hugged the pig and shook his head, explaining. This is the complete catalog of medical ninjutsu. Yang Tai was stunned, and when he looked carefully, there were indeed 2 small words next to the title of the book, Table of Contents. Together they are, a complete catalog of medical ninjutsu. I see. Then Shizun pointed at the dozen bookshelves around him and said in a serious tone. These are all kinds of medical ninjutsu and knowledge. Yang Tai, degree. Yang Tai looked at the rows of bookshelves and then looked at each book. They were almost the same as the ones in his hands. At least it is as thick as a dictionary. Yoda smacked his lips. This. I have to read these books for at least 3 years. Shizun hugged the piglet and said fondly. I have been reading these books for 3 years and practicing for 30 years, and I have only achieved some success today. Yoda, stunned. He looked at Shizun like, I haven't read enough books, don't lie to me. 30 years. The 4th Ninja World War in 30 years has ended countless times. At that time it was unknown whether he was still alive. You're still a little successful, you're kidding me. Yang Tai lowered his head and fell into deep thought. He must find a way to speed up this speed. Otherwise, if you wait for 30 years, the daylilies will be cold. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yang Tai's mind, and he had it. Immediately separate 10 shadow clone, open the directory, and start learning from the most basic. If his shadow clone practices ninjutsu for a long time, his body may feel a little uncomfortable. But when it comes to reading, it shouldn't be a big problem. As long as it's moderate, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Advertisement. Yoda's cool move made Shizun confused. This directly shortens the time by 30 times. Doesn't that mean that what Yang Tai has learned for 30 years can be mastered in 3 years? Is this genius? Shizun said hello to Yoda who was swimming in the ocean of knowledge in a daze. Seeing that he looked obsessed, he didn't bother him anymore and returned to the lounge. Seeing Shizun come back so quickly, Tsunade was a little surprised and said. Why are you back so early? By the way, that kid was so scared that he was stunned, ha ha ha. I guess that expression must be surprising. Shizun put down the struggling piggy, looked at the proud-looking Tsunade strangely, and whispered. Tsunade-sama, you are going to be in trouble. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then had a vague feeling of something bad. That kid doesn't have a photographic memory, does he? No. Shizun answered simply. Tsunade patted his chest, that's good, that's good. Seeing this, Shizun couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, as if some evil plot had succeeded. But when Tsunade heard these 2 words, his heart suddenly tightened and he felt something bad. Sure enough, the next moment Shizun's words hit her like a bolt from the blue. Yoda uses 10 shadow clone to study. I believe it won't take long to learn the basic knowledge. Next, Tsunade-sama will have to teach him personally. Tsunade threw away the playing cards in his hand, dismissed the shadow clone, and lay down. I finally dumped this boy to Shizun. With those books, they will last for at least a year or 2. Good thing now, this brat can be dealt with a shadow clone. What a sin. Tsunade covered his face with his hands, feeling that his future life would be dark. Shizun covered her mouth and snickered when she saw this. Tsunade-sama can finally be a good teacher. Go, why are you laughing? Why don't you go supervise that kid? Tsunade glared at the snickering Shizun and threatened him verbally. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Shizun smiled and walked towards the library. At this time, Tsunade suddenly sat up, clapped his hands, and immediately said to Shizun. Shizun, let that kid memorize all the basics from the front. Perfect. You can fish for a while again. After that, Tsunade happily picked out Shadow Clone and started playing cards. Shizun smiled bitterly upon hearing this and observed 3 seconds of silence for Yoda. You are really lucky to meet such a bad teacher. Chapter 105 Sasuke's Defection. Konoha Hospital. At this time, chakram must be controlled very carefully to ensure that the wounded cells can grow stably and rapidly. Do you understand? In the emergency room, there was a man lying on the floor in the large room, naked from the waist up, with a fist-sized wound on his chest. The entire right lung was penetrated together, as if it was penetrated by some kind of sharp weapon. The ground around this person was covered with dense runes. Advertisement. Shizun formed a seal with his hands and warned Yoda across from him with a serious expression. Yoda nodded solemnly and began to form seals in sync with Shizun. In the past 2 months, Yoda's medical ninjutsu has been somewhat successful under Shizun's guidance. Today, Shizun brought him to practice class. According to Shizun's medical ninjutsu, he must go out to save people and practice it. Otherwise, it is nothing more than talking on paper. Good start. Ninja technique, regeneration technique. As soon as Shizun finished speaking, the 2 of them slapped the ground together. In an instant, the blue chakra instantly activated the rune array on the ground. The formation squirmed, and the blue chakra slowly penetrated into the patient's wound. Suddenly the wound squirmed, circles of smoke rose, and granules grew rapidly. The wound heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 15 seconds, the fist-sized wound had healed. Because it was new granulation, the patient had a fist-sized red madara on his chest. This is normal. New injuries usually look like this, and they will recover in a few days. Phew, it's finally done. Yoda breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This medical ninjutsu was completely different from what he had imagined before. In the past, I was misled by the original work, thinking that it was similar to the previous life. This is totally bullshit. In this era, medical ninjutsu mainly includes ninjutsu, supplemented by some methods similar to traditional Hyuxia medicine, followed by medical equipment. However, Yoda also clearly discovered that these days, Tsunade first made changes to the medical department. After all, the first thing a new official takes office is that the medical department was founded by Tsunade, so it is convenient to start the reform here. It mainly strengthens the research of medical devices and drugs, which is somewhat like developing the medical system of the previous life. Yang Tai is very supportive of this. Science is the primary productive force. During this period, Yoda also stayed by Tsunade's side, and from time to time he said some extremely practical things. The first is the manpower issue. There are fewer medical ninjas. Yang Tai suggested that some civilian doctors could be trained to deal with minor injuries and illnesses. Advertisement. Tsunade thought he could give it a try. Yoda smiled and didn't say much at the time. Time will slowly prove everything. In addition to this, Yoda tried hard to recall the medical methods in his previous life and told them to Shizuan. At that time, Shizuan was greatly inspired and shared the knowledge she summarized with Tsunade. After that, Shizuan was not seen for 3 days in a row. Soon after, Tsunade officially came up with a set of surgical medical methods. With the help of instruments and rune sealing techniques, even an ordinary person can be saved. For this reason, Konoha's medical department has officially undergone major reforms, and Konoha's medical level has reached a big level. Move to a new level and completely leave the other 4 countries behind. The spies from the 4 countries obtained this information and immediately sent it back to various countries. At that time, Onaki, who was still happy to die from 3rd Hokage, saw the news and jumped in anger. Damn medical ninja! If this Tsunade hadn't set up some kind of medical team during the 3rd battle, how could we have lost? It's good now that this orphan of the Senju clan has become Hokage. The first thing he needs to do is to develop medical ninjutsu. What a headache! Kuratsuki on the side took the information and read it for a while, then said to Onaki. Old man, are we going to continue sending spies to steal Konoha's medical ninjutsu? Onoki sighed, send less. Anyway, I haven't gotten anything useful in the past few years. Kuratsuki nodded, old man, the last time intelligence came from the border, Konoha was attacked by Sand Shinobi. It was severely damaged and there were not enough border personnel. Then old man, what do you mean? Onaki glanced at the restless granddaughter, took out a document and said. Don't worry about this matter. I've left it to others to test. If Konoha's border is weak, it means they have been severely traumatized. We will directly attack in a large scale. By the time. Speaking of this, the light of ambition flashed in Onoki's eyes. He wanted to avenge his shame and regain the dignity he had lost in Konoha. Kuratsuka didn't say anything. He understood what the old man was thinking, but there was trouble in the Kingdom of Thunder. Yang and Tai walked out of the emergency room and called the nurses in to check on the injured. Yuta. Shizuan. I finally found you. You know. Stop. Yoda immediately raised his hand to interrupt Katsuyu's words on the ground, and copied it into his hand with his backhand. Tell me, what's the matter? Advertisement. Little Katsuyu lowered his head, looking very sad. Yoda, do you know that I worked very hard to find you, and I went all the way around Konoha. Several times, right? Yang Tai took over the conversation at this time and poked the guy with his index finger. Little Katsuyu, oh. Standing frozen on the spot. Haha, okay. I'll buy you something delicious later. Yoda smiled and bribed the little Katsuyu in his palm. Little Katsuyu was overjoyed when he heard this and raised his very small hands high. If you weren't paying attention, you might have thought it was 2 tentacles. Tsunade-sama, I asked you to come over because I have an important mission. Yoda thought for a while. Except for the major reform of the medical department, there didn't seem to be any major events recently. Thinking of this, Sasuke's figure suddenly flashed in Yoda's mind. Calculating the time, it seems to be almost there. Sasuke defected. Yoda was surprised and happy. He put little Katsuyu on his shoulders and said to Shizuan. Shizuan-san, let's go there quickly. Okay. Shizuan responded, and the two quickly rushed towards the Hokage building. Back to the Hokage office. Yoda asked Tsunade, who was correcting the document. Tsunade-sensei, what do you want from me? You came. Tsunade put down the pen in his hand, crossed his hands to support his chin, looked at Yoda seriously and said. Sasuke was captured. What? Shizuan was a little surprised. You must know that Uchiha is a wealthy family in Konoha. Besides, who can capture people in Konoha? Tsunade's tone was very calm, and Yoda vaguely felt that Tsunade wanted to test him. Yang Tai didn't show a very surprised expression, he just pretended that his face changed slightly, and then he regained his composure. Is it Orochimaru? Tsunade looked at Shizuan, who looked shocked, and then at Yoda, who was now very calm. In his heart, he secretly thought highly of Yang Tai's performance. He was able to face his companions being kidnapped at this age. Not only did he not panic, he calmly analyzed the cause of the matter. Really excellent. Tsunade nodded, it's him. Chapter 106 Young People Make Choices. Yang Tai pretended to lower his head and think about it, then shook his head and analyzed. Tsunade-sensei, I think things may not be that simple. Tsunade raised his eyebrows, the little guy reacted quickly enough. At this time, Shizuan also realized that as Tsunade's personal maid. She was surprised just now, but now that she thought about being taken away, it was full of doubts. Advertisement. Yang Tai said mindlessly. First of all, Sasuke is facing threats in the village and must have the ability to notify other ninjas. With the power of the entire village, it is impossible to stop the people who captured Sasuke. And now that Sasuke has been captured, it only means that Sasuke deliberately wants to leave. Having said this, Yoda looked directly at Tsunade and said word by word. Tsunade-sensei, Sasuke has defected, right? Tsunade nodded upon hearing this. These are indeed not difficult to analyze. Yes, he defected. I've sent Shikamaru and the others to chase them. Yang Tai pretended to be confused and frowned. Teacher, since you have made arrangements, come to me. Although Yoda didn't finish speaking, both Tsunade and Tsunade understood the meaning. Actually, I'm not too worried about Shikamaru and the others chasing him. So I need you to support me. Yang Tai immediately straightened his body, okay, I'll leave immediately. Yoda turned around to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Tsunade. Yoda turned around in confusion, Teacher, do you have anything else to give me? Tsunade looked serious at this time and said seriously. You have to keep two things in mind for this support mission. Yoda listened carefully. This was the first time Tsunade assigned him a task. First, support Shikamaru and others. Yang Tai nodded, this is not difficult, and it can also gain a wave of favors. Second, kill Uchiha Sasuke. After saying this, Tsunade stared at Yoda's expression. It seemed that even the slightest change in Yang Tai's expression was ignored. How do you choose? Ai Yoda. Don't let me down. At this moment, even Shizuan understood what Tsunade meant. This was to test Yoda. Seeing Yoda's stunned and incredulous expression, Shizuan secretly felt a cold sweat for Yoda. Yoda was really shocked at this time. He didn't expect Tsunade to issue such an order. However, it only took him a moment to understand Tsunade's intention. Was this a test of him? Yoda suddenly smiled, and his smile was particularly bright. Seeing that Tsunade and the two were a little confused. Advertisement. Teacher, my sword will not be pointed at my companion, and I will not give up on my companion. I will definitely bring him back. Perfect answer. Yang Tai was extremely satisfied in his heart. My sword will not point at my companions, but I can recognize them. That's it. As for not giving up on my companions and bringing them back. The layman's point is to capture it and hand it over to Tsunade. Very good. Tsunade suddenly smiled. She was very satisfied with this answer. Yuta Amiak, you will officially become a Konoha Chunin from today on. After that, he threw a scroll to Yoda, inside is the Chunin vest customized for you, see if it fits. Yang Tai was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly took out his vest and put it on. After walking a few steps, it fit perfectly. It fits very well, please teacher. Tsunade smiled and then waved his hand, without further delay, let's go quickly. Okay. Goodbye. Yang Tai waved his hand and left the office. Seeing Yoda leave, Shizuan picked up the piggy and smiled. Tsunade-sama, very satisfied. Tsunade picked up the pen and nodded without saying anything else. Shizuan smiled and said nothing. It seemed that Lord Tsunade only recognized his disciple today. Yoda left the Hokage building and quickly went home. Prepare a series of things and start immediately. I'm going to go in a hurry at. Has your boy been promoted to Chunin? The old man and Xiangling, who had just returned home from shopping for groceries, couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Yang Tai's outfit. Yang Tai packed his things and smiled at the old man. I was just promoted today and now I have to complete an important task. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at Yang Tai, thoughtfully. Promoting to Chinen, it seems that this task is not easy, so be careful. Yang Tai pretended to be relaxed and said, don't worry, old man, I will be careful. Master, I don't have time to chat now, so let's go first. After that, he snatched a pack of snacks from Xiao Xianglan's arms and ran away immediately. My little bear! Xiao Xianglian screamed, but when he saw the criminal who had escaped, he could only stamp his feet angrily. Guji smiled slightly, said nothing, and touched the little girl's head. Outside Konoha village, Yang Tai registered his identity and officially set off. Advertisement. Approaching the woods, Yang Tai looked at the dense trees around him. Take out what little information and direction you have this time. Right in front of us is the direction Shikamaru and the others are chasing. After confirming the surroundings, we see the marks left by Shikamaru and the others. Yang Tai looked at the map and fell into deep thought. He was going to rescue one by one and then act as a nanny. It's better to contact Orochimaru directly and talk about life and ideals with Orochimaru. Being a nanny can gain the favor of the 12 little strong and the goodwill of their family. In Konoha, it has greater political significance than practical significance. However, where is Yang Tai's current identity, and how helpful he was to Xiaoqiang in the past? But the help to Yang Tai was not that obvious. If you choose to get in touch with Orochimaru now, with your advanced ideas and knowledge from reading various novels, 60% to 70% chance of fooling Uncle Snake. After all, isn't immortality what Uncle Snake cares about? This is still difficult to handle. Look for those immortal words and phrases from novels, plus some scientific concepts. There should be no problem, right? And once he gets the curse seal and proves that his method is completely effective, then this matter will benefit him for life. In the end, Yang Tai still felt that both sides had to do it. Young people make choices. He wants it all. After thinking for a while, Yang Tai quickly formed a plan in his mind, and immediately created a shadow clone. Let me draw 4 small tubes of blood first, otherwise I will bite my fingers every time and it will hurt a little bit. Oh. Clone number 1 took out a blood drawing needle and gently inserted it into the blood vessel of Yang Tai's arm. The next moment, blood flowed from the transparent hose into 4 toothpick-sized glass tubes. Seeing this, Yang Tai immediately took off the blood drawing needle and separated out 3 shadow clones, each with a glass tube. Hold it, don't break it. Clone number 1 looked at the thin glass tube in his hand and said with some uncertainty. The main body, what if the 12 little strong are killed? The other 3 clones also looked at it at the same time. Yang Tai said indifferently. It's cool. Lao Zi is not their biological father and mother. Letting a Katsuyu over is enough to give them face. Okay, time waits for no one, let's go quickly. The 4 shadow clone nodded and quickly dispersed according to Yang Tai's idea. Yoda's plan is very simple. Tsunade asked him to support the 12 Xiaoqiang. He uses shadow clone spirit communication Katsuyu to heal them, which is also considered support. And his body took a direct detour and quickly entered Orochimaru's territory. Go to the Oto ninja village and squat with Suzuki. After confirming the location, Yang Tai set off quickly. Chapter 107 Organizing Anbu. Hokage Office. Boom. What's going on? There's been no news from Yoda for several days. Tsunade slammed the table angrily. Several days had passed since Suzuki defected and Shikamaru and others were chasing him. But Yang Tai seemed to have disappeared from the world, and there was no news about him at all. Advertisement. This made the disciple whom Tsunade recognized disappear just like that. Why didn't she worry? Anbu knelt down on one knee and glanced at the angry Tsunade. Back to Master Hokage, I have sent people to investigate carefully. A heavy rain caused many. That's enough, go down and continue looking. Tsunade interrupted his speech with a wave of his hand. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu ninja responded and disappeared. Tsunade glanced at Anbu who disappeared, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. From the first day she took over Konoha, she felt that Anbu was not easy to use. After all, these people were all arranged by her teacher, and it was not easy for her to replace them without understanding anything. But over the past few months, she also understood Anbu's current problem. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Anbu is now vaguely divided into 3 small factions. One is her own faction, the second is the consultant faction, and the third is the neutral faction. These 2 consultants were really unwilling to be left alone. They had only managed Konoha for a few days and then reached out to Anbu. Tsunade patted the table and said to himself, it's almost time to straighten Anbu out now. At this time, Shizuan handed the document in his hand to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, do you have anyone chosen? If not, I'll go stay in Anbu. Tsunade took the file and shook his head, you are not suitable. I already have someone in mind. Shizuan asked curiously, who is it? Tsunade directly handed a file on the table to Shizuan. Dehi, speaking of which, he has something to do with me. Look, you'll be surprised. Dahi. When Shizun opened the file and took a look, he was stunned for a moment, then he covered his mouth and said in surprise. Wood style. Tsunade-sama, is he from the Senju clan? Hehe, that's awesome. Tsunade chuckled and then explained. Advertisement. This guy is not from the Senju clan. He was cultured by Orochimaru after transplanting my grandfather's cells. Transplant Shodae's cells. Shizun was surprised at first, then looked at Tsunade strangely. Just looking at Tsunade made him feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Hey, Tsunade-sama, wouldn't you also transplant Shodae's cells so that you can use wood style? Shizun looked Tsunade up and down, as if considering where to strike. Tsunade was not angry and waved his hand to interrupt. It's not that simple. This big river is just a lucky person. At that time, it was said that Orochimaru had done many experiments on living subjects before this one appeared. That's such a pity. I originally thought I could see Tsunade-sama using wood style. Shizun pretended to feel sorry, but he was just joking. Then the conversation changed and he asked. Tsunade-sama, what about Yoda? How do you deal with it? Tsunade tapped the table lightly and muttered. Don't worry about this brat for now. He probably didn't have any accidents and is still safe now. Hey, didn't Tsunade-sama say that Anbu didn't find any news about Yoda? How did you know this? Shizun asked confused. Tsunade turned his palm, and a little Katsuyu looked like he hadn't woken up yet, thinking about Shizun and saying hello like tentacles. I see. Tsunade nodded, took back the little guy, and said seriously. The news from Katsuyu that Yoda is still alive means that his life is not in danger. And with that kid's cleverness, he should have encountered something very important. Let him have to collect information or escape for his life, so that even Katsuyu can't use it. Can't use Katsuyu? Then Katsuyu Sage can't reverse spirit communication. Shizun immediately grabbed the core and asked, even spirit communicationman can't be summoned. It seems that Yoda has encountered some powerful enemy. Tsunade shook his head and explained. Senin Katsuyu is unable to communicate with spirit. Yoda seems to have been sealed by a contract and has completely broken off the contract with spirit communicationman. Katsuyu Senin can only feel that Yoda is still alive. Then let's find a way to support you. Shizun said anxiously. Yoda said he was Tsunade's disciple, but actually he meant her disciple. As a teacher, how could she not be anxious? Tsunade naturally understands Shizun, so why isn't she in a hurry? Even though he was just a new disciple, Tsunade was quite satisfied. Naturally, I don't want him to feel cold. There is no way, now we can only wait for him to come back, or there is news about him from Anbu, I will support him as soon as possible. Well, I hope he's okay. Advertisement. Shizun was a little disappointed. Outside the Sound Ninja village. 10 miles away. Yoda was bored and lying on a big tree, waiting for Sasuke. Of course, Sasuke's whereabouts are tightly controlled by Yoda. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to be so relaxed. Yoda had already made a more thorough plan since he left Konoha. After the 4 shadow clone were separated, Yoda immediately used the contract seal he learned from Jiraiya. Cut off ties with Katsuyu. This is mainly to prevent Tsunade from using reverse spirit communication or Katsuyu from coming to him to collect information. After all, he came to make a deal with Orochimaru. When Tsunade heard these words, even if he didn't become a traitor, he was still afraid of going to Konoha prison. On the contrary, if he cuts off contact with Katsuyu, he will have an excuse to go back. And he even found the scapegoat. Pain 6 paths, the beastly path. Let's just say that he was hit by this guy's strange sealing technique and couldn't use spirit communicationman. As for whether Tsunade believes it or not, Yoda doesn't have to worry about it, just tell her the news that the beast is in the land of rain. When the time comes, Yoda doesn't believe that Tsunade can go to the land of rain to seek confirmation. Moreover, Yoda also plans to involve Jiraiya. This can be completely confirmed by Jiraiya. This way it's perfect and it's hard to find flaws. Just when Yang Tai was doing nothing in the tree, he suddenly froze. He stood up immediately and looked not far away. Is it finally here? Just now, news came from Yoda's shadow clone that Sasuke has arrived. Then Yoda frowned. Yakushi Kabuto was not beside Sasuke. There were only 8 sound ninja around Sasuke. This is a bit troublesome. Yakushi Kabuto is not around, and without him as a medium, how would Yoda have come into contact with Orochimaru? He can't just run into the sound ninja village himself. Then he is not an old man who eats arsenic because he thinks he will live longer. With just this little knowledge of his, he dared to break into Orochimaru's lair and make a joke. It looks like we need to kill these guys and find a way to lure out Yakushi Kabuto. This was the only move available at the moment, so Yoda didn't hesitate and set off immediately. Chapter 108 Hand in Hand Pocket. Not far away. 8 sound ninjas, guarding Suzuki, were walking towards the sound ninja village ahead. Click. There was a slight sound of branches being broken. The sound ninjas who were protecting Suzuki moved their ears slightly at the same time and their expressions changed slightly. Advertisement. Team leader. The first sound ninja raised his hand to interrupt the words of the ninja next to him, pointed at the 2 nearest people and said, "You 2 escort Suzuki back to the village." The young Otonin hesitated and said, "Captain, but you..." "Okay, you guys go back quickly, this is an order." The first sound nin interrupted him again and ordered in a stern tone. "Yes, Captain." The 2 nodded and quickly left with Suzuki. Suzuki didn't hesitate to follow, but looked back at the person coming out of the grass. Yoda. How could it be him? Suzuki had a complicated expression at first, then immediately became firm. "I am an Avenger, I don't need friends or partners. I just need power. The power to take revenge." Thinking of this, Sasuke's expression turned cold and he immediately sped up and ran towards the sound ninja village. Yoda didn't chase him. He had no intention of chasing Suzuki in the first place. That was Naruto's job and he didn't need to intervene. The 3 Suzukis gradually disappeared from sight, and Yoda withdrew his gaze and looked at the 6 cautious people in front of him. "Konoha Shinobi, Suzuki has probably arrived at the sound ninja village. If you are sensible, retreat. Otherwise, you will be doomed when our support arrives." At this time, Shaunito threatened Yoda with words and wanted to scare Yoda away. They are not stupid. The ninja who can chase Suzuki here will be inferior in strength? Of course not, so the most correct thing to do now is to hold back Yang Tai and wait for support. If you are defeated, disperse immediately and flee. Yang Tai looked at the positions of several people and said coldly. "You talk too much." As soon as he finished speaking, a 3-pronged kunai flew out quickly and exploded into a twisting water column in the air. Snaking like a snake, it appears behind every forebearer. Yang Tai disappeared in a flash. Just as the first sound nin opened his mouth to say a word, Yoda suddenly appeared behind him. A green palm slapped the back of his head. Advertisement. The first sound ninja rolled his eyes and fainted very quickly. Whoosh whoosh. Thump 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 thump. The same goes for the other people, who were knocked unconscious by Yoda. Originally, Yang Tai wanted to kill these people directly, but this time he came to find someone to make a deal with. It would be impolite to kill directly. If you offend the other party, the gain will outweigh the loss. He simply fainted. Yoda thought, separated out a huge amount of Chakra's shadow clone, took out a scroll and several bottles of blood and handed them to him. "Come on, you can do it." After that, Yang Tai disappeared into the woods. Only the shadow clone is left in a messy place. "I'm not a human, but you really are a dog." At this point, shadow clone can only wait silently according to Yang Tai's plan. After a while, waiting on the spot for something to happen to Yang Tai's clone, he looked in one place. "Kabuto-senpai, long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared behind some big trees on the left. The leading man is none other than Yakushi Kabuto, whom he has not seen for a long time. "Yoda, I didn't expect you to come here after Suzuki. Can you tell me why?" Yoda's clone smiled slightly and answered casually as if he was an old friend of Yakushi Kabuto. "Kabuto-senpai, why don't you take a guess?" Yakushi Kabuto showed a very kind smile, but his eyes subconsciously glanced at the few people on the ground. With his medical skills, he could tell at a glance that the 6 people on the ground were just unconscious. Not injured at all. What is he here for? Yakushi Kabuto thought quickly in his mind, combined with what Yoda had said before, and this seemed to be an intentional friendship. He eventually came to a somewhat surprising conclusion. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Yoda with deep meaning. "Is this guy here to seek refuge with Orochimaru-sama and gain great power? Have you decided yet?" Yakushi Kabuto's words were so meaningless that the sound ninja next to him couldn't understand them. But Yang Tai understood that this guy had completely misunderstood. "But it doesn't matter, that's fine, everything will be easier when we see Orochimaru." "That's right. It seems that Kabuto-senpai's information is accurate as always." Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, "It's just so-so. Ninjas just want to collect information." Advertisement. Having said this, Yakushi Kabuto's expression became a little strange, and he looked at Yang Tai and smiled evilly. "However, if you want to become Orochimaru's subordinate, you need to pass a little test." Yoda didn't give in, but saw Yakushi Kabuto's purpose at a glance. This guy just wanted to touch his bottom, and he immediately pointed out Yakushi Kabuto's thoughts without hesitation. "Kabuto-senpai, Orochimaru-sama never mentioned this test. At that time, I remembered Orochimaru-sama saying that I am welcome at any time. Kabuto-senpai, you will not go against Orochimaru-sama's wishes." Yakushi Kabuto rolled his eyes and smiled, "Really? Did Master Orochimaru say that? It seems that Kabuto-senpai is definitely going to take a test on me today. Yoda said, taking out a kunai. Yakushi Kabuto shook his head, mainly because you hide it a bit deep and go out with me so many times. I didn't understand you at all, but I was deceived by your pretended appearance. It's really... Yoda was speechless. He could say that when he went out with Yakushi Kabuto, he was really just a soft-footed shrimp. However, seeing the other people slowly surrounding him, Yang Tai knew. He explained to no avail, so he could only give it a head-on collision. After all, he is just a shadow clone and has no cowardice at all. He raised his hand and threw out a few three-pronged kunai, then ducked into the water. Is this Shunsui? Yakushi Kabuto looked at several water columns in the air connected together, extending behind several ninjas, including behind himself. What a speed! In an instant, several green lights flashed in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes and several of his men. Already hit, passed out. Suddenly there was a chill on his neck. Yang Tai was already behind his back, and now a kunai was placed on his neck. Suddenly a chill rushed straight to Yakushi Kabuto's tenling guy. This is the feeling of being very close to death. Apart from the last battle with Tsunade, he has not encountered it for a long time. You're very fast. Kabuto-senpai's speed isn't slow either. Yoda answered with a chuckle, but his eyes changed slightly, looking at the hand with blue chakra attached to his chest. He lost. If the main body is here, he will win this round, but he is just a clone. There is simply no way to trade injury for injury. Shadow clone is shadow clone after all. It is still too fragile to receive severe or fatal injuries. Otherwise it will all dissipate. Kabuto-senpai, let's stop here. Yoda said, taking back the kunai, and Yakushi Kabuto did not attack. The blue chakra on the palm slowly disappeared. You are excellent. However, I still need to report your meeting with Orochimaru-sama. Chapter 109 Meeting Uncle Snake. Understand. Yoda nodded and sat quietly waiting for news from Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto saw Yoda leaning against the tree waiting, smiled at him, left a shadow clone and disappeared. Shadow clone ignored Yoda and walked directly to a sound ninja. A blue thing appeared on his hand, and he pressed lightly on the chest of the unconscious sound ninja. Advertisement. As if it was an electric shock in the hospital before, Yin Ren shuddered violently in his coma. He opened his eyes suddenly, stood up quickly, and gasped for air. You move those people here too. The sound ninja who got up was confused for a moment, then he quickly reacted, responded, and moved the sound ninja lying around one by one. However, he still glanced at Yoda with lingering fear. After a while, several sound ninjas stood up and received Kabuto's order to retreat. They all breathed a sigh of relief and left immediately. At the same time, Yakushi Kabuto's shadow clone also dissipated. It takes about a quarter of an hour. The figure of Yakushi Kabuto appears. Orochimaru-sama agrees to see you, come with me. Yoda got up and ran towards the sound ninja village with Yakushi Kabuto. However, Yang Tai gradually discovered that the positions of the two were slightly offset. Not towards the sound ninja village, but towards a huge rock wall next to the village's apron. That's right. As an outside member, it's impossible for me to enter the sound ninja village openly. It seems I have to go through the back door. Yang Tai thought to himself, and soon he arrived in front of the rock wall. Yakushi Kabuto didn't say anything. He walked to the rock wall and clapped his hands together. A layer of purple barrier appeared on the rock wall, slowly revealing a gap. Inside is the real rock wall. Ka-ka-ka. There was an unpleasant harsh sound, and a stone door slowly rose up from the rock wall, which turned out to be a machine door. It turns out that this is a mechanism and a barrier, a very hidden method. In front of Yang Tai's eyes was a dark and deep passage, bottomless. Yakushi Kabuto stretched out his hand to invite, please. Yang Tai was not deterred and stepped into the tunnel first. Ka-ka-ka. The stone door closed, and at the same time dim lights lit up around it. The brightness of these lamps was just enough to illuminate the tunnel, but it was still a little dim. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto was leading the way, and Yoda followed closely. There are too many twists and turns in this tunnel. If you don't have an acquaintance to guide you, you may have to search blindly for a long time. Advertisement. Crunch. Yakushi Kabuto opened the door in front of him. Inside was a spacious ward. There was a bandaged child on the hospital bed, half lying on his back, reading a book with relish in his hand. When he saw the door being pushed open, he looked at Yang Tai with a look of interest. Yoda frowned and looked at Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto-senpai, where is Orochimaru-sama? Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly, looked at the child on the hospital bed, and said respectfully. Lord Orochimaru, he is here. Orochimaru, who had the body of a child, nodded and looked at Yoda with his iconic snake eyes. You are welcome to join. I will give you the same power as Sasuke and solve your body's problems. Yoda didn't answer, but looked carefully at Orochimaru, the child's body. After all, knowing is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another thing. How could you not be curious? Is this the reincarnation technique of Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru smiled evilly, but it looked a little weird with the expression of a child. Yes, this is the corpse turning technique that I researched and developed. How about it, do you want to learn? Yang Tai shook his head and said bluntly. I don't want to learn. Apart from anything else, this technique has too many side effects, and it will have some kind of negative impact on the main soul. Oh. Orochimaru was stunned. This was the first time he heard that someone didn't want to learn this ninjutsu. Immediately after reacting, a pair of snake eyes looked at Yang Tai with great admiration. Although you don't have the blood and body like Sasuke, you are a very talented person. Having said this, Orochimaru paused, looked at Yuta with sharp eyes, and said slowly. No wonder Tsunade accepted you as his apprentice. It turns out Orochimaru-sama already knows. Yang Tai was shocked, but he didn't panic or anything like that. Instead, he smiled in response. Now that you know everything, it would be inappropriate for me to call you Orochimaru-sama again. After all, you and the teacher are comrades in the same class. Orochimaru looked at Yuta with even more admiration. This kind of character that is not afraid of danger and can still talk and laugh is really rare. You understand clearly. Yuta smiled and said, who has never heard of the name Konoha-sunin? Orochimaru said with interest, that's right. It's not difficult to find out our basic information. But, I'm curious what you want to call me. Advertisement. Yang Tai already had a countermeasure in mind, I'll call you Uncle Snake. It's consistent with the status but not rude. Uncle Snake? It's a very interesting title. Orochimaru smiled, then pointed to the chair next to him. Sit down and talk slowly. After all, you are not planning to join me here. Sure enough, Uncle Snake is not a fool. What he thought before was right. Even if you fool Uncle Snake, you still have to come up with something real. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fool Uncle Snake with words alone. Yang Tai was slightly embarrassed when someone exposed Xiaojuju, so he sat down on the chair as instructed. Looking at Orochimaru on the hospital bed, he said. Actually, I want to make a deal with Uncle Snake on this trip. Orochimaru became interested, and even Yakushi Kabuto, who had been silent next to him, showed a look on his face. Orochimaru, tell me what interesting deal it is. It won't be my Kusanagi sword. Yang Tai shook his head, it's just some wild ideas. I want to exchange some ninjutsu and things from you. Idea? The two of them were stunned when they heard this. Have they heard of the gold and silver treasure transaction? Have you ever heard of people trading their wives, children, or even their own lives? This is the first time I've heard of people trading ideas. The forest is really big and there are all kinds of birds. It's so fresh. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru's current expression, and his heart was Ichiraku. It's rare to see Orochimaru-sama with such an expression. However, this guy Yuta really wouldn't make fun of the two of them. Orochimaru reacted quickly and looked at Yuta with sharp eyes. A cold light seemed to flash in his snake eyes. A murderous aura filled the air, like substance, like a quagmire. Suddenly, the ward was filled with depression. Boy, do you think you can be unscrupulous just because you are a shadow clone? Still think I can't find you? Shadow clone? Yakushi Kabuto was startled and looked at Yuta carefully, but still found no flaws. Even Sharingan and Byakugan can see the flaws in shadow clone. Yuta didn't expect that Orochimaru could see through his shadow clone. He was relieved immediately. He was a disciple of a ninjutsu doctor and a ninjutsu researcher, so it was not surprising that he saw through it. Uncle Snake, don't get excited yet. Orochimaru said nothing, just looked at Yuta calmly, hoping that Yuta would give him a reasonable explanation. Chapter 110 Idea Genius. Yotemi stabilized Orochimaru, organized his words and asked. Uncle Snake, what is your definition of genius? Is it a genius with a special bloodline like Sasuke, or a genius with some special skills like Kabuto-senpai? Orochimaru is more interested in this topic, and judging from Yoda's behavior just now, Yang Tai really wanted to trade the so-called idea with him. Advertisement. This immediately made Orochimaru interested, and the murderous aura surrounding him disappeared. That's pretty much what you said. What? Do you have another definition? Yoda nodded and said seriously, actually, I think there is another kind of genius with ideas like Uncle Snake. And a genius who can incorporate ideas into practice and into ninjutsu. Of course, besides Uncle Snake, there is another representative character that you are familiar with. A genius with your own ideas? It seemed to make sense, but when he heard that there was another familiar character in the same type, Orochimaru asked bluntly. Who? Yoda smiled, Senju Tobirama, second Hokage-sama. Second Hokage. The two of them were stunned, thinking that this was what happened. Yang Tai continued. Second Hokage-sama is currently the top figure in this field. His various famous ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Impure World Reincarnation, Tandem Paper Bombs, etc. It's always the same, first have this kind of idea, and then think of ways to put it into practice and research. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded, reluctantly agreeing with this statement, but he still couldn't believe it. Yoda naturally understands that if he doesn't speak more clearly, he won't be able to sway Orochimaru. After all, ideas are just the expression of imagination, like the moon in the water or the flowers in the mirror, you can't get what you ask for. Just take your reincarnation technique as an example. The principle is not difficult to reason about. The trouble is just various experimental data in practice and some other special methods. When Orochimaru heard this, he felt that this guy was a bit loud. Oh. I'm interested in hearing your reasoning. Yang Tai felt happy in his heart, but he was afraid that you wouldn't be interested, so he continued to lie. Actually, the principle of your reincarnation technique also exists in Konoha. Advertisement. Orochimaru's expression changed, and sure enough, Yoda's next words were exactly the same as what he had done before. Your reincarnation technique is actually transferring your soul and chakra into another body. Keeping your body in a youthful state forever, right? Orochimaru nodded, then shook his head, his reincarnation as technique was far from that simple. Yoda smiled, naturally understanding Orochimaru's mood. In fact, this is very similar to the spiritualization technique in the sealed book. And it can occupy other people's bodies for a long time. There are also shadows of impure world reincarnation in it. How about my analysis, Uncle Snake? At this time, Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he had to say that Yoda's idea was completely correct. At this moment, he was thinking about whether the so-called genius with ideas really wasn't just sensationalism. Of course, what I'm talking about is just the principles of this technique. To actually experiment it, you need a lot of experimental data for reference. Now Uncle Snake, you should believe what I said about a genius with ideas. Orochimaru thought for a while and nodded seriously. Let me put it this way, I did ignore this aspect. Yang Tai continued to increase his efforts to deceive. It's not your fault, you are already very good, very amazing. This is the general concept of this era. In my opinion, when ninjutsu reaches a bottleneck, we should refer more to some wild ideas. Fantasy ideas. Orochimaru heard this and murmured again. Yes. It's just a wild idea. Because of the spirit communication technique, Nidame added these wild ideas and came up with the series of ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God and Impure World Reincarnation. The same is true for the fourth Hokage. Based on the Flying Thunder God, the second stage of the Flying Thunder God was developed, which can even transfer the destructive ninjutsu of Tailed Beast Chakra. And Uncle Snake, you were reincarnated as technique. You added some wild ideas and practiced creation, and finally achieved results. Actually, compared to ninjutsu, isn't imagination the most priceless thing in a sense? It is priceless in the hands of those in need, but worthless in the hands of those who don't know what it is. Orochimaru was silent. He had to absorb what Yoda said. After all, this idea broke the original rules. Finally, under Yoda's nervous mood, Orochimaru finally spoke. You gave me a big surprise today, and I agree with you. You are really outstanding. Are you interested in coming to my place? Maybe. I'm a better place for you than staying with Tsunade. Advertisement. Yoda did not answer the question directly, but asked Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, what are your current dreams? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and said. If you dream, you should live forever. Yang Tai nodded, then smiled, and said. My dream is Hokage. Uncle Snake, don't forget, dreams are also a type of idea. Why couldn't Orochimaru hear Yoda's rejection? Instead, he started talking about Yang Tai again. Dreams are also a kind of ideas. Are dreams priceless? Okay, I won't force you. If you feel that you can't stay in Konoha anymore, you can come over, I'm always welcome. If I really can't stay any longer, I will really come to seek refuge with you. Yang Tai said perfunctorily. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Orochimaru's expression returned to its original state and he said seriously. What do you want to trade with me, what is your idea of trading? The real drama is here. He had been setting the stage for so long, and had been arguing with Orochimaru for so long, just for this moment. My idea is to restore your hand to normal, Uncle Snake, and maybe perfect your reincarnation technique. Orochimaru was not shocked when he heard this, or his jaw dropped. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and began to think deeply. After a long time, Orochimaru raised his hands and moved, smiling at Yoda. You see, my hands are already healed. Your ideas will probably be in vain. Yoda understood that this was Orochimaru testing his authenticity. Is he really good, or is he just trying to frame him? He, Orochimaru, is not a fool. Yang Tai organized his language and started to lie. You now look like one of those disabled ninjas with broken arms and legs. Wearing a prosthetic limb can still move. If it can be fake, it is fake. It cannot become real. Sealing the corpses away, I only learned about this ninjutsu from my teacher. Your hands are not sealed, but your soul is sealed. This is your most fundamental thing. I guess this is very important to you, isn't it? Orochimaru just stared at Yuta tightly without saying anything, but he sighed secretly. He didn't expect that this kid would see through it. Chapter 111 Obtaining the Curse Seal. Orochimaru stared at Yuta for a while, and finally said. Tell me what you want. Yang Tai felt happy in his heart. This moment was what he had been waiting for a long time. He opened his mouth and said. I want your curse seal. Curse seal. Advertisement. Orochimaru and the two were both stunned. They never thought that Yuta wanted the curse seal. They guessed that Yuta wanted to learn powerful ninjutsu, and even suspected that Yuta wanted to use Orochimaru's power, changing his body so that his body can produce super large amounts of chakra. But they never thought that Yang Tai actually wanted the curse seal. Could it be that Yuta saw Sasuke or Kimimaro using curse seals and became attracted to them? Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, his eyes were full of smiles, and he said in a sinister tone. If you want a curse seal, no problem. Call your body over here, and I'll give you the power of the curse seal right away. Yuta looked at Orochimaru's strange expression, and then looked at Yakushi Kabuto's raised corners of his mouth. It was immediately clear that the two had misunderstood him. How dare he let Orochimaru plant a cursed seal? Not to mention the side effects of that thing, even if it turns into weird shapes, Yuta can't accept it. Yuta immediately explained, Uncle Snake, I think you misunderstood me. Orochimaru was surprised. Did he misunderstand what he meant? Didn't he want the curse seal? I want to learn your curse seal, not plant it. I want to learn curse seals. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, what was this kid planning? I actually want to learn curse seals. Suddenly things seemed more interesting. Okay, then you can tell me your so-called idea first. Yuta said nothing and glanced at Yakushi Kabuto next to him. Orochimaru understood instantly, making it quite mysterious. Raising his hand, Yakushi Kabuto left knowingly. You can talk now. Yang Tai nodded and began to explain his thoughts. Uncle Snake, what do you think a person needs to do if he wants to live forever? Immortal soul and vibrant body. Orochimaru answered directly, he felt very interesting now. The reason is also very simple. In addition to Kakuzu and Haiden, there are people talking to him about immortality. Advertisement. Yang Tai is secretly happy and has fallen into the trap. Let's see if I don't fool you today. Yes, these two are essential if you want to live forever. However, your reincarnation technique should have serious side effects. Orochimaru didn't answer directly and waited quietly for Hinata's words. For example, after reincarnation, you must change your body again within 10 or 20 years. Orochimaru's snake pupils shrank and became the size of a needle's eye. Yuta was right, this was something that had always bothered him. After each reincarnation, it is obvious that this is the body of a young man, but the longer the time goes by, the faster the body decays, as if the life of this body has come to an end. Orochimaru frowned. Could it be that Yuta really had a solution, or that his ideas could provide him with new ideas? Yang Tai continued to talk. For another example, every time you are reincarnated, you need to suppress your soul, so your soul gradually becomes weaker. The most direct thing is that it is difficult for you to resist the illusion. If you encounter some illusion masters, you may suffer a small loss or something, right? Orochimaru's expression changed directly this time, and he was horrified inside. Is this an idea genius? It's really incredible that you can indirectly figure out your own weaknesses by relying solely on the so-called principles. Thinking of this incident, he felt a little aggrieved. Since he started on the road of reincarnation, he was first defeated by Uchiha Itachi with a look. Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the dark technique to destroy his hands. You must know that Orochimaru had learned genjutsu back then, so how could he stretch his hips like this in the face of genjutsu? If Yoda's thoughts can really restore his soul, that would be so important. You are right, tell me what you think. Taken the bait. Yang Tai was secretly happy, but he didn't go on. It was just like writing a novel. At the critical moment, when the reader is enjoying reading, come up with. This chapter is finished, please wait for the author to update the next chapter. When Orochimaru saw this, he understood instantly, but he didn't get angry or anything like that. For him, the so-called ninjutsu and scientific research materials are fine as long as you can come up with corresponding things or things that interest him. He raised his head and opened his mouth to spit out a snake. The snake's mouth opened, and a dark purple scroll slowly spit out from the snake's mouth. It's covered in sticky, strange mucus. Orochimaru grabbed the scroll and threw it directly at Yuta. This contains all the information about the curse seal. It is my gift to you, Tsunade's apprentice. Yang Tai happily opened it and looked at it. It was a sealed scroll with a large seal written on it. At this time, Orochimaru suddenly reminded. Advertisement. The curse seal is divided into 3 parts, the human seal, the earth seal, and the heaven seal. The human seal is actually nothing special. It is a ninjutsu that restrains the enemy's movements. It is the original product of studying curse seals. Yoda was stunned to see what was going on. When he heard Orochimaru's words, he thought he was trying to trick him. It seems that this human seal was used by Orochimaru when dealing with White Zetsu, and it can indeed restrain the enemy. The seal of the earth was obtained by me meeting a very strange person, extracting his blood, and studying the special curse seal on his body. Is it magic? Yang Tai asked deliberately. Orochimaru looked sideways. You also know senjutsu? Yoda nodded. Jiraiya-sama often says that he is Toad Sage. I asked Mr. Tsunade. The teacher said that it is a magical ninjutsu. Currently, it seems that only the 3 great saints have complete inheritance. Orochimaru suddenly realized that it was Jiraiya. Yes, it's magic. The person I met was someone who was born to absorb natural energy. The so-called Earth Curse Seal only allows others to have the same method of absorbing the surrounding natural energy as he does. You can also call it a simplified version of chakra. However, this method has some serious side effects for ordinary people. I see. After hearing what Orochimaru said, Yoda knew a little more about curse seals. However, Yoda has always had a doubt in his mind, and that is whether Orochimaru knows senjutsu. After all, you said someone can even popularize this simplified version of magic. There is no reason, I don't know magic. Rather than thinking blindly, it is better to ask the real owner, so Yang Tai asked. Uncle Snake, I'm curious, you know so much about senjutsu, and you are also the descendant of Rika Cave. Then do you know any magic? Orochimaru heard this and smiled strangely. You know it quite clearly. Yang Tai, didn't I come here specifically to see you and make some preparations? Orochimaru laughed even more after hearing this. I can do magic, but I can't master it. Yes, but can't master it. What does it mean? Yang Taigen was immediately confused by these words. If he could, he would, and if he couldn't, he wouldn't. You, Orochimaru, are not a monk in the temple. Why are you trying to riddle me? Chapter 112 Blackmail. Seeing Yoda's confused look, Orochimaru suggested. You have learned about magic. Think about the most basic conditions for magic. The basic conditions for magic? First of all, the physical body can produce a large amount of chakra, and the spiritual energy and physical energy are also very sufficient. Then combine the natural energy in 1:1:1 to create the magic chakra. Advertisement. Arriving here first, Yang Tai suddenly understood something. Is it possible that you change your body frequently, making it inconvenient for you to practice magic? Orochimaru nodded and shook his head, and then looked at Yuta with an even weirder look, but Yuta didn't notice it. This was a temporary experiment he came up with to test Yang Tai's creative genius. For now, he already believed what Yang Tai said, but he still wanted to see if Yang Tai could guess deeper. Yang Tai thought about it for a while, and he remembered that practicing magic is extremely risky. If you are not careful, you will turn into a stone statue. Could it be that your soul problem has caused great risks in practicing immortality, and may even cause an irreversible situation? The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised. Tsunade's disciple did not disappoint him. The genius of the idea is truly amazing. If Yang Tai knew that he was wrong, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Okay, I've given you the thing, but you have to be careful when using the seal of heaven, otherwise it may cause damage to your soul. Now tell me what you think. Okay, please wait for me for a moment. Before Yang Tai finished speaking, he began to take out a scroll and sealed the curse scroll in it. Orochimaru just glanced at it and knew the function of this scroll, spirit communication technique. This is the same as when he used impure world reincarnation to summon a coffin. This little guy is quite cautious. Then Yang Tai created a shadow clone and immediately sent the message to the main body. In just a few seconds, the scroll in front of me disappeared with a bang, and was taken away by the main body spirit communication. At this time, Yoda finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Orochimaru who was a little impatient, and started to fool him. Actually, I think body and spirit can complement each other. Complementary? Orochimaru asked in confusion. He did not expect such an answer in the end. Yang Tai nodded vigorously, pretending to be serious and said. An ordinary person can live to be 80 years old, but after you are reincarnated, your body will not be able to survive until you are 40 years old. Why is this? Is your body not energetic enough? Advertisement. Yes, that's why. Orochimaru stared at Yoda, waiting for Yoda's next words. Yang Tai shook his head and thought to himself. No. The fundamental reason is that your soul and other people's bodies don't match. This is the same as blood transfusion in hospitals. Orochimaru began to ponder Yoda's words. Think about it, after you are reincarnated, although you can control your body, the cells in your body are also living bodies in a sense. It can also be said that it has a soul. If the owner suddenly changes, they will also have various discomforts. They may even become familiar with your soul and have a rejection reaction. Even, it will slowly consume your soul. Although the process is very slow, you should know best that 1,000-mile dike breaks in an ant nest. Orochimaru seemed a little silent, but all these words were to the point. However, he finally looked at Yoda and asked. What's your solution? Yang Tai smiled, he had wasted so much time and finally managed to fool Uncle Snake. It's very simple, just like if you live in a house with air leakage from all directions, you will feel cold or get sick. All you have to do now is move. Moving. Orochimaru wondered. That's right, just move to a warm house with food and drink, and make yourself fat and healthy. Yang Tai made a very vivid metaphor. Orochimaru heard that it made sense, but the question came, where could he find this warm and comfortable house? As soon as he raised his head, he saw Yang Tai, who looked confident and asked quickly. Come to think of it, you have a way to find such a suitable body, right? Ahem. Yang Tai coughed a few times, smiling broadly. Uncle Snake, I told you the method, but this is not within the scope of notification. Orochimaru had a look on his face, and then realized that Yoda was trying to rip off someone with a black heart. I gave you the complete curse seal. This is not very kind of you. Yoda shyly said, Uncle Snake, brothers still have to settle accounts clearly. Besides, this is just a small business, and I plan to support my family. Orochimaru is helpless. It seems that he will suffer the consequences of being a mute today. What else do you want? I want a pair of Sharingan. This was Yang Tai's new idea. Advertisement. He wanted to study Sharingan. Orochimaru immediately became interested when he heard this, and looked Yoda up and down. You want to transplant Sharingan? Yang Tai quickly waved his hands and explained. You misunderstood, I just wanted to study Sharingan. I have learned about the side effects of Sharingan transplantation for ordinary people from Kakashi-senpai. I can't bear the situation of consuming chakra all the time. Orochimaru looked at Yoda who was trying to explain, and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to understand it quite clearly. But how did you know I have a Sharingan here? If you want to know about this matter, only a few people know about it. The most unlikely one to mention is Denso, because when the spoils were divided, the old man took a lot of silver coins. Yang Tai scratched his head and made up nonsense. Didn't my opponent in the last Chunin exam be Sasuke? Then I did some research on the Uchiha family, and later I found out that this family was exterminated by a man named Uchiha Itachi. Aren't you trying to trick Sasuke these days? That's why I doubt you, hehe. Now it seems that you really do. I see. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised. Unexpectedly, he was framed by this little guy. 3-Tomo Sharingan is a very precious research material. I already know your method. It's only a matter of time before I can deduce a suitable body shape. What do you think? Yang Tai knew this would happen. Never treat people here as fools. Their eyesight is just a little worse than mine. As for their intelligence, they are just too good at throwing the sun. Hey, I originally wanted to give this solution to you, Uncle Snake. However, giving it to you for free is not in line with your temperament. I finally came up with this idea. Of course, Uncle Snake, don't worry. I just want to get to know Sharingan. I don't want 3 Megatama or anything like that. Just see if there are single Megatama or double Megatama and give me a pair. Orochimaru, it doesn't suit my temperament. See, is this human language? Yoda was the first one to rip him off so confidently. Chapter 113 Forcefully signing the scroll of spirit communication. Okay, I agree, you can tell me, but the condition is that I am satisfied, otherwise. There's drama. Yang Tai was overjoyed. Originally, he proposed this Sharingan halfway. If you can really get a pair, it will be a great pleasure. Yang Tai immediately explained his thoughts without any ink. Advertisement. It's actually very simple, just use your own body again. Use your own body again? Orochimaru wondered, isn't this inconsistent? Yoda continued. No matter how our souls change bodies, the original body is actually the most suitable. Because no matter how weak our bodies are, it will not affect our souls. Even if our original body becomes stronger and full of vitality, it will feed back to our soul. And our body at the beginning is actually the warmest home for our soul. Orochimaru thought thoughtfully, you mean I can use my original body again? Yang Tai nodded and shook his head, your original body must be no longer usable. But you can clone a body using your cells, and it would be best if those cells could be fused with someone else's cells. Speaking of this, Yoda Ruo pointed out, for example, you can use Uchiha Sasuke's cells and your original cells to clone a body that is completely suitable for you. Orochimaru's eyes lit up and he cloned his body. He had done this before. I just never thought of this before. Sometimes people are like this. It is obvious that they can do it, but they never expect it. It has to be broken down by one person. Now his mind was active again, and various experimental problems and feasibility flashed through his mind one by one. You can definitely try using your original body to warm your soul. After all, is this also an uncomfortable idea? But this method had to wait until he got Sasuke's body before he could start researching it. Very good, this method is not bad. When Yang Tai heard this, he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise this time. Uncle Snake, look at Sharingan. Orochimaru had a strange smile on his face. It's a real pity that my Sharingan collection is in another laboratory and is not available here. Yang Tai's expression froze, and in his mind 10,000 grass and mud horses were galloping past. You did it on purpose, you must have done it on purpose. You have a very bad conscience. However, in the end, I still asked with a bit of luck. Then how do you give it to me? Advertisement. At this time, the strange expression on Orochimaru's face combined with the dim light in the ward was a bit eye-catching. Without answering Yoda's words, he began to form seals with his hands and cast spirit communication. Yoda didn't panic at all, after all, he was just a shadow clone. Bang, an earthy brown snake appeared, about 3 meters long, with its huge head already on the roof. The tall snake's body swayed, and its snake eyes, which were about the size of a lantern, looked at Orochimaru and spat out a long snake message. Take it out. Orochimaru ordered to the giant snake. Upon hearing this, the giant snake spit out a long scroll directly from its mouth. At this time, Orochimaru looked at Yoda and showed a soft smile. Here, sign the spirit communication contract, and I'll send it to you later. Gudong. Yang Tai swallowed, forced a smile and said. This. Uncle Snake, this is not good. I have signed a spirit communication contract with Katsuyu. Signing a spirit communication contract with Rikicave is not convenient. Orochimaru smiled, this does not affect it. Besides, this is not the true inheritance scroll of Rikicave. Whether you can acknowledge Rikicave sage or not is another matter. I use this scroll mainly for the convenience of contacting you. Yoda waved his hand, pointed at himself, and quickly refused, Uncle Snake, it's not that I want to refuse. You see, I'm just a shadow clone. The spirit communication contract cannot be signed at all. He didn't want to be watched by Orochimaru all the time, otherwise he would be in big trouble. Orochimaru didn't say anything, just pointed to the small glass tube on the ground, and then pointed to the ninja bag on Yoda's waist. Damn it! He really shot himself in the foot. Yang Tai wanted to cry but had no tears. However, he still said with a sense of luck. The blood in the test tube is gone. How about I go back to the main body and ask for some? Uncle Snake, let's see how it goes. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised, but his voice was unusually cold. You can sign it yourself, or I can blow you up and take your blood sign. It's your choice. Gudong. Yang Tai's forehead was sweating, and he forced a smile and said. Look Uncle Snake, I don't want that Sharingan, okay? Look it's getting late. The main body asked me to go home for dinner. As soon as Yoda finished speaking, Orochimaru's momentum suddenly erupted. Advertisement. A strong murderous aura pressed towards Yang Tai. Yang Tai suddenly felt cold all over, and his chest felt tight, as if he was in an ice cellar with a huge boulder pressing on his chest. Out of breath. Then Orochimaru's cold voice came. You can take my stuff if you want it, and don't take it if you don't want it. These domineering words made Yang Tai suddenly remember that the person in front of him was not a good person. He is a ruthless man who has experienced war and killed many people. It seems that I have to sign the spirit communication scroll today. Don't think about this being a big opportunity or anything like that. Yoda's own Katsuyu is enough, but having another Rikicave would not be good. The most important thing is that Orochimaru can rely on the spirit communication scroll to locate his position at all times. Unless he keeps breaking contact with the contract seal. But this is unrealistic, unless he never uses spirit communication. Wouldn't it be equivalent to cutting off one's own arm if you ask Yang Tai? In short, there is no benefit in irritating Orochimaru now. What if this guy exposes himself? Then wouldn't he be in trouble? As the saying goes, those who understand current affairs are heroes. Thinking of this, Yang Tai very obediently took out a glass tube containing blood, forced a smile and said. Uncle Snake, don't get excited. I'll sign it. Isn't it okay if I sign it? Orochimaru was still staring at Yuta, as if he didn't hear what Yuta said. Seeing this, Yang Tai silently opened the huge scroll, unscrewed the glass tube, glued blood on it, and signed his name. In an instant, the depressing feeling receded like a tide. Orochimaru raised his hand, and the giant snake immediately understood, swallowed the scroll and disappeared. At this time, Yang Tai did not dare to stay any longer, fearing that something would happen again. Saying goodbye means he wants to leave. Orochimaru said nothing this time and waved his hand to indicate that he could leave at any time. It was Yakushi Kabuto who led the way. Yoda came out and quickly ran towards the main body. After a while, the Avatar found Yoda grilling fish happily on the bank of a river. "You're here, by the way, what do you think about Sharingan?" Yang Tai flipped the grilled fish in his hand and asked the clone. Yang Tai knew this when he got the curse seal. "Why?" The clone sighed and said helplessly, "You can see for yourself." Chapter 114 The Kingdom of Earth. What's the meaning? Before Yoda could react, the clone disappeared from the spot. The next moment, a flood of memories came flooding back. Yang Tai was stunned at first, and then jumped in shock. "Nima, UBD, how could you sign a spirit communication contract with Rika Cave?" Advertisement. "Aren't you and Orochimaru seeking skin from tigers, from snakes?" After scolding the clone a few more times, Yoda calmed down. "For this matter, I can't entirely blame the clone. If I were to blame, I would blame my own carelessness. It looks like I will be avoiding Orochimaru for the next 3 years." If he had any request, Yang Tai could only agree. But there is no need to be too submissive, not to mention his Shun Shui Dachin. Orochimaru has only been alive for the past 2 or 3 years. I just need to keep a low profile in front of him in the past few years. Thinking of this, Yang Tai doesn't think it's unacceptable. He regained his strength in an instant, quickly wiped out the grilled fish, and set off towards Konoha. During this period, Yoda unlocked the seal of the contract and immediately conveyed all his affairs to Tsunade. By the way, he has some very important news for Tsunade. Tsunade was relieved when he received the news from Katsuyu. It was okay. Konoha Village. Hokage Office. After several days of running around, Yoda returned to Konoha Village today. Find Tsunade as soon as possible and report the information he compiled in advance. This is what happened to me these days. After hearing this, Tsunade crossed his hands and held his chin and began to think. Mainly, the amount of information given by Yang Tai is too great. That ninja wanted to capture a tailed beast, it was really unheard of. Jiraiya on the side also frowned. He had been waiting for Naruto to recover for the past few days. I wanted to take Naruto to practice, but I didn't expect to hear about this organization at this time. Then he looked at Yang Tai with a serious face and asked carefully. "Yoda, tell me more about their characteristics and the ninjutsu they perform. I suspect they are related to a very dangerous organization." Tsunade also looked over at this time. He hadn't seen Jiraiya's expression for a long time. "Is it true that the tailed beast was captured?" Yang Tai nodded, pretended to think about it, and described. "Characteristics? That man is wearing a black-red cloud robe, and his eyes are very strange. Advertisement. It's purple with circles of ripples. Really? Is it related to Nagato and the others?" Jiraiya was lost in thought. As for these two most conspicuous features, as for the ability, that person can cut off the contract between me and the spirit communication beast, similar to a contract seal. He is also good at spirit communication. He has a giant flying bird. He can also receive damage and continuously split giant dogs. Finally, he has a large invisible lizard. They're all the same size as your spirit communication beast, and. At this point, Yang Tai pretended to stop, seeming hesitant. At this time, Jiraiya immediately asked. "And what?" Yoda frowned and said, "They are very strange." Strangeness? Tsunade and Jiraiya were stunned when they heard this nonsense, and waited quietly for Yang Tai when. Their eyes are connected to each other. The eyes of spirit communication beasts and humans are connected to each other, and their eyes are the same. I threw a lot of smoke bombs and managed to escape. The eyes are the same, the sight is the same. Jiraiya murmured, then looked at Yoda and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Yoda. This information is very important. You can go down and rest first." Yoda glanced at Tsunade very wisely, then said hello and left. "Wait for Yang Tai to exit the room." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a solemn expression and said. "You can talk about it now." Jiraiya leaned against the wall and said in a deep voice. "You know, over the years I've hunted down Orochimaru and once investigated him for joining a rebel ninja organization. Members of this organization wear black-red cloud robes, and Uchiha Itachi joined this organization. They tried to capture Naruto a few days ago." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that's because I think the information Yoda brought back is true. Is their purpose really to capture the tailed beast?" Jiraiya nodded. "The news we have received so far is indeed true." Tsunade crossed his arms. "What do you think they're going to do to capture the tailed beast?" "I don't know, it's just not a good thing." As for spreading the news to the other major countries, Tsunade and Jiraiya never thought about it. First of all, they are considered a hostile country. Would you listen to a hostile country? Maybe I'll tell them when the time comes, and their Jinkriki will disappear. Maybe they will blackmail Konoha, don't trust those people's integrity. Advertisement. Okay, I will investigate these things. What you have to do now is to develop the village well. At this time, Jiraiya stretched his arms and said. A trace of reluctance flashed in Tsunade's eyes, when do you plan to leave? Jiraiya thought for a moment and said, in a few days, when Naruto recovers from his injury, I will take him with me and teach him along the way. Take Naruto away. Tsunade's eyes were weird. Aren't you afraid that those old guys won't agree? Jiraiya chuckled, if it were an old man, he might not agree, but now you, the Hokage, are taking care of it. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then realized that this BD actually used himself as a bag. Suddenly he became angry, picked up the teacup on the table and threw it away. Roll. Jiraiya quickly dodged the cup, turned and ran out the door, leaving only one sentence that echoed in the office. Thank you. Tsunade sat down and covered his forehead with one hand. What a sin. It seemed like he was not having an easy life these days, and he had to make those old guys annoyed to death. Crunch. At this time, Shizun held a large pile of documents and put them on his desk. Seeing Tsunade's dejected look, he asked in confusion. What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade waved his hand and said weakly. Nothing, just tell me about the important things today. Shizun became serious when she heard this. Originally, she wanted to report this to Tsunade immediately. I picked up a different document with a big S written on the cover. I knew it was not simple at first glance. Tsunade-sama, there has been news recently from the patrolling ninjas on the border of Grass Country. There are many foreign ninjas who are able to carry out activities on the border. And there are a lot of them. At the same time, news came from our spies in the Grass Country and the Earth Country. Iwagakure seems to have sent many ninjas to the border of Grass Country with unknown intentions. Snapped. Tsunade slapped the table and said angrily, what is the unknown intention? This old guy Onoki is obviously coming for our Konoha. After saying this, Tsunade calmed down again. Although Onoki, an old guy, had obvious intentions. But he probably was just trying to test Konoha's current situation. Thinking of this, Tsunade looked around and said. Immediately notify the 3 consultants to come to the Hokage office. I have important matters to discuss with them. With a whoosh, Anbu appeared and knelt down on one knee, its master Hokage. Chapter 115 Border. After a while, Konoha's top brass gathered to discuss the issue of rock shinobi testing the border. The final discussion result is. Instead of taking the initiative, first send people to step up border patrols. Secretly prepare a support force of 3,000 people. If Iwagakure launches an invasion, they can quickly send people to intercept it, and then gather forces as quickly as possible to launch an attack. Advertisement. The plan was made, and the big machine of Konoha was running quickly. The mission department dispatches a large number of missions close to the border. As long as Iwagakure invades, they can assemble very quickly. Yoda came out of the Hokage building and bought some flowers. First he went to see some of the friends in the hospital. The main thing is to show their face in front of their family members and build some goodwill. The families who take care of Xiaoqiang are very enthusiastic, especially Inyazuka Kaiba and his family. The reason is also very simple. Although Yoda's clone was saved by Kankuro when he was most critical. But the injury was serious, Yoda appeared like an angel in white, raising his hand was a Katsuyu. Inyazuka Kaiba just hanged his life. Yang Tai exchanged pleasantries, pretended and left. I bought some meat and vegetables on the way and went home. Noon. The sun is scorching in the sky and smoke is curling up. Yang Tai saw his small courtyard from afar, with a rare smile on his face. As he got closer, Yang Tai suddenly felt something was wrong. Smoke curling from the kitchen? No, the Konoha village fire has been eliminated a long time ago. Why is there smoke? There's a fire. This thought flashed through Yang Tai's mind, and his expression suddenly changed, it's wrong. Chakra broke out on the solace of the feet, and the body flicker technique of Yang Tai came to the wall of his courtyard. When I opened the door, a puff of black smoke came out. Yang Tai covered his mouth and nose, lowered his waist. Old man. Little girl. Ahem, brother Yoda. At this moment, Xiao Xianglan was wearing a small floral apron and holding a cooking pot that was emitting black smoke. Yang Tai was stunned, looked at the black smoke, and then looked around to make sure there was no water leakage. Finally, my eyes were fixed on the smoking wok of Xiao Xiang phosphorus, and I had a clear understanding in my heart. The corners of his mouth twitched, are you cooking? Advertisement. Girl, what are you doing? The little girl coughed and turned over the dark dishes in the pot. Cooking. Yang Tai's eyes twitched and he covered his mouth and nose. Girl, make sure you are cooking and not burning the house. The little girl's face darkened, She didn't say anything, but she took a look at the black smoke in the room and felt a little guilty. Yang Tai did not continue to argue, put down the plastic bag in his hand, and used wind style to blow the smoke out of the room. After cleaning up, Yang Tao looked at the little cat in front of him. Where's the old man? How about you cook the food? The little girl Xiang Lu said coquettishly, Grandpa is out, and I am the only one at home. Yoda was confused, that's not right. The old man should have left you some money. Why don't you go out to eat? Well, Grandpa left me money, but I want to learn to cook so that I can cook for everyone in the future. The little girl's face was red, a little embarrassed, like a child who made a mistake. I see. Yang Tai was also relieved and immediately took the cooking pot from the little girl's hand. It's good to learn to cook. Come on, I'll teach you. Once you learn it, I'll teach you how to cook at home. In view of what the little girl did just now, Yang Tai might as well cook the food himself. Otherwise, Yang Tai will not be lucky enough to disappear after cooking a few dishes with black vegetables in the pot. Of course, I also teach the little girl how to cook. The little girl also studied very seriously. More than a month. Yang Tai began to live a 2.1-line life. I went to Tsunade to study early in the morning and returned home at night to study the curse seal in my hand. Most of the contents of the curse seal are sealing techniques. With the attainment of Yang Tai seal technique, it is not difficult to learn its contents. The seal of man can now be used. This ninjutsu is similar to Danzo's seal of self-knowledge. Just touch the enemy to restrain the enemy. As for the earth seal, Yang Tai is still studying it. This is completely different from the human seal. It will take at least about 3 months to get it done. Recently, Tsunade has begun to slowly teach him ninjutsu, including Tsunade's signature ninjutsu power. This can barely be regarded as a type of medical ninjutsu. It uses chakra to stimulate cells in the body and stimulate powerful destructive power. This Yoda got started very quickly, and he has strong control over chakra. This type of ninjutsu is very fast to learn. You have studied very well and have already become a master. Tsunade praised as he looked at the iron ball in Yoda's hand that had been squeezed out with fingerprints. He was also secretly stunned. His little apprentice was becoming more and more perverted. Advertisement. At this learning speed, it is estimated that in less than a year, I am afraid that I will have nothing to teach him. The rest is up to him to slowly grind out over time. Call. Yoda wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't tell me that this ninjutsu really consumes your energy. Teacher, I have learned the magic power. What do we learn next? After saying this, Yoda looked at Tsunade with excitement. What he wanted to learn most now must be 100 healings mark. As long as he learns this ninjutsu, he will have another trump card. When the time comes, you can completely seal the tailed beast chakra into it, so you no longer need to wait while holding a scroll. During combat, you can instantly enter full power mode. Well, then you can study the rest of the medical books. When you've learned enough, I'll teach you a more powerful ninjutsu. Tsunade sat on the office chair and drew a pie for Yoda. Yang Tai was instantly discouraged. Thinking of the rows of bookshelves made his head hurt. Fortunately, his 10 clones are studying hard, otherwise he would probably be divided. Tsunade-sama, there are important documents. At this moment, Shizun hurriedly walked in holding a document. What's going on? Tsunade took the document and looked at it carefully, and then his expression slowly turned ugly. The document stated that the Land of Thunder's border near Konoha suddenly increased its manpower. At the same time, there seemed to be some big moves on Onoki's side. A low-level ninja patrolling the Northland border was assassinated and asked Konoha for support. Tsunade put down the document in his hand and thought about the countermeasures. It looks like the Konoha Jainin will have to be dispatched. Thinking about it, Tsunade began to think about who to send, and the figures of Konoha Jainin flashed through his mind one by one. Finally stopped at 3 people. It's just them. Yoda and Shizun looked at each other. In the end, Yoda couldn't help it and asked in a low voice. What happened to the teacher? Although this is something he, a Chunin, shouldn't ask, but who calls him Tsunade's apprentice? Tsunade didn't care too much and said bluntly. Information came from the border. Cloud Shinobi Village and Uegakure have been restless recently. Border? As a ninja, Yoda knew this news somewhat. After all, it was difficult for Konoha to hide such a big move. Teacher, do we need to send more manpower? Yoda asked. Tsunade didn't hide it, this time the situation is special, I plan to send 2 Jainin there. Looking at Yoda again, he added, 3 Jainin, to be precise. Chapter 116 Hard Talk. We need to send 3 Jainin. Oh no. Precisely? Yoda looked at Tsunade with doubtful eyes, and he had a vague feeling about it. There is something in Tsunade's words. Tsunade seemed to understand Yoda's thoughts and said frankly. Advertisement. Yes, the third person is your grandfather. Yoda's heart was in turmoil. He never thought that Naruto and Jiraiya would go out to practice. I originally thought that the old man wouldn't have to go on a border mission, but I didn't expect that the result would be the same. The old man is going to the border. This is not possible. Does he know that Uegakure will send out hundreds of people to invade this time? Among them, Jainin leads the team. Now that Naruto is no longer the protagonist, the old man goes on a mission with the two Jainin. There is at least a 80% chance of bringing a lunchbox this time. If he wants to find a way to sneak in, he must ensure the safety of the old man. As for why Yoda didn't ask Tsunade to withdraw the old man's mission. Just kidding, I can easily refuse this. Be smart, unless you don't want to hang out in Konoha anymore. Yoda hurriedly said, Teacher, is the border really tense? Tsunade was confused, wasn't what she just said clear enough? Currently, most of the manpower has been transferred out. The only ones that can be transferred now are Jainin. What Yoda was waiting for was Tsunade's words. Then teacher, I will also go and exercise on this border mission. It just so happens that one of the three old masters is missing a medical ninja. Maybe I can help at this critical moment. Tsunade tapped her fingers on the table when she heard this. She was so old that she couldn't see Yang Tai's little juju. However, Yoda also said that he should not stay by her side all the time and should also go out and exercise. Finally nodded and agreed to Yang Tai's request. Can. Thank you, teacher. Yang Tai thanked him. Okay, you go back first. Tsunade waved his hand. Yoda heard this and exited the Hokage office. I feel a little confused, this time it looks like there will be trouble. Yang Tai returned home worried. Watching TV, the old man could tell at a glance that something was wrong with his grandson. What's wrong? Are you in any trouble? Yang Tai smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing. I'll go upstairs first. Just call me after dinner. Advertisement. The old man shook his head and continued watching TV without asking any questions. After a while, the old man was called over by Tsunade. After knowing the seriousness of the task, he also understood why Yang Tai was worried today. This is normal, even thinking about the first time he carried out this type of war mission. But once you get used to it, that's it. Then the old man comforted Yang Tai for a while eating. With the old man comforting him, Yang Tai gradually calmed down. After all, for any normal person, the word war is both familiar and unfamiliar. Not everyone can settle down immediately. One night, Yang Tai began to prepare various useful items. The third day, Yoda and the others met up with Jainin Byun Zazeo and Kutano early in the morning. The four-person team started to set off. The four of them rushed all the way to the border and met up with the three Genin teams here. Byun said to several people in the morning. I am Konoha Jainin Byun Zeo, and I am also the captain of this border patrol. Do you understand that you will be officially incorporated into my team? Understood. Several people replied loudly. Byun nodded early in the morning, turned to the three people behind him and said. Next, the three of you will each lead a team. You will temporarily act as captain and all will follow my command. Do you understand? Yes, captain. The three replied, giving Zia Byun face in the morning. Byun began to issue orders in the morning. Next I will make patrol arrangements. Kutano, you are in charge of the south side. It's the captain. Fusuk Maru Hoshi, you are in charge of the east side. The old man nodded. Yoda Imik, you are in charge of the north. Yes. Yang Tai agreed. Byun glanced at a few people with satisfaction in the morning. Border patrol is extremely dangerous. If you encounter enemies, send a signal immediately. Only one person sent the signal. You sent out the message and needed rapid support. Okay, let's rest for 4 hours now. In 4 hours, the official patrol will begin. Yang Tai was pulled by the old man and whispered some team management skills, and then left to chat with his three subordinates. The three members of Yang Tai's team are slightly younger, but they are all older than me. There were three men, a round-faced boy and a tall young man, with a long sword behind their backs. Advertisement. The last young man was wearing facial makeup, and there was a greyhound next to him. At first glance, he belonged to the Inyazuka clan. At his current age, Yoda would definitely not be able to use the old man's tactics on these three people. On the contrary, it will make these three people look down upon, so they look cold. Name. Abilities and specialties. The three of them looked at each other and said nothing. Are they all mute? Yang Tai pretended to be cold. My name is Oishi Tetsuya. I am good at water style and close combat. The round-faced ninja was the first to answer. Yang Tai nodded and looked at the other two people. The two of them were a little unhappy when Yoda saw them, but they still introduced themselves. My name is Hoshino Kazuma, I'm good at fire style and shuriken. In the end, only the young man of the Inyazuka clan was left. At this time, the young man looked arrogant and said proudly. My name is Inyazuka Hiroshi. I am good at the Inyazuka secret art. I am a grandmaster in reconnaissance, close combat, and tracking. Yang Tai still acted coldly, very good. My name is Aikuta. I am good at water style and assassination. You will be my team members for a while from now on. I don't like nonsense. I give an order and you must strictly implement it. Okay, let's rest now. When the time comes, we will start patrolling immediately. Disband now. Yoda said and turned to leave. What the hell? Inyazuka Hiroshi said with disdain. Hoshino Kazuma pulled Inyazuka Hiroshi, keep your voice down, it will be troublesome if you are heard. Inyazuka Hiroshi looked at the tall Hoshino Kazuma and curled his lips. What? What if he hears it? Even though he said that, his voice was lowered a lot. Hoshino, Kazuma, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Tetsuya Oishi joked, you are a tough talker. I am young but Chunin, what do you have to say against me? How about it, Chunin is amazing. If you two hadn't been injured this year, would I have been unable to take the Chunin exam? Inyazuka Hiroshi still said harshly. Kazuma Hoshino immediately said, Chunin is amazing. Forget it, it's just a Chunin. I will definitely become a Jainin in a few years. Hiroshi Inyazuka was speechless and unwilling to accept the insults from his good friend. Woof woof. This time, before the two could joke, the dog lying on the ground covered its face with its paws very smartly. It's so embarrassing, how could he have such a master? The two of them burst into laughter upon seeing this. Oishi Tetsuya put his arm on Inyazuka Hiroshi's shoulders and teased. You kid, you have a tough mouth all over your body. Chapter 117 Promising Change. Okay, there must be something powerful about being a Chunin at such a young age, not to mention that he is our captain now. We just have to obey orders honestly. Watching Yoda walk to the far corner, Hoshino Kazuma whispered. I just don't like the way he looks like shit. Inyazuka Hiroshi complained. Yang Tai nodded secretly, feeling quite satisfied with his performance just now. Advertisement. There is no other way, the person is not familiar with him, the simplest thing is to pretend to be cold, so that these three people can't figure it out, and give them a feeling that they are not easy to deal with. In this way, at least I can rely on my status as captain to order them. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of unnecessary troubles if you start laughing and joking. Yang Tai took a look around and decided to build a shelter here. Thinking of Yang Tai, he took out a scroll and unfolded it. There were densely packed runes on it. There is also a sketched building in the center of the scroll, with one living room and 3 rooms. Earth-style promising transformation. He laid the scroll on the ground, slapped the Yang Tai seal, and chakra quickly poured in. Soon the blue chakra appeared on the scroll, searched for a second, and quickly merged into the ground. The ground beneath Yang Tai's feet shook and squirmed a few times, then calmed down. Something like a door appeared on the ground in front of him. This is Yoda's father's exclusive ninjutsu, and the learning difficulty level is A. It is a ninjutsu that uses sealing techniques. By drawing the required patterns on the seal scroll in advance, you can cast earth-style ninjutsu of various shapes. It looks like ADK, but it's actually tasteless and a pity to throw away. One is that the backswing is too long, and the other is that the release time is about the same as the seal speed. Of course, this ninjutsu is still useful at certain times. There was a lot of movement here in Yang Tai, and it also attracted the attention of several people. However, seeing that Yang Tai had no follow-up action, he continued to talk. At this time, Yang Tai turned around and said to the 3 people. If you want to rest, come down. After saying that, Yang Tai ignored the 3 people with strange expressions, opened the door, and jumped down. The 3 of them were stunned, then quickly walked to the entrance of the cave and looked inside. The cave was dark and dim, and it was hard to see clearly. Kazuma Hoshino asked doubtfully, is this a shelter? Pretend to be a ghost. Go down and have a look. Inyazuka Hiroshi jumped down with disdain. Wait for me. Oishijia shouted and jumped down. Hoshino Kazuma had no choice but to jump down too. What? It's so dark, you know that kid is pretending to be a ghost. In the dark environment, Inyazuka Hiroshi's dissatisfied complaints came. Advertisement. Okay, stop complaining. Do you two have any lighting tools? I don't have, no, Captain. In the dark room, a piece of light rose up and filled the whole room. At this time, Yang Tai was holding a kerosene lamp and looking at the 3 of them with a cold expression. Really, even though he knows that his attitude may, no, someone will definitely arrange it behind his back. It would be better to arrange it for him directly in front of him. I'm still confused as to whether or not to wear small shoes for him. Team leader. The 3 of them saw clearly that there was a room around them, and there were 5 room doors next to it. Immediately I understood, this captain seemed to really have 2 skills. You must know that the most troublesome part of their patrol is the resting place. They can finally have a good sleep, woohoo. The other 2 were fine. Inyazuka Hiroji forced an awkward smile. After all, I arranged for others behind my back and had them find out, which would inevitably make me feel a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. Yang Tai's expression was still cold, and with the shaking of the lamp in his hand, he felt a bit more sinister. He stretched out his hand and began to introduce the layout of the room. We will all be resting here in the next few days, so I will briefly introduce some things in the house and arrange some simple tasks. When the three heard this, they nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Yang Tai was very satisfied and started to introduce. That's a toilet. There's no water source. It's just a deep pit. Remember to shovel some soil down and be sure to close the door. That is the kitchen, the remaining three are bedrooms, and these are the ventilation ducts. Remember to always check to avoid any accidents. Having said this, Yang Tai pointed at the things he just took out. The one above your head is a reflective telescope, used to check the situation outside. Do you understand? Understood. The three replied. Yang Tai nodded, okay, I'll arrange the tasks next. The three of them stood up straight as soon as they heard the mission. Yang Tai pointed at the telescope and said, next, one of you needs to sleep in the living room and be alert, paying attention to the noise and conditions outside. If you find an enemy situation, you need to wake us up immediately. Captain, is it a fixed position or a rotating position? Tetsuya Oishi asked. Yoda replied, take turns. One person is responsible for one day. Then he kept pointing at Inyazuka Hiroji and ordered. You will be on guard duty today. Okay, if there's no problem, I'll go and rest first. In the face of Inyazuka Hiroji's dark expression, Yoda felt relaxed and opened an aspect to enter. Without waiting for the three of them to speak, the door slammed shut. Advertisement. There was a big earthen bed in the room. Yang Tai spread the quilt and fell asleep in a second. Mainly on this journey, there was almost no rest, so Yang Tai certainly needed to catch up on his sleep now. Damn it, this is definitely revenge. Inyazuka Hiroji said angrily. Oh, okay. Oishijia comforted you, keep your voice down, otherwise the captain will hear you again and I'll have to wear small shoes for you again. Yes, yes. At present, it seems that this captain is not very talkative, and he seems to hold a grudge. However, it seems that he is not weak at all. Look at this house built with earth-style ninjutsu. With that said, Oishijia also opened the door of a room. The room was bare except for a big bed. It's quite spacious. It's extremely rare to have this kind of accommodation in the wild. Hoshino Kazuma commented. Inyazuka Hiroji looked around and found that it was indeed good. Finally I don't have to sleep in a cave or a tree anymore. It seems like this kid is not useless. Hey, Tetsuya, why did you push me? Just when Inyazuka Hiroji sighed, Oishi Tetsuya smiled with his round face and pushed Inyazuka Hiroji out of the room. Well, it's getting late now, I'll take a rest first. Boom. Oishi Tetsuya closed the door decisively without any hesitation. Bang. Inyazuka Hiroji smashed two doors and said angrily. Tetsuya, you are so unloyal. After all, we are comrades in arms. Crunch. The door opens. Sure enough, there is true love in the world. Inyazuka Hiroji suddenly felt very relieved, this is the friendship of comrades. Whatever you do, don't forget your comrades. At this moment, a grey figure was thrown out, and the door slammed shut again. Woof woof. Inyazuka Hiroji held the dog half his size in his arms, a little messy. Their comrades for several years could not compare to Yang Tai's room. No, he still had a teammate. When he turned his head, he saw Hoshino Kazuma half leaning into the room. Seeing Inyazuka Hiroji coming, he immediately flashed in and closed the door immediately. Only one person and one dog were left messy in the wind. Chapter 118 Ambush. Today. The sound of knuckles rapping on the door came, and Yang Tai, who was sleeping, opened his eyes fiercely. Seeing darkness, he rolled over and got up, put everything away, and pushed out the door. At this time, two people also walked out of the other two doors. Yang Tai took out a pocket watch and looked at it. It was almost time. Advertisement. It's time to go on patrol. Then looking at the two people who were sorting their things, the three people who arrived said. Set off. After sealing the watch, Yang Tai jumped out. It was noon outside the house, the sun was shining brightly, and rays of sunlight penetrated through the leaves in the forest. Not far away, the old man waited for me to get ready and started to set off. After seeing Yang Tai come out, the old man waved his hand and led his team of three people to disappear into the jungle. Yang Tai smiled slightly and saw three team members coming out. He said hello and headed north. Along the way, Yang Tai led people to set up several traps and headed towards the border. After passing through dense trees, Yang Tai and others quickly arrived at the border. In fact, the border is quite divided. There are few trees on the other side of the border. It is close to the plain, but the green grass is very lush, all about 1 meter high. especially suitable for setting up various traps. For 3 consecutive days, under the leadership of Yang Tai, the 4 set up a large number of traps. This move inevitably made the 3 of them complain a few times. Yoda ignored it, but he knew that Onoki would definitely try Konoha's water this time. Someone will definitely be sent to test it out, so this border patrol is very dangerous. He himself must be very energetic. I don't know how long we have to patrol. If we continue like this, we will definitely be killed by that BD. Inyazuka ate his lunch and complained softly to the 2 of them. I don't know. Anyway, this B mission is not that easy to do. But don't tell me yet, the captain's cooking skills are really good. Hoshino Kazuma praised after taking a bite of delicious food. B. Oishi Tetsuya also nodded, it's indeed delicious. At this time, Yang Tai finished his meal and walked over to the 3 of them and said. Eat quickly, we have to patrol the next area. The 3 of them nodded in unison, and when Yoda turned his head, the 3 of them spat in unison, Joe Bapi. Advertisement. The donkeys in the production team don't do as much as they do. After eating, the 3 of them started patrolling. Stop. The 3 of them were stunned. What was this guy going to do? Woof. At this time, the grey dog next to Inyazuka Hiroshi barked twice, with the tip of its nose still twitching. Sanhui, did you find anything? Inyazuka Hiroshi, who knew something was wrong, asked hurriedly. Woof woof. The dog continued to sniff around hard. Yang Tai looked at a small device that was triggered in front of him. This is an alert trigger device, silent, non-aggressive. Just tell the person who set it up that someone has been here. Of course, it could also be an animal, but judging from the dog's behavior, it doesn't look like it was triggered by other animals. It's probably man-made. Then someone must have been here. Rock Shinobi can't hold back so quickly. How about it, did your dog find anything? Inyazuka Hiroshi and Guzi exchanged some words. Sanhui said there is the smell of other people here, but it seems that the smell is neutralized by something. Now I can only smell some here and there. Yang Tai immediately asked, approximately how many people are there, and can they be tracked? Inyazuka Hiroshi thought about it and nodded, there should be no problem with tracking, but it may take a little long. As for the number of people, I really don't know. Is it just a little long? Yang Tai thought for a while, and finally decided to chase after him and take a look. After all, he is in charge here. Always be alert all around, you lead the way, we will pursue you. Yes. The 3 of them responded in unison and began to take action. Kitamura Arita is one of the special Jainin sent by Uegakuer this time. In order to test whether Konoha has a large number of ninjas stationed at the border, the commander-in-chief of their trip sent 7 reconnaissance teams, each with 12 people, to conduct a large-scale reconnaissance. This was also their last reconnaissance, and they had completely explored this area. It has been confirmed that Konoha has not sent a large number of ninjas, so the commander-in-chief of this trip can be notified to launch an attack on Konoha. At this time, a rock shinobi hurried over to report. Sir, our scouting ninjas discovered that 4 people were slowly approaching us. If you want to fight back, please give instructions. Konoha shinobi. Mirebe Xin narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, raised his hand and ordered. Advertisement. Find a place to set up and lure them here to capture them alive. Remember to get the guy who knows water style ready, and don't let him launch the flare. It's my lord. Okay, go ahead and make arrangements. After saying that, Murakita Xin waved his hand and continued to stare at the map in front of him. He picked up a pencil and made a cross on one edge. This time, as long as our 500 assault troops successfully enter the border. That is to open the door to Konoha, and then a steady stream of troops will come to support. By then, this fertile land will belong to us Uegakuer. Thinking of this, Kun Bisen's eyes became a little fiery. Yang Tai and others followed Sanhui and walked forward, and soon they arrived at an open space. Inyazuka Hiroshi's dog sniffed around and barked at Inyazuka Hiroshi several times. What, you said the taste stops here? Inyazuka Hiroshi asked in confusion. You're sniffing. The dog Sanhui sniffed again and shook his head. Captain, something is wrong. Oishi Tetsuya looked around and said worriedly. I think so too, is this a bit weird? Hoshino Kazuma echoed, already taking out a signal flare in his hand, and if anything goes wrong, he will immediately send a signal for help. Yang Tai also looked serious. He also knew something was wrong. He closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings. It doesn't matter if they don't sense it. As soon as they sense that many ninjas are slowly surrounding them. Yang Tai counted carefully, there were 13 people. The enemy seems to know their actions in advance. This is asking you to put yourself in a trap. Anyway, it seems they have a special sensory ninja in their team. I don't know if anyone else from the other side will come to support me. Thinking of this, Yang Tai quickly opened his eyes and urged. Send the flare immediately, quickly. Hearing this, Hoshino Kazuma quickly pointed the flare in his hand at the sky and fired it. A beam of fire quickly flew towards the sky. Just when a few people were breathing a sigh of relief, a stream of water arrived first and extinguished the flare in an instant. Hoshino Kazuma was shocked when he saw this, and quickly pulled out a flare and prepared to launch it. At this moment, Yoda grabbed his hand. Under Kazuma Hoshino's confused gaze, he explained. The water column just now was not a coincidence. It was specially used by the enemy to deal with the signal flares. The three of them reacted immediately when they heard the words, and their hearts sank. The enemy must be too well prepared for this. Chapter 119 Strange Power. Whoosh whoosh. 13 figures in earthy brown clothes appeared, all wearing rock shinobi forehead protector. The leader slowly walked forward, followed by 3 more people. It's obvious that this person is probably the leading ninja of this team. Jainin Vest. Advertisement. Oishi Tetsuya exclaimed in surprise. Hoshino Kazuma and Inyazuka Hiroshi also looked horrified when they heard this. There are 3 more Chunin. Inyazuka Hiroshi warned, and Oishi Tetsuya and Hoshino Kazuma's hearts suddenly fell to the bottom. You must know that they only have 1 leader, Chunin, and the opponent has 3, plus 1 Jainin. If you are paralyzed, how can you still play this? It seems that their trip is in danger. Yang Tai looked at it carefully. This battle was not small. Look carefully, this person is not a Jainin, but a special Jainin. The 3 of them took a closer look and saw that it was really a special Jainin. Captain, does this make any difference to us? Oishijia complained helplessly. Yes. Is there any difference between Jainin and us? It's not just about delivering food. Yoda ignored Oishi Tetsuya's complaints and analyzed. The opponent has 1 special character, 3 Chunin, and the rest are all dressed up as Genin. If you look carefully, this team is not simple. It is well equipped. It is likely to sneak into the border to collect important intelligence. The 3 of them saw that it was indeed the case. Inyazuka Hiroshi looked solemn, watching Rock Shinobi getting closer, and whispered. Captain, do you mean there is a big danger on the border? Even Uegakuer enters. The words were not finished, but everyone understood the meaning. Uegakuer definitely wasn't just doing it for show when he made such a big noise. Several people suddenly fell silent. Now they were in a difficult situation, let alone passing on information. At this time, watching Rock Shinobi slowly approach them. Inyazuka Hiroshi glanced at Yoda, as if he had made some kind of decision, took a step forward, and said with a decisive expression. Advertisement. Captain, you are the fastest here and are the most promising to pass on the information, so. The 3 of us are holding the enemy back, you hold the flare and run first. When the 2 heard this, they looked at Inyazuka Hiro, then at Yoda, and nodded silently. After getting along for a few days, several people also saw that Yoda's teleportation speed was extremely fast. Maybe he could really escape and pass the information to Konoha. Yoda looked at the 3 of them with admiration, especially looking at Inyazuka Hiroshi, who was worthy of being a member of a big family. Such decisiveness at critical moments is not something ordinary people can achieve. Based on this alone, it is only a matter of time before Inyazuka Hiroshi will be promoted to Chunin in the future. Silently took out the 3-pronged kunao, poured chakra into it, and watched the surrounding rock shinobi change the shape of the water column. Don't rush to die yet. Even if you die, you still need to collect some information about the other party. Facing the strange looks of the 3 people, Yang Tai's eyes flashed and he said confidently. And it's hard to say who will win. The 3 of them automatically translated Yang Tai's words as bragging, some comforting words before death. Just kidding, if we have a ninja squad, who will win? To be honest, it's not enough for someone to hit with 1 hand. It was too late. The few people were discussing something. The leader, Rock Shinobi, was already standing 5 or 6 meters away from Yoda and others. Murakita looked at the 4 people for a few times, and finally his eyes fell on Yoda, or to be precise, it fell on Yoda's Chunin vest. Haha, I didn't expect that there is a small fish here. It can be considered an unexpected surprise. Yoda had no expression on his face and asked coldly, You Uegakuer have violated the border of our land of fire. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Murakita Arita crossed his arms and sneered, What if we don't plan to leave? Yoda narrowed his eyes, Are you planning to provoke a war between Konoha and Rock Shinobi? Yoda asked mainly to test the other party and see if Uegakuer really wanted to invade recently. Murakita was naturally not a fool. He did not comment on Yoda's words, but instead said. How about it? Now I have the final say on your life and death. Are you interested in defecting to Konoha and coming to me Uegakuer? Have your spring and autumn dream, we will never betray Konoha. Hiroshi Inyazuka jumped out first and roared. Tetsuya Oishi and Kazuma Hoshino were not to be outdone and made fighting stances. Captain, I told you earlier, leave these hard bones of Konoha to me. Tomorrow at most, I will find out how old they were when they wet the bed. Advertisement. Next to Murabaishan was a middle-aged man with triangular eyes, a thin build, and slightly dark skin. He said with a sinister smile. That expression seemed to be pervert, psychotic. Murakita Arata nodded. I originally wanted to get the latest news from Konoha quickly. If these people don't cooperate, then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, Mr. Shin, I will interrogate Konoha's recent arrangements tomorrow morning at the latest. Rock Shinobi with triangular eyes looked at Yang Tai and the others and smiled strangely, showing a cruel look. After hearing this, Yang Tai knew that he couldn't ask any more questions and was ready to capture these people alive. He immediately ordered to the three of them. Hiro, you and Tetsuya prepare ropes to capture those who lose resistance. Ichima, you immediately release 3 flares. What? Captain, you. Hoshino Kazuma had just asked a few words. Yoda threw out a kunao, and in the blink of an eye, a vertical and horizontal line appeared, twisting and turning around the water column. Yang Tai disappeared in a flash. The three of them were collectively stunned. Yoda used Shunsui to appear behind a rock shinobi. The green light in his hand flashed and hit the back of his head. The rock shinobi fell straight to the ground. In less than a second, 7 or 8 ninjas fell to the ground. Murakita Shin had already reacted at this time, his eyes were horrified. He was also an old man who had participated in the Third Ninja War, and the words yellow flash flashed in his mind. Although Namikaze Minato had already received the lunchbox, this weird body flicker technique made him involuntarily feel fear. He was absolutely no match against this speed. He had to escape. If he didn't escape now, they wouldn't be able to escape. As soon as this thought came up, I couldn't suppress it anymore. The soil under Xin Kunbei's feet squirmed, and his whole body slowly began to sink, gradually integrating into the soil. It's not that easy to run away. Yoda raised his eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye 3 Chunin appeared behind them, ready to flee. One person was knocked to the ground with one slap. At this time, Shunsui's time was almost up. The entire water column hit the ground heavily and scattered in all directions. Damn Konoha Shinobi, just wait. As long as you return to the stronghold, I will definitely lead people to cut you into pieces. At this time, Murakita Shin's entire body was submerged into the ground, leaving only a pair of sinister eyes, looking at Yoda, and saying a harsh word. He was completely submerged. The 3 people eating melon next to them all opened their mouths wide, looking like they could swallow an egg alive. This is too magical. There are more than a dozen ninjas, and there are special Jainin and Chunin, and you can get it done just like chopping melons and vegetables. Chapter 120 Captive. Inyazuka Hiroshi rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. Is this real? Snapped. Oishi Tetsuya pushed his pea forward. How is it? Does it hurt? Covering his face, Inyazuka Hiroshi's face suddenly darkened. You are paralyzed. Lao Zi just asked you, give me a big DK, do you know how much a big DK will hurt me? Advertisement. I want to know, come on, come closer to me, and I'll tell you. Oishi Tetsuya immediately distanced himself from Inyazuka Hiroshi, shook his head. No, I feel pain. Inyazuka Hiroshi's face was dark. Only then did Kazuma Hoshino react to the quarrel between the two, and immediately took out the signal flare and fired it. 3 shots in a row. It's evening time now, and it's only half an hour until dark. The 3 signal flares were extremely eye-catching in the sky, as if they were 3 flaming little stars. Not long after he sat down, Kudano saw a flash of fiery red light in the sky. He immediately realized something was wrong and quickly jumped to the top of the tree to look into the distance. I saw 3 fiery red light clusters in the distance, slowly falling downwards. 3 flares. Then the boy won't meet Jainin. Kudano thought quickly in his mind, then turned to the 3 people following him and ordered. Full speed toward the flare. After saying that, the plump body rushed towards the direction of the signal flare. At the same time, the old man's team and Bayun quickly rushed to Yang Tai's rescue today. You brat, you must hold on. The old man moved forward very quickly at this time, leaving the 3 of them far away. He did not look like an ordinary old genin man at all. Naturally, Yang Tai didn't know the situation of the other second teams. This old boy wanted to run away after saying harsh words. How could it be that simple? Yoda immediately raised his leg, chakra poured into the leg, and he used his strange power to stomp down hard. Boom boom. A loud and earth-shattering sound was heard. With Yang Tai as the center, within a dozen meters, the entire ground was shattered under the huge impact, and densely packed stones flew in all directions. The 3 people eating melon were horrified when they saw this. They immediately ran away for more than 20 meters before stopping and looking back. The captain is simply not a human being. Hoshino Kazuma sighed. Yes, with such great power, ordinary giant spirit communication beasts can't do it. Inyazuka Hiroshi said, soothing the dog. Oishijai stared blankly at the mess not far away, and finally uttered 2 words, FK. Advertisement. Among the rubble, a figure quickly jumped out of the ground and confronted Yang Tai. Murakita-shin is now in a mess, with blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and several serious injuries on his body. Ahem. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Murakita looked at Yuta solemnly. He never expected that a mere Konohachinin. He actually had such strength that he could not handle the weird speed before and was able to escape. But he couldn't block the powerful attack just now, and it completely restrained his earth-moving technique. It seems that he is doomed today. Thinking of this, Kunbei's new eyes showed determination. He quickly formed seals and patted the ground. Earth-style third-layer rock. The next second, rock walls emerged from the soil quickly, covering the north of the village tightly. Seen from above, it looks like three big ocean bowls holding Kunbei's body. Yang Tai didn't hesitate at all, he rushed forward with a powerful and heavy kick. Boom! Kika. Large swaths of stones fell, revealing the second intact stone wall inside. Snort! Laozi's third-layer rock is not so easy to break. Murabaishin snorted coldly. Time was running out. He took out a seal scroll and spirit communication said to a pangolin. Give the scroll to Akatsuki-sama. The pangolin nodded very wisely, took the scroll, and immediately dug a hole and left. Murakita-shin just breathed a sigh of relief and was preparing to escape. He suddenly raised his head and heard a strange sound, and then his pupils dilated. The blue disc in the eye can easily cut through the stone wall defense like a cutting machine. At the critical moment, Kunbei Xin forcibly moved a few steps away. He happened to avoid the fatal blow of Chi Yuan slash. However, his right arm was cut off all at once, and the pain that penetrated the bone marrow made Murakita Xin scream out miserably. Boom! The protective stone rock was neatly separated from the middle, revealing the figure of Murabaisen covering his arms in embarrassment. Gudong! The three of them swallowed in unison, their expressions very exciting. Hoshino Kazuma licked his lips. Captain, you are so strong. Oishi Tetsuya nodded in agreement. That blue disc is so powerful. Is it an A-level ninjutsu? Advertisement. This power is so terrifying, I'm afraid it's not just A-level. At this point, Inyazuka Hiroji pondered and continued, maybe the captain's ninjutsu is S-level. S-level. The two of them were surprised, but they did not refute Inyazuka Hiroji's words. After all, members of Inyazuka Hiroji's large family naturally have wider knowledge than they do. At this time, Murakita Urata's forehead was dripping with big beads of sweat, and his eyes looking at Yang Tai were filled with uncontrollable hatred. If he can escape successfully this time, he will definitely skin Yang Tai and cut him into pieces. Yoda ignored his sinister gaze and threw the three-pronged kunao in his hand. Water pillars appeared. In an instant, Murakita-shin appeared behind him, and a green slap slapped him on the back of the head. Murakita Xin suddenly staggered a few times, his body was a little unsteady, and his mind was a little confused, but he still stood upright. Hey! Yoda was surprised, this man really resists being beaten, he is indeed a special Jainin. Yang Tai slapped him twice again. Murebe Xin couldn't bear it any longer, rolled his eyes and passed out. After confirming that he was unconscious, Yang Tai glanced at his broken arm. He was still bleeding, and if he wasn't treated in time, he would only have a few minutes to live. This is not okay. For such a valuable prisoner, Yoda couldn't let him just receive the lunchbox. He immediately took out a scroll from his waist. All his medical equipment was in it. After taking out the instrument, Yang Tai immediately treated him. At this time, the three people who had been watching for so long dared to approach. Everyone was secretly surprised that one Uegakuer, especially Jainin, was now captured alive by his own captain. The captain's strength is not simple. I'm afraid that's all Jainin will do when he comes. He looked straight at Yang Tai with reverence. Yang Tai raised his head slightly and saw three people looking at him, as if he was a rare and beautiful person. Yang Tai's face suddenly darkened. He couldn't stand being looked at like a monkey. The next moment, he pretended to be cold and said in a cold voice. What are you looking at around me? Why don't you hurry up and tie up all those rock shinobi? Yes, Captain. The three of them stood at attention and said in unison. After that, the three of them acted quickly and tied up the unconscious rock shinobi tightly. Originally, they only reluctantly carried out Yoda's orders because of Jainin's orders. It's different now. They all see Yang Tai's super strength. How could they not respect such a powerful person? And they were still young, so they almost instantly transformed into Yang Tai's little fans. Chapter 121 Onoki's Actions. After a while, 13 rock shinobi were tied together tightly. Those genin were okay, the 3 chinin were a little close to Yang Tai. They were buried alive by rubble. Fortunately, the 3 of them dug out quickly, otherwise they would have died heroically. Yoda wiped his sweat and took back the medical equipment. Finally, there was no problem. Now it would be difficult for this guy to die. Advertisement. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures suddenly appeared in the wide field. Yang Tai and others were startled at first, but when they saw the person clearly, they relaxed. The people who came were the few people who came to support. Everyone originally thought that Yang Tai and others were in some danger, so they rushed over without stopping. But looking around now, I feel something is wrong. Then when I look at the rock shinobi, a dozen people tied into rice dumplings, it feels even more wrong. The whole thing was weird. The old man wanted to ask Yang Tai what was going on, but he didn't have the right to ask yet, so he looked at his grandson with strange eyes. A few people were strangely quiet for a while. Bayun, who had a calm demeanor, looked at Yang Tai and asked. What happened? Reporting to the captain, we discovered Team Rock Shinobi during our patrol. Being surrounded by it, we thought there were other supporting troops at Rock Shinobi, so we fired 3 flares to request support. Under the gaze of several people, Yang Tai briefly explained the matter. Bayun had a strange look in his eyes in the morning, pointing at Rock Shinobi who was tied into a rice dumpling and said. Then what happened to them? Everyone was also a little curious. Yang Tai said with a serious face, they were all captured by our team. Captive? Everyone was speechless. How could so many people be captured by a team of 4? This is too ridiculous. This is not a joke. Bayun looked serious in the morning, these people were really captured by the 4 of you. Yang Tai nodded expressionlessly, indicating that was it. Bayun looked at the other 3 people with suspicion in the morning. The other 3 people suddenly began to look awkward, even a little embarrassed. Everyone looked at the 3 of them suspiciously, with a vague sense of being stared at. Bayun glanced at Yang Tai who looked indifferent in the morning, then looked at the 3 of them and asked. Do you have anything else to add? Advertisement. Unable to bear the attention of everyone, Hiroshi Inyazuka was the first to raise his hand and replied. Report, I might add, that the 3 of us did not contribute at all. It was the captain who single-handedly captured 1 special J-nin, 3 J-nin, and 9 Genin alive. The 3 of us just did some finishing work and didn't help the captain at all. What? Everyone, LLLL. What's the situation? Why is it more ridiculous than before? It was a little better before, so it can be justified. It would be better to tell them directly now that Yoda single-handedly defeated more than a dozen ninjas. Also included are 1 special J-nin and 3 J-nin from Uegakuer. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Do you really think that he is Yoda's Konoha J-nin? Everyone didn't quite believe what Inyazuka said. But the people around the old man seemed thoughtful. It seems that my eldest grandson can really do it. The scar on Bayun's face twitched in the morning. Inyazuka Hiroshi's words were indeed a bit unbelievable. But looking at a few people, it didn't look like they were lying, and then the look in Yang Tai's eyes changed. A little more appreciation. He is so young, so talented, and is Master Hokage's disciple. He has a bright future. Okay, these people will be escorted back to Konoha for interrogation first. Your team will receive a big credit. By the way, remember to think clearly about the mission report and give it to me. Yes. Yang Tai responded. Under Bayun's morning arrangement, these people were quickly escorted to the nearby Konoha stronghold. At this time, the old man had time to run to Yang Tai and ask about the specific situation. Yang Tai naturally had nothing to hide from his old man and spoke eloquently. And the people from Yang Tai's team and the old man's team started chatting with each other. Seeing that their captain and the others were very close, they began to speculate on their relationship. The border of the Land of Fire. In an inconspicuous cave. How's it going? Have you contacted the new troops in Murakita? A trace of anxiety appeared on Kitu's fat face, and he asked the correspondent next to him. The correspondent shook his head. Sir Akatsuki, the wireless equipment cannot contact them at all. Damn it, the other 2 troops have come back, what on earth is Murakita Arita doing? Akato frowned. They, Uegakuer, had been planning for so long, but something went wrong at such a critical moment. Click, click, click. Advertisement. Hey? Pangolin. While Chi-Tu was anxious, a small pangolin emerged from the ground, about the size of a kitten. At this time, there was a blue scroll in his mouth. Akato was stunned. Pangolin is a spirit communication beast unique to Uegakuer. It is used to convey information all year round. Could it be? A bad premonition flashed through Chi-Tu's mind, and he immediately took the scroll from the pangolin's mouth and unfolded it. This is a sealed scroll that requires Uegakuer's special method of unsealing. It will take a lot of time for other ninja villagers to crack it. Chi-Tu dignifiedly took out a map with markings and a notebook recording the facts around the border. Chi-Tu hurriedly looked at the map a few times and then at his notebook. Sure enough, this is similar to what they analyzed. So the border of Konoha is really empty now. Their invasion plan is completely feasible. Suddenly Chi-Tu stopped and looked at the 2 objects in his hands and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. So Murakita Arita and the others are likely to be in danger. In the worst case scenario, they might even be at risk of being captured. Even if they died in battle, Konoha might be able to obtain information about Uegakure from their corpses. Thinking of this, Kito immediately sent all the news back to the village. Onaki of Uegakure got the news about Akatsuki immediately. Suddenly his smile turned into a chrysanthemum. Konoha, Konoha. You guys have such an empty day too. However, Murakita-shin has been exposed. Once Konoha gets the news, he will probably send people to support the border immediately. At that time, if you want to occupy the border, it will be difficult to open the door of Konoha again. Without further ado. Then Onaki's eyes became sharp, he looked at Kuratsuki and ordered. Kuratsuki, immediately organize 1,000 elites and prepare to set off with me. Onaki thought for a while and then said, send a message to Akatsuki and ask him to lead 500 troops to quickly occupy the Konoha border and guard it for me. Kuratsuki frowned and said hesitantly, old man, it's not difficult for Akatsuki's 500 people to occupy the Konoha border, but it's probably not realistic to hold it. Onoki put his hands on his back and slowly flew up. Thinking about it, his granddaughter's words were not unreasonable. After thinking about it, he added. Then order them to hold on for 2 or 3 days until I and the large army can support them. Okay. Kuratsuki nodded, but looked at the old Onoki again. I couldn't bear to think that at such an old age, I was still running around for Uegakure's future, so I said. Old man, how about I go and you stay at the rear? After all, you are the shadow of the village. Chapter 122 Tsunade deploys troops and generals. Upon hearing this, Onaki naturally understood what his granddaughter meant, but who would go if Uegakure didn't go? If he doesn't earn more for Uegakure while he is alive, then with Uegakure's current performance, which has no successor, I will definitely be lonely in the future. Kuratsuki, just because I am the shadow of the village, it is even more important for me to go. If nothing else, if I don't go, if that girl Tsunade comes, who can suppress her on the battlefield? Advertisement. Kuratsuki was puzzled, old man, we can only hold her, Konoha can't. Onaki raised his hand to interrupt, looked at his granddaughter and said seriously. Girl, remember, the name Konoha-sunin is not for nothing. During the Third Ninja War, the 3 of them were able to dominate the battlefield, but they did not rely on their powerful individual abilities. What is that? Kuratsuki was curious. Onoki seemed to remember something. They rely on precise command and the ability to perform powerful large-scale ninjutsu. Among them, Tsunade is the most difficult to deal with. The troops she leads have extremely low mortality rates. At the end of each battle, her troops can recover as quickly as possible, catching us off guard. Especially his spirit communication beast Katsuyu, which can heal everyone in a large area. Do you know what this means? It's equivalent to a few extra lives for each Konoha shinobi. So this time, I have to go. Uegakure is the only one who can truly suppress her. Kuratsuki win, as expected, there is no one who can become a shadow, it seems that this time the old man has to take action. Seeing that his granddaughter wanted to understand, Onaki smiled happily, and then ordered. After I leave, you immediately arrange for 5,000 support troops and supplies. After a pause, the uncle said with a serious expression. Remember, always pay attention to the movements at Cloud Shinobi Village. Don't let him take advantage of it. If necessary, you can call me to provide support. I know, old man. She had heard Onoki talk about Cloud Shinobi Village. After all, Uegakure was the 3rd Raikage who killed the opponent that time. This is a huge area, so you need to keep an eye on Cloud Shinobi Village. On Konoha's side, return the prisoners of Uegakure. The interrogation department immediately started the interrogation. This time the matter was so important that Marino Yaki personally took action. In a few hours, Uegakure's general plan was figured out. Advertisement. When this plan was put in front of Tsunade, Tsunade was furious. Onoki is so deceptive. Call Konoha representative Jainin to start an emergency meeting. Yes, Lord Hokage. After a while, Konoha village representative Jainin, the head of each family, and 3 advisors arrived. Tsunade sat at the head of the long conference table, took out a document and said. This emergency is because of it. Everyone should take a look first. As he spoke, he handed the documents to Danzo next to him, and then flipped through them one by one. The content is extremely simple, and I fell into deep thought after reading each one. Okay, now that everyone has finished reading, let's talk about how to fight this battle. Tsunade asked straight to the point. These family patriarchs looked at each other, and they all naturally understood what Tsunade meant and wanted them to express their stance. The heads of several major families nodded to each other. Haiga Hayashi respectfully said to Tsunade. The Haiga clan is entirely at the mercy of Hokage-sama. When everyone saw the beginning, they immediately followed suit and said. The Nara clan obeys Lord Hokage's orders. The Sarutobi clan obeys Hokage-sama's orders. After all the family heads expressed their opinions, Tsunade looked at the 3 advisors. By doing this, she forced 3 consultants to express their opinions. Otherwise, although they are unanimous in speaking to the outside world, there will be too many internal voices that are not conducive to command. Danzo nodded at this time. Generally speaking, he had no problems with Tsunade's command. It may be because of Senju Tobirama, or it may be that there is no loss to him at all. I will listen to you all, Tsunade, but I still advise you. My roots are not suitable for frontal combat. I hope my roots can go to the border between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth to join in the fun. Of course you can also go to other borders of the Earth Kingdom to join in the fun. Anyway, it's up to you. Everyone was speechless. No billion. You old silver coin. The roots of Danzo are, to put it mildly, called the darkness of shinobi. To put it harshly, he is AFG bullshit. Danzo's meaning this time is also very clear. Advertisement. You go to the front, and I'll light a fire behind Onoki's house. Tsunade thought for a while and nodded, unable to make the best use of everything. Besides, don't underestimate the troublemaker. Danzo's achievements in this area are obvious to all. Even when Third Hokage died in battle, there was a trace of him. Okay, let's follow Consultant Danzo's plan for the routes. Danzo and Tsunade looked at the remaining 2 consultants. Yudin Koharu said seriously, Old lady, I will stay in the intelligence department and follow your orders. Yudin Koharu's meaning is very clear. I'm not fooling around, old lady. I'll help you take a look at this intelligence department. At this time, Mitokado Homura also said, leave the logistics department to me. Mitokado Homura's meaning is very clear. I will take care of the logistics. Tsunade will just watch and guide you. Only then did Tsunade show a smile. Before going outside, you must first settle inside. Now is the time to actually mobilize the troops. Then his face became serious, he looked at everyone and began to give orders. Intelligence Department, notify Uegaku's spies and pass on all intelligence on Uegaku's troops. And you should pay attention to the movements in Cloud Shinobi Village. They are not peaceful masters. If they make any changes, or launch an attack on Konoha, send people to Tsunagaku immediately to request support. I will write a letter to the senior management of Sand Shinobi later. Yes. Yudin Koharu agreed. Everyone understood what Tsunade meant. In such a lively gathering, it would be bad if Yusuna didn't join in. It would be good for our big country to live happily together, and to prevent some people from recuperating and stabbing themselves in the back. As for Kirigakure, no one dared to think about it. They haven't sorted out their mess yet, so why not join in the fun? Late stage department, you have a big responsibility. Rock Shinobi is coming this time. I'm afraid this old guy Onoki will end up personally. I'm afraid I have to go to the front line to provide support. I can't dispatch it myself. All this will be handled by Advisor Homura. If there is a stalemate between the 2 sides, reinforcements will definitely be sent, and then I will need to leave them to you. Don't worry, I will never hold back the logistics department after decades of management. Mitokado Homura assured. Everyone nodded. Mitokado Homura had nothing to say about this. Some people from the medical department will go with me to the front line to ensure the safety of injured ninjas. Finally, it's your Jainin class. Tsunade looked at Jainin class monitor Narashikaku and said. You Jainin formulate a battle plan, dispatch the appropriate ninja, and command the battle. Do you have any questions? Narashikaku instantly understood that Tsunade would definitely be entangled by Onoki this time. He simply gave the task of commanding the battlefield to their Jainin squad. Chapter 123 Containment. It seems that their Jainin class has a lot of responsibility this time. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, our Jainin class will definitely complete the mission. Tsunade nodded. She was extremely satisfied with this operation. Konoha was still very united externally. Well, now that we have finalized the big strategy, let's discuss some details. Subsequently, various families or consultants expressed their own thoughts and ideas in certain fields. Advertisement. Let everyone start to judge and improve this battle plan. This meeting lasted for 4 hours before it ended. Tsunade returned to Hokage's office, and immediately spirit communication came out of Katsuyu, passing the news to Yoda. Continue to review various documents and prepare to leave for the border. I don't know when the crescent moon crept up into the night sky, and the whole forest began to become lively. Underground, in a spacious room, Yangtai and his party of 13 people temporarily lived in this room. Due to the large number of people, the spacious room now seems a bit crowded. Fortunately, no one had any complaints. Instead, they were quite satisfied to have a place to rest at such a time. I really didn't expect you to patrol and live in the house. Why isn't Yoda our captain? A young man next to Inyazuka Hiroshi said resentfully. Yes. It would be great if Yoda was our captain. We wouldn't have to sleep in a tree every night. I've fallen off several times. Another young man also complained. Paralysis, you know he was sleeping soundly? The feeling of spinning 180 degrees in the air and falling freely was so refreshing that it was simply wonderful. Hiroji Inyazuka was very proud as he stroked the dog's head. This is the charm of their captain. Then he showed off to the two of them. This is trivial. In fact, the big bed in this room is not as comfortable as the one at my home. When I sleep on it, it's big and hard. I just have to make do with it. Several people nearby were speechless. Look, does this guy speak human language? This is too Versailles. The young ninja who complained earlier couldn't stand Inyazuka Hiroji's Versailles expression, so he immediately changed the subject. By the way, Hiro, tell us how your captain captured those rock shinobi. Yes, I didn't have time to ask before, now tell us. Another person quickly agreed. Hearing this, several people around him immediately moved closer to Inyazuka Hiroshi, wanting to hear Yoda's glorious deeds. After all, he was able to capture a dozen rock shinobi alive by himself, and there was one special Jainin among them. Whenever this matter is considered, it is quite explosive. Advertisement. They believe that after a while, this matter will slowly spread in the village. When the time comes, they will be able to show off when they return to the village. As for what version it will become by then, it is unknown. Inyazuka Hiroshi pulled Guzi aside and started bragging to several people. In his version, Yoda uses various gorgeous ninjutsu to defeat various enemies one by one. This made Tatsuya Oishi and Kazuma Hoshino lower their heads in shame. This is too much nonsense. He can also describe the fireball that is more than 20 meters long. This is nothing, barely acceptable, but in the end it was you and one dog who turned the tide. What the hell? Finally, the showman said, who dares to claim to be invincible? The one who dares to say that he is invincible. At that time, both of them covered their faces, it was so embarrassing. You are full of jingles, you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Fortunately, no one took it seriously and just listened to it as a story. After all, in this boring time, this is a way to relax and entertain. A group of them were chattering in the corner while Yang Tai and the others listened to Baiun pointing at the simple map in front of him to arrange the layout. Before any news came from the village, they had to prepare for the worst. Yang Tai, who was looking at the map, suddenly changed his expression. He just felt a throbbing. It felt like someone wanted to take away his spirit communication, but the other party didn't use chakra much, so he didn't succeed. Is this the reverse spirit communication technique? Could it be Katsuyu? Baiun looked at Yang Tai who looked a little dull in the morning and said doubtfully. Yoda, what's wrong with you? The old man and Kudano looked at Yoda strangely at the same time. Yoda came back to his senses, controlled chakra, and a drop of blood appeared on his finger. He explained while forming seals. There seems to be news from the teacher's side. Information. The three of them were stunned. Before they could react, a little Katsuyu appeared on the ground. Two tiny tentacles swept around and quickly locked on Yang Tai's position. Then he gestured with his little hands and said cutely. Yoda, long time no see. Forward. Advertisement. Long time no see? Is there anyone? Why doesn't he know? This little guy must be thinking about all kinds of snacks. But he couldn't say this in front of everyone, otherwise he would lose his face. He greeted the little one and placed it in the palm of his hand. Is this Tsunade-sama's spirit communication beast, Katsuyu? It's so small. Kudano came over to take a closer look, and casually poked the little Katsuyu. When little Katsuyu heard this, he raised his little tentacles, puffed up his mouth and spat out a mouthful of white mucus on Katsuyu's fat face. This time Kudano was caught off guard and couldn't escape at all. He could only admit that he was unlucky, took out a handkerchief and wiped his fat face, looking at little Katsuyu with a resentful look. Little Katsuyu gestured with his little hands and said angrily, "It's so rude of you to touch me so casually." Ha ha ha. Baiun and the three of them laughed together in the morning. This boy was so blind. But that's right, Kudano is just a newly promoted Jainin in recent years, and has never met Tsunade before. Not to mention Katsuyu, one of the three fears. Seeing this little Katsuyu, Baiun mourning, and the old man couldn't help but sigh. Long time no see, Katsuyu. When little Katsuyu heard this, his tentacles trembled. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands and said, "So it's you." The two of them nodded. They had all been treated by Katsuyu during the 3 battles, and they were considered to be the ones who lived longer. Katsuyu remembered that they were considered normal. At this time, Yoda poked little Katsuyu and said, "Teacher, do you have any information to send?" Little Katsuyu then remembered the business and nodded immediately. Tsunade-sama said that the other party's 500 advance troops are about to enter the border. He asked you to lurk, contain, and collect intelligence first. The Konoha troops will come soon. That's it. Isn't there anything else? Such as the specific plans for this time and so on. Yang Tai hurriedly asked if this little guy had forgotten something important. That's what Tsunade-sama said. Little Katsuyu said affirmatively. No need to ask, this is normal. At this time, Bai Yun said with a solemn expression. Yang Tai was a little confused and looked at the three of them. Among them, the old man and Bai Yun were the calmest in the morning. Jainin, Kudono, was also a little confused and looked at the two of them in confusion. At this time, the old man explained. It's very simple. It prevents us from having an accident and leaking intelligence. Chapter 124 Kito moves out. During the war years, this was a way to prevent the leakage of important information. It was very common at that time. The two of them instantly understood that this matter was not difficult to understand, and they understood it at the first glance. Then Yang Tai frowned, thought for a while and then said. Then what should we do? The other party has a force of 500 people and they want to enter the border immediately. Maybe we've set off now. Advertisement. The three of them were silent. Yes. 500 people from the other side are already entering the border. The top priority is to find a way to wait for the arrival of his own army. After a long time, Bayun Morning slowly spoke. Although this mission has no level, Master Hokage's meaning is very clear. We cannot lose control of the border. Before the large force arrives, we need to pin down these 500 people and distract them. So I just thought about it for a while. If we join forces together, we can't do anything to the 500 troops. On the contrary, there is a risk of being annihilated in one fell swoop. After a pause, Bai Yun clicked a few times on the simple map in front of him and continued. So I more or less separated the battlefield, and each of us chose a position as a position to harass the rock shinobi troops. Let them be nervous and panic. Even if we are defeated in one or two positions, we will still have others harassing other places. This can temporarily confuse the rock shinobi so that they don't know how many people are at our border. This way they might be able to hold on until troop support arrives. What do you think? Is there anything to add or other methods that you can suggest? The three people shook their heads. This plan is already very good so far. The most they can do is add some minor issues. Okay, since everyone agrees, let me arrange the specific content. First, pick one person from each team to form a 4-person team with me. I'm going to this most dangerous place. Bayun pointed at the center of the map in the morning. Then he pointed to the remaining locations and continued. You can choose the remaining 3 places by yourself. The three of them looked at the map. Except that the old man's place had to be changed, the rest of the patrol arrangement was almost the same as before. I'm still where I was patrolling before. Yang Tai said. Me too. Kudono. The old man looked at the map, glanced at Yang Tai, pointed to the position adjacent to Yang Tai and said. Advertisement. Old man, I'll stay right here. Bayun saw that everyone had made their choices in the morning and ordered, go to rest early and set off immediately in the morning. Yes. The three of them agreed. Yang Tai took out the scroll and used the Yahweh transformation to create a few rooms. Everyone squeezed in and fell asleep. At midnight, Kito looked at the dark night sky outside the window and couldn't sleep. He had been waiting for news from Onaki all day long. Who told them that Uegakure was slow to deliver news? Deng, deng, deng. Suddenly, a burst of rapid footsteps interrupted Kito's thoughts. Turning around, he saw Rock Shinobi from the intelligence department hurried in, holding a letter in his hand and saying happily. Akazuchi-sama, there is news from Tsuchikage-sama. After saying that, he handed the letter to Akatsuki who looked happy. Kito quickly opened the letter and read the contents carefully. Excitement gradually appeared on his chubby face. The content of the letter is very simple, just 2 points. 1. Immediately occupy the Konoha border and open the border gate of the Land of Fire. 2. We must persist until he comes to Onamu. After collecting the letter, Kito's expression changed and he quickly ordered. Give me the order. In 10 minutes, move forward at full speed and occupy the Konoha border. Yes. Came a response, and after a while, sparse sounds outside were heard. 10 minutes later, Akatsuki led the 500 advance troops and quickly set off towards the Konoha border. At the same time, the 2 major machines of Uegakure and Konoha village began to operate slowly. Troops set out from 2 villages and quickly rushed towards the border. Of course, if there is such a lively event in the ninja world, how come there is no movement in the nearby countries? The land of rain. Even at night, the rain continued to pour, as if this place was cursed. At the highest point, 2 figures stood there, looking in the direction of Konoha in the distance. Konan, are you sure Konoha and Rock Shinobi are ready to start a war? Advertisement. Konan nodded. According to the information we received, Uegakure took the lead in sending 500 people to prepare for surprise and want to occupy the Konoha border. Onaki has sent 3,000 men to support, and he has also brought Jinkriki with him. Tendo Pain, who was in Yahiko's body, still looked into the distance without paying any attention to the rain in the sky, and continued to ask. What preparations are there in Konoha? Will Nine Tails join the war? 5th Hokage Tsunade from Konoha has organized a force of 4,000 troops overnight to support us. After a pause, Konan added, as for Nine Tails, they are not in Konoha at the moment. Tendo Pain was confused, not in Konoha. Konan nodded, Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Mr. Jiraiya went on a trip together, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Teacher. In the mind of the person controlling Tendo Pain, he couldn't help but think of the Daoist figure. Nine Tails Jinchuriki would be in trouble if she was with the teacher. What's the current situation in the Kingdom of Wind and Kingdom of Thunder? The Kingdom of Wind, in alliance with Konoha, has now sent part of its troops to the border of the Kingdom of Thunder to support Konoha. And the strange thing is that their one-tail Jinchuriki also came to support. And Hokage, I heard that Tsunagakuer dispatched the Jinchuriki, and immediately summoned the two tails and eight tails Jinchuriki, with the vague intention of using troops. But whether to use troops against Konoha or Iwagakuer is currently unknown. Nagato thought for a while and shook his head, it seems that Jinchuriki can't be touched now. Why? Isn't now the best time? Konan asked in confusion. The power of tailed beasts is too terrifying. If a few disappear for no reason at a time, the war may stop immediately. The 5 major countries will then unanimously point their finger at the outside world. When the time comes, whether they hide the remaining tailed beasts or protect them. That is quite a troublesome thing for us. Speaking of this, Tendo Pain's eyes flashed coldly. Instead of doing this, let them continue to amuse them and let them feel more pain. When the time comes, when both of them are defeated, it will be the time for us to officially capture the tailed beast. At that time, not only were tailed beasts easy to capture, but they could also make the world clearly feel their pain. When they understand pain, they will understand the value of peace. Only then will we try our best to choose peace. At that time, our mission with Yahiko will be completed. Having said this, Tendo Pain's cold eyes showed a hint of expectation. Chapter 125 Take the initiative. In the forest, huge trees stand upright, blocking the blazing sun above, making the woods slightly dull. Captain, we have laid traps in both directions, so now we are lurking in place, or should we take the initiative to attack? Inyazuka Hiroshi asked as Yoda was writing and drawing on the surrounding map. Don't worry, you two will take a look at the map first. Yoda ordered and continued to look at the map. Advertisement. At 4 o'clock this morning, the trap set by Bayun and the 4 of them in advance was triggered. So several people immediately led the team and dispersed. During this period, Hoshino Kazuma in Yang Tai's team was assigned by Bayun Zansen. At present, there are only 3 of them in Yang Tai's team. At this moment, Yang Tai's expression changed, and he raised his pen to draw a large circle in the center of the map. The shadow clone he sent out just now received news that the rock shinobi troops were camped here, with about 100 people. The two looked at the map and immediately became energetic. They could roughly guess the meaning of Yang Tai's mark. Captain, is this their base camp? Yoda shook his head, met the 2 doubtful eyes and explained. This is a force of more than 100 people. I estimate it is 200 people. 100-man troop. Rock shinobi has divided its forces. The 2 looked at this place, and their eyes began to become solemn. Yoda thought deeply, looking at Rock shinobi's division of troops, there should be 200 people on the left and 100 in the middle. To put it bluntly, it forms an iron triangle formation, and the 3 units can respond to each other at any time. The other party has already set up camp, which means that they can launch a raid in the direction of themselves and the old man as soon as the afternoon. Captain, what are our plans next? Is it assassination? Or harassment? Hiroshi Inyazuka asked. Yoda looked at the map and thought for a while, then stared coldly at the rock shinobi stronghold. Assassinations and guerrillas are too passive. They have a huge numerical advantage. The longer the time goes by, the greater the threat to us. What should we do, Captain? Oishijai, who had not spoken yet, asked with a frown. Since we can't advance or retreat, we won't retreat. We take the initiative. Having said this, Yang Tai took out a red pen and drew a big cross in one place. The 2 of them were stunned. Maybe the captain's head was burned out. Why did he say such nonsense? They admitted that Yoda was very strong, but there were 200 rock shinobi on the opposite side. Advertisement. Not some cats and dogs, nor some rock shinobi with 200 civilians, all of whom can rub dirt with their hands. Inyazuka Hiroshi said with an unnatural expression, Captain, are you serious? That's 200 ninjas. Looking at the caring eyes of the 2, Yang Tai suddenly understood and his face darkened. What were these 2 guys thinking? Is he that unwise? If Tsunade hadn't given him a death order, he would have found a way to escape. 1v200 real man. Fart. Even if Jesus comes, he can't 1v200, let alone Yang Tai. Even if Yoda was really capable of doing it, it would be too unwise to show off unless necessary. Don't think blindly, I'm not that stupid. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were really afraid that if Yang Tai came straight to Huanglong, they would have S***X. Then the two of them looked at Yang Tai expectantly. There must be something behind what Yang Tai said. Assassination and guerrilla sneaking can disgust the enemy, but they are only disgusting and can kill a few people at most. To them it's just a superficial injury and it's not a problem at all. After a pause, Yang Taihan said. Instead of hurting his index finger, it's better to cut off one of his fingers. What do you mean, Captain? The two of them were confused. Yoda explained, instead of playing hide and seek in the rest of the time, it is better to kill their exploration team as soon as they come up. It is roughly estimated that they will send people to survey the surroundings in the afternoon, and then take the initiative to intercept and kill them. The two of them lowered their heads and thought about it. If it were the two of them, this plan would be a fart. However, with a master like the captain, this plan is very implementable, and maybe it can really catch Rock Shinobi off guard. Then the two nodded. Captain, what should we do specifically? Just kill him and clean up, then run away. Yang Tai said straightforwardly. This is not a graduation thesis. What arrangements are needed? The biggest arrangement is to go out recklessly and catch the enemy by surprise. The two of them just stood there. Shouldn't they be planning something? Is it really okay to act recklessly like this? Is this so direct? Advertisement. Yoda ignored the two of them and directly spirit communication Katsuyu, instructing him to gather information. When Katsuyu heard this, his 2-meter-tall body instantly split into countless little finger-sized Katsuyu, scattered in all directions. Only 3 of them were left, and they climbed to the shoulders of the 3 of them. This is my spirit communication beast Katsuyu, it can transmit messages, similar to wireless earphones. Of course, it can also provide you with certain treatment when necessary. Yoda introduced, pointing to the little Katsuyu on his shoulder. The two of them were also delighted. This ability is really good on the battlefield. Able to communicate with team members at all times. To be honest, Yoda likes Katsuyu more and more. It's really practical. Especially on this kind of battlefield, you can do medical treatment, liaison, search for intelligence, observe the enemy's situation, and you can also act cute part-time. It's perfect. Now the Yang Tai position is equivalent to thousands of cameras. You can know what others are doing at any time. Then the 3 of them began to quiet down, take a good rest, and wait for Rock Shinobi to take action. The sun was setting in the west, and the whole forest was gradually getting dark. Gradually, the forest began to become lively, and some insects or animals that came out at night began to come out to look for food. Click click click. Be quiet. What if the enemy ambush you? Harada Orishi yelled at a young man next to him. Captain, why don't you just step on the dead branches? Why are you yelling like this? I'm from the Nakazawa family. Zhang Xiaowan was not convinced. He suspected that this thick-browed man was deliberately trying to seduce him. You must know that their family is from the Tsuchikage clan and is a die-hard supporter of Onaki, so there are other factions that are causing trouble for them, openly or covertly. Thinking of this, Nakazawa Yaiwan began to look at Harada Orishi, and a hint of disgust flashed through his eyes. Don't you know this is a mission at the border? I'm telling you, stop using your Zhang's family to oppress me. When we get here, all your elders will listen to me, so stop trying to act like a young master to me. If you are not satisfied with me, you can go back and find a new conductor yourself, but you have to listen to me. Here, in this team, you must obey my orders, otherwise I will kill you and your family will not be able to say anything. Harada Orishi was furious. He was really convinced. He was lucky that he didn't die early. They are both descendants of the same family, why is there such a big gap? Chapter 126 Battle against Jainin. Look at this person's ninja skills, and then look at this guy, it's just a piece of cake. Okay, Captain. Nakazawa Yaiwan replied calmly, without taking in Harada Orishi's words at all. However, his movements were somewhat more restrained, not as casual as before. He's ABCH. He's dragging you as much as 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan every day. I don't know, I thought he was Tsuchikage. Fujino Toru spat softly and looked at Nakazawa Yaiwan with disdain. Advertisement. The little girl next to him pulled him and whispered, forget it, who calls me a Tsuchikage? Fujino Toru sighed after hearing this, Iwagakure was originally Onoki's Ichit. As long as these families that depend on Onaki don't do too much, they will naturally thrive. As for those of them who do not agree with Onaki's dictatorship, there is no need to say more. Sometimes I dare to get angry but dare not speak out against these wallflowers. Harada Orishi led the way, but he was slower and always looking at things around him. You know, he is a person who survived 3 wars and is currently Iwagakure's Jainin. This time, I also followed the arrangement and brought these 3 outstanding young people out to gain insights and gain experience. I didn't expect to encounter such a weird thing, it's really a shame. Harada Orochi, who was making various complaints in his mind, suddenly stopped. Years of near-death experience told him they were in trouble. Then his eyes rolled around and he looked around, one hand already holding the handle of the knife behind his back, ready to deal with various unexpected situations. The three people following him immediately understood what Harada Orochi was doing. They had encountered an enemy. Then Harada Orochi's mellow voice came to my ears. Ryoko, you sense and explore, you two protect her. Okay. Ryoko agreed, closing her eyes and sensing her surroundings. Perceptions are spread out in all directions, like radar. They quickly locked onto a location directly above them, blocked by tree trunks and a blind spot. There were 3 people hiding in that place. Liangzi immediately reminded, everyone, be careful up there. Without Liangzi's reminder, everyone noticed that a few chopstick-sized water jets were coming from above. Like sharp arrows, they made a harsh sound as they shot through the air. Earth formation wall. Zhong's Yaiwan's silky seal was struck on the ground, and a half-meter thick earth wall rose from the ground to block the menacing water arrows. Advertisement. Bang bang. Large pieces of earth and stone on the wall were broken and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhong's Yaiwan took back his hand and stared at the figure in the sky. You must know that he is a genius of the Nakazawa family. He may be inexperienced, but he is definitely not a flower vase. Harada Orochi glanced at the 3 of them, mainly sizing up Nakazawa Yaiwan, and nodded, just APK, at least not stupid. Oishi Tetsuya also took back his hand. It was exactly what the captain said. The opponent was a tough guy. Jainin was leading the team. And those 3 people are not simple. They can deal with it so easily under his sudden attack. It is not simple. Then the 2 of them looked at Yoda, waiting for his order. Yang Tai, without MOG, quickly ordered, you 2 contain those 3 people, be careful. Leave that Jainin to me. After saying that, the 3 people jumped down. Yoda in the air took the lead in throwing a 3-pronged kunao. The water column appeared, and Yoda was behind it in an instant, and swung the kunao in his hand towards his neck, intending to kill him with one blow. Nakazawa, Yaiwan, and the other 3 were so shocked that they didn't care about anything. They wanted to remind Harada Orochi that if Harada Orochi died, they would be doomed. Harada Orochi's heart was also filled with waves. He didn't expect that the other party was so fast. However, he has experienced life and death for many years. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer he becomes. The kunao was getting closer and closer, seeing that it was less than 3 inches away from his neck. At this critical moment, Harada Orochi's whole body was shaken, and he moved half a meter away. He successfully dodged Yoda's fatal blow, quickly distanced himself, and stared at Yoda's slowly retracting hand. He wiped away the blood on his neck. Although he dodged Yoda's fatal blow, he still suffered some minor injuries, but that didn't matter. Yoda was stunned when he saw this, and secretly praised that it was indeed Jainin. This was also the first time he had fought Jainin alone. Naturally, we can't take it lightly, and throw out a kunao with the backhand again. Then the whole person disappeared following the water column. The next moment, he appeared behind him again, but this time he had a kusanagi sword in his hand, and he slashed with a powerful and heavy sword. Harada Orochi only suffered a dark loss from Yoda's attack, but he had already prepared for it and had already completed the seal quietly. Earth-style Tulan gun. In an instant, a sharp earthen spear arrived first. Come straight towards the chrysanthemum of the sun, just to penetrate it. Advertisement. Yoda was startled, but did not panic. Chakra quickly poured into the kusanagi sword in his hand. The kusanagi sword shot out like a bullet and went straight into the ground. Yoda used this inertia to distance himself from Harada Orochi, looking at him coldly. The 2 sides interacted with each other a few times to find out the general situation of the other party. Careful. At this time, Inyazuka Hiroshi and Oishi Tetsuya fought against those 3 people. It was Oishi Tetsuya who shouted just now. It was obvious that the 2 of them were at a disadvantage. Harada Orochi glanced at their situation from the corner of his eye, raised the corner of his mouth, and stimulated Yoda. It seems that your subordinates will be in danger soon. It seems that we won in the end. When I kill you, they will be the ones in danger. Yang Tai is still mentally very strong, so if you want to stimulate him with words, don't even think about it. Really? It's a pity that I've seen through your trick. Harada Orochi sneered, formed seals quickly, and slapped the ground hard with one hand. Chakra poured in crazily, and the surrounding ground trembled slightly. Rumble. Round stone pillars half a meter thick emerged from the ground. The spacing between each one is not large, but just enough to allow people to move freely. Yoda frowned. He never expected that the other party would use this method to break his shunsui. The water column of instant water is obviously larger than the Hashirama distance of these rocks. It is equivalent to saying that as soon as the water column appears, it will be deformed by the stone column, so that instant water cannot be used. Yang Tai looked at the other party and couldn't help but be a little more cautious. The opponent is indeed Jainin, and after just a few rounds of fighting, he can barely break his Shunsui. However, Yoda was not that capable. He threw out a kunao again and quickly formed seals with his hands. Harada Orochi was stunned for a moment, but he still wanted to give it a try, but he didn't think so the next moment. Water style, water dragon bullet. Harada Orochi was shocked. The opponent's seal speed was too fast. This ninjutsu could not reach the speed of 1 second. He had no time to defend himself with ninjutsu, so he immediately made a decision. Chakra erupted from the soles of his feet, and hid behind the stone pillar closest to him. Boom! Gravel and water splashed everywhere. At this time, Harada Orochi avoided the stone pillar and completely exploded. The stone pillar, which was originally 3 meters high, is now only a solitary half. Chapter 127 Dispatch. Where are people? Yoda held the Kusanagi sword in his hand and glanced around. A person disappeared, leaving nothing in the sky or on the ground. Suddenly, Yang Tai's expression changed and he looked straight at the ground. Are you hiding in the ground and trying to sneak up on me? Court death. Advertisement. Yang Tai sneered, and the chakra on the entire leg was flowing visibly to the naked eye. He raised his leg high and stepped down firmly with all his strength. Boom! A loud sound like a landslide came. The entire ground beneath Yang Tai's feet sank half a meter. 5 meters away from Yang Tai as the center, the ground cracked and gravel flew. Inyazuka Hiroshi and others all stopped and looked at Yuta nervously. Does this still win people? Zhang Xiaowan swallowed and murmured. Where is the captain? The remaining 2 people immediately realized that their captain was missing. Boom! Harada Orochi jumped out, glanced at the bloody thigh, his face was ugly. Unexpectedly, I wanted to sneak into the ground to attack Yang Taibo. But what he didn't expect was that Yoda actually had such a powerful ninjutsu, and he was completely his nemesis. What bad luck! But Harada Orochi showed an ugly smile and said loudly to his subordinates behind him. You 3, hurry up and capture those 2 people. I've already spread the word. Someone will come to support you soon. The purpose of his shouting was very simple, either to scare away Yang Tai and others. Either he can barely wait for support from his own people based on his strength, but in short the advantage lies with him. When the 3 Zongs and Yaiwan people heard this, they were shocked and immediately used various methods to greet them. Inyazuka Hiroshi and the 2 struggled to support themselves, but gradually became a little tired. Especially Tetsuya Oishi, who already had several wounds on his body. Yoda's expression did not change when he heard the news, and he quickly distanced himself from Harada Orochi after a few exchanges of blows. It seems that this is all you have, so let's end it. Harada Orochi was wary of his surroundings. This guy was too fast and he couldn't use 60% of his own strength. Some of the ninjutsu that sneaked underneath were restrained by other strange physical skills, which was extremely uncomfortable. Yang Tai felt the weight of this guy clearly, and with a thought, chakra surged several times in his palm, and a few drops of blood came out. Ninja technique, spirit communication technique. The smoke cleared, and a 3-pronged kunao appeared in Yoda's palm. He glanced at Inyazuka Hiroshi and the others. In that case, let's solve it together. He raised his hand and threw kunao into the air. Also cast shadow clone. Advertisement. The moment the 4 daist shadows were cast, they reached the 4 corners and began to form seals one after another. With a bang, several people present were instantly submerged in water, and a long string of bubbles emerged from their mouths. Several people were confused. What happened? Why was it suddenly flooded? Not good. We've been tricked. Harada Orochi reacted and immediately wanted to form seals to release ninjutsu. But the next moment, a look of horror flashed across his eyes, and his body couldn't move. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Veins popped up on Harada's folded forehead, and he tried to move his body, but it was all in vain. A strong pressure restricted him. This is a water trap technique. Harada Orochi looked desperate. Water style, water. The water area this time is different from the previous ones. This time there is enough Yang Tai chakra, and this ninjutsu is completely like a large water prison. Whoosh! Yoda appeared in front of Harada Orochi as if teleporting, and gave him a smile. He raised the knife and dropped it, large streams of blood flowed out from Harada's folded neck, and his panicked face gradually faded. Yang Tai didn't pause at all, and appeared in front of the 3 people in the blink of an eye. He still performed the same operation. A cold light flashed, and blood slowly dyed the surrounding area red. Untie. Disarming the shadow clone, the water spread out. Ahem. Oishi Tetsuya coughed several times and gasped for air, and Inyazuka Hiro was not much better. Spirit communication. The 1-meter-sized Katsuyu appeared, and Yoda ordered. The 2 of them will trouble you. No trouble. Katsuyu's clear voice sounded, and then he split into 2 and crawled towards the 2 of them. Yang Tai did not neglect and quickly sealed the bodies of several people. He didn't wreak havoc on their bodies, he mainly wanted to gain information about them. Then give the scroll to Shadow Clone. Safe travels. Shadow Clone nodded and left quickly. Watching the Shadow Clone disappear, Yoda calculated carefully, Tsunade and the others would arrive tomorrow morning at the latest. Since he appeared on the battlefield, he naturally had to show off more. After all, he was killing a Jainin this time. He may have the information Tsunade and the others need in his mind. Looking back, he saw that the two of them looked much better, and Yang Tai waved and left quickly. After a long time, 178 rock shinobi arrived, stopped, and quickly checked. Advertisement. After a while, a rock shinobi reported to the man with a gloomy face. Sir, Harada Orochi Jainin has been sacrificed, and his spirit communication man contract has disappeared. As for the other three, most likely they were also sacrificed. This is the basis. As he spoke, Rock Shinobi took out 3 small bags with blood and soil inside. When the gloomy man heard this, his body trembled, he closed his eyes and waved his hands for a long time. Be prepared to return and remember to write the report. After that, he organized the people to return to the camp. At this time, Yoda killed a patrolling Rock Shinobi with 1 sword. Turning their heads, Inyazuka Hiroshi and the 2 also ended the fight. The 3 of them skillfully organized the battlefield and quickly ran away. This is the Lubo team they killed. Killed 24 Rock Shinobi in total. It was purely a coincidence that I met Harada Orochi at first. As long as I met an ordinary Rock Shinobi. It's a crushing situation for Yang Tai. Rock Shinobi Temporary Camp. Report to Lord Yi. There is news about another team missing. A Rock Shinobi quickly reported. When Fujimura Yoshi heard this, his face turned ugly, and he provoked him again and again. You really think he is a soft persimmon? It's too much. Snapped. Fujimura Yoshi stood up, took 2 steps, and quickly looked at the map. I picked up a pen and drew a big circle again. This position was right between Yang Tai and the old man. The overall scope is on the old man's side. Notify everyone immediately and ask everyone to enter this place. We must catch that guy. And report our actions to Lord Akatsuki. Yes. Summons Rock Shinobi agreed and left immediately to deliver the order. After a while, the ninjas in the camp gathered together and set off towards the forest again. The balcony here was holding a scroll to absorb chakra, and was reminded by Katsuyu. What? Everyone on the other side is coming towards us. Yang Tai shouted, but then he reacted and took out a simple small map to check it. Tell me their general route. Little Katsuyu nodded and gave a rough distribution of Rock Shinobi. Yoda took out his pen to write and draw, and finally circled Rock Shinobi for the sweep. This Rock Shinobi wants to find him, but the location is a bit off. It is estimated that they will return in vain. Chapter 128 Interception. After looking at the map for a while, Yang Tai always felt that something was wrong. After looking at it for a while, I finally realized what was wrong. FK. Yang Tai instantly burst out with a curse word, isn't this position the old man's position? He has brought the old man into trouble. Advertisement. Captain, what's wrong? The 2 of them had already noticed Yang Tai's big movements and hurriedly came over to ask. More than 100 people from the Rock Shinobi forest are rushing over from across the way. Yoda explained. What? The 2 of them were shocked and stood up with a loud sound. That's not 8 people, that's 18 people, that's 180 people. If these people really came to fight, they would have no choice but to run for their lives and would not be able to compete at all. Captain, let's retreat quickly. Yes, yes. Once he finishes sweeping away, I will continue hunting. Yang Tai pressed the button to calm down the excited 2 people. Don't get excited, they are not coming towards us. Forward. The 2 of them were speechless and a little embarrassed. After all, they had been a little excited just now. Oishi Tetsuya scratched his head and complained softly. Then Captain, you didn't tell me earlier. Did you mean to see our joke? At this time, Inyazuka Hiroya cast a resentful look. Yang Tai smiled, you are thinking too much. After a pause, he said seriously, next, I'll go somewhere else. I'll leave this to you. You can hide if you can from now on. The 2 of them were stunned. Yang Tai's sudden reversal made them unable to react. How come this was fine just now, but it will be here the next moment? So what should we do? Captain, we will go wherever you go. Hiroshi Inyazuka immediately expressed his stance. He didn't want to let Yoda have such a thick thigh. Oishi Tetsuya also quickly expressed his position. Captain, I am the same. Yang Tai glanced at the 2 of them. Think carefully, it will be very dangerous. Captain, I'm not afraid of danger. Hiroshi Inyazuka patted his chest wildly and said with a serious face. The same goes for me, Captain. Oishi Tetsuya said with a solemn expression. Yang Tai suddenly smiled and looked at the 2 of them with interest. Advertisement. I might be surrounded by more than 100 rock shinobi. Inyazuka Hiroshi swallowed his bragging words deeply, and then showed an ugly smile. What, Captain, I think defending the position is a very important thing. I will live or die with the position. Me too. Oishijai blushed, lowered his head and whispered, not as confident as he was at the beginning. FK, you like an uncle. Inyazuka Hiroshi was furious. He just saw that this guy was unhappy. He kicked Tetsuya Oishi on the butt, causing him to stagger. Oishijai quickly stabilized his body, glanced at the two of them awkwardly, smiled, patted his butt and said nothing. Captain, do you have to go? At this time, Inyazuka Hiroshi stopped buying treasures and instead asked Yoda seriously. Yang Tai nodded, I have a reason to go. Inyazuka Hiroshi touched the dog's head and pondered for a while, Captain, please take me with you. It can help a little bit. Yang Tai shook his head and refused, forget it, it's too dangerous. You should stay and defend your position. In the end, Inyazuka Hiroshi nodded and agreed with Yoda's statement. He was originally out of politeness, so it was best for Yang Tai to refuse. Yang Tai naturally understood what he meant. He was not an ancient emperor. As soon as his domineering aura emerged, everyone bowed their heads and worshipped him. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It is a bit too fanciful to want these people to work for themselves. Only those who live and die together can leave the younger generation to them. After a few more instructions, Yoda also absorbed enough chakra and left quickly. In the forest, rock shinobi moved forward rapidly one by one. At this moment, a rock shinobi ran away and said to Fujimura Yoshi. Lord Yi, there are enemy traces ahead. Good. Approximately what location? Fujimura Yi finally showed a hint of joy on his face and asked quickly. About 10 miles. Rock shinobi replied. Fujimura Yi pondered for a moment and quickly arranged. Slowly pursue the front, send 3 and 4 teams to move forward at high speed to the left and right to outflank. Yes. Hearing this, rock shinobi hurriedly went down to deliver the order. After a while, the fast-moving team slowed down, and 2 more teams quickly left, one on the left and the other on the right. A place in the forest. A middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and said to the old man Maruhoshi Kasuke. The enemy has slowed down. Slow down the speed? Could it be that he wants to leave? Another young man asked doubtfully. Hearing this, the old man and the middle-aged man shook their heads together. Advertisement. Young people are still too short-sighted. The old man squinted his eyes and analyzed. No, it seems they want to send someone to intercept us. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. As expected of an old man who had been on the battlefield, he could tell the other person's thoughts at a glance. It's impossible to stop us, right? They are slowing down, how can they stop us? The young man spoke in confusion, but he couldn't figure it out. Isn't this a bit contradictory? The old man said patiently. The other party may use the spirit communication beast to rush on, and its speed is naturally faster than ours. The young man instantly realized that he was just inexperienced and not stupid, and he quickly said. Then let's run away. Don't worry yet. We can't run away now. It's only a matter of time before we are caught up. The middle-aged man patted his shoulder and explained. The young man suddenly lowered his face and said dejectedly. Then we're not doomed. Haha, in theory it's okay for you to say that, but this is a battlefield. The middle-aged man and the old man looked at each other and chuckled. Can the battlefield be determined by theory? What's the meaning? The young man looked at the two people who were trying to tell the truth in confusion. There was something in their words. At this time, the old man explained. In addition to wisdom, the battlefield also has strength. Strength? He knew these two things, but when used in this place, it was a bit unclear. Yes, strength. It doesn't matter if you are surrounded on the battlefield. As long as you give full play to your strength, it is possible to fight your way out. It can even cause huge damage to the enemy. The young man understood. Two seniors, what are we going to do next? Let's set it up first and wait for the guests to come to the table, the middle-aged man said. Okay. I'll go set it up right away. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man took out detonating charms and the like and began to lay a trap. It's so exciting. It's just a pity. The middle-aged man shook his head. Don't be discouraged, we still have a chance. The old man smiled and patted the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly, but that's a narrow escape. There is still a life left, right? The time I had was much more dangerous than this time, but didn't we survive? Anyway, looking forward, there will definitely be a way out. The old man recalled. Chapter 129 Notifying Tsunade. I hope so. I just hope that Master Hokage can come to support as soon as possible, otherwise. The middle-aged man sighed and didn't finish his words, but the old man understood what he meant. The old man looked silently at one place, which was the location of Yang Tai's position. After so many years of ninja career, he had long put life and death aside. In such a dangerous situation at this moment, his mood remained calm. Advertisement. I just feel a little worried about Yang Tai. But since Yang Tai matures so early, his future life should be wonderful. What kind of girl will he marry? Will he have a boy or a girl in the future? What name will it be given? Unconsciously, a smile appeared on the old man's old face, and his thoughts drifted further and further away. Who are you? Don't stop. A loud shout suddenly sounded in the silent woods. Yang Tai's clone stopped immediately after hearing this. Whoosh whoosh. 7 or 8 masked ninjas suddenly appeared around the trees, squatting or standing. Several Anbu were particularly vigilant, watching the various hidden weapons in Yang Tai's hands ready to be thrown out at any time. They are the advanced troops, specially designed to clear the way for the large troops. The position is somewhat similar to that of scout. Who are you and why are you here? The leader of the masked ninja asked. Although the person in front of him was wearing Konoha's forehead protector. But his whereabouts are strange, and whoever stipulates to wear Konoha forehead protector is Konoha shinobi. Maybe this person is a spy from another country. They couldn't afford to be careless at such a sensitive time. My name is Aikuta, Konohachinin, and my ninja number is XXXX. We came here this time to kill a Jainin from Uegakuer. We came here to hand over his body to Lord Hokage, hoping to get information about Uegakuer from him. Jainin corpse. A few people were a little surprised, but no expressions could be seen on the surface wearing masks. The leader, Captain Anbu, began to ponder. Although Yoda revealed his identity. But it is impossible for him to go to the village to confirm now. This is unrealistic. But we can't just leave Yoda alone. After all, if what Yoda says is true. The corpse of the enemy Jainin is indeed very useful to Konoha now, and he has no reason to give up this information. After pondering for a few seconds, he then looked at the calm Yang Tai and said. Advertisement. Since you are Konohachinin, do you have any acquaintance Jainin or acquaintance Chinin to confirm your identity? If not, I can't let you go. It's simple. Master Hokage is my teacher. Several seniors in Jainin's class should also have heard of my name. Forget it, let's show you this. Yoda explained a few words, and after thinking about it, there was nothing better than Katsuyu to prove his identity. Then he took out a small glass tube, which contained bright red liquid, which was Yang Tai's blood. Under the nervous gazes of several people, Yang Tai crushed it and began to form the seal slowly. Spirit communication beast? Could it be that he is really Lord Hokage's apprentice? Just now, Yoda said that he was Tsunade's apprentice, and everyone obviously didn't believe it. But now Yang Tai took the spirit communication seal with a straight look and told him clearly that he was going to use the spirit communication technique. As for spirit communication, it is self-evident. The person who can prove his identity must be Master Hokage's spirit communication beast Katsuyu. One of the legendary 3 fears. Spirit communication technique. The white smoke dispersed, and a blue and white Katsuyu appeared in the sight of several people. At this time, Katsuyu, who was about 1 meter tall, looked confused and looked around. I saw several people surrounding Yang Tai, and they even pulled out long swords. Katsuyu instantly entered combat mode with his cheeks bulging high. As soon as Yoda gave an order, he immediately attacked the enemy. It's really Katsuyu! Several people exclaimed in surprise and quickly distanced themselves. Upon seeing this, Yoda quickly stopped Katsuyu, otherwise it would be very troublesome to hurt someone later. Katsuyu, stop, they are not enemies. Hearing this, Katsuyu put away his cheeks, swayed his 2 tentacles, and looked at Yoda strangely. These people were obviously hostile just now, how could Yang Tai say they were not enemies? However, it was not appropriate for him to ask Yang Tai now, so he stood quietly aside and looked at a few people. How about it, guys, now I can see Master Hokage. Captain Anbu nodded. My identity has been confirmed. You can see Master Hokage. Then he looked at a squirrel masked ninja and gave an order. Squirrel, please leave the team now and take him to see Master Hokage. Yes, Captain. The squirrel Anbu nodded, waved to Yang Tai, and led the way. Advertisement. Sorry to trouble you, go back now. Yoda smiled apologetically at Katsuyu, released spirit communication, and followed. After a while, Yoda has arrived at Tsunade's location. At this time, thousands of ninja troops were heading towards the border at full speed. Tsunade, also wearing a green trench coat, was on his way and listened to Yoda's report on the situation at the border. That's all for now. By the way, Sensei, these are the bodies of the Jainin and his subordinates. After telling what he knew about the border, Yoda handed the scroll with the body to Tsunade. Tsunade took the scroll, looked Yoda up and down, and showed a smile that seemed to admire and admire. You seem to have made great progress these days. You can take care of the opponent Jainin so quickly. Yang Tai smiled shyly, and just when he was about to be humble, his whole body was running, and he stopped without any warning. A large amount of information came to my mind, which lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Yoda just came back to his senses, quickly followed the pace and slowed down a bit, waiting for his Tsunade. What's wrong? Did something happen? At this time Tsunade asked, slightly worried. After figuring out the extra information in his mind, Yang Tai smiled bitterly and said, Teacher, it looks like I'm in trouble. Tell me more specifically. Tsunade said concisely. Then the clone came to the border, and the news from Yoda's body was 1510 Tsunade. You went alone to support the troops surrounded by 200 people. What did you think? Tsunade was speechless when he heard this, and gave Yoda's clone a violent blow. She controlled her strength very well and did not blow up the clone with one punch. The clone covered his forehead and looked at Tsunade aggrievedly. Teacher, this is my fault, I won't bear it. How dare you talk back? Tsunade's beautiful eyes glared angrily, and he raised his fist to strike. The clone quickly waved his hands and begged for mercy, Teacher, we can't hit him anymore. If he keeps hitting me, he will explode. Tsunade reluctantly put down his hand, you really don't make people worry. But you just praised me for being young and promising. The clone muttered softly. But the next moment he met Tsunade's eyes, he was instantly frightened, and he smiled innocently to hide his embarrassment. Go back and settle the score with that boy. After saying that, Tsunade called a ninja, handed the scroll to him, and ordered. Give this scroll to the interrogation department and let them sort out the information as soon as possible. Chapter 130 10 Deaths and No Life. By the way, call Shiranui Genma, Mingzurado, and Tai Iwashi. Yes, Lord Hokage. After a while, 3 people appeared next to Tsunade. Shiranui Genma asked respectfully. Master Hokage, do you have anything to do with us? Advertisement. Tsunade nodded, you have been Minato's bodyguard. I heard that you can cast Flying Thunder God. Yes, but our qualifications are a bit poor, so we can only use 3 of us together. Shiranui Genma explained. Can you teleport me to the border now? Tsunade asked bluntly. Master Tsunade, the Flying Thunder God needs a medium, just like Master 4th Hokage, he needs to use kunao and talismans as a medium to instantiate himself. We don't have vector markers at the border, so transmission can't happen. I don't know who Hui Genma came up with. Tsunade was a little silent, and then waved his hand to signal them to go down. After the 3 people left, Tsunade suddenly said carelessly, can you hold on? Yang Tai thought about his identity. He was not sure whether 200 people could defeat his own trump card. But what is certain is that it will be difficult for anyone to catch him if he wants to run. Teacher, don't worry, I will wait for your support. After all, teacher, when you get old, I will prepare to take over your job and provide for you in your old age. The last sentence was just thought up by the clone, taking this opportunity to make Tsunade identify more with his disciple. Want to be Hokage again? Tsunade looked at Yang Tai's clone with a more complicated look. Hokage, Hokage. Tsunade was lost in memories when he suddenly remembered that something was wrong. What do you mean I am old? How could she grow old? She instantly became angry and punched Zheng Zheng's somewhat complacent clone. The clone was stunned on the spot, this script was wrong. He shouldn't have said this, and then Tsunade would kill him with a wave of memories. Then you said you must inherit the Hokage's will? Why are you taking action now without saying anything? The author is unfair. He can recall and kill a pig's trotters, but he himself has to be beaten. I don't accept it, I don't accept it. The fist as big as a sandbag was getting closer and closer to the clone's face. At this time, Tsunade's angry voice came. You brat, how dare you talk about my mother? I think you are impatient. It's better to die on the battlefield, otherwise I will skin you when you come back. Boom. Advertisement. Shadow clone dissipates. Tsunade retracted his fist, his anger subsided a bit, looked into the distance, a look of worry flashed in his eyes, and murmured softly. Your boy must live. Yang Tai, who was walking in the forest, stopped and accepted the memory of his clone. After reading the memory, Yang Tai became speechless. Why does this clone look a bit like clone number 1? If you really don't seek death, you won't die. However, according to analysis, the last sentence still works. Otherwise Tsunade wouldn't be so excited. Back to topic. Now I am sure that Tsunade will find a way to bring people to support as soon as possible. It's just that the time may be a little slower, after all, it is still a bit far from the border. So as long as I and others find ways to delay, they can be rescued. The other side. The 3 of them laid traps along the way and slowly moved forward. These traps mainly intercept rock shinobi's large forces and slow them down. Only in this way can they have a chance to catch up with rock shinobi in a head-on battle. Otherwise, if they attack from both front and back, they will definitely be defeated. Chirp. A loud bird feather resounded through the silent sky. I don't know if God is not showing favor today, but it's a rare full moon. The moonlight is very bright and you can clearly see people several meters away. At this time, the three old men looked at the sky solemnly. 7 great birds hovered in the sky. Under the moonlight, the three of them could clearly see that there were 2 people standing or squatting on each big bird. There are 3 captains, just below. On a large bird, a sentient rock shinobi pointed to the hiding place of the 3 people and said. When the strong man called the captain heard this, he blew a strange whistle to the remaining people and activated the command. Several whistles came in response. The corner of Baijuanjin's mouth raised. It seemed that the first achievement of occupying the border belonged to them. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered several people to surround him. Several large birds began to circle over the 3 of them, getting closer and closer. The 3 of them felt secretly unhappy. It seemed that they had been discovered. These people were obviously holding back their ultimate move. Without further ado, the old man quickly ordered. Follow me. Advertisement. After hearing this, the 2 quickly followed the old man and left the place. Attack. Fire style fire wave technique. 14 people in the sky performed ninjutsu one after another. On each bird, 1 person has fire style and 1 person has wind style. In an instant, the wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. 14 people performed it together, and the entire sky instantly turned into daylight. A huge wave of fire swept around, like a flood bursting its banks, it was unstoppable. Quickly covering the sky above the old man and the 3 of them. It's impossible to run away at this speed. Even if you run out, you will be overtaken at any time, which will not help at all. The fire wave is approaching very fast, and the surrounding things are getting brighter and brighter. Even the swaying grass in the distance can be seen clearly. It was also accompanied by scorching waves of air. Young Katsuda stared at the rapidly approaching fire waves in the sky for a long time, his eyes reflecting the blazing fire. But his heart is indeed cold, and he is not stupid. He knew beforehand that this might be the result. But he was still young and unwilling to admit it, so he would rather believe the comforting words of the 2 seniors. After all, who doesn't want to live, even if he pretends to be stupid? I didn't expect that we would die here. Finally, Katsuda smiled bitterly, felt relieved, and gave up resistance. Even if this wave of resistance is blocked, what about the next wave? There is no way to escape. The battlefield is a narrow escape from death. The middle-aged ninja Hideyuki Hirayama glanced at the young man and said nothing. This result was what he had expected. The 3 of them were being chased by 200 people, and there was no way they could escape unless Tsunade came to support them now. Otherwise there is no hope at all. Since you 2 are determined to die, why not give it a try? As long as 1 person is killed, our relatives, friends, and partners will be less in danger. So work hard. Konoha Shinobi. The old man's tone was very calm, not impassioned, only calm. This kind of calmness is very strange, as if there is some kind of strange magic power. In an instant, the 2 of them calmed down and their random thoughts disappeared a lot. It's like taking a sip of ice-cold fat house happy water in a dry desert. Their eyes gradually became firmer and they looked at the white-haired old man who slowly straightened his back. Snapped. Maraboshi Kasuke untied the rope that tied the cauldron and took a look at his prosthetic limb. How long has it been since he broke his leg? He rarely gives his best. I didn't expect that today, he would be completely arrogant. Maraboshi Kasuke flipped his palm over and a talisman paper the size of a detonating talisman appeared in his hand. Chapter 131 Powerful Water Style. Throwing it into the air, he quickly formed seals with his hands. The talisman in the air exploded instantly, and a water ball with a radius of 4 meters appeared out of thin air. The 2 people behind him were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Kasuke Maruhoshi, who seemed to be very old and cooked every day, looked like an old farmer. It is actually possible to perform such a wide range of water style out of thin air in an environment without water. I'm afraid Jainin can't do this level. Advertisement. Katsuda-ju murmured. Water style, water barrier. Maraboshi Kasuke clapped his hands, and the huge water ball quickly spun. At the critical moment, he protected the 3 of them. Forming a 5-meter water dragon whirlwind, it breaks through the sweeping fire waves, just like the fire clouds in the sky are pierced by a tornado. The sound of stabbing came. In the battle between water and fire, water naturally won in the end. What? Who is that person? He can actually use such a powerful water style. Kitagawa was surprised and lost his voice. You must know that they were 14 people who released the ninjutsu together. The momentum was so great that people actually grabbed it with their hands. When did Konoha gain such a powerful water style ninja? Damn it, what do people from the intelligence department do for food? Kitagawa Susumu complained and said to the ninja beside him. Hurry up and notify someone to come for support, saying that we have found a big fish. I suggest catching him alive. He may have a lot of usable information on him. Yes. The ninja beside him responded and wrote a few strange characters on a piece of paper. Then Spirit Communication called out a little bird and handed the note to it. The bird caught it in its beak and flew away quickly. How is that possible? It's a lie. A cry of surprise came out from the entrance of Baijuan again, and he looked at a giant water dragon rushing out from below with a look of disbelief on his face. The water dragon was 20 meters long, with a majestic head and horns. It was currently opening its mouth several meters wide and biting a giant bird not far away. Water style, water dragon bites and explodes. Hold head high. The water dragon swung its tail and instantly reached the bottom of the giant bird, swallowing it in one big gulp. Ah! Kasuke Maraboshi clasped his hands together, veins popped out on his forehead, his eyes were fixed on the bitten giant bird in the air, and he shouted loudly. Boom! Chirp! The giant bird wailed, and then its body and the people on it were bitten to pieces by the water dragon. Bloody water spread across the sky, and countless pieces of blood were broken into flesh and bones. The water flow exploded in the air and splashed everywhere. Real bloody mess. Advertisement. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone opened their mouths as if they could stuff an egg. What the hell is this Konoha Genin? Who dares to say that this is Konoha Genin? Kitsudaju is in a hurry with anyone. This ability is obviously beyond Tsuna. In an instant, young Kitsudaju turned into a fan of the old man. Hoo-hoo. Kasuke Maruhoshi, who had just mastered Kamui, was panting heavily, and his body couldn't bear even one large ninjutsu. Humans, you can't accept old age. Susumu Kitagawa reacted immediately, blew a strange whistle, and organized an attack. Don't panic, the enemy is out of power, attack with all your strength, no matter life or death. By this time, 2 of his subordinates had sacrificed their lives. A master like this would kill a stupid prisoner first and then talk about it. After receiving the order, more than a dozen people immediately threw a large number of shuriken kunao downwards. The one who ruthlessly threw out more than a dozen detonating talismans. Boom boom boom. Multiple explosions sounded, and a long string of fire flashed past, illuminating the surroundings. Maraboshi Kasuke and the other 3 quickly retreated and escaped several rounds of attacks. Immediately apply oil on the soles of your feet and get into the forest. Even so, the rock shinobi didn't give up, and another black shuriken attacked from the sky above them. In this situation, they could only try their best to avoid it and continue to escape. Rock Shinobi Base Camp. Akatsuki has just received news from Onoki that he has led the Rock Shinobi army. It'll take 2 or 3 hours at most. This way I can breathe a sigh of relief. After all, as soon as Onoki comes, his mission will be completed. He successfully captured the gate to Konoha's border. Thump thump thump. There was a sound of rapid footsteps, and a Rock Shinobi held a document in his hand, pushed the door in, and said quickly with a slightly nervous expression. Lord Akatsuki, there is news from Captain Fujimura Gi. 20 of their people were killed, and traces of suspected Konoha Genin were found. Everyone else has been dispatched to surround and kill him. This is what he entrusted to you. After that, he handed the document in his hand to Kito. Kito frowned and glanced at the document a few times, and he understood the whole story. Send an order to Fujimura Yoshi. It's best to capture this person alive. If you can't capture him alive, kill him. Remember to keep the body intact as much as possible. Yes, Lord Akatsuki. Rock Shinobi received the order and quickly went to execute it. Advertisement. After a while, among the slowly advancing troops, a colorful Madara bird flew into the air, holding a letter in its mouth. This is the messenger bird of Rock Shinobi's current headquarters. Naturally, they will not intercept or arrest him. Fujimura Yi hurriedly took down the letter and read it. It was from Akatsuki. Basically, it means telling him to be careful and not to act rashly, and in the end, it means to capture Konoha Genin alive. After taking back the letter, before Fujimura Yoshi could give the order, another little bird flew over very quickly, also holding a note in its mouth. What a coincidence! After taking the note and looking at it, it read that Susumu Kitagawa and the others met a water-style master. Suspected of being a Konoha Genin, Susumu Kitagawa asked him to come quickly to support him and try to capture him alive. Without further ado, Fujimura Yi immediately called over the messenger ninja. Inform the troops to advance at full speed. The messenger ninja responded, turned around and disappeared immediately. In just about 30 seconds, more than 170 people moved forward at full speed. After another round of wild bombing, people jumped on the giant bird one after another. Quickly launch a ground pursuit. Soon we got to know each other, and the fight was back and forth. Kasuke Maraboshi bent down to avoid a horizontal blow, and stabbed his throat with a backhand sword. Before he could react, he rolled violently and avoided several shurikens. He quickly stood up and threw a shuriken, quickly forming seals with his hands. Ninja technique Shadow Clone Shuriken. The shuriken split into 2 in the air, and the 2 split into 4, and so on. In the blink of an eye, dense shurikens filled the air, covering the 2 rock shinobi who had already rushed over. In their frightened expressions, they were dug into a hornet's nest. Whizzing! The 2 quickly rushed to Maruhoshi Kasuke's side to guard against the rock shinobi who were rushing towards them. Senior, how are you doing? I'm fine, I just consumed a little too much chakra. Kasuke Maraboshi stood up and looked at the 3 people rushing towards him, and at the big bird hovering in the sky. The tactics of commanding this team are very clever. The people below are chasing, and the people above are responsible for blocking the road. They can also cooperate with ground troops through whistles, which is perfect. It seems that if these giant birds are not taken down, they will probably be doomed today. Looking at the nervous 2 people next to him, Kasuke Maraboshi made some determination. He was about to use his trump card. Chapter 132 Water-Style Water-Severing Wave. He quickly took out 3 scrolls from the ninja tool bag, and opened the scroll under the suspicious eyes of the 2 people. Bang bang bang! 3 figures sitting cross-legged appeared, and they were the shadow clone of Kasuke Maraboshi. Senior, what are you doing? Kitsudaju was puzzled. The shadow clone disappeared, and instantly a large amount of chakra returned to Maruhoshi Kasuke's body. Advertisement. Maruhoshi Kasuke's spirit was shaken. This was an unprecedented filling of his chakra. Then he looked sharply at the giant bird in the sky, and formed dazzling seals with his hands. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a column of water. Water-style wave. The water jets spit out are like high-pressure water guns, instantly piercing people and birds. When Kasuke Maruhoshi saw this, he turned around, and the water gun followed suit, like a big sword, with lightning speed, it could cover his ears. Cut the giant bird in the sky in half. At this attack speed, only Susumu Baijuan jumped down in fear and escaped. Hisashi Kitsuda, Senior is awesome. Breaking sound. There is no way, the visual effect of the water-severing wave ninjutsu is directly maxed out. Destroy 7 annoying giant birds in the sky with just 1 move. And by the way, 6 ninjas were eliminated. In the end, he could only be described as awesome. The other side. Unbelievable. Could this level of water style be the resurrection of second Hokage? After escaping the disaster, Baijuan Jin couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Don't blame him for thinking so. You know, was that ninjutsu just used by ordinary people? Of course, it could also be the disciple of second Hokage or something like that. Anyway, no matter what, they caught a really big fish this time. I'm afraid this person's status in Konoha is not simple. Damn it. Why don't Fujimura Yoshi and the others come to support us? Baijuan Jin complained anxiously. Watching Maruhoshi Kasuke and the other 3 leave. Captain, are we still chasing? Asked one of the survivors. This guy has already been wiped out by a group fight, why are you still chasing him? Why are you in such a hurry to kill someone? Of course, you can't say it like that. Baijuan Jin shook his head. Forget it, I'll help them wait in front. Hearing this, the questioner Rock Shinobi nodded. It was not their team that was chasing the enemy. Advertisement. And Matsumoto helped an explosion-style ninja back. Maraboshi Kasuke and the other 3 quickly fled and ran towards the distance. As long as you pass through the jungle, you will officially enter Konoha territory. At that time, they don't believe that Rock Shinobi would dare to continue chasing him unless they are not afraid of death. At this moment, Kitsudaju could no longer hold back his curiosity. He approached the old man and asked excitedly. Senior, you are so powerful, how can you still be genin? Leaping up from a tree trunk, the old man smiled and said. I did some wrong things when I was young. Did you do something wrong? Kitsudaju wondered that such a powerful person, even if he did something wrong, should have been forgiven by now. Senior, you are so powerful. What have you done wrong to punish you till now? You kid, don't shut up. Have you forgotten that you can't ask about ninja things at will? Before the old man could reply, the middle-aged ninja Hideyuki Hirayama scolded him. Kitsudaju realized instantly, how could he ask about ninja affairs at will? This is a very disrespectful behavior. If a ninja's information is accidentally leaked, unexpected situations will occur. In serious cases, everyone who knows the news will even be killed. The old man waved his hand. Don't be so nervous, it's actually nothing. When I was young, I led a team on missions. Because of my eagerness for success, 2 of my teammates were killed by me. So I want to spend my whole life genin making up for my mistakes. The 2 fell silent after hearing this. It wasn't that they didn't want to reply, but the question was how to reply. The old man didn't say anything more and the 3 of them sped away. Behind. Fujimura Yoshi frowned as he looked at several giant birds and the ninjas' attempts in the distance, and ordered. Seal the person's body and take it away. As soon as he finished speaking, a ninja appeared to pick up the corpses and fragments. Jin, what's going on with you, why are you almost wiped out by the group? After giving the instructions, Fujimura Yi looked at the strong man next to him and asked. Although he is the commander of this operation, they have a very good relationship in private. Hey! Don't mention it, we've run into a tough problem. Kitagawa Susumu said with a sigh. Could it be the Jainin mentioned in the letter? Fujimura Yi wondered. Baijuan nodded and explained carefully. Yes, that person is very dangerous, especially water style is very powerful. Advertisement. If we don't attack the spirit communication beast, we will all die in his hands. Thinking of this, Baijuan asked. Speaking of which, the intelligence department doesn't have this person. No, I checked it as soon as I received your news. There is no news from the intelligence department. It was as if this person appeared out of thin air. That's really a pity. Baijuan was helpless. But after thinking about it, he told Fujimura Yi all the news about the old man. Rumble, rumble. Violent explosions came from a distance, one after another. He helped them stop the person. Baijuan happily looked at the distance, flashing fire. Fujimura Yi heard this and shouted, everyone move forward quickly. Now I don't care about sorting out the scattered team. Another place. Ahem. The middle-aged ninja Hideyuki Hirayama emerged from the smoke, leaned over and spit out cool blood. At this time, his right arm was bloody, but he could still move, it was just a severe skin injury. What's going on? What's going on with that explosion just now? Katsudaju helped Hideyuki Hirayama and asked with lingering fear. You know, just now they were walking and the soil suddenly exploded under their feet. If Kasuke Maruhoshi hadn't taken action, the two of them would have died here. It should be explosion style. Maruhoshi Kasuke said solemnly. What? Explosion style? Hideyuki Hirayama exclaimed, Rock Shinobi Village's explosion style is too good. Especially their performance in the Great Ninja War was simply shocking. Maruhoshi Kasuke nodded solemnly, it's them. It seems that we are really in big trouble. The more Katsuda listened, the more confused he became. What kind of riddle were these two playing? Then he asked bluntly. Senior, what is explosion style? The explosion style is a kind of blood inheritance unique to Uegakuer. They mix chakra into some special soil to make it explode. You have seen the power, it is only stronger than the detonating talisman. Kasuke Maruhoshi explained. It sounds pretty strong, but doesn't it sound easy to deal with? That's right, no matter what Katsuda Hisashi thought, if he threw dirt, I could easily block it with my shuriken. At this time, Hideyuki Hirayama said. That's as simple as you think. Individually, they are actually similar to what they said, but there are quite a lot of troops specializing in this kind of blood inheritance in Rock Shinobi Village. And they all go under there, so it's very tricky. Chapter 133 Fierce Fighting. During World War III, they often appeared in attack support troops and medical troops. As soon as Maruhoshi Kasuke finished speaking, more than 30 Rock Shinobi jumped out from the side of the three of them. He rushed towards the three of them very quickly. Why are there so many people? Katsudaju exclaimed, there used to be more than 14 people, but now the number is more than double. How can we fight like this? Advertisement. Compared to Hisashi Katsuda's panic, Kasuke Maruhoshi is much calmer. Maruhoshi Kasuke narrowed his eyes, I see, with many years of ninja career, it is not too easy to see through these tricks. Careful about their demeanor and steps, and listen carefully to their voices. After hearing this, Katsuda, who was in a panic, calmed down for a long time and began to seriously look at the Rock Shinobi who rushed over at high speed. Maybe he would soon notice something was wrong. Why was there so little movement from more than 30 people? Judging from the movement, there were only 7 or 8 people there. Kasuke Maribashi saw Katsuda Kusuke thoughtfully thinking about it and did not continue to lie. Several shurikens were thrown out and quickly formed seals. Ninja technique Shadow Clone Shuriken. The next moment, the overwhelming shurikens covered several people. Careful! I don't know which Rock Shinobi shouted, and among the 30 or so figures, only a few or less than 10 began to form seals. Immediately, earth walls rose up one after another, and there was a clanking sound. Call! Fortunately, it was in time. A Rock Shinobi muttered with relief. Yet, quite timely. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind Rock Shinobi. Hearing this, Rock Shinobi's hair stood on end, he hurriedly clenched the kunao in his hand and turned around to stab it. It's poisonous. A few drops of blood flowed from the corner of Rock Shinobi's mouth, and he looked at the sword piercing his neck with disbelief. Then his eyes gradually lost their luster. Maruhoshi Kasuke didn't stay any longer. He turned over to avoid a direct blow and kicked the dead Rock Shinobi away. Spin around in the air and take away the Rock Shinobi who sneaked up on him with a sword. He turned around 360 degrees and landed on the ground, quickly engaging the 4 or 5 rock shinobi who were charging towards him. Maruhoshi Kasuke used various ingenious and flexible postures to dodge attacks, one sword at a time. In the blink of an eye, there were already 3 corpses on the ground. They were all killed by the violent poison on the sword that instantly invaded the brain and destroyed the brain nerves. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Suddenly, at the feet of Maruhoshi Kasuke, who was fighting fiercely, a pair of hands quickly stretched out from the soil and grabbed his ankles. Seeing this, Kasuke Maruhoshi raised his foot to dodge, but his other foot was caught. The rock shinobi who came out looked overjoyed when he saw this, and hurriedly tried to pull Maruhoshi Kasuke to the ground. Advertisement. Seeing half of my foot being pulled into the soil. The corner of Maruhoshi Kasuke's mouth raised, what a great opportunity. Because there were flaws in the people in front of them. Boom. The other foot slammed the ground, the prosthetic leg fell off, and the fuse of the bomb prosthetic leg was instantly ignited, shooting itself out like a sharp arrow. A dazzling sword light flashed in the dark night, and several people fell to the ground clutching their necks. Boom. At the same time, there was a violent explosion and a horrific scream. Rock shinobi who had dived into the ground was blown to pieces. A deep pit was blasted directly on the spot, with some body parts and pieces inside. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Rumble. Smoke and dust were everywhere, rows of trees collapsed, and an Earth Dragon rushed towards Maruhoshi Kasuke. It was like an off-road vehicle speeding through the loess, bringing up a huge amount of smoke and dust. Damn it, this requires powerful ninjutsu, and the hasty and direct water barrier can't stop it at all. It looks like we have no choice but to give it a try. Thinking here, Kasuke Maruhoshi recognized a piece of talisman paper and completed the seal in the blink of an eye. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. The talisman burst open, and the water mass that appeared instantly seemed to be alive in the blink of an eye. Baring his teeth and claws, he turned into a water dragon and rushed away. Boom. The Earth Dragon and the Water Dragon exploded together, and the gravel and water splashed. Suddenly, it felt like it was raining locally in this small area. The rain is dripping. Kasuke Maruhoshi hoed the ground with his sword, half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. The previous use of water-severing wave had put a huge burden on his body. This attack here is the most powerful ninjutsu he can use. Fortunately, the crisis was finally resolved. As expected of Konoha Shinobi, you are strong. Not far away, a man with a scar on the corner of his mouth slowly rose from the ground and looked at the embarrassed Maruhoshi Kasuke. But that's about it. As he spoke, Scar Rock Shinobi rubbed the tawny clay in his hands. Kasuke Maruhoshi squinted his eyes, as if he was exhausted. He struggled to lift the sword in his hand, trembling like a Parkinson's patient. Hey hey. Matsumoto helped him and sneered, did he lose his strength? Advertisement. The useless thing with weak hands and feet could no longer hold the sword steadily and was swaying. Although he was sarcastic in his heart, he was a ninja who had gone through a bloody storm. At this time, it was natural not to act stupidly, but to find a way to use the most powerful means to kill him. Only if he is blown to pieces will the threat be eliminated. This is the experience he has gained from fighting big and small. Even now. Kasuke Maruhoshi yelled inwardly, and his eyes that were originally narrowed to a slit suddenly widened. There seemed to be a flash of golden light in his eyes. Standing upright with Matsumoto, his eyes were facing each other. In an instant, the world in Matsumoto's eyes spun and twisted. In his eyes, the long sword in Maruhoshi Kasuke's hand was swinging up and down, as if it had turned into branches. In the blink of an eye, his pupils were filled with willow branches. Konoha-style swordsmanship, willow. Suddenly he reacted in his heart. Illusion, this is illusion. What's going on? I can't move. I can't move at all. What's going on? It doesn't even work to break the illusion. Matsumoto held his heart and roared, roaring. But it was of no use. He couldn't even move a finger now, but he could see the old man with missing legs rushing towards him. Puff. Plop. The bodies were separated. The round, blood-stained head rolled away like a ball. Matsumoto helped his confused pupils clear up quickly, but when he saw the headless body in the distance, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, gradually becoming dead and completely cold. At this time, Kasuke Maruhoshi, who was standing, was finally exhausted and fell to the ground with a plop, breathing rapidly. This time, all his chakra is exhausted. If he doesn't rest for a while, he won't be able to extract chakra at all. Hideyuki Hirayama and Hisashi Katsuta teamed up to kill the 3 of them, and quickly came over to help Kasuke Maribashi. Senior Guji, are you okay? Hideyuki Hirayama quickly checked Maribashi Kasuke's body. Kasuke Maruhoshi looked sluggish and waved his hands with difficulty, it's okay, I just lost strength. I'll be fine in a while. Senior, let me carry you. As Katsuta-ju said, he was about to carry Maruhoshi Kasuke on his back. However, Hideyuki Hirayama quickly stopped him, and then angrily yelled at Katsudaju. You kid, your arms, shoulders, and back are all injured. Why are you pretending to be a hero? You wrap it up to stop the bleeding first. I'll carry it on my back, Senior Gasuke. Chapter 134 Moringa is cute. With that said, he threw a few rolls of gauze to Katsudaju, and then picked up Mariboshi Kasuke on his back. Hisashi Katsuda was very moved in his heart, even though Senior Hideyuki was serious and harsh. But his behavior is quite gentle, typical of a sharp mouth and a soft heart. Then the three of them set off and disappeared into the distance. Advertisement. The moonlight shines on the earth. Chirp. A burst of birdsong filled the sky. Master Hokage, please be gentle, Zai will be in pain. A cat-faced Anbu ninja begged pitifully. He was originally an action-oriented Anbu member. Since its spirit communication-man is a giant green sparrow, it has the ability to fly quickly. For a rare resource like him, Anbu always entrusts him with important tasks, conveying all kinds of information and emergencies. Today he is leading the way. After all, if there is any emergency, as long as he is there, it can definitely be quickly transferred back to the troops. But then the captain came over and looked at him with strange eyes, which seemed to be mourning. Then Xiao Yingying gave him a glorious and arduous task. Send someone to the border. He agreed without thinking. However, he was stunned when he saw the person coming. This person turned out to be Tsunade, Lord 5th Hokage. He is the boss of his immediate boss's boss. Paralyzed, this is like an ordinary employee going on a business trip with the chairman of the group and acting as her driver. Can he not be nervous? What if the brakes dissatisfy the chairman? What if the speed is too slow and the chairman misses the plane? Just in case. Anyway, I don't know what to do if there are too many. Just like now, the chairman seems to be dissatisfied with the speed and configuration of his car. Zhang Ziyi. What should he do now? Wait online. It's very urgent. Then find a way to be faster. Tsunade sat down helplessly. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He might as well think about his next plan. She sneaked out this time, and as for the army, only the next shadow clone was left to watch. I originally wanted to use the Flying Thunder God, but those three guys are a bit useless and can't use the Flying Thunder God formation. A certain three people, you have gone too far. So she could only change transportation. As the saying goes, it's hard to find a three-legged toad. Advertisement. Two-legged spirit communication beasts are everywhere. Even this kind of flying one can be found in Konoha. However, this speed is not ideal and may delay time. Anbu, the cat face mask, turned around sadly, leaned over and said softly to Kinkei. Ash, we'll use the psychic technique later. Chirp. Zai, I don't mean it. The bird shook its head vigorously. The woman just kicked it so hard that it hurt. Now it wants to resist, it wants to strike. Cat-faced Anbu suddenly became anxious and quickly comforted. Xiaoji, Mr. Hokage was careless just now. Be good, come on, let's use the psychic technique together. Tweet. Zai, then if she apologizes to me, I will forgive her. The green bird turned its head very proudly, looking disdainful. Cat-face mask Anbu broke into a cold sweat and secretly glanced at Tsunade, who was frowning. When he saw no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tsunade-sama cannot understand bird language. Be good, let's stop making trouble. It's okay if you don't say this, but once you say it, Kinkei looks like your angry girlfriend. A look that says you're wrong. Tweet. Zai, I won't listen, I won't listen. At this time, Tsunade, who was deep in thought, also noticed that the flying speed seemed to be a bit slower. Not as fast as before. He looked suspiciously at the green bird that was shaking its head and looking like it was flying carelessly. Is this to hold a grudge and not to be fast on purpose? Then he clenched his fists and spoke sadly. Do you think such a big bird should be eaten roasted? Or stewed? Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of clenching fists reached the ears of one person and one beast. Cat-face mask Anbu was a little flustered, but the one who was even more flustered just now looked like a arrogant green bird. The green bird quickly flapped its wings vigorously, and its flying speed was obviously faster. Chirp. Zai, I was wrong, don't eat the bird is so cute, how can you bear to eat the bird? Chirp. Suddenly, the cat-face mask Anbu appeared, and the mask was full of black lines. It was the first time I realized that you were so afraid of death. Advertisement. However, he looked at Tsunade with more admiration. As expected of the 5th Hokage, the disobedient green bird bowed its head and bowed. Yes, even if the prayer is forced by hand. This is enough to illustrate Tsunade's strength. Then he looked at the green bird flying hard, cat-face mask Anbu whispered. If you don't move faster, Tsunade will roast you and eat you. Chirp. Zai, don't eat birds. Psychic technique. Cat face mask Enbu activates the secret technique to speed up the flying speed with the green bird. The current speed is more than 3 times that of before, but the disadvantage is that it consumes people's energy and chakra. Has the speed increased? Tsunade looked around, and it was true, feeling the strong current coming towards him. I finally felt relieved, I should be able to do it this way. You must not die. Rock Shinobi Base Camp. Kito looked at the message in his hand, and finally a smile appeared on his fat face. It seems like things went smoothly on their side. They occupied half of the entire area with very few casualties. Yes, Master Akatsuki, judging from the information we have received now, the right half has almost no power to resist. For now, I can safely use a small force to block it. That person seems to be a Jainin, but he only has 2 genin with him. Nothing to fear. After a pause, the analyzing man handed some letters in his hand to Kito and continued. According to the news coming from Fujimura Yi in real time, it is very likely that it is a stronghold of Konoha. The first ninja who was good at using the water style. He killed 7 giant bird spirit communication beasts and more than a dozen closely coordinated troops by himself. Other than that, just got the news. The team led by Jainin Matsumoto was completely wiped out by this man. Even Matsumoto and Jainin died. What? How is that possible? The guy who helped that guy would rather hide in the ground and succeed in a sneak attack than come out. How could that good water-style ninja kill him? Akatsuki stood up and exclaimed. You must know that according to seniority, that Matsumoto is his elder. When Akatsuki was still a genin, he was Jainin, and he was his immediate boss for a time. This time, even Onoki personally arranged for him to serve as the commander of 1,000 people, but he politely refused. Kito still remembered what he said at that time, and there was no doubt about his strength. As for his ability, 30 or 40 people is his limit, let alone 1,000 people. To be honest, he could give up this kind of right. Onoki was pleased with his honesty, but also sad that Iwagakure had no successor. To be honest, with the current situation in the ninja world, Iwagakure is supported by Onoki alone. Chapter 135 Please enter the urn. Unexpectedly, before the invasion of Konoha, such a veteran would die on the battlefield. Kito's face became solemn, and he slowly sat down and began to meditate. Reporting the news, Rock Shinobi did not speak, just stood there, waiting for Akatsuki's order. Time passed minute by minute, and finally Kito stood up and arranged. Inform the former one and ask him to hold on to the stronghold, but he must be ready to go at any time and wait for my orders. Advertisement. You also inform us, and everyone is ready to leave quickly. A person like Konoha must die. Inform Fujimura Yi and let him kill this person at all costs. If he is allowed to escape, the price of killing him in the future will undoubtedly be greater. This is what he was thinking just now, and his approach here is undoubtedly correct. Even if Onoki comes, he will make this decision. Yes, Lord Akatsuki. Messaging Rock Shinobi immediately went down to deliver the order. The order goes down. In 2 minutes, everyone will be ready. Akatsuki led the 100 Rock Shinobi village elites and set off Indiana a mighty manner. Yoshi-sama, Akatsuki-sama has sent word that we should kill the Konoha shinobi at all costs. And to reassure you, you don't need to be afraid of Konoha's sneak attack. He has already led his troops and will arrive in a few minutes at the latest. The messenger ninja held up a piece of paper and repeated it. At any cost. Fujimura Yi murmured, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then immediately gave the order. The team separated from left and right to approach them and drove them to the cliff not far away. Remember, try not to take action during this period. You have also seen the strength of this person. Just force them to the stone wall. There are hundreds of meters high there. If they want to escape, they will be a living target if they go up. If you don't run away, you can only fight to the death. When the time comes, if they want to escape, it will be as difficult as climbing to heaven. Fujimura Yi's order was passed on, and the entire team divided into 2 groups, gradually surrounding the 3 people from the left and right, and slowly forced them towards the cliff. There's someone on the right, go left. Hideyuki Hirayama activated the sensory ninjutsu and pointed to the woods next to him. The 2 of them also nodded and rushed towards safety. Kasuke Maruhoshi, who was fed by Hideyuki Hirayama, finally felt better. Now he can barely recover a little chakra, but it's not enough for him to sustain a battle. Advertisement. The best way at the moment is to continue to rest on your teammates. The main thing is that he can do this now so as not to drag down his teammates. After walking for a while, Kasuke Maruhoshi raised his head and glanced at the bright moon in the sky. At this time, the bright moon is at its brightest in the sky. Maruhoshi Kasuke looked at the bright moon and couldn't help feeling irritated. He always felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Rock Shinobi's speed and large number of people, there is no reason why he and the other 3 cannot be intercepted. Do they have any other plans? Where are we now? Maraboshi Kasuke's abrupt question made the two of them a little confused. Katsuta looked around for a long time, but couldn't see any reference objects. Then he looked up at the sky full of stars. He made a few gestures with his hands in the air, scratched his head and said, "We ran too fast, and the exact location is no longer clear. There are no decent reference objects around, so we don't know where we are. But according to the position of the moon and stars, we should retreat towards the south." South. Maruhoshi Kasuke frowned, and his sixth sense told him that there must be something wrong here. But now I only know one direction, I don't know the exact location, and I can't think of anything. At this time, Hideyuki Hirayama, who was carrying Maruhoshi Kasuke on his back, seemed to have noticed something, and said in confusion, "Senior Guji, did you find any problem?" Maraboshi Kasuke shook his head, "No, I just think there's something fishy about it. Forget it, let's retreat as soon as possible." Hearing this, Hideyuki Hirayama and the other two stepped up a little faster. The two quickly shuttled through the woods, and after a while, a bright spot appeared in the dark distance. Seeing this, the two of them accelerated forward, getting closer and closer to the bright spot, and finally took a step outside. The two of them stopped together, and saw a small open space in front of them. Looking through the moonlight, not far away is a 100-meter-high cliff. "This is the big cliff to the south," Katsudaju shouted, and their location was now clear. This made Katsudaju overjoyed. He didn't expect that they would actually arrive here. They had to know that as long as they climbed over here, they would officially enter Konoha. At that time, was he still afraid of being chased by these rock shinobi? The answer is naturally no, unless these people are tired of living. Looking at the scene in front of them, Maruhoshi Kasuke and the other two don't think this is a good thing? Advertisement. Especially for Maraboshi Kasuke, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the 100-meter-high cliff, he has a vague feeling of something bad. Whoosh whoosh. A sparse sound came from the woods behind me, and this sound was definitely not made by some animals. This is the sound of human footsteps. The Sanjin quickly ran towards the center of the open space. At this time, Maruhoshi Kasuke also recovered a little strength. He hoed the ground with his long sword and looked around with squinted eyes. After a while, rock shinobi came out of the jungle one after another. By visual inspection, there were about 70 or 80 people. These people did not take action, but slowly approached, and the three of them also slowly retreated. Until close to the cliff. "Senior, I'll cover you, you go first." Katsudaju drew out his sword and motioned to the two of them to climb up quickly. Maruhoshi Kasuke shook his head, and instead of replying, he prepared a fighting stance. Before he dies, he will be buried with several rock shinobi. Katsuta looked at it with a puzzled look. It seemed to mean that although this road was threatening, it also had hope, right? Hey! Still too young. Hideyuki Hirayama sighed, but he didn't mind giving this kid a final lesson. From the beginning of our escape, the enemy had already formulated this expulsion plan. The direction we took before was controlled by them. Having said this, he looked at the top of the cliff above Quiet Mountain with a wry smile. To put it bluntly, this place is now a natural cage. Do you think the enemy will give you a way to survive? Katsuta was speechless for a long time. Yes, will the enemy give him a way to survive? The answer is definitely no. I'm afraid I just narrowly escaped death and will be blocked by dozens of rock shinobi. Be prepared now. There are many people on the other side and they won't be able to use large-scale ninjutsu. When the time comes, kill one and you will be enough. Kill two and you will make a profit. Katsudaju gritted his molar teeth hard. This is just asking you to put yourself in a urn, close the door and beat the dog. Despicable rock shinobi. Immediately, his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. He clenched the sword in his hand, leaned slightly, ready to take action at any time. At this time, a tall man walked out from among the rock shinobi, wearing a rock shinobi village Jainin costume. The only feature is a bright yellow cloth tied on the forehead, which gives the overall look a capable look. Chapter 136 The Flood Breaks Out. Fujimura Yi looked at several people, and finally his eyes stopped on the old man with only one leg. The old man's temples have a hint of Madara white, and he is obviously in his 50s or 60s. It's true that people have no appearance, and sea water cannot be measured. Who would have thought that it would be this humble old man who killed many of their elite ninjas without leaving any trace behind? Fujimura Yoshi did not stage any drama to persuade him to surrender. He came out just to see what kind of person he was. Advertisement. Now that I've finished watching it, I can only say it's amazing. He even had a hint of admiration for Kasuke Maruhoshi. However, that is just out of ordinary people's feelings. In the end, they are just enemies. Facing the enemy, the only choice is life and death. A cold light flashed through Fujimura Yoshi's eyes, and then he ordered in a cold voice. Kill. Leave no one behind. Ah, Come on! Hearing this, each rock shinobi held a kunao and a long sword. They roared and made various noises and rushed towards the three of them. In the blink of an eye, he fought with three people. Although Kasuke Maraboshi is missing one leg, his movements are still flexible. Holding a long sword in his right hand and a kunao in his left hand, he can move freely among the crowd. In a few breaths, 4 rock shinobi were killed and fell to the ground. Fujimura Yi frowned. Even in this situation, this person still has such strength. It is really not simple. Originally, Fujimura Yoji wanted to take action, but he still had to command the troops and could not take action easily. You must know that this is the border of Konoha. If he is entangled by this person for a while, and another Konoha shinobi sneak attack. Without a command, the troops will definitely be dispersed. This is also his concern. This kind of caution is most needed on the battlefield. You really are not afraid of 10,000, just what happens? Hideyuki Hirayama screamed, and withdrew an arm-breaking straight blow to kill rock shinobi who cut off his arm. Hideyuki-senpai, are you okay? Katsuda-ku yelled, got stabbed in the back by rock shinobi, and quickly reached Hideyuki Hirayama's side. The two faced off against the surrounding rock shinobi back to back. Seeing this, Kasuke Maraboshi glanced at the faint wound on his chest. It seems that today they are all going to explain it here. But even so, Kurosuke wants his life, you damn rock shinobi, are you ready? Then a figure with white hair and blue armor appeared in his mind. Nidame, I have fulfilled my oath. In an instant, golden light seemed to flash in Maruhoshi Kasuke's eyes, and his aura continued to rise. Chakra erupted under his feet, and a small pit was created directly on the spot. Advertisement. The whole body suddenly jumped out, leaving behind countless after-images. The red-white sword light is dazzling under the moonlight. After a few flashes, rock shinobi clutched his neck and fell to the ground, blood flowing out, so he was dead. The rock shinobi who were about to charge at him stopped and looked at him in horror. How come you still have enough energy left? Fujimura Yoji was puzzled. This was so unreasonable. He could still burst out with such power even though he was already dying. Is this the Konoha shinobi? No matter what, he still had to take action in this situation. At this time, Maraboshi Kasuke's momentum reached its peak. There seemed to be some kind of energy moving around Thursday, blowing his hair and clothes, and throwing out handfuls of talismans. Kasuke Maruhoshi clasped his palms together, veins popped out, and bloodshot eyes appeared faintly. Suddenly, the airflow suddenly exploded and scattered in all directions, causing the clothes to blow violently. Water-style big water rush. The talisman papers exploded one by one, and water balls appeared in mid-air. Chakra mobilized, and the water flow, like all rivers returning to the sea, gathered at his feet. While breathing, a giant water column more than 10 meters high rose from the ground, dragging the seriously injured 2 people above the water. Damn it! Are you sure you are a Konoha shinobi and not a Mizukage? A fake fight, right? Hanging wire, right? A giant water column tens of meters high, this is too exaggerated. The most important thing is that 1 minute ago, this old guy was half dead and half alive. The next second, it suddenly broke out without warning. Damn it, how can this be fun? Don't make it too obvious. There is no one behind bullying them, right? Fujimura Yi looked like a husky, and hurriedly ordered the use of ninjutsu to resist this wave of attacks. Ninjutsu preparation. Earth-style earth formation wall. Whoosh whoosh. Pieces of hard rock and earth walls quickly rose up. Rows and rows, looking down from above, the huge water column was barely surrounded by a circle in an instant. There should be no problem with this. Looking around, Fujimura Yi suddenly felt that this old man was just like that. No matter how strong you are, you can't make up for the difference in numbers. You need to know that you were stronger than third Hokage. Advertisement. They were also dragged to death by 30,000 of them. Not to mention you are just a Konoha shinobi now. Kasuke Maruhoshi felt that this was his limit. No longer accumulating power, he hurriedly casts it. Suddenly, the water column rose high, squirming, and a huge water wave separated. Giant water waves separated and rushed around in a circular shape. Suddenly, the rapidly falling water waves rubbed against the air, making bursts of sounds like tsunamis. Boom boom boom. The water waves carrying huge force collided with the hard rock wall. The huge force makes a sound like an explosion of air, and like a continuous sound of cannons. However, this was of no use. Seeing this scene on the water column, the two of them, who had already had a glimmer of hope for survival, instantly despaired. Sometimes it's like this, it's not scary to have no hope. The terrible thing is to see hope and then lose it suddenly. This is the saddest thing. It's a very strong ninjutsu, but you still can't do anything to us, old man. Fujimura Yi was a little nervous before, but now seeing these rock walls blocking water style, He was completely relieved and had no worries that Maraboshi Kasuke could break through the iron-clad defense. Kasuke Maraboshi was not surprised at all. Instead, he remembered that second Hokage taught him the essentials of this move. Today, let you see Nidame's ninjutsu again. This is the secret of the Great Flood. In an instant, the huge water column was like peeling a banana peel. Circles of water waves, one after another, rushed around. Rumble. Waves of earth shaking loud noises, like thunder from the blue, came out. Slapping around Rock Shinobi's heart. All of them had frightened expressions, sweat on their foreheads, and swallowed saliva. His subordinates were pumping out chakra like crazy. They thought that if they didn't use it now, they probably wouldn't use it in the future. Click. Under the impact of the fourth water wave, the sound of the wall cracking sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked when they saw cracks slowly appearing on the wall in front of them. It started with just one or two, and then slowly covered the entire wall. Boom. The fifth wave was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The entire wall shattered instantly. The water waves are like overwhelming, sweeping around. Amidst several screams, the last wave of water hit, and the place fell silent for an instant, becoming silent. Chapter 137 Fujimura Yoshi takes action. Fujimura Yi was shocked. He never expected that this earth formation wall did not block a person's water style. You must know that in terms of attributes alone, earth style innate is slightly weaker than water style. This is common sense. But now one person's water style can actually break so many rock shinobi earth formation walls. You can imagine how powerful the person in front of you is. Advertisement. Boom. The water wave swept across, and the rock shinobi in the front row was instantly swallowed up. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ninjas behind him retreated wildly, and they only regretted that their parents had lost 2 legs. Stop it. Earth style, earth subsidence technique. Seeing this scene, Fujimura Yoshi could no longer care about being attacked by a sneak attack, and decisively struck the ground with one hand to perform ninjutsu. If this old man water style really swept over, his men would lose more than 30% to 40%. Even if this powerful old man is killed by then, the losses will be heavy. Boom boom boom. With Maraboshi Kasuke as the center, the ground collapsed rapidly. In just one breath, the huge wave of water escaped the gravity of the earth and quickly poured back, filling the entire collapsed pit. When Kasuke Maraboshi saw this, a look of astonishment flashed across his face, and then he looked a little older, visible to the naked eye. I sighed secretly in my heart, earth style innate restrained water style, if it were another ninja. He could probably take away a piece this time, but now. Why? Maruhoshi Koja forced himself to use the last bit of strength in his body and led the 2 of them out of the middle of the water quickly. Successfully escaped just before the water wave counterattacked. When Kasuke Maraboshi reached the ground, his steps faltered and he was about to fall to the ground. Senior. The 2 people exclaimed and quickly held on. Old man. I can only do this to this extent, and you will have to rely on yourselves from now on. Don't worry about me, just run away if you can. Maruhoshi Kasuke looked pale, but he still forced an ugly smile and said to the 2 of them. Senior, I will not escape. Even if I die in battle, I will take a rock shinobi to be buried with me. Katsudaju's body trembled and he said firmly. Hideyuki Hirayama, who had only one arm left, didn't say anything. Just, silently pass the chakra in your body to Maruhoshi Kasuke. He is already disabled with one hand, and the chakra in his body cannot perform any ninjutsu except acceleration. Simply pass this chakra in your body to Maruhoshi Kasuke. By then, with Maruhoshi Kasuke's strength, he would be able to kill one more person. Advertisement. Hearing this, Kasuke Maruhoshi was silent. This is his companion, this is his purpose of fighting so far, and he is also Genin's guardian for his whole life. Bond. Who? Maraboshi Kasuke took a deep breath, feeling the chakra transmitted from Hideyuki Hirayama, slowly stood up, and looked into the distance. Bang bang bang. The huge force of the water waves hit the surrounding rocks, and the sound of BG was endless. After a while, the beating gradually stopped. The scene was eerily quiet for a while. Fujimura Yoshi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and 7 or 8 of his men were killed or injured. That night, his 200-man army suffered an astonishing 780 casualties. It had only been a few hours since he entered the border of Konoha. What would Onoki do if he was held accountable? His troops could not afford any losses now. Thinking of this, Fujimura Yoshi looked at Maruhoshi Kasuke, with an indelible chill in his eyes, and he wanted to take action himself. Whoosh! One of them appeared in the center of the scene, forming a seal in his hand. The chakra inside the body exploded and spread around. The ground squirmed, and 3 rock giants more than 10 meters high appeared. Let's end it. Drink! Fujimura Yi roared, and with a thought, the 3 rock giants took heavy steps at the same time. Boom boom boom. Every step down was like beating on the head of a drum, and everyone's heartstrings were shaken. The rock giant gradually became faster and faster, and the heavy footsteps became more and more urgent. Like the climax of drumming. Everyone's hearts were severely grasped. Can you win this fight? It turns out I'm so weak. Seeing the rock giant approaching at extremely high speed, Katsudaju fell into deep doubts. It turns out that he is considered a little genius among the younger generation. But first it was Kasuke Maruhoshi who shocked him, and now it was his opponent Rock Shinobi who could not display such a powerful ninjutsu. He instantly felt so small. He was too fragile and vulnerable in the face of this kind of strength. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, which woke up Katsudaju from losing his temper. Turning around, Hideyuki Hirayama said nothing, covered his broken arm, and just smiled and nodded to him. Senior. Let's go together. After that, Hirayama Hideyuki rushed out first. Advertisement. Seeing this, Katsuda's eyes instantly became firm and he quickly caught up. Kasuke Maruhoshi did not move, closed his eyes tightly, and tried his best to regain some physical strength. He now has chakra, but his body is still limp, shaky. Hideyuki and Hirayama quickly approached the three rock giants. Sending two trash fish here to die. Fujimura Yi smiled disdainfully. In his eyes, these two people were just trash. If it weren't for a master like Maruhoshi Kasuke to share the pressure with them, the two of them wouldn't even be qualified to appear here. Not to mention fighting with him. Since you want to be reincarnated in a hurry, then I will be merciful and help you. Thinking of this, Fujimura Yi controlled the giant stone man and attacked quickly. Even though he is a stone man, under the control of Fujimura Yi, he is not much slower than him. Between 3 punches and 2 kicks, Hideyuki Hirayama was hit by a stone fist and flew more than 10 meters in an instant. He barely supported his body with one hand and spit out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Hideyuki Hirayama felt that his internal organs were torn apart, and waves of heartbreaking pain stimulated his nerves. Although this injury is serious, it is not the most serious injury he has suffered now. His legs were now bloody, with a few bones piercing through the flesh. Now he was completely disabled. After a few more attempts, it seemed to be fruitless. Hideyuki Hirayama laughed miserably, showing his teeth covered in blood and foam. He took out a few detonating charms from his ninja tool bag and held them in his hands. This is his last resort. He will have someone to support him before he dies. The most important thing is to destroy his own body and prevent the enemy from getting any information about Konoha. Hideyuki-senpai. Hideyuki Katsuda flew out as soon as he saw Hideyuki Hirayama and lost half his life. In an instant, his eyes became bloodshot, and he roared and formed seals quickly. Fire style fire dragon fire bomb. A fireball the size of a millstone shot out of his mouth and hit a rock giant head on. Boom. Sparks fly. Just as Katsudaju showed a hint of joy on his face, the next moment a slap about the same size as him came towards him. Before he could react, he was hit by a slap. Ah! With a scream, he was shot more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. His 2 arms were twisted strangely, his mouth was full of blood, and his chest was gradually stained red. Katsudaju's vision gradually blurred, his lips wriggled to say something, and he opened his mouth to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. It seems that there is a lot of air outflow and less air intake. Chapter 138 Arriving in time. Boom boom. The rock giant walked forward and took the lead in front of Katsudaju. Since life is so hard, let me help you get out of it. Fujimura Yi mocked, without wasting any time. The rock giant raised its giant rock foot, several meters in size, and stepped down hard. Advertisement. A huge shadow fell in Katsudaju's sight, and he was about to be trampled to pieces. Are you going to die now? I'm so unwilling. Slowly close your eyes and wait for death. Boom. At the critical moment, a water dragon with fangs and claws came first and hit one of the rock giant's legs instantly. Boom. The rock giant lost its balance and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Whizzing. 2 figures appeared quickly, carrying 2 seriously injured people back to the original place. Shadow clone disappears. Looking at the seriously injured 2 people, Kasuke Mariboshi felt something in his heart. They were like this back then. But he lives alone. But this time he would never escape. He bent down and used a few branches to make a simple prosthesis to support his body. Looking up, Mariboshi Furuuka showed a determined look on his face and strolled towards the 3 rock giants. At this time, Fujimura Yoshiya had already restored the rock giant. Gradually, Maruhoshi Kasuke quickened his pace, getting faster and faster. In a few flashes, he reached the side of the rock giant, bent down to avoid a heavy punch. A few detonating charms were attached to the thigh joints of the rock giant with his backhand. Within a few breaths, the remaining 2 were also labeled with detonating symbols. Maruhoshi Kasuke didn't even look back. This move was the method he used to control the rock giant ninja during the third battle. It can be said that it has been tested by war. Boom! The three rock giants had one of their legs blown off at the same time and fell to the ground. The rock giant that had previously left the two helpless did not stir up even a single wave in Guji's hands. This is an amazing display of his strength in combat. Fujimura Yoshi had a solemn look on his face, not daring to be careless at all. This man was not simple. He found the flaw in his ninjutsu in an instant. Find a vulnerable spot to order Arankar. Then how do you block it next? Fujimura Yoshuo performed the silk seal, and slapped the ground with both hands. His face suddenly shook. Seeing this, Kasuke Maraboshi stopped and looked at the ground warily. Ah! Wake it up for me! Advertisement! Rumble! As Fujimura Yi shouted, a hand suddenly appeared from the ground. This hand was about the size of the rock giant just now. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a stone giant about 30 meters tall with his hands above his knees appeared in front of everyone. Guji was frightened. If he was in his prime, he wouldn't be afraid, but now it would be enough for him to release a water dragon bullet. Originally, I wanted to get close and take down the opponent with my many years of combat experience. Now it seems that the other party has seen through it. Just when Kasuke Maraboshi was thinking about countermeasures, the stone giant didn't hesitate at all. Under the control of Fujimura Yi, the huge arm, like an Optimus pillar, swept towards Kasuke with huge wind pressure. The extremely fast airflow caused some of Maruhoshi Kasuke's white hair to flutter up and down. Seeing the giant hand sweeping towards me. Boom! It's now! Maraboshi Kasuke quickly jumped up, quickly stepped on his arm, and quickly moved towards the joint of the giant's arm. That is the weak point of the entire rock giant. Even if the rock giant cannot be destroyed. During those times, it had no choice but to do anything to itself. Delay tactics, naive. During the Third War, he was also used this tactic. There was really nothing we could do against that person at the time, but in the past few years, he was not standing still. He had already improved this shortcoming. Earth style, thorn armor technique. In an instant, stone thorns of different sizes appeared on the entire body of the stone giant. Maruhoshi Kasuke suddenly felt something bad, turned around quickly, and fell into the sky. Unexpectedly, Rock Shinobi has improved this shortcoming. Also, we suffered a big loss in this area last time, so how come it hasn't improved over the years? Outside the border. Rock Shinobi Army. Onoki worked hard all the way and led 3,000 Rock Shinobi to get here. Their current location is Kitu's previous stronghold. After all, the current situation of the war is unknown, and the stronghold here is still guarded to prevent unexpected retreats. First order everyone to take a rest. Onoki flew up and gave the order. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. After hearing this, a rock shinobi agreed and quickly retreated. Then Onoki flew into the house, and soon someone brought a pot of hot tea and some food. Tsuchikage-sama, this is the news that Akatsuki-sama has been sending back in secret these days. Not long ago, the secret message was sent every 5 minutes, and it hasn't stopped so far. Oh. Could it be that the Konoha troops have arrived? It shouldn't be. Onoki said something confused, put down the teacup he just picked up, and read the secret message. This secret language is a very high level one, and currently only Uegaku's senior executives can understand it. After watching carefully for a while, Onoki frowned and muttered. A powerful water-style ninja. Advertisement. Who is the one? Speaking of water-style, he couldn't help but think of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. At that time, that guy's water-style was the best in the ninja world, and even the so-called Mizukage was inferior to him. In addition to various secret techniques, it can be said to be the best in the ninja world. However, he died in a daze in the end. It is said that he was killed by Rock Shinobi Village Golden Horn. But Onoki definitely doesn't believe this statement. If nothing else, let's take Namikaze Minato and play the Flying Thunder God. The Uegaku have nothing to do with him. Something unknown must have happened at that time that prevented Senju Tobirama from even using Flying Thunder God. Will he be his descendant? Onoki murmured, and then thought about it. No, he wants this person to die. At this time, these masters can kill one by one. Otherwise, it will be a variable when it appears on the battlefield in the future. You must know that their Uegaku obviously had the upper hand, but they killed Namikaze Minato and suddenly became a disadvantage. Now seeing another powerful water-style master coming out of Konoha, how could he tolerate it? Then he gave a few instructions and flew into the air alone, heading away at high speed. Battlefield. Boom. Maruhoshi Kasuke quickly dodged the attack again with a few quick flashes. Looking at the big hole on the ground, I couldn't help but twitch my eyes. Boo-hoo-hoo. A shuriken and kunao came at him quickly. Maraboshi Furusuke's face darkened. He was already at a disadvantage, but now with these rock shinobi joining him, he couldn't dodge the attacks all over the sky. Water style, water barrier. The 3-meter-tall water dragon whirlwind rises from the ground and instantly neutralizes attacks from all over the sky. Just as Maruhoji Kosuk breathed a sigh of relief, a gust of cold wind hit him behind him, and he reacted instantly. Boom! He quickly dodged the attack and jumped into the air. Ooh-hoo-hoo! The sky is full of shuriken attacks again. Hateful! Kosuk Maruhoji gritted his teeth and once again mobilized the little chakra in his body to activate water barrier. The sky-wide attacks were blocked again. However, a strong blast of air came in front of me, and a huge rock hand slapped the water barrier. In just one breath, the water barrier shattered, and Kosuk Mariboshi flew towards the rock wall. Puff! Kosuk Maruhoji vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at his arms bent strangely, indicating a fracture. Fortunately, the water barrier blocked most of the force, otherwise he would have been cold this time. End it! Seeing this, Fujimura Yoshi didn't dare to complain. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, the stone giant arrived in front of Maruhoji Kosuk in a few steps, intending to punch him down. Just when Kosuk Maruhoji and everyone were despairing and showing signs of relief, a loud shout came from above. Spirit Communication Technique. Chapter 139 Furious. Everyone looked up. A huge figure fell down very quickly and slammed into the stone giant below. Boom! The earth and rocks exploded, and the stone giant was directly crushed into pieces of rubble, leaving a deep pit in place. Immediately, a strong airflow carried smoke and dust and swept away. The ground shook violently, like an earth dragon turning over, making his heart tremble. Advertisement. Fujimura Yi hurriedly stabilized his body and put his hands in front of his eyes to block the shock wave caused by the powerful force. Feel the wind stop. He also saw the scene in front of him. There was still thick dust filling the sky in front of him. If you look carefully, you can vaguely see a huge katsuyu. Blue and white, the whole body is 30 or 40 meters high, with a standing person faintly visible on it. Katsuyu. How could it be? Doesn't that mean? These words were not spoken by Fujimura Yoshi, but some rock shinobi around him had recognized Katsuyu. So they all looked horrified. Gradually, a sense of fear spread among the more than 100 rock shinobi. The legendary Sunin. Tsunadeheim. Fujimura Yi quickly thought about whether to escape or stay. Lord Yi-sama, Tsunadeheim is here. Let me retreat quickly. Fujimura Yi's guard saw that his master was still thinking and said hurriedly. Konoha Sunin is no joke. Among them, the battle with Lang Lord Orochimaru and Princess Tsunade resulted in the most heavy casualties. Quite simply, their spirit communication beast's massive damage is just heaven-defying, especially on the battlefield. Once Lord Lang Orochimaru's 10,000 snake formation comes out, those skilled ninjas will naturally be fine. But those ordinary ninjas were in a miserable state, they were just food to eat and give away their lives. The same goes for Tsunade. He, Katsuyu, is both a jerk and a poisoner. He is simply a scoundrel. Wait a minute. Fujimura Yi thought for a while, waved his hand and said, he felt that this matter was a bit strange. The guard was a little anxious, but he forced himself to calm down, and his subordinate asked. My lord, why? This was his guard who had been with him for many years. Naturally, he had no intention of hiding it or being dissatisfied. Moreover, he was anxious to retreat entirely for the sake of his own safety. Did you hear that loud shout before? Advertisement. Sound? The guard was stunned for a moment, then realized. Male. Sir, you are saying that this person is not Princess Tsunade. Fujimura Yi nodded, it is well known that Tsunadeheim is a female, and the previous voice was obviously a male. That means the person coming is not Tsunadeheim, but the person who signed the spirit communication contract with Katsuyu. Probably a close relative of Tsunadeheim. Doesn't that mean that BD deliberately used Princess Tsunade's reputation to scare us? That's unreasonable. The guard's voice was loud, and the people around him heard it clearly. It turns out that the person opposite is not Tsunade, one of the Sunin, but some of Tsunade's retainers. The news spread quickly, and the fear in the hearts of all the rock shinobi dissipated, but a sense of shame and embarrassment surged into their hearts. 100 or so of them were actually frightened by someone using the same name. Many of them even stepped back. Be prepared to run for your life when the situation turns bad. Under the strange looks of the people around them, those people returned to their original positions. Haha, Kuro, why are you retreating? Could it be that you were under an illusion? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Tianyi, you have a bit of a shrimp and a pig's heart. Paralyzed, Mother Ganlin. Among these people who pull up their pants and don't recognize anyone, one of them was so frightened just now that he insisted on changing places with him. Seeing this, Kuro no longer felt ashamed. He snorted coldly, raised his head, and walked to his original position with a swagger. This is just one episode among many rock shinobi. Shui Dian word count. Gradually the smoke dissipated. Under the moonlight, young men with blonde hair, wearing red ground-colored trench coats, stood above the giant Katsuyu. The windbreaker blew slightly, causing the windbreaker to sway slightly. Yoda holds a scroll absorber, chakra, in his hand. Looking back at the three seriously injured people, he didn't feel anything about the other two. However, when he saw his old man covered in blood, he even lost his prosthetic limbs. And when he saw those strangely curved hands, Yang Tai's heart seemed to be severely tugged. For a moment, his nose felt sore and his eyes were filled with sparkles. Then came, filled with rage. Who? Who? Yang Tai's momentum exploded instantly, and the clothes around him automatically moved without any wind. The powerful momentum gradually increased, and his anger was completely ignited. He has been bullied since he was a child. No matter how weak he is, he has never been angry. Advertisement. He originally had a no-matter attitude as long as he got by. This was also the attitude of his students back then. In summary, it was just a mess. As long as it's not a big deal, I just have to muddle through. As for the passion and frivolity of young people? Yang Tai said that he couldn't get hot, and he had tens of thousands of soft girl coins at once, so he gave up this idea early. But this time it was different. The old man who had always been dependent on each other was beaten like this. This is his reverse scale, his final bottom line. Anyone who touches the dragon's reverse scale will die. Yang Tai's eyes were red, as if his chest was on fire, the blood all over his body was surging, and his body was gradually trembling. Just like a bomb is about to be detonated, a shocking explosion will occur the next moment. Yoda, are you okay? At this time, Katsuyu naturally felt at his feet that something was wrong with Yoda, and asked in a gentle voice. A drop of crystal fell from the corner of his eye. Yang Tai clenched his hands tightly, exposing his veins. Hearing this, a hoarse voice spoke. The three of them will trouble you. At this time, he knew clearly that he was not concerned about the old man's situation. If these bastards are not dealt with, the old man and their injuries will not receive better treatment. Katsuyu heard Yoda's words, and quickly separated three small Katsuyu, climbed on them, filled the air with dots of green light, and began to treat them. The smoke and dust completely disappeared. Yoda turned around and looked down at the red-clad rock shinobi with a cold gaze. At the same time, rock shinobi also saw Yoda. The moonlight was bright today and they could see clearly. The person who came was just a little guy whose fetal hair had not even faded off. For a moment, the rock shinobi relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. It was really not Tsunade himself. Immediately afterwards, there were all kinds of taunts and taunts. Some said he was arrogant, some said he was trying to sell dog meat, and some said he got down on his knees and called daddy. In response, Yang Tai said, I call you foster father, do you dare to agree? Rock Shinobi Omega. Sir, this kid is very brave to stand up like this. Guard Rock Shinobi looked at Yoda who was so young, only about 17 or 18 years old. How dare you look at 100 or so of them so boldly without stage fright? It's quite big. It can produce such a big spirit communication beast. It's not weak at all. Please be careful. Fujimura Yoshie nodded in approval. He vaguely remembered the first time he faced the enemy on the battlefield. Still afraid of nervous trembling. However, the more outstanding you are, the more I want to kill you. Chapter 140 The Strange Power Kills Everyone. He is a little excited now, killing these geniuses who have not grown up. But it's a very interesting thing, the kind of people who are very smart and excellent, but they just don't grow up. It looked like it was constantly struggling in his hands. It's really exciting, and the person in front of me has something to do with the current Konoha Hokage. I guess they will be very excited when the time comes to send the body over. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Fujimura Yi's mouth showed a cruel and ferocious look. Sister, just watch. Konoha's geniuses come back to you one by one. At that time, he and his sister went to the battlefield together. During another patrol, his sister's team was attacked. When he finally found his sister, he vaguely remembered that her facial features had been brutally cut off and she was brutally killed. He didn't know what kind of cruel torture his sister suffered at that time. He couldn't imagine that in the end he locked himself up for several days without getting any water. After that, his temperament changed drastically, becoming calm, wise, and cruel. He vowed to chop up those Konoha geniuses alive and bury them with his sister. Shadow Clone Technique. A dozen Daoist shadows appeared above Katsuyu's head. Yoda couldn't hold it back any longer and roared, chakra surging all over his body. The airflow surging around the body was a little stronger, and a physical chakra appeared on Yang Tai's hands. Throw me over. After Yoda gave the order, Katsuyu's body squirmed, like a spring, and Yoda was pushed out directly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of meters passed by and we were close to the rock shinobi crowd. Ah! Yoda punched one of the rock shinobi in the crowd. This angry punch was like a ground-shattering punch, with astonishing power and huge inertia. Strange power. Rock Shinobi was the first to bear the brunt. He panicked and quickly used ninjutsu to raise a rock wall. Seeing the thick rock wall, I felt relieved, but then I laughed in my heart. A young boy is a young boy. He foolishly rushed into their crowd. If you're not really capable, then you're really a fool. Of course, in his mind, Yoda belongs to the latter. Boom. Rock Shinobi suddenly stiffened. What he saw was that the walls of the earth formation were shattering. Just as he was thinking about this, a fist as big as a sandbag approached his chest very quickly. He was so frightened that he wanted to struggle and escape. But it all happened too fast. He only reacted slightly and was hit smoothly. The punch passed through him. Boom. Advertisement. With Yang Tai as the center, the ground was instantly exploded. Rebels flew everywhere, and dozens of people screamed in agony. They were silent for a moment. They were probably out of breath. How is this possible? What kind of physical skill is this that is so terrifying? Fujimura Yi exclaimed, then reacted, and shouted. Everyone keep their distance and prepare to attack from a distance. The rock shinobi are certainly not stupid, they have long distanced themselves. After hearing the order from Fujimura Yi, he immediately prepared to attack. Yang Tai slowly withdrew his arm and looked at the blood on his arm, his face still cold. Not enough, not enough. The chakra on the solace of the feet exploded, with a bang, a big crater was created under the feet, and the whole body was shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, we were next to several rock shinobi. The evil wind hit, and rock shinobi was the first to bear the brunt. His expression was solemn and his hands were in seals, and most of his body was quickly covered in seriousness. The two arms were more than 3 times larger than before, and looked like a black orangutan from a distance. Ha! The huge stone fist punched Yang Tai in the face at great speed. Strange power. The physical chakra on Yoda's right arm emerged, and he punched hard, a powerful and heavy blow. Boom! The fists exchanged, and a wave of air exploded. The giant rock fist only blocked Yoda for a moment, and then was shattered by Yoda inch by inch. Yang Tai Quan's sharp edge was fierce and unstoppable, without stopping, hitting his body firmly, and then it was like breaking tofu. Then Rock Shinobi was beaten crossbody and half of his body was broken into pieces, with 1 or 2 pieces of lonely internal organs hanging alone. This scene is very bloody and shocking. You must know that this group of people has killed countless people and brutally killed all kinds of people. But for the first time on the battlefield, I saw that an extremely strong ninjutsu was broken by a punch. He also blasted it to pieces, it looked like a ferocious beast in human form. Some of the newbies who had just entered the battlefield couldn't hold it back and started retching. Yoda wiped the blood splashed on his face and murmured. Not enough, still not enough. After that, he continued to rush into the crowd and massacre. The ninjutsu of Kaylee is simply a cute new killer. Yoda punched a little boy in the crowd and killed him instantly. Cannot stop. Simply cannot stop. Earth-style rock pressing technique. Earth-style Tulan gun. Earth-style, press technique. Advertisement. Ninjutsu attacks from up, down, left and right swept forward. Now I can finally control this madman. The commander, Fujimura Yoshi, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. This man is simply a lunatic. He will deal with anything that comes his way with one punch. Now, under his command, it is only a matter of time before he can be controlled. Yang Tai's eyes quickly glanced left and right. Do you want to control him? Choke. His anger has not subsided yet. Crush it for me. Yang Tai raised his leg high, blue chakra appeared on the whole leg, and kicked it hard. Boom. The surrounding ground shattered rapidly, falling directly into half a meter. Just when the Tulong gun was about to take shape, it was shattered into pieces. The rocks that came from left and right exploded and scattered all over the ground. Yang Tai didn't stop at all, and an explosion came out from the solace of his feet. With a strange force, he punched down, and the huge rock above his head fell apart instantly. Since then, the crisis has been resolved. Yang Tai plunged into the crowd again and started to massacre. Hateful. Do you really think there is no one here? Fujimura Yi screamed in anger and formed a seal with his hands to cover the ground. Yoda was punching a rock shinobi when suddenly his eyes flashed. In an instant, a powerful force came, and Yang Tai was knocked back more than 10 meters, creating a large crater filled with smoke and dust. When the rock shinobi saw a huge rock slab appearing in front of them, they were immediately overjoyed, and Yashida took action. As long as Yoshi-sama takes action, it will only be a matter of time before this Konoha shinobi is defeated. Yes, the Konoha old man was so strong before, but he didn't survive 2 rounds in front of adults. Yes, the captain is an elite Jainin. Ignore those excited people. Instead, he stared at Zyoki surrounded by smoke and dust in the distance with a vigilant expression. He didn't believe that Yoda was knocked over by just this one blow. It is estimated that what follows is a bloody battle. Arriving here first, Fujimura Yi ordered to go down and keep other people away. Yang Tai was actually moving around, he just had a scratch on his skin, nothing serious at all. Tap tap tap. Yoda's figure slowly walked out of the smoke and looked at the vigilant rock shinobi. He also calmed down and couldn't be rash anymore. He had to kill these people first. Are you ready to die? You bastards! Chapter 141. A pair of 100. Boom! Yang Tai stepped on the ground with all his strength and rushed towards the control. With huge force, he stepped on the ground and dug a half-meter deep pit. Under the surprised eyes of rock shinobi, Yoda quickly controlled the seals. Spirit communication technique. As soon as the smoke dissipated, several three-pronged kunai appeared in the air and fell straight down. Advertisement. What on earth is he going to do with such a big battle? Fujimura Yi looked at the few kunai in the air with solemn eyes. He always felt that something dangerous was going to happen. Yang Tai's movements did not stop at all, and he separated several more shadow clone. Patting a seal on the inside of the windbreaker, the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. Water style, water. Huge water appeared out of thin air and instantly covered everyone. Yang Tai's shadow clone seized the opportunity, dived into the water at high speed, and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, we have reached the edge of the giant water ball. Water style water prison technique. The water ball suddenly stabilized and gradually formed a round water ball. From the air, it looks like a big blue pudding. Damn it, damn it. Is this pressure a water prison technique? Fujimura Yi slowly raised his hand and moved it a few times. Although there was pressure, it was not that strong. It should be that his chakra is too scattered. The rock shinobi were startled at first, and then realized that they didn't seem to feel anything except a slight discomfort in their bodies. No injuries at all. It turned out that there was just a lot of thunder and a small amount of rain. Looks good but looks useless. This is Fujimura Yoshi's evaluation. I have to say that Yoda's ninjutsu has a wide range. Visually estimate the distance in a radius of 7 to 800 meters. But apart from restricting some of their actions, there was no real danger at all. Yoda in the water naturally couldn't see their expressions. He held the Kusanagi sword tightly and was waiting for news. The several shadow clone on Katsuyu's body took a closer look at the position of the rock shinobi in the water. Some just sit down and use it to feel the ninjutsu. With a bang, a shadow clone disappeared. A message came from Yang Tai's mind. Because the content was brief, Yang Tai absorbed the content instantly, and a macro picture appeared in his mind. Advertisement. Other places are slightly blurry, but in one place, the body movements of the 17 rock shinobi can be seen very clearly. This is a way to cooperate with Shun Shui that I have come up with these days. This method was thought up by Yoda with reference to Pain 6 Paths Rinnegan and vision sharing. Use Shadow Clone to remember the enemy's body position, and then wear it back to the main body, so that you can overlook the overall situation. In this way, he can really do it with Shun Shui, hitting wherever he points. The next moment, Yang Tai suddenly disappeared. A rock shinobi, who was looking at Yoda in the air, suddenly saw a flash of light in his eyes, and a sword head with a cold light pierced his neck. It's so fast. He sensed it at all, the sword light flashed past, and rock shinobi suddenly felt dizzy. While spinning, he clearly saw a headless corpse slowly falling to the ground not far away. The blood flowing from his neck quickly dyed the surrounding area red. He died? How can this be? In an instant, his eyes quickly dimmed, and there was no life at all anymore. Yoda's steps didn't stop at all, the Kusanagi sword in his hand flashed with sword light, and the body of a rock shinobi was separated. In just 4 or 5 seconds, these rock shinobi died in Yoda's hands. The next moment, another memory came, Yang Tai disappeared in the blink of an eye, appeared not far away, and began to continue the massacre. Faced with this inhuman speed, only a few people used turtle shell ninjutsu to escape. The reason is also very simple, it's not that Yoda doesn't want to kill them. It's just a waste of time. Fujimura Yi and others reacted and immediately led people to support them. However, their ninjutsu and hidden weapons couldn't do anything to hit Yoda in the water, and they couldn't hit him at all. They were so angry that they kicked Yawazi. Of course, those rock shinobi are not fools, they are also the elites of rock shinobi. Although I can't say it, it is very awesome. But the IQ is still online. I just didn't have any information about Yang Tai before, and some of my eyes were dark. I was caught off guard. Now that I have reacted, I cannot compete with him. The bodies quickly sank to the ground one by one. But even so, most people still don't know how to dive into the ninjutsu. So Yoda's massacre continues. The touching lasted for about 2 minutes. At this time, the water prison was unlocked and Yang Tai's shadow clone dissipated. Even with a large amount of chakra, this time is their limit to maintain such a wide range of ninjutsu. Without Yang Tai's shadow clone to maintain it, the water balls spread out in an instant, and soon seeped into the ground. At this time, the scene was in chaos. Advertisement. The ground is full of potholes, with deep or shallow blood and corpses. Suddenly, it gave people a chilling feeling, as if they had entered a ghost movie scene. Coupled with the moonlight tonight, it turned this place into a scene of hell. Tick tick tick. The Kusanagi sword pointed at the ground was dripping with water. Yang Tai was wet and looked at the 7 or 8 lucky people in the distance. Except for the more difficult people, he had almost killed more than 100 people. The remaining 20 or so people sneaked underneath, and Yang Tai had no good way to deal with them. In the distance, Fujimura Yoshi had a ferocious look on his face. He was extremely angry. Unexpectedly, in just 2 minutes, almost all of his troops were wiped out, except for the few in front of him and some people hiding underneath. 200 people. All of them didn't come at once. How do you want him to explain it to Onoki? He also wants to save him. But all kinds of ninjutsu didn't work. They even used seismic cores to make the ground collapse. But this is of no use at all, as it will damage the water area. Sorry, the water area is so large, I can't do it. However, it's not like he did nothing during these times. He has already analyzed Yang Tai's information. Especially the ninjutsu of teleporting in water. That speed is comparable to that of Namikaze Minato back in the day. However, this human ninjutsu can also be used only in water. Another point is that he estimates that Yoda Chakra is running out. The analysis of the reason is also very simple. First, it was a spirit communication beast as big as spirit communication, and then it was smashed with weird ninjutsu without risking its life. In the end, he used water-style ninjutsu on such a scale. I'm afraid he doesn't have much chakra left. In this way, as long as we kill it, we might be able to get rid of the crime. Thinking of this, Fujimura Yi's eyes flashed coldly and he ordered an attack. Come on, he can no longer use that teleportation ninjutsu. Whoosh whoosh. 3 people suddenly jumped out from behind Fujimura Yi. These 3 people were his guards. The 3 of them scattered up, throwing shurikens, kunao and various hidden weapons. Ding 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 ding. Yoda moved around, waving the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and the hidden weapons were shot down one by one. Make various crisp sounds. Earth-style earthquake core. Fujimura Yoshi activated his ninjutsu and slapped the ground, chakra surged, and a white light instantly split the ground, forming a huge square. Based on this square shape, the bottom of Yang Tai's feet collapsed rapidly. Chapter 142 Fast. The other 3 guards used ninjutsu very well. Earth-style, quagmire. Earth-style Iwaman technique. Earth-style, earththorn technique. Suddenly, a small puddle appeared under Yang Tai's feet, and his feet instantly fell into it. Advertisement. This quagmire is very strange. It has a very strong adhesive force, which is stronger than some strong glues. Couldn't move at all. In an instant, the whole person was sunk into the ground along with this square piece of land. Boom. A huge stone slab blocked the exit, turning the pit into a secret room. In an instant, countless rock barbs appeared in the pit, and the next moment, Yang Tai was pierced into a hedgehog. Hey! Should he be dead? One of the guards asked nervously. It's no wonder he was so nervous. Yang Tai's achievements were all in front of him. Maybe, but we can't relax now, just in case. Another guard said cautiously. The 2 nodded in unison, agreeing with his point of view. At this time, Fujimura Yi stepped forward and listened carefully to what was going on inside. Sir, there is really no movement. Why don't you open it and take a look? One of the guards suggested. Fujimura Yi shook his head. Don't do it yet, let's see if this person is pretending or if he is really dead. If he is not dead, then he will be trapped. You must know that my seismic core is very defensive. Even if it is destroyed inside, it will absorb the enemy's chakra to recover. The premise is that there can't be any problems on your side. After saying that, he looked at the guards who used huge stone slabs to seal the entrance of the cave. When the guard saw this, he said nothing and used a stone slab to press him down. There is absolutely no problem now. The 3 of them were speechless. You are really a man of action. Hey! Seeing that there was still no movement inside, Fujimura Yi looked at the messy ground and sighed deeply. The culprit in front of me was solved, but the problem that followed came. How should he explain to Onoki? It can't be said that when he was about to kill the master of Konoha, a young man of 17 or 18 years old suddenly jumped out. 7 in and 7 out of his troops, almost wiping out his entire unit. They then worked together to kill the young man. Advertisement. This is too ridiculous to hear. If it hadn't happened to him today. If it were anyone else, Fujimura Yoshi probably wouldn't believe it. The 3 of them also understood Fujimura Yoshi's situation and quickly comforted him. Don't worry, sir. The correspondent will probably report the real thing to Tsuchikage-sama. So you don't need to worry too much. When Fujimura Yoshi heard this, he was right. He himself reported that Onoki didn't believe it, but he should believe the correspondent. After all, this department belongs only to Onaki. Now that there is a way to solve this matter, he can no longer dwell on it. We must capture this young man as soon as possible, and take care of those 3 people as well. Get ready, raise the slab. Hearing this, the 3 of them instantly became nervous and looked at the slate with caution. Boom boom. 2 stone slabs fell to the ground, and the scene inside was revealed. There are dense barbs inside, and there is no trace of Yoda at all, not even a kakuzu of Yoda. How come? How is this possible? How did he escape from my seismic core silently? The 4 of them were shocked as they watched Yang Tai disappear. They did not expect that this young man actually ran away under their noses. Does he know that such a Gakuer technique? If you crawl under, you might be able to escape. Are you telling me? The adults have said that the seismic nuclear structure collapsed and was surrounded by chakra. Once you are hit, you can only escape through an exit from above. Another guard reminded and explained. I was so excited, I forgot. Alert. Realizing that Yoda was not dead, and even escaped. Fujimura Yoshi was surprised at first, and then became alert. Maybe Yoda was preparing to attack them in some direction. On a big tree in the distance, Yang Tai was squatting behind the tree, holding a scroll in his hand, watching every move of the 4 people. That's right, he had already used instant water to leave when the water flow dispersed, leaving only his shadow clone in place. No way, it's Katsuya who is huge in spirit communication again. Then he used crazy power to output, and finally used a large amount of chakra to maintain instant water. His chakra has been almost exhausted. So with the help of the scattered color of the water, he escaped and reached up here to absorb some chakra. After a while he saw several people taking action. I have to say that the series of ninjutsu cooperated very well. It would have been impossible for him to use it to this extent without Xionged for several years. It shows that these people are not good people. And now it is certain that the man with the yellow cloth tied on his head is their core. Advertisement. This is their commander. With a loud rumbling sound, the stone slab was lifted. Yoda knows that he has been exposed, feel the chakra in his body. Although this amount is not as good as when spirit communication Katsuyu started. But it shouldn't be difficult to deal with these 3 people. After putting away the scroll, Yang Tai slowly appeared in front of the 4 of them. The 4 of them saw Yang Tai coming out from behind a big tree. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he became alert. Do it. Following the order from Fujimura Yoshi. The 4 of them drew out their long knives and started fighting at the same time. The reason why you don't want to use ninjutsu attacks is very simple. First of all, Yoda must have seen them performing ninjutsu. If used again, it is very likely that the opponent will be prepared and easily dodge, and they will waste their chakra in vain. Also, they are not sure whether the person in front of them is Yang Tai's true form. If confirmed, it's not too late to use it again. They all used sword skills to suppress Yoda in terms of experience. It's okay for a young man to be strong in ninjutsu, but he can't even be strong in swordsmanship. This is considered a weakness of his, so if they attack together, they might be able to kill Yoda by then. Yoda had no expression on his face, and without saying a word, he picked up the Kusanagi sword and rushed forward. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere, and Yang Tai's figure floated between the 4 people like a ghost. Yes, his swordsmanship experience may not be as good as these 4 due to various reasons such as age and time. But he is fast. His original body flicker technique is not weak, coupled with his understanding of Shunsui in the past few months. His body flicker technique has improved a lot. The body flicker technique of ordinary ninjas is no match for him. Damn it! Look at my rock fist. One of the guards suddenly became furious when he saw that Yang Tai was as slippery as a loach. Quickly forming a seal, the rock instantly covered his arm, and he punched Yoda. Are you anxious? Yang Tai raised his brows without panicking at all, leaving a faint afterimage appearing on his left side. With one move, he split Hwashin and hit the guard's shoulder. The guard saw this and smiled disdainfully. Chakra surged, and the rocks on his arms quickly covered most of his body. With such a defense, it doesn't matter if Yang Tao gets hit with a few swords. Earth style? That feeling is just right. Yang Tai's eyes flashed and he mobilized chakra. Chapter 143 Killing. This time la la. Lightning flashed in his hand, and the sword was instantly covered with strong thunder and lightning power. A sword struck down hard, and the rock-covered guard only blocked it for a moment. The thunder attribute chakra crazily destroyed the rocks around him. In an instant, the chakras in the rocks were destroyed and fell down one after another. Phew. Advertisement. Ah. Blood spilled into the sky, and an arm carried some gravel flying into the air. The guard howled miserably and retreated instantly. Upon seeing this, the other 3 people immediately stepped forward to cover and started fighting with Yoda again. Sonoras. Yoda and Fujimura Yi fought each other at close range, and the sword blades collided with brilliant sparks. While the 2 were struggling, the other two guards attacked from both sides and slashed at Yoda. Yoda twitched the corner of his mouth, threw out 3 kunao with one hand, and retreated quickly. He briefly distanced himself from the 3 of them. Are you okay? Fujimura Yoshi stared at Yoda, looking at the guard beside him out of the corner of his eye, and asked with concern. The bleeding has stopped, it's not a big deal. An ugly smile appeared on the guard's pale face. The 3 of them were silent after hearing this. They said it lightly, how could it be okay? To know that if a ninja loses his hands directly, the sky will undoubtedly fall. It is equivalent to a martial arts master whose internal strength has been depleted. From now on, I can only stay in the village and enjoy the blessings. Finally done. Yang Tai looked at the 3 handfuls under the 4 people's feet, a hint of joy flashed across his face. These are the last 3 kunao he has, so he must be careful. Try to kill with one hit. Although it is said that spirit communication technique and spirit communication kunao can be used, Yoda's current chakra is obviously a bit insufficient, so it would be better to use less. No one on the battlefield will wait quietly for you to recover chakra before taking action. Of course, Yoda also has a trump card, which is the Shadow Clone Chakra Scroll. This thing should never be used unless it is extremely dangerous. Yang Tai rushed forward fiercely, and a water column appeared out of thin air in front of him, wrapping around the 4 of them like a swimming dragon. Yang Tai didn't have time to watch them chatting, so he took action directly and struck first. When the 4 of them saw this, their hair stood on end, and there was a chill in their backs. Seeing Yang Tai disappearing from the same spot, the 4 of them instantly understood. This is the body flicker technique just performed in the water. Advertisement. I didn't expect it could be used like this. Suddenly a sharp cold light rose, and a big head flew into the air. Thump. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. When the peripheral vision caught this scene, the 3 of them were horrified and couldn't believe it. I had beaten a few people back and forth before. Why is there suddenly a one-sided trend now? Fujimura Yoshi was even more shocked. Yoda's speed and his ability to rely on kunao for instant kills. An image appeared in his mind. The blonde young man threw a dozen kunao in an instant. Then there was a scene where more than 40 people received their lunch boxes one after another. Namikaze Minato. Flying Thunder God Technique. Although there is a big difference between what is seen in front of you and what is described, this weird instantaneous appearance seems to come from the same origin. Could it be that Konoha has developed some powerful ninjutsu? Thinking of this, a black substance suddenly appeared on his body, which looked like stone but not stone. Just as he was thinking about it, the other 2 were wiped by Yoda's sword on their necks, and now only Fujimura Yi was left standing. Yang Tai appeared behind him in a flash, the sword was wrapped with lightning, and he slashed out with a sword. Clang! Sparks flew. Yoda was stunned, it was strange that Earth Style could actually block Lightning Style's attack. You're dumbfounded. This is the ninjutsu they developed in Rock Shinobi Village to deal with the guys at Cloud Shinobi. At this moment, several stone thorns suddenly shot out from Fujimura Yi's back. The speed was so fast that Yang Tai barely reacted and moved a little bit, barely avoiding it. But his arm was scratched. Yoda took a quick look at the wound and saw that it was not serious, so he picked up his sword and stabbed it. See, normal attacks are ineffective. Yoda used the body flicker technique and kicked out with great force. There was a bang, and the huge force caused Fujimura Yoshi to stumble and lose his balance. Good chance. Yang Tai's eyes lit up, and body flicker technique appeared behind him. At the same time, his right hand was raised high, and a watermelon-sized blue chakra disc appeared in his hand. Buzz. It was spinning at an extremely fast speed, making a harsh buzzing sound. Seen from a distance, it seems as if the sun is holding a bright moon in its hand. Chi Yuan slash. It struck hard, and the powerful rotating air flow spread out in all directions, like a wicker cutting through the air, making a shrill sound. Advertisement. When he heard the harsh sound behind him, Fujimura Yi felt something bad and quickly formed seals, preparing to escape. Earth Style, Earthy River. There was a squirming movement under his feet and instantly turned into mud, and he immediately escaped with Fujimura Yi. I want to run away. It's not that easy. The Chi Yuan slash was thrown out in his hand, instantly cutting through the air and approaching behind Fujimura Yoshi. Just when he was about to hit his back, Chi Yuan Zhan suddenly made a small turn, like peeling tofu. He chopped off one of Fujimura Yi's arms, and without losing his momentum, he drilled straight into the ground. Ah! After stepping on the mud flow and escaping for some distance, Fujimura Yi covered his broken arm and let out a cry of pain. Seeing that, he quickly distanced himself and ran away from Fujimura Yoshi. Yang Tai looked at the palm of his hand and quickly pursued. Sure enough, he is still not very proficient. This is his new development of Chi Yuan slash. However, it is still very imperfect and the direction is too difficult to control. After escaping the disaster, Fujimura Yi ran like crazy, trying to get rid of Yoda's pursuit as soon as possible. Of course, Yang Tai couldn't let this guy run away. My old man suffered such serious injuries, and 90% of them were caused by this guy. Thinking of the old man's twisted hands again, Yang Tai's anger that had extinguished a lot was instantly ignited again. The speed that was not slow at first became a bit faster. Feeling Yoda speeding up, Fujimura Yi didn't care about running in that direction now, and immediately speeded up, only regretting that his parents had lost 2 legs. Earth style, multiple flow walls. Whoosh whoosh. 7 or 8 earthen walls rose instantly, and several figures appeared beside the escaping Fujimura Yi. Yi, what's wrong with you? A solemn look appeared on Akatsuki's honest face, and he looked at the embarrassed Fujimura Yi, and then looked at the fact that there was no one around him. Could this guy be alone and be surrounded and killed by the Konoha shinobi? Shaking his head, this shouldn't be the case, and simply asked directly. Where are your men and troops? Fujimura Yi looked at the rescuers and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Red Earth Onaki's guard, Onaki's mouthpiece. Now he was saved. However, after hearing Dao Kitu's question again, his face instantly became unsightly. He had forgotten about his current situation and whether Onaki could let him go after he returned. Coupled with his broken arm, his serious career may be over. Dead, almost all of them are dead. Several people were shocked when they heard this. How could it be possible? Wasn't there an ambush early? This was to catch Rock Shinobi off guard. Chapter 144 Siege and Killing. No. Wrong. Then Konoha has no reason to let them enter the sidelines. Kitu asked with a serious expression, Yu-jun, what on earth is going on? Fujimura Yoshi did not hesitate at all, and briefly and clearly stated the matter clearly, and pointed out the characteristics of Shun Shui by the way. Advertisement. Flying Thunder God? Probably not, then what kind of strange ninjutsu is this, and it needs to be performed with the help of water flow. Yang Tai, who was looking not far away, had a cautious look in his eyes. Katsuyu, tell your body to come over. Yoda spoke softly to the little Katsuyu on his neck. The fat man opposite has memories of his past life and current information. His identity is not difficult to guess. Terracotta. Onaki's guard. His ability as the guardian of a village's shadow should not be underestimated. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, rock shinobi figures appeared one after another in the surrounding woods, seeming to gradually surround Yoda. Seeing this, Yang Tai didn't hesitate anymore. He took out a shadow clone scroll, opened it, and the shadow clone disappeared. Full chakra returns to its original state. Although everyone in Akatsuki didn't know what Yoda had done, but they could clearly see that Yang Tai had gone from being a little nervous just now to feeling confident now. There seems to be an unwarranted confidence in it. Swish. There was also a lot of movement behind Yoda, which caused a moment of tension on Rock Shinobi's side. Then, adult-sized Katsuyu appeared one after another, densely packed. It is estimated that there are at least several hundred of them. It's really Katsuyu. Could this guy really be someone from Tsunadeheim? No matter, such a monster, and he is not from Rock Shinobi village. Absolutely not alive. Then Chi too quickly formed seals, slapped the ground with both palms, and chakra was injected crazily. Earth style, mountain earth technique. Rumble. Suddenly, 2 huge oval-shaped rocks rose up on both sides of Yang Tai, more than 10 meters high. Squeezed towards Yang Tai. The power was like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking, and it was unstoppable. Yang Tai quickly looked around and made a decision immediately. One hand was quickly stained with the blood on his arm, and he began to form seals very quickly. Spirit communication technique. A 3-pronged kunai appears in the hand, and with a thought, the shape of the water column inside changes. Advertisement. He raised his hand and threw it out with all his strength, then the water column exploded, and Yang Tai got into it and disappeared. Boom. 2 huge rocks collided, making a loud noise that resounded through the sky. The next moment, Yang Tai appeared in front of Akatsuki and the others along with the water column. The Kusanagi sword in Yoda's hand was pointed at Fujimura Yoshi's heart. No matter how it ends today, this guy in front of me must. Before Akatsuki and the others could make any move, the Kusanagi sword in Yoda's hand suddenly glowed brightly. It stretched more than 10 meters in an instant, and pierced Fujimura Yoshi's heart with a sword. A hole. Stop it. Akatsuki yelled this out angrily, but it was too late. Fujimura Yoshi's heart was broken, and he was already dead and could no longer die. Yoda quickly retracted his Kusanagi sword and retreated as fast as he could. At the same time, where he originally stood, it was penetrated by 7 or 8 earth spears. It's so easy to kill someone and just run away. Kitu sneered, formed seals with his hands and shouted loudly, resounding through the sky. Earth style, shake the earth's core. At the same time, the surrounding rock shinobi simultaneously formed seals to echo the terracotta. As Akatsuki slapped the ground, the surrounding rock shinobi slapped the ground together. White lights flashed across their palms. In an instant, Yang Tai felt a shaking beneath his feet, and the surrounding scenery, which was 300 to 400 meters away, sank rapidly with him. It didn't stop until 100 or 200 meters away. The border is far away. The two people sitting on Kinkei's back were stunned, and quickly stood up to look at the huge shout in the distance. Tsunade's handsome brows furrowed. Earth style? Rock Shinobi? As one of the commanders of the third battle, she naturally understands the cunning and power of Rock Shinobi. Among them, Rock Shinobi has dozens of people, hundreds of people cooperate with ninjutsu, and the earth-style ninjutsu is extremely terrifying. In large-scale wars, it can quickly disrupt enemy formations and divide the battlefield. How many Rock Shinobi did that brat Yoda encounter? Thinking of this, Tsunade hurriedly stepped on Kinkei under his feet. Can you two be faster? Tweet. Zai, Kwekwe has worked very hard. The Anbu ninja stroked the green bird distressedly, increased his strength, and flew towards the source of the sound. Another place in the sky. Onaki, who was flying at high speed, paused in the air after hearing the sound, and looked to a place in the distance. Earthquake core. Kito, what kind of trouble is this person in? He actually needs this kind of encirclement and killing method. The ninjutsu of earthquake core has many uses, such as dividing the battlefield. But the information said that he encountered a powerful water-style ninja. Now it seems that the opponent does have two brushes, and he actually let Chi-Tu use this method to surround and kill him. Advertisement. If they use this move, all the ninjas on their side will be killed. Either the opponent is exhausted and there is no third way. You must know that the third Raikage was also held back by this move for a long time. You can imagine its dangers. Then the whole person accelerated a bit and quickly headed towards the source of the sound. Bang bang bang. Rock Shinobi fell down one by one, visually there were more than 20, and the rest were probably entangled by Katsuyu, making it difficult to escape. Konoha Shinobi, prepare to die. A Rock Shinobi smiled cruelly and slowly drew out his sword. It's still a matter of two minds who will die. Maybe you will be the one who dies. Yoda retorted, holding the Kusanagi sword tightly in his hand and looking around carefully. Ah! A Rock Shinobi took the lead and slashed at Yoda with a diagonal sword. Yang Tai Hongji unresisted, raised his leg and kicked him on the waist. Well, Rock Shinobi didn't react and was kicked hard by Yoda Shi and flew out more than 10 meters. Earth-style 4 bouquets of technique. The next second, the ground of Yang Tai squirmed, and several tentacles flew out, wrapping around Yang Tai's limbs. Go together. Several Rock Shinobi swarmed up and started slashing. Yang Tai didn't panic at all, a cold look flashed in his eyes. Chakra surges in both hands, and blue chakra visible to the naked eye emerges. With a little force, the entire stone tentacle shattered with a bang. Strange power. With one punch, the wind blows 4 times. The blades of several people who came close to him shattered and flew into their bodies. Ah! My eyes! Yang Tai ignored the miserable howls of several people and punched out with another earth-shattering punch. Hit the ground hard. Suddenly, the ground shook, the mountains collapsed, and the ground cracked. With Yang Tai as the center, huge air waves spread out in all directions. Many Rock Shinobi staggered. Earth and rocks were flying. Yang Tai untied the restraints under his feet, stepped heavily on the ground, and was suddenly shocked again. Yang Tai's whole body shot out like a cannonball and flew into the air. He glanced at the people below who looked shocked. It's time for him to fight back. Make a seal with your hands and clap it in the air. The runes spread out like a spider web. Spirit communication technique. Suddenly dozens of kunao fell down and exploded instantly. The next second the water swept over and occupied the entire pit. You asked for this, you didn't even need me to use waters. Chapter 145 Earthflow City Wall. When Kito, who was commanding above, saw this, his face was filled with surprise. Is this the water style mentioned in the intelligence? Although it looks good, it doesn't seem to have much power. Although Fujimura Yoji introduced Yoda briefly and clearly before. But they didn't mention Maruhoji Kasuke, whom they were chasing earlier, and he saw Yoda displaying such a wide range of ninjutsu. Advertisement. Naturally, I feel that Yoda is the water-style master. Without any hesitation, Yoda grasped the Kusanagi sword and used Shunsui to shuttle between the dozens of them. Because of the red trench coat on his body, he looked like a red stream of light sneaking through the water. In the blink of an eye, each one's throat was sealed with a sword, and the blood drained rapidly. The corpse first sank, and then slowly floated upward. One by one they floated on the water, and the entire water slowly began to change color. Kitu's pupils tightened, and he was really shocked inside. Too fast. It's just too fast. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, Iwagakure actually killed dozens of them. This young man, if he continues to develop at this rate, will be the next Namikaze Minato sooner or later. Thinking of this, Kito felt horrified. Why are they Iwagakure so afraid of Namikaze Minato? To be precise, the middle and lower classes in every country are afraid of Namikaze Minato. No way, Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god is simply a new harvester. These Jainin or special Jainin just can't be defeated, they can easily escape with ninjutsu like ground escape. But those low-level ninjas had no way of surviving. In the ninja world, judging whether a Kage is truly powerful depends on whether he has large-scale covering ninjutsu. As for those with super strong single-target abilities, he ranks in the middle. This is not arbitrary, this is a fact. Third Hokage is so strong that it can challenge Eight Tails alone. He was actually dragged to death by Rock Shinobi Village using human wave tactics. This is a bloody fact. If the protagonist of that battle were another Kage who had large-scale ninjutsu at that time, Rock Shinobi Village definitely suffered heavy losses. For example, Third Hokage, who was said to be the strongest at the time, was not just someone who was said to be the strongest. His magnet style, sand iron boundary method, is a truly cute new harvester. At that time, it was the same existence as the eraser Ono Kichindu. It's a pity that this guy was unlucky. I don't know if he was too arrogant or too confident, but he fell into the hands of Scorpion. Advertisement. A dignified Kazekage died of poisoning. At this time, after finishing everyone, the sun flashed and appeared on the water. Shin and Akatsuki looked at each other with a gloomy expression. Yoda looked around. At this time, a large number of Katsuya were fighting with a group of Rock Shinobi. However, Rock Shinobi has a large number of people, and Akatsuki, the elite Jainin, suppresses Katsuyu. Katsuyu is obviously at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yoda didn't hesitate at all. He inserted the Kusanagi sword into his waist with his backhand, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style water waves. The next moment, the water under Yang Tai's feet erupted like a fountain, quickly pushing him to a huge height of about 10 meters. Ha! Yoda clasped his hands together and shouted loudly, and the blue chakra airflow around him exploded instantly. Looking at it from a distance, I thought it was the 8 inner gates. The next moment, a huge water wave of 10 meters, carrying super strong impact, made a rolling and muffled sound. Shoot at dozens of Rock Shinobi centered on Akatsuki. Earth-style wall. Kitu naturally saw Yang Tai's move. Although he was a little late, he didn't panic at all. As long as Yoda can no longer use such weird ninjutsu on the ground. This one seems very strong, but it's actually not weaker than water style, and he's not afraid at all. Kitu slapped the ground with both palms, and the entire ground beneath him shook violently, rising more than 10 meters and stretching for 70 or 80 meters nearby. The real technique is as its name suggests. The ground is more than 10 meters high. From Yang Tai's perspective, it really looks like a tall city wall. Boom! A loud noise was heard several kilometers away and still echoed. Water splashed down from the sky, as if it was raining locally. At this time, Akatsuki still didn't let down his guard, because Yang Tai's water teleportation was too scary. Thinking of this, I pressed my palms on the ground and continued to inject chakra. Immediately, the entire rising ground rose up with stone pillars of different shapes, and the distance between the stone pillars was not large. This was specifically done to prevent Yoda from using that kind of instant water to massacre the ninjas behind him. After a while of previous analysis, he already had a general understanding of Yang Tai's strange instant water method. Unlike Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god, which uses Kunao as a medium. He uses water as a medium, in other words, this is a weird water teleportation. There was a strange pause on both sides. However, the atmosphere became more tense. Advertisement. It's like the eve of a storm. Yang Tai looked at the tall ground rising in front of him, his expression was ugly. Is this red earth so strong? It's a waste of time. He used this large-scale water style just to expose the opponent's weaknesses and launch a sneak attack. It's good now, people are on tight guard. He was immediately restrained. It seems that lightning style, Kirin, a large-scale destructive ninjutsu, will be developed as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would encounter the embarrassing situation in front of him and be unable to break through this large-scale defensive ninjutsu. Of course, the Chi Yuan slash can break it, but what's the use? It's just a drop in the bucket. As for using water, just kidding, the chakra consumed by that thing is not something Yang Tai can easily bear. I would only use that kind of trump card when I was angry before. If you had used instant water to kill those Rock Shinobi. Now he is not at a loss to advance or retreat. Thinking of this, Yang Tai felt annoyed because he was still too impulsive. But Yang Tai has no regrets. Even if he does it again, he will do it again. Katsuyu, how far have they retreated, old man? Yoda stood on the water and asked Katsuyu, who had his little head stuck out from his chest collar and was looking at the things around him. This was also the reason why he didn't escape, just to buy the old man and the others enough time to escape. When little Katsuyu heard this, his two tentacles moved, and then a crisp voice came. We have escaped a few kilometers, you can retreat. Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief, and now he finally had no worries. Thinking of this, Yoda looked at Akatsuki and the others and his eyes became uncomfortable. He also has 2 Shadow Clone Chakra Scrolls, and since Rock Shinobi gave him such a great gift, then he has to give it back, as the saying goes, don't reciprocate. If he consumes this chakra, it won't be a problem to take away 1 or 2 Rock Shinobi. Thinking of this, Yang Tai suddenly felt his blood boiling. He immediately spirit communication took out a dozen kunao to defend himself, ready to escape at any time. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The Yang Tai silky seal, Minato squirmed under his feet, and a 7 or 8 meter water dragon rushed out quickly. Yang Tai clasped his hands together, stood firmly on the water dragon, and rushed towards the high earth wall not far away. This attack Water Dragon Bullet Yoda outputs a lot of chakra. Chapter 146 Blocking Chi Yuan Slash. It goes without saying much about its power. Under the gaze of Chi-2 and others, the water dragon flew directly over the earth wall and rushed towards them. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Many Rock Shinobi used defensive ninjutsu to resist. Boom. Advertisement. There was a loud noise and earth and rocks flew. The powerful water dragon bullet hit the earth flow wall and shattered it. However, Rock Shinobi behind him was only knocked away and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Suffered some minor injuries. Just when everyone in Rock Shinobi felt that Yoda was just a thunderstorm this time, Yang Tai was in the air, his hands wrapped around circles of blue chakra, and he swooped down at high speed. Find a lucky guy and punch him violently. Boom. A huge shock wave spread, and under Yoda's strange power, the hard earth flow wall that could block the genin technique. Like tofu being easily crushed. The fist was scattered and hit the Rock Shinobi's chest directly. There was a bang, a dull sound scattered, and blood flew all over the sky. Some of the minced meat and internal organs were splashed directly on the surrounding stone walls, and some were even sprinkled directly on the faces of several Rock Shinobi. One of them, Rock Shinobi, couldn't stand it and started retching. He looked like a newcomer at first glance. Yang Tai's attack was so direct that many people stood stunned on the spot. Is this man a spirit communication beast in human skin? How could a person have such power? They stood dumbfounded, but Yoda didn't. He quickly kicked the Rock Shinobi closest to him. This powerful and heavy kick made a harsh sound as it broke through the air. Only after kicking it did he react and start running away. Quickly, his body rushed towards the ground at extremely high speed. Seeing that his body was only halfway into the ground, Yang Tai still stepped closer. Before his feet reached him, the strong air flow was already rushing towards him. Dying? Rock Shinobi struggled and tried to escape, but there was no hope at all. He could only watch as he approached with the terrifying giant power foot. His heart was filled with despair, and he had no choice but to close his eyes and wait for death. Stop it! Akato shouted loudly and suddenly appeared in front of the Rock Shinobi. He wasn't afraid of Yoda's full force kick at all, but instead punched him head on. Earth style, rock fist. The next second, the punch was quickly covered with a layer of rock, and it met Yang Tai's kick head on. Boom. Advertisement. A wave of air exploded between the two of them. The strong air flow instantly shattered the surrounding earth and rocks. Suddenly, smoke and dust were everywhere, and earth and rocks were flying everywhere. The solace of Yang Tai's feet instantly went numb, and he flew backwards. He lost some of his strength in the air and made several foot-deep footprints before he stabilized his body. I looked a little surprised at the embarrassed Chi-2 not far away. I didn't expect this thick-browed man to be so powerful in close combat. Kito barely managed to steady his body and looked solemnly at the steps he had made, which were a foot deep. They all knew that the physical skills Yang Tai had just displayed were strong, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. Even his rock fist couldn't be resisted, and now the arm is still numb. Yoda had no intention of stopping when he saw this. He didn't want to be surrounded by dozens of ninjas all at once. So he had to wrap around Akatsuki and prepare to use the ninjutsu Rock Shinobi around him, not daring to do it easily. Punch after punch, Akatsuki barely suffered from this kind of close combat. However, his left and right rock fists can also block Yang Tai's raindrop attacks. Ha! Boom! Yoda knocked back Akatsuki with a heavy punch, and glanced around, his goal was achieved. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. After seeing the people around him clearly, he quickly threw out the kunao in his hand. The water column exploded, and a group of Rock Shinobi appeared either left or right. With a flash of red light, Yang Tai appeared behind Kito. To capture the thief, capture the king first, to kill the enemy, kill the general first. Chi Yuan Slash. A high-speed rotating blue light wheel appeared in Yang Tai's hand. It emits a blue glow at night. Akatsuki knew something was wrong the moment he saw Yoda throw the kunao. Immediately he opened his mouth and spat out, and large chunks of rock and soil appeared, quickly wrapping around his neck. Appeared behind him and transformed into a strange-looking little stone man. At the critical moment, he clapped his hands 11 times, using a barehanded posture to catch Yoda's Qi Yuan slash. How is this possible? Yang Tai lost his voice in shock. This was when his Qi Yuan was caught after being cut off. However, Yoda calmed down instantly and did not bother to continue attacking Akatsuki. He immediately appeared behind several rock shinobi. Kill several people quickly. He looked at Akatsuki who was glaring at him angrily. Qi Tu was really angry this time. He formed seals with his hands and opened his mouth to spit out more dirt. Earth-style Gangli-style technique. The small stone that had previously been blocked by Yang Tai Qi Yuan suddenly grew larger. Attached to Akatsuki's body. Advertisement. This looks a bit like Susanoo, very weird. Earth-style, joint assassination technique. At this time, those rock shinobi also realized Yoda's previous plan. There would be no need for Akatsuki to take action, they had already started taking action. Paralyzed, Lao Zi's kunao didn't even cover his body. Yang Tai had a sunken husky expression on his face and rolled his eyes helplessly. These people really know how to exploit every opportunity. However, now was not the time to complain, so Yang Tai charged up and punched him. Boom! This time the punch from the stone man on Akatsuki was as powerful as Yoda's. Upon seeing this, Akatsuki immediately opened his bow with both hands, instantly beating Yoda into a panic. Even after 2 rounds, Yang Tai didn't even choose to confront him head-on. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands, so he should have no problem in confronting Shizuo Onangu. But there are too many hands to hold them together. Yoda punched them once, and they were unable to defeat him with 3 punches. Boom! Yang Tai flew backwards and slid out a few meters, pulling out a long ravine, and hit a previous earth flow wall with a bang. Konoha shinobi, are you ready to die? Akatsuki came slowly and pointed at the many rock shinobi surrounding him and said proudly. At this time, in Akatsuki's eyes, Yoda is already dead. Facing so many rock shinobi, he can't escape. Pop! Yang Tai slowly came out of the embedded rock wall, patting some gravel on his clothes with a calm expression. This disdainful move instantly ignited the anger of many rock shinobi around him. Konoha shinobi, you're still pretending even when you're about to die. Yes, kneel down and beg us now, maybe we can give you a good time. You. Yang Tai suddenly showed a strange smile, not knowing what to say. All this is just part of his plan. The purpose is to get a bunch of rock shinobi to come around. Kito looked at Yang Tai's weird smile, which was a bit hairy. Could it be that the other party had other tricks? But after taking a look at the dozens of rock shinobi around, the uneasiness slowly subsided. No matter what means you have. How are you going to deal with so many ninjas, even if you use that weird body flicker technique to kill them one by one? It will also take a minute or 2. In just this time, he was confident that he could break Yang Tai's instant body. Yoda instantly threw a kunao at Akatsuki at extremely high speed. Chapter 147 2 Scales Onaki. The water column exploded, and Yoda appeared in front of Akatsuki in the blink of an eye. Although surrounded by various stone pillars and stone thorns. However, the small area where Kito fought was shattered by the aftermath of the battle between the two. That's why Yoda can successfully perform Shunsui. Raise Nan. Advertisement. A high-speed rotating chakra ball appeared in Yoda's left hand. Boom. A palm hit the red soil firmly, and the stone armor covering his chest fell off in an instant. Boom. Kito felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. He flew backwards for more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground, creating a small crater. Lord Akatsuki. It's so fast. Their eyes have seen it and their brains have reacted. But the body was slow to respond. Qi Tu gritted his teeth and managed to hold up half of his body. At this time, his chest was bloody and seriously injured. However, fortunately, he successfully blocked the blow, but the price was a little high. Looking at Yoda with a calm expression, a look of shock appeared on his honest face. It turned out that this guy had been slipping away, and when he was careless. Give him a hard blow. The situation reversed in an instant. Although he didn't know what Yang Tai was thinking, the one who captured the thief first also knew it. He is in such a bad situation now that if he can't take a few moves from Yang Tai, he may die here. At this time, several stone pillars rose around him, which were obviously Shunsui specially designed to deal with Yoda. There was no hesitation in Yang Tai's movements, everything was in his calculations. Chakra erupted from the soles of his feet, he stepped hard on the ground, and quickly rushed into the air, leaving only a small crater in place. Ninja Technique Spirit Communication Technique. One by one, the talisman appeared in the sky, centered on Master Yang Tai's palm, and spread wildly, forming a talisman array like a spider web. With 2 bangs, 2 kunao exploded instantly in front of the stunned eyes of rock shinobi. A 10-high stream of water suddenly appeared and instantly filled the small battlefield where Kito was fighting. Snapped. Yang Tai stood firmly on the rapidly falling water with both feet. Chakra surges out of the body instantly, forming bundles of blue air currents all over the body. In this night, it looks so dazzling. Snapped. Veins popped up on Yang Tai's forehead, he clasped his hands together fiercely, and shouted. Water style, water waves. Rapidly descending, the falling water breaks violently, like a flash of light, rising rapidly. Advertisement. Yang Tai's figure was almost lifted up to an incredible height. Ha! Then, amid Yang Tai's loud shout, the huge wave, carrying unstoppable force, made a rumbling sound and was captured. The range is so large that it can reach at least 100 meters around. This hit. At least 60% of rock shinobi are either seriously injured or disabled. Clang. This is fake. A rock shinobi dropped the kunao in his hand and stared blankly at the huge wave sweeping over him, with a look of deathly grey on his face. Is this war? Why is it different from what he imagined? At this time, he had given up resistance and was ready to die. There is no way to escape. Rock shinobi, who cannot escape when faced with such a wide range of ninjutsu, has no way to survive. Of course, there are also people who want to live, and walls of earth flow rise high to protect them. But these high-rise earthen walls, compared with the rushing waves of Yang Tai, are simply a plaything. An earthen wall several meters high attempts to block a wave tens of meters high. Shock. You must know that this attack almost completely drained the chakra from Yoda's whole body. You must know that the chakra all over Yoda's body can spirit communication Katsuya, who is 3 to 4 meters away. One can imagine how powerful this water attack is. Akatsuki was now barely half kneeling on the ground, seeing that Yoda actually performed such a large-scale ninjutsu in a place without water. This once again refreshed his perception of Yang Tai. However, time is of the essence. Faced with the huge waves that are about to hit and the rock shinobi behind him, there was no way he could retreat, so he formed seals with great difficulty and mobilized the few chakras in his body. Slap the ground with both palms. Earth-style earth flow with multiple walls. Swish swish. Walls of earth were raised, re-injecting the entering spirit into the team that had lost their minds. Damn it, Master Akatsuki is still fighting, why am I still holding back now? A rock shinobi stabbed the kunao in his thigh hard, causing severe pain, which made him strengthen his belief again. Earth-style, earthy. 2 earth walls rose, which was his current limit. Damn it, I'm so weak. The young rock shinobi gritted his teeth and roared, unable to hold back tears. Earth-style, earth-style. Saonian, don't underestimate us old bones. A rugged man smiled at the young Chunin with an encouraging expression. Advertisement. At the same time, 5 earth flow walls rose. Senior, senior. As soon as the young rock shinobi spoke, a chain reaction seemed to take place around him, with walls of earth rising from the ground. This is the village, this is the strength of everyone, the strength of our rock shinobi village. The surrounding rock shinobi are also in the same mood. As long as they have firm faith and firmly believe in the will of the earth, they will not be defeated. With the blessing of this belief, each rock shinobi performed exceptionally amidst the roar. However, the next moment, they were disappointed again, or to be precise, desperate. Despair is not terrible. What is terrible is to despair again after seeing hope. Boom boom boom. As soon as the huge waves came into contact with the earth current walls, they collapsed instantly and were directly washed away. Boom. The waves come roaring. It's also a few meters away from the red soil. Is this, dying? Kito murmured, glanced at the huge roaring waves, and closed his eyes in despair. At this critical moment, an old and powerful voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Dust escape limited stripping technique. A huge white square appeared in front of a huge wave. In an instant, the white square block was like a huge light bulb, emitting immeasurable light and illuminating the surrounding area. Ha! Onoki's chakra outputted like crazy, and the dust release in his hand became a bit bigger again. Instant contact with the waves. In an instant, the water flow was broken down into countless tiny molecules, and disappeared like a puff of smoke. Only a huge water frame is left in the air, which seems to be the frame of your profile picture. Hwa hwa hwa. Without the support of Yang Tai chakra, the huge water frame scattered directly into a water stain. Hey! Finally caught up. Onoki wiped the sweat from his forehead, is he really old? Just one dust escape made him slightly tired. Tsuchikage-sama, why are you here? At this time, Kito couldn't suppress the joy on his face and said excitedly. Onoki was suspended in the air, turned around and looked at the embarrassed Akatsuki up and down, and then looked at the rock shinobi around him who looked surprised. He frowned and asked seriously. Why are you in such a mess, and what's the matter with your injuries? Chapter 148 Tsunade arrives. When Chi-Tu heard this, the joy on his face had long since disappeared, and his face was filled with shame. However, he still honestly told Onoki about Yoda's situation. Due to time constraints, Fujimura Yoshi did not explain clearly what happened to water-style ninja. Yang Tai naturally became the last scapegoat. Onaki was silent when he heard this, and a character gradually emerged in his mind. Advertisement. He is a water-style master who can release super powerful water-style ninjutsu. One of the three fears, Katsuyu, is a spirit communication beast and is suspected to be related to Princess Tsunade. Finally, there is a ninjutsu that uses water as a medium to perform teleportation. Its speed is comparable to the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage. Adding these contents together, the image of a genius boy appeared in Onoki's mind. This is genius. A true genius. Onaki couldn't help but sigh. Konoha's fate is so good, geniuses are springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain, one after another, it's overwhelming. You have to know which of these people has no potential to inherit the position of shadow. However, that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to live up to his expectations. He died and escaped. If these were him Rock Shinobi village, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with cold light, and a killing intent swept over him. Turning his head to look not far away, he was opening the scroll to release Shadow Clone and absorb chakras. Yoda. Why is such a good seed not from our Rock Shinobi village? Since it's not, then there's no need to live. He would not allow such a heaven-defying genius to appear in Konoha again. Otherwise, when the older generation of Rock Shinobi village completely passes away, Rock Shinobi village's strength may fall into a trough. So a genius like Yoda should die early. Onaki sneered, put his hands on his chest, and instantly a 100-watt light bulb appeared in front of his hands. Dust escape, original realm stripping technique. In an instant, a cone-shaped beam of light illuminated the night sky, extremely dazzling. Like a huge laser shot out. Yang Tai was always wary of the old man flying in midair in front of him. From the ninjutsu he just performed, Yoda knew his identity. Third Tsuchikage. 2 scales Onoki. He is currently the longest-lived person in the film. When Onaki started to gather dust to escape, Yoda threw a kunao kuli, a water column appeared, and Yoda disappeared. Boom. Directly where Yang Tai was originally standing, Chen Dun blasted out a deep pit. Advertisement. This FG ninja eraser is really scary. Yoda's throat twitched, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he clenched a kunao in his hand. He had to be careful. If he was hit by other ninjutsu, he would be injured. But if you are hit by Chen Dun, you will not die but will be disabled. Did you avoid it? It's really fast. Onaki muttered to himself, formed seals with his hands, and the soil around him squirmed. 4 rock clones appeared and quickly surrounded Yoda. Goodbye, young Konoha shinobi. Say it, a square light group appears in your hand, shining brightly. Dust escape limited stripping technique. Onoki, you are so old and you still have the nerve to bully a junior. Suddenly a voice flashed and quickly appeared beside Onoki, and he kicked with a powerful and heavy kick. On the rock shield that Onoki raised in a hurry. Boom. Onoki flew directly backwards, like a meteor, flying across the sky into the Rock Shinobi crowd. Tsunade succeeded with a kick, without pausing, and with the help of counter force, he punched away Onoki's stunned rock clones one by one. Boom boom boom. The gravel exploded. Tsunade did a backflip and stood firmly in front of Yoda. The green windbreaker fluttered, and a big shadow character came into view behind him. One word to describe it, handsome. Teacher. Yang Tai was overjoyed. He knew Tsunade was coming, but he didn't expect Tsunade to come early. Originally, he estimated that it would be early tomorrow morning at the latest. Tsunade turned around and looked Yoda up and down, seeing that he had no missing arms or legs. I breathed a sigh of relief, luckily I caught up. Tsunade-sama. You are here. At this time, a small head emerged from Yoda's collar, it was little Katsuyu. Oh, Yoda brought out your spirit communication. Tsunade had some surprises, but he didn't pay much attention. Yoda nodded and said to little Katsuyu. Inform everyone, let's gather together. Little Katsuyu gently shook his tentacles to send a message. In an instant, there was a rustle in the entire forest, and the Katsuyu quickly gathered and merged together, forming a giant Katsuyu. Advertisement. With this size, you consume a lot of chakra. Tsunade was a little surprised this time. Katsuyu with this size is quite a burden to Yoda. Yang Tai nodded, the consumption is a bit high, but it is within the tolerable range. That's fine. It saves me the time to use spirit communication. With that said, he jumped up and landed on top of Katsuyu, looking towards the direction of Rock Shinobi in the distance. Onaki was severely kicked by Tsunade's sneak attack, and Akatsuki and the others screamed in surprise. It broke through the rubble with a bang, flew into the sky, and shook itself up against Tsunade. Tsunade knew the dangers of dust release. When he saw Onaki appearing earlier, he immediately got into the forest. The sneak attack was successful when Onaki was careless. However, she is not that afraid of Chen Dun. The opponent's technique is strong, but it consumes a lot of energy and the forward swing is a little long. If it were fast, powerful and low cost, Onoki would have already unified the ninja world. Princess Tsunade, I didn't expect you to come to the border too. Onoki glanced around and looked at Tsunade suspiciously. There was no way, Tsunade and the Hokage were already here, so wouldn't the Konoha army also be here? Tsunade put his hands on his hips and said proudly. I can't help it. Some stinky rats always come to cause trouble. As a Hokage, I'm not allowed to come and have a look. Onoki's face turned dark, Tsunade was pointing at his nose and scolding him. Tsunade, you really think you are that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen? Don't think you can fight me by becoming a Hokage. You are far inferior to that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen, but you may not be my opponent in the dust release. Tsunade raised his eyebrows, this was undeniable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5-element ninjutsu can fly quickly, and his physical skills are not weak either. There are too many variations and combinations. Onoki's dust escape routes can't be hit at all. It can be said that Onoki is firmly suppressed. And her attacks are somewhat single, pure physical skills, plus medical ninjutsu. However, this was not the reason for being provoked by Onoki. It is true that she may not be able to stop Onoki's dust release, but with the blessing of Baihao technique, she can. Even if she really risked her life, with her speed and strength, it should be no problem to drag Onoki on the road. But she's not stupid, why would she use such extreme methods? Come on, let's see if your dust escape hits me first, or if I kill these miscellaneous fish first. Tsunade pointed to the rock shinobi watching the battle from a distance. This is a battlefield, and war is never about who is more powerful. That depends on the layout and preparation. Let's see whose ninja laughs last. A cold light flashed in Onoki's eyes, this was his weakness. Iwagakure is not as powerful as other ninjas, and every time they fight, he pesters cage-level masters. Moreover, if the opponent's speed is fast, he can only use earth style to fend off the enemy, and dust escape can't hit them at all. Chapter 149, Overcoming Onoki. But even so, now is a great opportunity. Tsunade was alone, without the support of other ninjas. With his superb earth style skills, Onoki might be able to retain Tsunade, the Hokage. Even if she can't stay, this great opportunity can still hit her hard. In this way, not only will Konoha suffer a loss, but it will also make them lose their energy. Advertisement. After all, whose shadow was seriously injured as soon as he came up, how could this village not be panicked? On the contrary, their rock shinobi will have strong morale, and this attack on Konoha will definitely be much smoother. Thinking of this, Onoki stopped talking nonsense, opened and closed his hands, and a dazzling eyeball appeared in his hands, shaking it and pointing it at Tsunade. Dust escape, original realm stripping technique. A beam of blazing white light illuminated the night, like a meteor streaking across the sky, rushing towards Tsunade above Katsuyu's head at extremely high speed. Snapped. Seeing this, Tsunade threw away his windbreaker and jumped down. Katsuyu-san. Huge Katsuyu heard this and immediately transformed into the size of a child and spread out in all directions. Boom. It exploded directly on the spot, sending rubble flying and creating a deep pit. Attack. Tsunade's voice echoed below. The next second, nearly 1,000 Katsuyu all bulged their mouths and aimed at the floating Onoki above, spitting out extremely corrosive mucus. Boo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the sky was densely filled with bunches of corrosive mucus flying out, hitting Onoki who was a little stunned. Earth style, earth rock wall. Onoki has never seen anything like this before. Although this attack has a large range, it may work wonders on the battlefield. However, it's a personal battle. It's a bit weak. Immediately, he formed a seal, and pieces of rocks and soil quickly poured out of his mouth, like a fountain. The rock quickly connected with Onoki's body and turned into a semicircular rock shield in front of him, blocking the corrosive mucus that was shot at extremely fast speeds. Pa, pa, pa. There was an endless stream of sounds like rain hitting plantains. There were bursts of squeaking sounds, and the rock shield in front of Onoki emitted bursts of white mist. Being hit by the extremely corrosive slime, the entire rock seemed to have a tendency to melt. Onoki's pupils tightened, this is the power of Tsunade. Advertisement. What would it look like if this were placed on the battlefield? He couldn't imagine how terrible that would be. If this move is used properly, it can change the situation of a battle. Thinking of this, he wanted to take down Tsunade even more and solve this transcendent level poisonous BCH. Onoki swooped down at high speed with the shield on his back, his hands did not stop, and he quickly formed seals. Earth-style earthquake core. Tsunade was about to rush in front of Akatsuki and the others when suddenly the ground nearly 100 meters beneath his feet collapsed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 300 meters deep. Hateful. Tsunade screamed inwardly that he was unlucky, and landed hard with his kick. A small crater exploded on the spot and shot up into the sky. Akito and others are not vegetarians either. Seeing Tsunade trapped by Onoki's earth style. Arrange people quickly and perform the combined ninjutsu. Earth style limestone. Rock Shinobi immediately stepped forward one by one and spit out layers of lime from their mouths. Then Rock Shinobi, a famous water style player, opened his mouth and spat out water style. Waves of huge white mist rose into the air, forming a huge white smoke column that shot straight into the sky. Onoki was overjoyed when he saw Akatsuki and others controlling Tsunade, and dived to the top of the pit. Opening his hands, a bright oval light ball emerged. Dust escape, original realm stripping technique. Yoda was so frightened when he saw this scene that he didn't care whether he was Onoki's opponent or not. He quickly threw two kunao, the water column exploded, and he disappeared completely. Just kidding, something must not happen to Tsunade, otherwise Konoha will be in big trouble. When the time comes, Cloud Shinobi will definitely attack, and Tsunagakuer will definitely switch sides. Don't doubt the integrity of these great ninja villages. Of course, this is not the reason for Yoda to take action. Even if Uchiha Madara wants to destroy the world, she has a relationship with him. He mainly cares about this master. Not to mention anything else, just because this master can put down Konoha's large army to save him. Who can do this alone? There is no village in the whole, and the only one Yoda can think of is the old man. I didn't expect there would be one more today. The human heart is made of flesh, even a stone in your arms can warm you up, not to mention Tsunade's performance. Advertisement. No matter how much thought and calculation Yang Tai had, how could he not be moved and like this hard-won concern? In an instant, a water column appeared behind Onoki, and a red shadow flashed out. Stop it! Yoda roared angrily, resounding in all directions, his fist circled the blue chakra, charged up a punch, made a whistling sound, and hit the Ono wood. Tsuchikage-sama, be careful! The rock shinobi below all exclaimed, they had personally learned how powerful Yoda was. Onoki felt the roaring strong wind of the fist, and heard the shouts of the people below. The light ball in front of him disappeared, and he quickly turned around to block with one arm. Yoda punched with amazing momentum. Old guy, you're looking for death. Yoda had no chance of Onoki actually having no defense, so he dared to receive his fist forcefully. This old man is too arrogant. You must know that his punch is blessed with strange power. This old man will be crippled even if he doesn't die with this blow. Thinking of this, Yang Tai instantly increased his strength, and the chakra on his fist became more dazzling. The moment the two came into contact, Onoki's lips raised. Young people are young people, they are not proficient enough. When Yoda saw Onoki's abnormal expression, he instantly felt bad and felt distressed. He wanted to pull away, but it was too late, the two sides were already in contact. Earth-style light heavy rock technique. Yang Tai felt his body become lighter in an instant, as if his body had lost tens or even hundreds of kilograms in an instant, and he could not feel his own weight at all. Yang Tai screamed inwardly, and at the same time, his punches were many times lighter. Boom! Onoki flew out upside down, horrified in his heart. He had obviously already used the light and heavy rock technique. But why is this guy so strong? Although Yoda's strength has become smaller, it is a strange blow. Even if it becomes smaller, it is still much stronger than ordinary ninjas. Of course Onoki couldn't stop him. This time both sides miscalculated, but Yin Yang Tai took advantage. But it just took some advantage. Seeing this, Yang Tai would naturally not let go of this rare opportunity, and threw the kunao again. In an instant, he was behind Onoki, and with a cry, the Kusanagi sword stuck at his waist was unsheathed. Chakra was injected, and a dazzling white light flashed on Kusanagi Kenshin's body, and the sword stabbed Onoki's neck. This is another ability of the Kusanagi sword, sharpness. The principle is the same as that of an ordinary chakra sword, except that the metal of the Kusanagi sword is special, and the chakra it stimulates is sharper. Chapter 150 It's time to lose weight. Earth-style bound of rock and earth. Onoki opened his mouth and spat out a long string of mud. The mire was like a long snake. It quickly wrapped around the blade of Kusanaga's sword, and instantly dissolved, turning into a large piece of rock. Looking at it from a distance, I thought Yang Tai's sword had pierced into the soil. Yoda saw this without any hesitation, he let go of the Kusanagi sword and punched Onoki hard in the face. Advertisement. Earth-style ultralight rock technique. This time Onoki didn't fly backwards, he just clenched Yoda's fist with one hand. Junior, do you think I will be hit twice by the same trick? Ultralight rock technique. Yoda's expression was ugly. He obviously knew Onoki's information, but why did he keep making such stupid moves? At this moment, he felt ecstatic, as if his body was like a balloon and could fly freely at any time. Oh, you know. That's right. As a Konoha shinobi, you should know my information. However, time waits for no one, I have to say goodbye to you. Onoki was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was a normal thing. He caught a glimpse of a deep pit from the corner of his eye and immediately wanted to deal with Yoda. He couldn't let this little guy waste such an excellent opportunity. Earth-style weighted rock technique. Onoki quickly undoes the ultralight heavy rock technique and applies the weighted rock technique. Yang Tai's body suddenly shook, and he felt that his whole body was heavier than several hundred kilograms, and he fell rapidly. You must know that we are 300 to 400 meters in the air, and Yang Tai's body weighs several hundred kilograms. If it falls, it will break into pieces like a watermelon. Yang Tai fell quickly, and just when he was about to fall into the deep pit, the ground nearby exploded instantly, earth and rocks flew into the air, and a figure rushed over the pothole at high speed, catching Yang Tai steadily. Boom! The two landed firmly. Yang Tai was also overjoyed when he saw the visitor. Teacher, you're okay. Just these stinky fish and rotten shrimps can't kill me. Tsunade said proudly, but then he raised his eyebrows, patted Yoda in the princess's arms, threw it to the ground with a bang, and said with disgust. It's so heavy, you should lose weight. Yang Tai, _. Then he ignored Yoda, who had a dark face, and instead looked at Onoki, who had an ugly face in the air. Tsunade's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. He had seen it just now when Yoda was delaying to save him. Although it was completely unnecessary, she dared to save her disciple when she was in danger. How could she not be angry if she dared to bully her disciples? This time she was going to take it seriously. The next second, the diamond-shaped mark on his eyebrows suddenly glowed. Advertisement. Several lines extended extremely quickly covering her whole body. By how technique? Onoki, are you ready to bear my wrath? Shut up. Tsunade raised his leg high and landed hard in the direction of Akatsuki and the others. Boom. This kick seems to have little strength, but as soon as it touches the ground, suddenly, there was an earth-shattering loud noise. Taking the direction of Tsunade's feet as a fan shape, the earth cracked rapidly and earth and rocks flew everywhere. It was as if this fan-shaped area had been shaken by an earthquake, and every station was unsteady. Most of the rock shinobi were overturned by the huge force and buried alive by the rubble. This blow is actually not very lethal. It mainly restrains these miscellaneous fishes. The next blow is the real killing move. Of course Onoki knew it too, and swooped in at a very fast speed, quickly forming seals in his hands. Earth-style, rock fist technique. Onoki's fist was quickly covered with a layer of rock, and with a huge impact from above, it hit Tsunade. Upon seeing this, Tsunade's arms were filled with blue chakra. Without any evasion, he began to accumulate strength and punched out. The huge force rubbed the air and brought up a trace of sparks. Boom! With the two fists as the center, a super strong air wave swept around. Wherever the air wave passed, smoke and dust billowed, and gravel flew everywhere. The smoke cleared, and Tsunade straightened up to receive Onoki's blow. Judging from her indifferent expression, it seemed like she didn't use much effort. At this time, Onoki suddenly smiled. Do you think this is the end? Old man, I have been planning this for a long time. Earth-style super heavy rock technique. This super heavy rock technique not only blessed his rock fist, but also blessed Tsunade at the same time. This was also the idea he came up with due to Tsunade's arrogant character. Use her best taijutsu to confront her, and Tsunade most likely won't refuse. Boom! With Tsunade as the center, the ground shattered inch by inch, and half of Tsunade's body sank into the ground. Tsunade frowned, but his movements did not change. Looking at Onoki with a chrysanthemum-like smile, he suddenly felt furious. Old man, you know nothing about power. Shut up! The rubble around Tsunade exploded instantly, and a powerful airflow rose. The chakra all over my body is like a flood that has released its floodgates, suddenly erupting. Make a fist with the other hand, charge up the force, and strike out in one blow. Boom! Advertisement. The air exploded. Even if this punch couldn't hit anyone at such a close distance. But that super strong punching style is enough to seriously injure people, or even kill them. As the saying goes, Xiaohe is also a success, and Xiaohe is a failure. The super heavy rock technique increases the weight and power of rock punches. But it also restricted Onoki's speed. Even if he was the implementer, it still took some time. He could only barely spit out a rock wall for defense. Boom! The rock wall was shattered instantly, and Onoki was about to be swept away by the fist wind. At this time, he was also prepared. Earth-style limited stripping technology. In an instant, the fist wind disappeared and was annihilated by the dust. Then can you still block this blow? At this time, Tsunade stepped forward heavily, jumped up, and punched Onoki in the right rib. Onoki was extremely shocked. It turned out that he didn't understand Tsunade's words that you don't know anything about power. Now he understands, very profoundly. He didn't expect Tsunade's power to be so powerful. He was actually able to move despite being forced to hold his super heavy rock technique, and even be able to attack so quickly. Earth-style ultralight rock technique. As soon as this punch touched Onoki's chest, Onoki immediately used the super light rock technique to reduce Tsunade's attack power. Boom. Puff. Even so, Tsunade's strength is still much greater than that of ordinary taijutsu ninjas. Onoki spit out a mouthful of old blood and flew backwards more than 10 meters away. There was an eerie silence at first. Then there were all kinds of exclamations. A large number of rock shinobi headed towards where Onoki landed. Boom. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and Onoki quickly rushed into the air. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Tsunade with cold eyes and said in a sinister tone. Good, very good. No one has been able to hurt me in a long time. Don't worry, there will only be more and more people in the future. Tsunade said, forming a seal with his hands, and the chakra in his body suddenly exploded. All the negative effects of light and heavy rocks and super heavy rocks that I had previously have disappeared. If it were anyone else, this would still bother them for a while. Chapter 151 Continue to fight. But who is Tsunade? The real medical ceiling in the ninja world. Light heavy rock and weighted rock are actually techniques that use chakra to add dominance or negative status to the body. Tsunade's chakra has already been controlled to ultimate, so don't be too easy to expel these external chakra. Onoki, who was hovering in the air, stopped talking nonsense and mobilized the chakra seal in his body. Advertisement. Earth-style rock golem Goron. Boom. A strange rock giant more than 30 meters tall quickly emerged from the ground. For Tsunade, just grab it. The giant palm, which was like a room-sized rock, carried strong airflow and quickly covered it. Tsunade Baihao technique is fully opened, and the blue yin-yang chakra is attached to both arms. With a bang, he stamped his feet on the ground. A small crater exploded on the spot, and she rose into the sky and punched the giant palm. Boom. The sound of fighting suddenly resounded through the sky. Rebels danced wildly, and one of the giant rock shinobi's arms was completely shattered. The entire rock giant swayed a few times and quickly stabilized its figure. Tsunade also slid out more than 10 meters, drawing a long ravine on the ground. Upon seeing this, Onoki couldn't help but sigh at the power of Tsunade's taijutsu. He can actually compete with such a huge rock giant. Sure enough, he is old, and it may be the time for young people in the future. Then he shook his head and immediately dispelled this idea, knowing that this is the most taboo thing in a battle. Onoki mobilized chakra again, quickly restoring the rock giant and Tsunade to become entangled with each other. The two sides fought back and forth, and Onoki relied on his super large rock giant to attack and defend. As long as Tsunade gets close, he will use various earth-style ninjutsu to assist the rock giant in attacking. Of course, there are also the rock shinobi headed by Akatsuki, who cause a lot of trouble for Tsunade. Simply relying on years of combat experience and numbers to suppress Tsunade a little. To put it bluntly, Tsunade can't be hit, but they can't do anything to Tsunade either. Not far away, Taeyang let out a long breath of turbid air. Always release this damn jutsu. He stood up and moved his hands and feet, looking towards the battle not far away. It is indeed a battle between shadows. This is so powerful. Advertisement. He has been observing the battlefield since just now. Don't look at Onoki's slight advantage now. But in fact, he has already lost half of it. You must know that this old man is already 70 or 80 years old, and his body is no longer at its peak. His physical strength is incomparable to Chakra and Tsunade blessed by Baihao technique. He can't afford it, and the longer time goes by, the less he will spend. Moreover, Onoki must also try his best to protect those who may be accidentally injured at any time. Are these guys really looking for death and pretending I don't exist? Yoda watched Akatsuki and others continue to create trouble for Tsunade, with all kinds of thorns and deep pits. All in all, it was disgusting. Tsunade would be attacked from time to time, but fortunately she had Baihao technique, so apart from being a little embarrassed, there was actually nothing serious. But Yangta couldn't bear it. Although war is like this, we all fight side by side. But if two actors are dueling each other, it's wrong for you to be disgusting. Yangtai immediately cast Shadow Clone, bang bang bang, 20 Shadow Clone appeared. Yangtai was thrown a kunao by himself, and he rushed out first. And all the Shadow Clone just stood there, holding the kunao in their hands and staring at the battlefield. One of the Shadow Clone aimed at a crowd and threw the three-pronged kunao in his hand. Yoda, who was running, dropped the kunao in his hand, and water pillars appeared instantly. Winding and twisting, several rock shinobi suddenly appear behind you. Those rock shinobi felt bad for a moment, and some of them turned pale for a moment. They had seen Yoda's teleportation before, and it was so fast that they couldn't even react. Suddenly, a red figure flashed past, and blood spurted out from the neck of a rock shinobi, who was wiped directly on his neck. Puff puff. Several more spurts of blood were heard. Yang Tai's figure flashed out, and at this moment, a three-pronged kunao flew over from a distance and stuck at his feet. The time connection was just right. Yang Tai quickly absorbed the memory from Shadow Clone. The talisman paper at the kunao handle under his feet exploded, and the water column emerged again. In the blink of an eye, several more rock shinobi covered their necks and fell to the ground. At the same time, another kunao happened to fly in, and Yoda killed several people instantly again. Repeat this several times. In just 10 seconds, only 30 or so of the original 70 or 80 rock shinobi were left. Stone pillars were raised around them to guard against Yoda. In the air, Onaki's eyes were about to burst when he saw this, and he could only panic. He was stopped by Tsunade and couldn't move at all. Tsunade, who was pestering Onoki, also used his peripheral vision to look at the situation on Yoda's side. After seeing Yoda kill dozens of rock shinobi instantly, he was very shocked. This kind of speed is almost catching up with that boy Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. How could she, like Jiraiya, teach a disciple like Namikaze Minato? After a moment of shock, Tsunade was relieved. No matter how outstanding Yoda was, he was still her disciple. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt relieved. She was quite disgusted by those stinky fish and shrimps just now. Now Yang Tai directly killed those people without daring to move, which was very satisfying. He glanced at Onaki's gloomy expression, which was almost dripping with water. Tsunade felt indescribably happy as he dodged another attack from the rock giant and shattered its fist with another punch. Yoda stood in confrontation with Akatsuki and the others for a few seconds, then took the lead and rushed into the crowd. The cold light suddenly appeared, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand burst out with a burst of dazzling white light, cutting off the arm of a rock shinobi. Bend and kick it away. Ding 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 ding. After shooting down several hidden weapons, the Kusanagi sword in Yoda's hand quickly grew longer, instantly piercing the neck of a rock shinobi. Boom. Yoda somersaulted to avoid the incoming rock punch, and stabbed out with his backhand sword. Sonoras. Splashing red. The rock shinobi who sneaked up on him was now covered in rocks at most parts of his body. Yoda raised his eyebrows. It was this turtle shell ninjutsu again. As soon as he thought about it, chakra, which was the attribute of thunder in his hand, appeared instantly and wrapped around the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword struck with lightning. Yoda increased his strength and lifted it up heavily. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the rock shinobi's arms flew high. Yoda slashed his sword diagonally again, cutting off his leg at the knee. It's not that Yoda doesn't want to kill this guy with one sword, it's mainly because these people now put all the focus of protection on the important positions of the neck. Like the rock shinobi just now, the rock at the neck is a foot thick. Instead of trying to kill him, it would be easier to cut him to pieces. Earth-style Gangly-style technique. Boom. Kitu suddenly emerged from under the soil. With 4 hands, he directly grabbed Yoda's ankles. The stone man behind him directly grabbed Yang Tai's hands, and with a clicking sound, directly covering half of Yang Tai's body, restraining Yang Tai. What a great opportunity, let's get together. Chapter 152 Rock Shinobi Support Troops. A rock shinobi was overjoyed when he saw this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He raised his sword and started to kill Yoda. The other rock shinobi also yelled and emboldened themselves to kill Yoda. Seeing this scene from a distance, Tsunade immediately became anxious and punched the rock shinobi giant in half. Just as he was about to support Yoda, Onaki stopped him with an earthen wall and punched it into pieces. At this time, Onaki's rock giant also recovered and stopped Tsunade again. Advertisement. Tsunade was furious and had no choice but to get entangled with Onoki again. How about it, get angry? It doesn't feel good. Old man, this is how I felt just now, and now I want you to taste it too. Onaki sneered and cursed in his heart. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he continued to urge the rock giant. It seems that he has to find a way to resolve the battle as soon as possible, otherwise his old bones will soon be unable to hold on. Yoda didn't expect that Kita would come to him suddenly like this. Feeling the rock gradually tightening around his body, he immediately mobilized the chakra in his body, preparing to break through the restraints. Come die. The rock shinobi used the body flicker technique, and a flash appeared right in front of Yoda, and a sword stabbed towards Yoda's neck. The biting cold wind was blowing, and Yang Tai looked at the sword light getting closer and closer to him. The Kusanagi sword he held in his hand was barely facing the rock shinobi, and he stretched it at extremely high speed. A sword pierced his chest and pushed him out several meters away. Although his body was controlled by Kitu, his hands, toes, and the like were not restrained. At this moment, 7 or 8 sword lights attacked simultaneously. Ha! Boom! Yang Tai shouted violently, and the binding rocks around him exploded instantly. A strong air current rose up, making the windbreaker roar violently. Chakra flows and wraps around both arms, bang bang bang. Yang Tai punched out several times, making a blast of energy. Puff puff. Several rock shinobi vomited blood and flew out, hitting them hard not far away, causing them to faint immediately. Phew! The sword flashed with cold light and instantly cut through Yoda's chest. In an instant, Yang Tai's flesh rolled up, and an inch-deep wound appeared on his chest. Yang Tai groaned, then his eyes flashed with cold light, and he grabbed his neck. He picked it up and slammed it to the ground. Boom! Ah! A small crater was instantly created on the ground, and the surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch. That rock shinobi was bleeding directly from his mouth and nose, and he could see that he was exhaling too much and taking in too little air. Yoda quickly took out a glass potion from his ninja bag and sprinkled it on his chest. Advertisement. The rock shinobi knife just now was poisonous, but it was just ordinary poison. The potion that Yoda just took was the antidote given to him by Shizuan. It is very effective in resolving ordinary poisons or suppressing it. After doing this, Yang Tai slowly stood up, and a green ball of light emerged from his hand, covering the wound. Watch the rock shinobi gradually coming around, ready to attack at any time. A kick, a bang, and blood splattered everywhere. Then his cold eyes looked at them. It immediately made them shiver and shudder. This evil star is so terrible. This brat has made me worry for so long. Tsunade was relieved to see that Yoda was fine. This way he can deal with Onoki with peace of mind. However, Onoki, who had an extremely ugly face at first, suddenly smiled, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at him intentionally or unintentionally at the same time. Why is Onoki so crazy? This idea came to Tsunade and Yoda's minds at the same time. Onoki gradually stopped laughing, looked down at Tsunade, and said with a sinister smile. This is God's will. What do you mean, old man? Tsunade asked straight to the point. Onoki also stopped attacking at this time, looked not far away and smiled. I can't help it. Old man, I stand taller and can see farther. As for what I mean, you'll find out soon. What kind of medicine is this old thing selling in his gourd? Tsunade suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, a thumb-sized piece was drilled out of Tsunade's collar. Katsuyu said anxiously. Tsunade-sama, what's bad is that a large number of rock shinobi have appeared in the north, numbering around 200. What? Rock shinobi still has support? Tsunade exclaimed. Yang Tai on the other side was also shocked when he heard the news, and immediately cursed. It's numb, one wave after another, there's no end. So annoying. At this time, the red soil that had sneaked underneath also came out. He also got the news that Huangta's 200-man support force had arrived. Suddenly, there was an eerie silence in the venue. In a messy battlefield, only the breathing of everyone could be heard. Gradually, noisy sounds gradually came. Whoosh whoosh. Advertisement. Rock shinobi appear all around, forming a fan shape to surround and confront them. As for the other side, there are a large number of Katsuyu and they don't dare to enter easily. Brush. Several figures appeared next to Kitu, and one of them clicked his tongue at Kitu. Kitu, why are you in such a mess? Then he looked at the green light in his hand to treat Yang Tai, and said solemnly. Is it him? Chi Tu-ning nodded. He and Huang Tu were old acquaintances and often joked with each other. Awesome Konoha shinobi. Be careful, his physical skills and water style are very powerful. But the most important thing to be careful about is his weird water teleportation, which is extremely fast. The cracking method is also relatively simple, just raise stone pillars like this around. As he spoke, Kitug pointed at the surrounding stone pillars and explained. No wonder. At first, Huang Tu was wondering what these stone pillars were for, but now he understood. Both sides remained strangely motionless for the time being. Huang Tu and the others asked Chi Tu for information. Yang Tai is not idle here either. Tsunade looked solemnly and said to Katsuyu. Tell Yoda to run for his life. I know he can use Shunsui to escape. After hearing Katsuyu's message, Yoda quickly shook his head. No, how can I leave the teacher and escape alone? Get out. Katsuyu messaged. Yoda_. You just pass on the message, why do you learn so much? Yoda shook his head and put away these distracting thoughts. Although Tsunade's words didn't sound good, she told him with practical actions. What does it mean to have a sharp mouth and a tofu heart? Listening to Katsuyu's words, Tsunade's heart warmed at first, and then became a little angry. Now is not the time to show off his temper. Tell him to run with confidence. These stinky fish and rotten shrimps can't defeat her teacher. As soon as I can, Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Katsuyu conveyed. Yoda thought for a while, and the third Raikage was able to hold out for 3 days and 3 nights against an army of 10,000. Tsunade has the blessing of Baihao technique, and can deal with hundreds of people, even if Onoki is restraining him, he can't defeat him. Then there is no problem if you persist for half a day. Although it was true to say so, Yoda was a little hesitant. Tell the teacher that I thought of a super powerful ninjutsu. If you perform it successfully, you might be able to destroy all these rock shinobi. Teacher, Please trouble Onoki. Chapter 153 Combination with Katsuyu. Okay, but if it's no longer useful then, get out of here immediately. Soon news came from Tsunade, and Katsuyu transmitted the message. Yoda was speechless and poked little Katsuyu, why do they look so similar? Also, this ninjutsu also requires your cooperation. Little Katsuyu was stunned, he still had his own drama. Advertisement. Yoda-kun, what should I do? Yoda whispered his plan to little Katsuyu in detail. The content is very simple, within a few seconds all Katsuyu got the news and prepared to cooperate with Yoda. Yang Tai brooded for a while, and the chakra on the solace of his feet exploded violently, rising into the sky. The surrounding rock shinobi were startled by Yoda's actions, and they all put on defensive postures. However, they soon discovered that this Konoha shinobi seemed to be rushing into the sky. It seems like escape. Attack, quick, quick, quick. Attack. Akatsuki reacted immediately, Yoda was trying to escape. This BD killed 100 of their rock shinobi, and now he's just arrogantly trying to leave. Choke. How could they rock shinobi agree? For a moment, countless shurikens and hidden weapons all struck at Yoda in the air. Densely packed like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Onoki's face was ugly, this kind of Konoha's new generation was too long, and he actually ran away. What can I do? As long as this kind of genius doesn't die, he will be a formidable opponent like Tsunade in a few years. Are they, Iwagakuer, going to fall one step behind again? Looking down at Tsunade who was trying to stop him. Onoki could only mock a few words. Lord Hokage, look, all your subordinates have deserted you. He ran so fast. Although I know that such words to sow discord are of no use at all. But it's okay to make Tsunade a little nauseous. Tsunade smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Katsuyu had told her everything about Yoda's plan just now. And she felt that Yoda's plan was completely feasible. Once executed, at least half of the rock shinobi could be killed. The remaining half were probably not seriously injured, but minor injuries. In the air, Yang Tai threw another kunao, and then it rose some distance. He stopped rising and now visually measured the distance between 400 and 500 meters from the ground. This position is already strong. The strong wind is blowing, and the windbreaker of Yang Tai is blowing fiercely. Tell the teacher to pester Onoki, and you, too, be prepared. Yang Tai in the air roared and quickly formed seals. Immediately, Tsunade on the ground got the news. Advertisement. Suddenly, the airflow all over her body exploded, she stomped the ground with a bang, and rushed towards the rock giant at high speed. Wrap the blue chakra fist, aim at its abdomen, and charge up a blow. Boom. A loud noise resounded through the sky. The airflow reverses and the fist wind roars, like a tiger rushing out of the cage, it is unstoppable. With one punch, rubble flew and the 30-meter-high rock giant was directly smashed into pieces. There is no recovery at all for a while. Seeing this, Tsunade hit the ground with his spirit communication technique, and a Katsuyu appeared, opening his mouth and spitting out a large scroll. After getting this scroll, Tsunade felt a little nostalgic about the past. During the Third War, Konoha Jainin would always have more or less of these weapon scrolls. After all, killing with fists is not as fast or easy as killing with weapons on the battlefield. And don't forget her top medical ninja. This shows that she is also one of the top poison-making experts. As long as the enemy is exposed to the poison she prepared, they will lose their skin even if they die. He quickly put it behind his back, took out a few poison-quenching kunao and threw them into the air. Just like that, it goes on and on. Onoki in the air was directly stunned by Tsunade's small burst. What's the situation? I just said a few words, this little girl can't stand the movie anymore. Not so. Then he looked at the kunao shuriken coming with huge power and rapid fire. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Medical Tsunade's reputation was not just blown. Rock Shinobi was poisoned by Tsunade and died. Quickly use ninjutsu to resist. Ninja technique, spirit communication technique. Bang bang bang. As the spirit communication array extended, more than 33-pronged kunao were released by spirit communication and fell downwards at extremely high speeds. Burst. Bang bang bang. In an instant, a huge water polo with a radius of 300 to 400 meters appeared in the sky. Still looking at the sun in the sky, Kito and his party suddenly noticed that the sky was a little dim. If you look carefully, you can see that it is a bit sparkling. If you look carefully again, it looks like water. Damn it! Such a big water style. And there is no way to escape this range. Defend. Defend quickly. Don't escape. Kito and others hurriedly issued orders. Advertisement. Some wanted to sneak underground to avoid Rock Shinobi, but Akatsuki shouted. I was puzzled at first, but then I immediately realized that such a big water style was dropped from such a height. None of them can survive by hiding in the ground. The reason is also very simple. That kind of force will directly crush them into the soil and explode. At this moment, all the Katsuyu raised their heads and pointed at the rapidly falling water above. Spit out mouthfuls of highly corrosive mucus. Boo-hoo-hoo. Dense masses of slime fly through the air. Seeing this scene of Terracotta and Lois, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. This time they will probably suffer heavy casualties. Yang Tai, who was falling rapidly in the air, frowned slightly. This height was still a little too high. If this continues, it is estimated that only a small amount of the defenses built by rock shinobi can be defeated. No, you have to work harder. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. More than 30 Yoda appeared and performed ninjutsu together. Water style, water dragon bullet. In an instant, half of the chakra filled in Yang Tai's body disappeared. At the same time, more than 30 people used water dragon bullet together. In an instant, more than 30 water dragons rushed out from the rapidly falling water polo, with their teeth and claws dancing. Due to the effect of gravity, the impact force of each water dragon increases by more than 20%. Boom boom boom. It was as if the firepower of the eagle sauce was covered, and loud noises were heard, and the surroundings must have been filled with howls and screams of pain. Those water dragon bullets carrying corrosive slime are very powerful in terms of destructive power and range attack. Rock shinobi have already agreed after using it. Boom. The ground shook a few times, and finally a big water ball suddenly fell to the ground. The huge shock wave blew the surrounding trees, shaking them this way and that. The rock shinobi were smashed and knocked into the air, causing immediate death and injury. In only one area, a semicircular rock shield rose upright. From a distance, it looks like a giant ocean bowl turned upside down. This is Red Earth and Lois, they raised the shield together. However, only 70 or 80 people remained. As for the rest, they were either dead or seriously injured by Katsuyu's corrosive slime and were in critical condition. Of course, there are some lucky people who escape safely. Among them, the water dragon bullet failed to hit them. The huge water ball that fell was weakened when it reached them and was not enough to hurt them. It was just a minor injury. After all, Katsuyu's mucus would be diluted a lot when it enters the water. The power will naturally drop a lot. Chapter 154 Killed? Onoki's eyes were almost splitting when he saw this scene. I thought Tsunade was accidentally stimulated by him. Looking at it now, it seems that this was premeditated. 200 people. Those are the mainstays of Rock Shinobi Village. Advertisement. He sacrificed so much before even going to the battlefield. His heart is bleeding. Well, as expected of the new Hokage, what a ruthless method. Bah, even you Onoki is qualified to say this. Tsunade spat, and without stopping the movement of his hands, Kunao attacked Onoki one after another. The water spreads in all directions. There was a lot of wailing on the spot. Boom. Yoda landed on the ground, glanced around, pointed at Katsuyu at the collar and ordered. Have your clone immediately knock out the seriously injured rock shinobi and arrest him. If these people were caught, it would be a great achievement. The information obtained from these people will definitely give Konoha an advantage in this war. Rumble. Kitu and the others withdrew their defenses and looked around, then their expressions became extremely ugly, as if their parents were dead. The most difficult to accept is Lois. These 200 people are all his troops. They just came here and haven't done anything yet. There were heavy casualties. Only 70 or 80 people were left in front of them, who were terrified and anxious. Hateful. Suddenly, a surge of anger rushed to his forehead. Konoha shinobi, die! Lois roared angrily, smacked the ground with both palms, making a dull sound, chakra output wildly. Earth style, mountain earth technique. Boom. Yang Tai's feet swayed. Looking around, I saw a large, oval-shaped boulder rising slowly from both sides, coming from a flanking attack. Seeing this, Yoda was shocked. The range of this ninjutsu is much larger than that of Akatsuki before. If you don't escape as soon as possible, you may become a meat pie. Thinking about it, Yoda didn't dare to delay. The chakra on the sole of the foot exploded, creating a small pit on the spot and flying into the sky. I want to run away. It's not that easy. Advertisement. Upon seeing this, Huang Tu immediately controlled the two sides to merge at a high speed. Kitu and the others were not idle either. They were busy releasing ninjutsu and throwing concealed weapons. When Onoki saw this, he slapped the ground without saying anything. Earth-style light heavy rock technique. He uses the light and heavy rock technique directly to reduce the weight of the surrounding earth and rock. His ideas are very simple. It is simply unrealistic to win Tsunade today. On the contrary, it would be more meaningful to win Yoda. After all, Tsunade is not young either. How many years can I be a Hokage? Instead, they killed this outstanding young talent, genius, and successor. In this way, their next generation will be less stressed. Tsunade clearly felt Onoki's move, but there was nothing he could do about it. Onoki is a covering ninjutsu, she can't stop it. However, range ninjutsu is not that easy to perform. At this time, Onoki had begun to pant slightly. He was already old now. Today, he frequently used so many high-level ninjutsu. His physical strength and chakra were obviously starting to run low. Tsunade, on the other hand, has not used any powerful ninjutsu except for a few strange powers so far. Moreover, there is also a power bank called Baihao technique, which continuously provides chakra. It can be said that she is still in her prime now. The movements in Tsunade's hands were a little faster to prevent Onoki from dealing with Yuta. The main reason is that Onoki has been alive for too long, and all kinds of earth-style ninjutsu are at his fingertips. Especially the auxiliary types, there are simply countless. Yuta, who had just dodged several shurikens in the air, suddenly felt that the boulders around him were attacking faster. Not caring about shurikens or anything like that, he threw out several kunao and jumped into the air quickly. Ha! Huang Tu obviously felt that the surrounding soil was much lighter, so he immediately clapped his hands together and increased his strength. Boom! There was a loud noise. Then the surroundings quickly became quiet. Do you died? Kito looked at the huge rock not far away, tightly closed to form a hemisphere, and murmured. Huang Tu breathed a long sigh of relief, you shouldn't be able to escape. Just now the old man reduced the weight of the surrounding earth and rocks. He can't run at such a fast speed. That's good. This dangerous guy is finally dead, and we will lose a powerful opponent from now on. At this time, Akatsuki rarely smiled. It's quite dangerous, but a powerful opponent? Do you think too highly of him? Huang Tu stood up slowly and asked in surprise. Although the guy's ninjutsu just now is indeed very powerful, it's not that powerful yet. Advertisement. What is strength? Like third Hokage, even though he knew the information, he still needed to use numbers to kill him. This is strength. Although Yoda was not weak, he just caught them off guard. If they knew his information, he might not even be able to use this ninjutsu. However, Kito nodded seriously, with a look of fear on his honest face. These are the only ones left of our 500-strong army. Plus some living ones, there are no more than 100 people. That means he killed nearly 400 of us. Hearing this, Huang Tu became a little silent. Also, he is only 17 or 18 years old this year. This is his growth period. Having said that, it seems that is indeed the case. Bring down a powerful enemy. Onoki dodged another blow in the air, and finally a sweet smile like a chrysanthemum appeared on his old face. Tsunade has some sad news for you, that brat is dead. Tisk, 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 if I guessed it right, old man, he must be your disciple. To be honest, he is indeed very good, but that's the end of it. Boom. A huge boulder flew towards me, and Tsunade's impatient voice came. Old man, you are really annoying. Tsunade was naturally not worried. As soon as she heard the loud noise, she immediately contacted Katsuyu to see if Yoda was alive. The answer is naturally gratifying. Not only is Yang Tai alive, he is also brewing a big move. After hearing this, Tsunade continued, pestering Onoki. Tap tap tap. What sound? Suddenly a rock shinobi exclaimed. Is this the sound of footsteps? Over there. Hearing this, a group of rock shinobi looked over, including Akatsuki, Huangtu and others. That's Lois performing the mountain earth technique. Tap tap tap. In the silent night, these footsteps seemed extraordinarily large. Kitu and Huangtu looked at each other, as if confirming something, and suddenly felt something bad in their hearts. Finally, Yang Tai's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. No way, you can escape even within a ninjutsu range of 40 to 50 meters. A young rock shinobi raised his head, looked at the figure slowly appearing in the distance, and asked in disbelief. I don't know. Anyway, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to run away at that speed. The companion next to him was silent for a while and then spoke. Damn it, how is this possible? With such a fast closing speed, how could he possibly escape? Huang Tu couldn't accept it and said angrily. Chapter 155 Super Water Dragon Bullet. Yang Tai held the scroll in his hand. After absorbing the last trace of chakra in the scroll, he clenched his fist. It's almost half of what it was in its heyday, which should be enough to deal with the people in front of you. Yoda stood on the top of the tall rock, looking down at the shocked rock shinobi. Then he threw out a few kunao and started forming seals. Boom. Advertisement. A huge current appeared out of thin air. Yang Tai clasped his palms together, jumped up, and stood firmly on the water. Ha! With a loud shout, the airflow around Yang Tai suddenly rushed around at great speed. The chakra in the body surges out like a flood from a sluice gate and merges into the water under your feet. Water-style water waves. Suddenly, water flowed out like a fountain at Yang Tai's feet. Yang Tai stood tall at the top, with veins popping out on his forehead. He was biting his back teeth hard, and his whole face looked very stiff. Katsuyu, now. Little Katsuyu nodded and repeated the previous operation. Boo-hoo-hoo. The next moment, hundreds of Katsuyu spit out highly corrosive mucus towards the huge water wave that had formed. When the terracotta and Lois below saw this, they immediately looked at each other solemnly and patted the ground at the same time. Earth-style wall. Upon seeing this, the dozens of rock shinobi immediately began to follow the seals and use the earth flow wall together. Boom. A city of earth and stone, more than 20 meters high and more than 10 meters thick, rose boldly from the ground and stood tall in front of everyone. Suddenly a lot of rock shinobi felt relieved. With such a thick defense, there shouldn't be any problems. A rock shinobi said to himself. Don't worry, this is the ninjutsu used by dozens of us together. It should be able to block that person's attack. Rock shinobi next to him said something, then looked at the tall water style and felt something was wrong, and added. Even if it can't be stopped, it's enough to delay our escape. 2. The rock shinobi nodded, that's why. Yang Tai at the top of the water wave naturally saw this scene. Just waiting for you to be so confident. Moreover, who told you that ninjutsu must collide with each other? Thinking of this, Yoda closed his eyes and began to mobilize the chakra in his body with all his strength. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The water wave of more than 20 meters was photographed at high speed, with great momentum. Like a huge white snake swooping down at extremely fast speeds, it is menacing. Ho-ho. The strong wind passed by Yang Tai's face at high speed, and waves of howling came. Yang Tai was still standing firmly on the top of the wave rushing towards the stone wall at high speed. Just when the wave is about to hit the wall of Tuliu City, Yang Tai's aura exploded violently, and chakra surged crazily in his body. Yoda suddenly opened his eyes, quickly formed seals in his hands, and all the chakra in his body poured into the soles of his feet at a rapid speed, and instantly merged into the huge waves. This time he didn't have any chakra left, because with this full blow, Yoda was enough to kill these people. Water-style Super Water Dragon Bullet. The next second, the huge wave gradually condensed into a ferocious huge dragon head. The dragon raised its head like a long roar. Roar. A dragon roar shocked everyone. Wake it up for me. Yang Tai had a ferocious expression, clasped his hands together, and shouted with great difficulty. Boom. The next second, the dragon head swooped up, crossing the tall earth flow city wall dangerously, carrying the huge force of the wave, rushing towards Chi-Tu and others. This jutsu is a combination of water style, and is the product of Yoda's recent research. This is the breadth of combined ninjutsu. Utilize the huge inertial force of water rushing waves, and then use Water Dragon Bullet to control the direction. This FG thing is simply a tactical nuclear bomb. After this blow, not many of these people will survive. If you think about the power of water rushing waves, the solidification control of Water Dragon Bullet, plus Katsuyu's corrosive slime. Tisk tisk tisk, this power is awesome. All the rock shinobi were shocked. What the hell kind of operation is this? Slowly everyone agreed to use ninjutsu to each other. You actually took the lead at a critical moment. Snake disease. The terracotta and Lois couldn't care less about complaining about Yang Tai's unruly behavior, so they could only raise earthen walls with a bang. I think I can block it a little bit. Onaki and Tsunade, who were not far away, were also shocked when they saw this scene. Can water style still be played like this? Then Onaki's face showed a very anxious look, and he wanted to get away immediately and go to support. Many people in Rock Shinobi village died in the past, and as Hokage, he was extremely sad. Advertisement. However, there are no immortals on the battlefield, so he can accept it. But it's different now. He ordered his son, bodyguard, and several talented ninjas to be there. This must not be an accident, otherwise they will lose several of their favorite generals before Rock Shinobi village officially attacks Konoha. This was something he couldn't accept. However, how could Tsunade let such a good opportunity pass? Of course, he tried his best to stop Onaki. Create greater opportunities for Yang Tai. Onoki saw Tsunade underneath, clinging to him with various things. There are hundreds of Katsuya down there, ready to launch slime attacks. As for flying upward now, there is no need to provide support at all, just watch those people die. No, we can't wait any longer. With his mind spinning, Onoki found his direction and was hit by the huge rock thrown by Tsunade. Fly to the battlefield not far away at high speed. Suffer it. This old thing. Tsunade was a little annoyed, but she didn't expect this old guy to take her blow and also wanted to support her. However, my blow is not something you can just take if you want. With a mutter, Tsunade quickly shot away not far away. Onaki, who was standing on the boulder in the sky, spat out a mouthful of old blood and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Tsunade's physical skills are really good. In addition to powerful strength, he also has a strange penetrating power. However, fortunately, I used ninjutsu to block it at the critical moment, and it was only a minor injury. Soon the strength of the boulder was insufficient, and Onaki flew at high speed, trying to get support before the huge water dragon bullet fell. However, according to visual inspection, the distance is still 400 to 500 meters. Moreover, the water dragon bullet is about to fall. Unless Onaki can move over instantly, it will be too late. Yoda also saw Onaki rushing towards him at great speed, and looked at the distance between them. I also feel at ease. Unless Namikaze Minato is resurrected at this distance, trying to get here in 3 or 4 seconds is simply a joke. Damn it, are you really old? Seeing the oversized water dragon bullet smashing pieces of earth flow walls, it was about to hit Kitu and the others. Onoki clenched his fists hard, murmured unwillingly, and closed his eyes. He didn't want to see these people dying. Suddenly, time seemed to stand still, and he seemed to be rubbing stones. When he turned around, he saw a grandfather wearing a Tsuchikage hat smiling and waving to him. Onoki, strengthen your will and go. You are a two-pronged nogi. Brush. Onoki suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes were sharp and clear. There is a strong sense of self-confidence in it. Chapter 156 I am Onoki with 2 scales. I'm a two-pronged nogi. Onoki stopped procrastinating, opened his palms, and a bright ball of light instantly illuminated his resolute and confident face. Dust escape, original realm stripping technique. Swish. In an instant, half of the night sky was lit up. Advertisement. A huge white laser beam hundreds of meters long and more than 10 meters wide pierced the night sky. The last one arrived first, and in an instant he was above the rock shinobi. Break. A beam of light like a searchlight swept past. This time la. The entire 20-meter long water dragon bullet was directly cut across the middle, with only a small amount of water remaining at the front and rear ends. The part in the middle seemed to have been wiped out and no longer existed. In the distance, a large wild tree stands in the sky, with hair flying and holding a huge white light beam in its hand. It's like a god descending to earth, with a transcendent aura. Then the light beam in his hand shook and disappeared. Who? Onoki wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was really exhausted this time. He glanced at Tsunade, who was rushing over quickly, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that we can only retreat. Let's wait until they decide the winner next time on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Onoki flew over the rock shinobi at high speed and ordered. Retreat immediately. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Kitu and Huangtu quickly led the troops to retreat, during which Kitu also fired a retreat signal flare into the air. Onoki saw this in the air and was about to retreat when he saw a figure not far away. I almost forgot about you. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge that attack. However, it's time to take your life here. After finishing his words, Onoki put his palms together, and another dazzling light ball condensed. Yang Tai didn't dare to be careless and pursed his lips subconsciously. He glanced at the lower right corner from the corner of his eye and saw a neat big hole in his windbreaker. Obviously everything is under control, and he is about to capture dozens of people from the other side. But he thought that Onoki suddenly seemed to be cheating. Raising his hand, he rubbed out the long and thick eraser. His super large water dragon bullet was easily destroyed with one move. If he hadn't run as fast as he saw something wrong, he would have been like the hole in his windbreaker. Onoki, do you think I don't exist? A loud shout from Tsunade came from far away. Immediately, dozens of shurikens flew towards Onoki with huge force, making a whizzing sound as they broke through the air. Advertisement. Hey! Onoki sighed, the ball of light in his hand dispersed, took a deep look at Yoda, and left quickly. Boom! Guess the old boy can run fast. Tsunade landed in front of Yoda and looked at Onoki leaving, waving his fist and saying. Thump! Yoda sat down on the ground and gave Tsunade a strange look. It's really hard to say which one is stronger or weaker, Onoki or Tsunade. Some people say it must be Onoki. Rich combat experience. The ceiling of dust escape ninjutsu's combat power. This is indeed the case. But Tsunade has little combat experience. Definitely not, otherwise you wouldn't be able to command one side in 3 battles at such a young age. As for ninjutsu, Yoda can only say that each has its own advantages. If fighting alone, Onoki's dust's forward swing is a bit long, and he is too old. It is not as durable as Tsunade, and Tsunade is not generally durable. She activates the Baihao technique, which is enough to kill any ninja of the same class. As for groups, Onoki's eraser is very strong. But facing Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, it's still a little bit worse. In short, both sides have advantages for each other, but Onoki is old after all. You kid, what's that look like? Do you believe I can deal with that old man? As soon as Tsunade turned his head, he saw Yoda's strange eyes, immediately raised his fist and asked with a smile. Trust me, my teacher is the best. Yang Tai quickly nodded his head, he was very sure that as long as he slowed down a little, the master's iron fist of love would fall. You're a smart kid. How's it going? It's okay. Tsunade smiled and nodded, then asked concernedly. Yoda waved his hand, it's okay, it's just that the chakra is exhausted, and I feel a little weak when I relax. This time it was a big lesson for Yang Tai. Having killed many rock shinobi before, Yang Tai was instantly confident and thought about how to kill these rock shinobi. Instead of taking out these rock shinobi and getting away smoothly. To put it bluntly, it is floating. Onoki taught him a vivid lesson directly. If he hadn't been quick to dodge, he would have received the box lunch early. So I have to follow the old routine and not be too arrogant as a person. Okay, let's take a rest and evacuate immediately. It would be bad if rock shinobi tried to counterattack again. Tsunade is not worried about herself, because her strength lies here. Advertisement. She was afraid of Onoki, so she brought someone back and killed Yoda by force. Don't think this back and forth is magical. In fact, the battlefield is almost like this. The son nodded, indicating that he understood, and then he thought of something again, and looked around. Teacher, where are the others? Logically speaking, when Tsunade, the Hokage, has arrived, the other ninja troops should have arrived. But the two of them have worked so hard that they haven't seen other Konoha shinobi yet, which is strange. They are still on their way. They will arrive in an hour or two. Tsunade called Akatsuyu, climbed on Yoda, and said. What? Yang Tai was a little surprised, so the large army hasn't arrived yet. What does that mean? When the two armies were fighting, the marshal of one side rushed to the position in advance to engage the enemy. If this spreads out, first of all, the people in Konoha must not explode. Yang Taexiao asked cautiously. Teacher, when you came out, did the higher UPS know? Tsunade looked at Sabi looking at Yuta. How could those old antiques know about this kind of thing? By the way, you can hide it as long as you can, if those three old stubborns find out. My ears are going to be dirty again. Flow batch. You also know that the roots of your ears will never be clean. The shadow of a village, you put down your troops and ran to support me, I'm afraid you will be the first one. I'll keep it a secret. Yoda is naturally not stupid, he was always on Tsunade's side. Moreover, Tsunade is here to save him this time. He was somewhat moved. In fact, Tsunade is not needed, but Yoda's strength has improved too quickly these days. I only know that I am strong, but there is no way to verify how strong I am. After all, there is no subject for experiment. When faced with the possibility of facing hundreds of people named Rock Shinobi, he felt uneasy inside. It's hard for two fists to defeat four hands, let alone hundreds of people and hundreds of hands. How can we fight like this? Until the old man was seriously injured, his anger reached the limit. I don't care if I can do it well, I just do it. As a result, he is now a strong group, and it is a waste to use the water area in the first place. If at that time, the water area is not used, but used last. It is estimated that Kitu and the others are already cold at this moment. Chapter 157 Air. But there are no ifs in life, like starting over again. This time can be regarded as teaching him some lessons and giving him a clear understanding of his own strength. In this way, next time he encounters this kind of battle, he will be able to handle it with ease. He wouldn't be able to get hold of Onoki as soon as he fell in love with him. After a while, with Katsuyu's treatment and recovery, Yoda could move freely. Following the mark left on the Kusanagi sword. Advertisement. Confirm the location and find the Kusanagi sword wrapped in rocks. Then the two quickly moved away from the area. 2 hours later. It was late at night and the full moon was in the sky. Spreading soft moonlight. Konoha's 3,000 troops have arrived. Quick, quick, hurry up and set up the camp before dawn. Hnin held a shovel in his hand, digging into the foundation while shouting to his 3 team members. Okay, teacher. The 3 of them answered in unison, and worked hard again. Those who dug holes, and those who carried wood. They were very busy. This team looks the same. The middle and rear position of the camp. Several wards were set up here early, although they were completed in a hurry and were a bit sloppy. However, medical equipment and the like are all available. Sister Shizuan, there is nothing wrong with my grandfather's hand. Yoda looked at Chakra overdraft coma pill Hoji Kasuk on the hospital bed, and still asked with a worried look on his face. Shizuan took back his green hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Is there any problem that you and I have been studying for so long, don't you have it in mind? After a pause, Shizuan said again, do you remember what I told you? We medical ninjas must stay calm when treating illnesses and saving lives. Especially when treating your own relatives, don't panic, don't be suspicious, and treat them calmly. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Maybe because of your panic, you will make some low-level mistakes that you would never make. In the end, something unexpected happened and something irreversible happened. As for your grandfather, it was just a brief shock coma caused by fractures and chakra overdraft. It was a kind of self-protection of his body. When your body functions recover to some extent, you will wake up naturally. So what you have to do now is calm down. Yang Tai nodded. How could he not know this? But he is neither a saint nor a monk, he is just a normal person. How can one be as stable as a rock when facing something happening to a loved one? Advertisement. Even though he was very calm when discussing this matter with outsiders, he really saw the old man in the hospital bed. To be honest, he couldn't control the emotion inside him at all. Sister Shizuan, I understand and I will work hard to correct it. Why? Shizuan saw the still worried look in Yoda's eyes and sighed helplessly. Although she said this, it still takes time to get used to it. But today I take this opportunity to remind Yang Tai that if we really encounter this kind of situation in the future, when the time comes, you can face it calmly. Shizuan stood up, patted Yoda on the shoulder, and whispered. Okay, I have something to do first and I'm going to leave first. You have consumed a lot of chakra today, so go to bed early. Thank you, Shizuan. Thank you very much, Yang Tai. Go to bed early. Shizuan turned around and waved, pushing the door open and walking away. Yang Tai moved a chair over and sat quietly beside the old man's bed, guarding him quietly. Temporary command post. Tsunade was looking at some information on the border of Thunder Kingdom. He looked up at Shizuan who came in and asked softly. How's it going? Is the little guy at ease? It's getting better now, I'm not as excited as I was at the beginning. Shizuan said and began to help organize various information. That's good. Tsunade nodded. In this battle, the distance between Tsunade and Yoda became much closer. Therefore, as a teacher, he would still be more or less concerned about some of Yang Tai's actions. Tsunade-sama seems to be particularly concerned about Yoda today. As the person who has spent the longest time with Tsunade, Shizuan can see many of Tsunade's performances. After returning from Tsunade's support, he seemed to care more about Yuta. Yes, she knew that Tsunade had gone to support him, so she also hid all kinds of secrets for Tsunade's shadow clone. Tsunade curled his lips, no way? You are overthinking. At this time, Shizuan took a stack of documents, leaned close to Tsunade and whispered, asking mysteriously. Tsunade-sama, what happened when you went out to support this time? Tell me. It's nothing, just as Tsunade was about to say Onoki, he suddenly froze and realized that he seemed to have let something slip. Just what? Shizuan came closer and asked with an 8 trigrams look on his face. Advertisement. What the hell, there's no support, haven't I always been with the army? Tsunade turned his head to the side and laughed guiltily. Stare. Actually, it's nothing. I just encountered some battles. Tsunade, who felt uncomfortable being stared at, waved his hand and finally admitted. Originally, Tsunade planned to blame all this matter on Yoda. Of course, she also did some tricks, after all, dozens of prisoners were in the interrogation room. With Marino Yaki's methods, it is not difficult to understand the scene at that time. You can even directly browse their memories. He will definitely know when he finds out that Tsunade went to support him. However, Tsunade is not worried at all. The interrogation department is directly responsible for her. As long as she doesn't tell her, this matter will be hidden for a long time, and then the 3 consultants will start to investigate. That's the matter of sesame seeds and millet rotting. It will definitely be settled by then. She was glad that her ears had been spared. Then Tsunade told Shizuan exactly what happened. After hearing this, Shizuan was slightly shocked by Yoda's strength. I didn't expect Yang Tai to be so strong at such a young age. Then his face showed a look of joy, and he laughed a little foolishly. Under Tsunade's doubtful eyes, he explained. Tsunade-sama, I am happy for you. Happy? This was nonsense and made Tsunade even more confused. Like Lord Jiraiya, you are about to raise an excellent heir. After Shizuan finished speaking, the figures of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in Tsunade's mind. Unexpectedly, she finally reached this point. Creating a good heir. Tsunade murmured, and couldn't help but think of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Starting from my grandfather, I have been cultivating qualified heirs. Although the old man's life was somewhat dirty, he was still cultivating successors. Jiraiya seems to be the most carefree and free. But we are also looking for and cultivating qualified heirs, and we have never stopped. Is this inheritance? Next is her Tsunade, has she trained a qualified heir? So how should she be cultivated, how should she be educated, and how should she be trained into a qualified heir? Will the heir she trained bring prosperity to Konoha? Chapter 158 Receive Treatment. Suddenly, the questions that came to his mind made Tsunade understand some of the old man's original actions. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing? At this time, Shizun's voice came, pulling Tsunade back from his thoughts and shook his head. Nothing. Shizun had a strange expression, and just as he was about to ask a question, an announcement came from the door. Advertisement. Come in. Tsunade greeted. Hearing this, a ninja came in from outside the door and respectfully handed a scroll to Tsunade. Lord Hokage, this is information about Rock Shinobi village from the captives. Oh. Tsunade took the scroll and opened it. Inside was a thick stack of A4 papers. Picking up a sheet at random, it is full of events that have happened in Rock Shinobi village in recent years. Scroll through and find out some recent arrangements at Rock Shinobi village. Tsunade gradually frowned. It said that these 500 of them are just the vanguard. Onoki has led the Rock Shinobi force and has arrived. The exact number of people is unknown, but it is certain to be at least several thousand. Moreover, Rock Shinobi village is still gathering troops, and it is speculated that the next time it is likely to be a force of 10,000 people. Okay, you go down first. After hearing this, the ninjas from the interrogation department bowed out respectfully. Onoki, this old guy, is really preparing to start 4 ninja wars. Tsunade held his forehead with one hand, thinking a lot in his mind. I originally thought Onoki was just trying to harass me. I didn't expect that this old guy really wanted to kick off the 4th ninja war. This gave her a headache. Notify everyone of the meeting immediately. Tsunade said something to the ceiling, and then waited quietly for someone to come. After a while, all the high-level officials of Konoha arrived one after another. Tsunade didn't waste any time and passed on these information one by one. These people immediately exploded and started talking in low voices with the people around them. Immediately, everyone gave various suggestions or proposals around this war. For these people, this night is bound to be a sleepless night. 3 days in a row. Konoha's troops and Rock Shinobi's troops face each other far away, and they have never been in contact with each other. In addition to the confrontation between the exploration troops, the main forces of both sides were making various arrangements. Preparing for war. If they don't start a war, it will be fine. Once they start a war, it will be earth-shattering. At that time it will be the time to decide victory or defeat, life or death. Advertisement. Mission Department. This is my detective information. Yoda handed over the intelligence information scroll of today's patrol area, and then registered it. This place now looks like a small Konoha institution. However, there are no more civilian chores. Everything here now is serving the war, everything is preparing for the war. This is the summary experience gained by Konoha in the past few decades. Medical area. Yoda found it quickly and explained the old man to a medical ninja. The content is very simple. The old man thinks he is better and can apply for discharge now. The medical ninja believes that the old man should be cared for more so that his bones can recover better. After 2 days of hard work, the medical department agreed to discharge him. However, I was also told not to compete with others for strength or lift heavy objects recently. After thanking several medical ninjas, the old man was successfully discharged from the hospital today. The first thing I did after I was discharged from the hospital was to take my husband to register. After all, this is now a small operating organization, and everything needs to be registered and arranged. Soon, the old man registered successfully, and he and Yang Tai accepted a mission to patrol the rear. He hurriedly pulled Yang Tai and left in a hurry. Rear. Old man, you pulled me out mysteriously. Is there anything urgent? Yoda looked at Maruhoshi Kasuke strangely and asked. At this time, Kasuke Mariboshi looked Yoda up and down seriously and said seriously. How much chakra do you have now? Yang Tai was stunned. Could it be that I was exposed? I shouldn't have. Every time he used it, he avoided Kakashi, a member of the Hyuga clan. Now that the old man is asking this, does he know something? Is it possible that Mr. Hokage doesn't want you to say it? That's right. The fact that your chakra can increase so much must involve some information from Master Hokage. Maruhoshi Kasuke saw Yoda's hesitant face and thought that Yoda was Tsunade's disciple. I figured out some things on my own. It seems that the incident of him using the tailed beast chakra came to light. It seems that the master has something else to do, but it's good that he can use his identity as a Hokage disciple to fool the chakra matter. Yang Tai nodded, pretending to hesitate and said. No, the teacher has never mentioned this matter, but there should be no problem in telling the old man. My current chakra is 30 times more than before. 30 times. Advertisement. 30 times. Okay. Kasuke Maruhoshi was suddenly surprised. With such a huge chakra, he could finally pass on the most powerful ninjutsu. Old man, you can tell me why you brought me here now? Yoda asked doubts again. Hearing this, Maruhoshi Kasuke, who was still a little happy, immediately turned serious. I want to teach you all my ninjutsu. Yang Tai, O_O. Yang Tai directly reached out and touched the old man's forehead. It's strange, I don't have a fever either. Why did you start talking nonsense? Did you get hit on the head when you were injured and lost your memory? Yang Tai clapped his hands and suddenly realized that the old man must have lost his memory. Let's go, old man, let's go find those medical ninjas to check again. Then he grabbed Maruhoji Kosuk's hand and walked towards the camp. No. Wait, I'm not sick, I'm fine. Maruhoji Kosuk struggled hard and spoke quickly. Damn it, this amnesia seems a bit serious. Yang Tai didn't dare to let go anymore, so he pulled the old man forward and walked forward. Usually those who are sick say this, saying he is not sick. Don't worry, old man, I am your grandson and I will not harm you. Let's receive treatment and strive for a speedy recovery. What are you doing? Ouch. Old man, I really have ninjutsu to teach you. Kosuk Maruhoji was still trying his best to explain. Yoda stopped and looked back at Kosuk Maraboshi with concern. Daesun, believe me. Seeing Yoda stop, Maruhoji Kosuk immediately smiled brightly. Old man, you are terminally ill and you need treatment. Yang Tai is now sure that the old man really has something wrong with his head, and he actually said such nonsense. Etc. Yoda paused when he heard this, and looked at Kosuk Maraboshi with concern again. Ahem, grandson, old man, can I ask why? Maruhoji Kosuk asked helplessly. Manman wanted to hand over the final skill to his eldest grandson today, but his eldest grandson seemed to have misunderstood. On the one hand, I am happy, on the other hand, I am distressed. Yoda looked strangely at Kosuk Maruhoji up and down, and said in a strange tone. Why? Old man, you must have thought clearly. I don't know what ninjutsu you have. Is there anything I can't do? I even know the color of your pants is red, but there is something else at home that I don't know. Chapter 159 S-Level Ninjutsu. Forward. Maruhoji Kosuk stood blankly on the spot, as if this was the case. Then he shook his head and said very seriously. It's true, old man, I still have 2 tricks to beat the enemy. I didn't teach you before because you had too little chakra. Teaching it would have no effect. Instead, it might accidentally hurt you. Advertisement. But since your boy became a disciple of Lord Hokage, I found that your chakra amount has increased greatly, and you meet the conditions for learning. I plan to teach you after this mission is over. But time waits for no one now, and war may break out at any time. An extra trump card in your hand will give you an extra chance to save your life. Oh, there really is something I don't know. Yang Tai was instantly slapped in the face and complained. But, old man, you are mysterious, what kind of powerful ninjutsu are you hiding? How powerful an attack range are? Then Yoda looked at Maruhoji Kosuk with gleaming eyes. He had no shortage of chakra now. But it lacks some ninjutsu methods, especially those with large range and strong destructive power. Big. Maruhoji Kosuk affirmed. Yang Tai was immediately overjoyed, he really got what he needed. Very good. It's too early for you to be happy. Maruhoji Koru said meaningfully, and then said. You only have a few days to learn now, but the ninjutsu I want to teach you are 2 A-level and 1 S-level ninjutsu. What S-level ninjutsu? Yoda exclaimed, S-level ninjutsu. Like Flying Thunder God, the multiple shadow clone technique is an S-level ninjutsu. As long as he learns S-level ninjutsu, doesn't it mean that he will be instantly separated from geniuses like 12 Xiaoqiang by a huge distance? Thinking about it, I'm still a little excited. Old man, can I also learn the S-forbidden technique now? He was delighted for a moment, but soon reason outweighed his excitement, and Yang Tai spoke in confusion. Can he learn S-level ninjutsu? He remembered that S-level ninjutsu belonged to the forbidden technique category. The ninjutsu taught by the old man would not have any drawbacks. Like losing control or something. So at this time, he needs to be more cautious when asking, otherwise he will be in trouble when the time comes. Hearing this, Kosuk Maraboshi looked at Yoda strangely. You said that the S-level ninjutsu I told you was the forbidden technique. Advertisement. Yoda was stunned and scratched his head, isn't it S-level or above or forbidden technique? I often hear teachers talk about some S-level ninjutsu, but without exception they are all forbidden technique. Old man, is there anything else we can do here? No wonder. Also, Yoda is only about 17 or 18 years old, and how much can there be in the ninja world? Thinking of this, Kosuk Maruhoji pondered for a moment, organized his language, and prepared to give Yoda some extra lessons. First of all, not all ninjutsu above S-level are forbidden technique. Yoda pricked up his ears and listened carefully. On the other hand, there are forbidden techniques for S-class and below. Is there a forbidden technique below S-level? Yang Tai was different. This was a little different from what he knew in his previous life and this life. Is it because I am too young and have not been exposed to some things? This is not impossible. Children of big families may understand this. But he is a commoner, who can talk to him about this? Maruhoshi Kasuke nodded, thought for a while and gave an example. You know Kakashi Janin's signature ninjutsu? Yoda nodded and asked doubtfully, I know, is Chidori also a forbidden technique? Isn't it an S-level ninjutsu? Old man, did you remember it wrong? Please try another example. Maraboshi Kasuke smiled slightly, Old man, the Chidori I'm talking about is not Reikari. You should be aware of this. The old man knew that he and Kakashi were learning Chidori. But the word old man is used a bit delicately. Chidori. Reikari. This is a ninjutsu, but why did the old man talk about it separately? Seeing Yoda thinking hard, Kasuke Maraboshi no longer wanted to keep his secrets. As you get older, you know more things. I remember someone told me that when Kakashi Janin created this ninjutsu, the sound emitted by lightning style is like the chirping of thousands of birds, hence the name Chidori. As for Reikari, he continued to develop it later, splitting lightning style with his bare hands, and became famous in one battle. Yang Tai nodded slightly, he already knew this. At this time, the power of the Chidori ninjutsu has reached the A-level level. Since this is a new type of ninjutsu, this ninjutsu puts too much strain on the arms and cannot be used as a regular ninjutsu. Advertisement. It was said that it was listed as a forbidden technique by the 4th Hokage and could no longer be practiced. This is the simplest origin of the forbidden technique. Any huge damage to the caster is considered a forbidden technique. As for the level here, depending on the damage done by the caster or the risk factor, the level will be different. For example, an S-level ninjutsu is an A-level forbidden technique, or even a B-level forbidden technique. I see. To put it bluntly, forbidden technique has 2 points. First, it does not matter if it damages the caster, like Naruto Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. Second, those with high risk and hidden danger factors are also included, such as impure world reincarnation. Doesn't that mean that other big families have S-level ninjutsu? Yang Tai suddenly thought of this question. Isn't this normal? Maruhoshi Kasuke asked back. These big families must have their own S-level ninjutsu that has been passed down for so many years. It's just that in order to prevent others from spying, after many generations of improvements, it became their unique ninjutsu. It's extremely difficult for others to learn it, and now it also has another name, Family Secret Technique. Family Secrets. Then the Nara family's Shadow Imitation Jutsu and the Akamichi family's Expansion Jutsu are both S-rank ninjutsu. Yoda said in surprise, the family's secret technique was actually an S-level ninjutsu. Maruhoshi Kasuke nodded, thought for a while and then added. To be precise, they are multiple S-level ninjutsu, and some other A-level and B-level ninjutsu. A set of hierarchical family secrets that have been studied for many generations. Just like the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, it has 10 palms, 24 palms, and 36 palms. Yoda was speechless, while Shiro was excited. He thought just now that he could distance himself from the 12 strong by learning S-level ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, the S-level ninjutsu he had to go through a lot of twists and turns to learn was actually just the starting point. This is so outrageous, so outrageous. Then this S-level ninjutsu is too worthless. Yoda complained. It's still very valuable. Maruhoshi Kasuke continued very calmly. How long have those families been inherited? They must have gone through a lot of wars to survive until now. There will definitely be 1 or 2 geniuses among them who will create various ninjutsu. There are also some S-class ones among them. But think about it, how long did it take them to create an S-level ninjutsu? 10 years? 50 years? 100 years? So S-level ninjutsu is still the strongest ninjutsu in the current ninja world. Chapter 160 The Strength of Konoha. Complaints are complaints. Yoda also knows the preciousness of S-level ninjutsu. This was just a shock. Maybe this is the real ninja world. Old man, was your S-level ninjutsu taught by Nidame? Advertisement. Yang Tai asked as the wind changed. Nidame taught me. Kasuke Maruhoshi proudly admitted that perhaps this was something he was more proud of in his life. Okay, having said that, let me first show you the power of these ninjutsu. Saying that, Kasuke Maraboshi began to form seals while explaining. First, the first A-level ninjutsu, Water Dragon Bite Explosion. This is Nidame's improved ninjutsu based on the sea-level Water Dragon Bullet. After finishing his words, Kasuke Maruhoshi also completed the seal. In an instant, chakra surged around him. The water molecules in the air gathered at an extremely fast speed and quickly formed a 3 to 4 meter water dragon with teeth and claws. Roar! The water dragon looked up to the sky and roared, and under the control of Maraboshi Kasuke, it rushed towards a 1 meter-sized rock not far away. Click! Boom! The water dragon approached the rock and quickly opened its bloody mouth. He bit the rock in one bite, and then cracks spread out on the rock, and finally it exploded under the weight. Sharp! Yoda couldn't help but praise his words. Not to mention anything else, in terms of its ability to damage a single target instantly and break defenses, it is even more useful than his Chi Yuan slash in some situations. And it can attack from a distance, which is very nice. What he lacks is this kind of ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is just perfect for you to learn now. You can fight at close range and attack from a distance. It can be a single attack or a covering attack. However, covering attacks. You should pay attention to the moderation of chakra and don't drink all the chakra at once. Do you understand? Yang Tai nodded vigorously. Next is the big water wave. Nidame also improved it from the water wave he taught you. Maruhoshi Kasuke signaled Yoda to move away, threw out a piece of sealing talisman paper, and began to form seals. The talisman exploded and a 3 to 4 meter-sized water ball appeared out of thin air. Snapped. Kasuke Maraboshi clasped his palms together, and the water under his feet began to spin wildly, lifting him several meters high. Although it is much less powerful than the last time, the momentum is still extraordinary. Advertisement. Water-style big water rush. On top of the huge circular water column, the waves crashed down one after another. Boom boom boom. There were 6 loud noises in a row before the attack ended. Yoda swallowed his saliva, originally thinking that only the S-level ninjutsu was worth seeing. Unexpectedly, these 2 ninjutsu surprised him more than the other. If he had been able to make waves like this and attack 6 times in a row, no matter how strong the defenses of Kitu and others are, they may not be able to withstand it. At this time, the old man had already jumped down and reached Yang Tai's side. This ninjutsu has a huge range and is suitable for being surrounded or used against large groups of people. As for the number of attacks, it depends on your chakra and water flow. Old man, I have tried and tested over the years, and 6 times is the most suitable. Yoda thought for a while. Old man, can you use talisman paper to increase the amount of water? Can you use it multiple times with high frequency? Forward. It seems that times have changed. When he tested this, it all depended on his chakra. I forgot, Yoda made a sealing talisman. Then Kasuke Maruhoshi said uncertainly, theoretically it should be possible. You can go back and figure this out yourself. The next step is the most destructive move in my hand, water severing wave. After speaking, Kasuke Maraboshi quickly formed seals, opened his mouth and a stream of water shot out like lightning. He rushed towards a big tree not far away and passed through easily. At this time, Maraboshi Kasuke turned his head, and the water flow followed. Bang bang bang. Boom. Several trees in front of me were chopped down. A huge rock was cut diagonally, and with a bang, a rock fell down, throwing up a cloud of smoke. Yang Tai hurriedly came to the rock with a few flashes, and the entire sloping incision was relatively smooth. This power is almost as powerful as his Chi Yuan slash. This ninjutsu is the most destructive and lethal. To perform this ninjutsu, you must have a large amount of chakra and very fine control of the chakra. At this time, Kasuke Maruhoshi explained current affairs. No wonder the old man said that he couldn't learn before. These 3 ninjutsu all require a large amount of chakra to perform. Even if he had learned it before, it would have been of little use. At that time, there was probably no C-level ninjutsu that was easy to use. Advertisement. But it was different now. He would never be short of chakra and could use it boldly. And what surprised him was that second Hokage taught the old man this ninjutsu. Water severing wave. This ninjutsu is very famous. Yoda remembers that in his previous life, Senju Tobirama of Impure World Reincarnation used this move to cut off wood style. This shows how powerful this move is. Don't think this trick is just for fun. On the battlefield, the effectiveness of this move is not weaker than that of Zhang Yemu's dust escape. In some aspects, it is even more advantageous than Onoki's dust release. For example, speed, water severing wave must be faster than dust release. Moreover, this ninjutsu can sweep away a large area, which is like a harvester on the battlefield. Then Yoda seriously asked the old man for advice and learned these 3 ninjutsu. Temporary command post. Tsunade synthesized the various suggestions voted on last night and settled on a strategy to strike first. There are 3 reasons. First, how can I bear it when Rock Shinobi is knocking on her door? She, Tsunade, is not someone Sarutobi Hiruzen will compromise with. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Cloud Shinobi village with a white eye, and Hyuga Hayashi killed the Cloud Shinobi who captured Hinata, causing diplomatic problems. Cloud Shinobi village threatened to start a war and had to hand over its scapegoat, Hyuga Hisashi. Was this incident because Sarutobi Hiruzen was cowardly? Was Konoha F4 cowardly at that time? Or are the Hyuga clan cowardly? None, just because Konoha was impoverished. That's right, he was beaten into poverty. Otherwise, why would the Hyuga clan compromise? Since the death of Senju Hashirama, Konoha has been fighting wars, and by the time of the Third War, all their savings had been squandered. As for Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, why don't they have this estimate? As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid, those who wear shoes are afraid. Just like in ancient Daxia, there were always nomads on the grasslands who were constantly attacking. If you can't win, you will continue to stay in the grassland. If you win, you will become the Qing dynasty. But this time the situation was different. First, he was beaten at the door of his house. Secondly, Konoha is no longer what it used to be. It already occupies a geographical advantage, coupled with the vigorous development of the third generation. I have enough financial resources to fight for a few rich battles. Second, show Konoha's military strength. Through this war, other countries can see Konoha's military strength over the years. After more than 10 years of development by the third generation, its military strength has reached a very high level. Not counting various talents at high level, the number of people with Lojin usually exceeds tens of thousands. If there is an emergency transfer, Genin can easily gather 50,000 to 60,000 men. Chapter 161 Senju Tobirama's Sexy Operation. This is the direct reason why Oniki and the others always want to invade Konoha. Resources are too abundant. The third point, and the most important point. Show Konoha's determination and will. I won't mess with you, and you'd better not mess with me. Otherwise you will face Konoha's thunderous blow. Advertisement. Tsunade went over the strategy again and waited for Konoha's top brass. Now that the general direction and strategy have been decided, the next step is to discuss how to arrange the troops. Originally a battle involving a few thousand people did not require such detailed planning. But this time it was different. Although there were thousands of people, both sides were dispatched, including cage-level figures and other elite ninjas. Moreover, it is still a provocative battle. Konoha must win, and they must win quickly. This will not only increase their power, but also dampen the spirit of the rock shinobi. Even if Onoki chooses to continue the fight, Konoha still has the upper hand in terms of momentum. Tsunade-sama, they are all here. At this time, Shizune opened the door and came in, reminding Tsunade. Tsunade put down the strategy book and said, "Let them come in." After that, he walked to the long conference table in the room and sat down at the head table. "Greetings, Hokage-sama." Everyone filed in. When entering, they bowed slightly and greeted Tsunade. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Although she hated such troublesome things, it was a courtesy and could not be revoked. She could only respond one by one. The temporary meeting room is not big, and the long table can only seat a dozen people. The remaining small clan heads and some genin who were qualified to discuss stood behind those few people. After everyone found their seats, the room suddenly became quiet, with only some breathing sounds from everyone. Seeing this, Tsunade crossed his arms, looked at the crowd and said, "Yesterday we all had a discussion and decided on a countermeasure to strike first. Today we will discuss the detailed strategic layout and how to launch an attack. It's still the old rule, the first one to speak up." After saying that, Tsunade looked at Haiga Hayashi, who was quietly and solemnly bowing his head slightly. As the most powerful family in Konoha now, the Haiga clan. At this moment, Jaijun is considered a representative figure of many families. In this small conference room, it's at the top of the list. Originally, the Haiga Hayashi family should not take risks, and some elders in the family did not agree. The reason is simple. Byakugan may be at risk of being lost, and he is the leader of the Haiga clan. Advertisement. If something happens to him, the Haiga clan might fall into some internal fighting. This is something they cannot afford to lose. But Haiga Hayashi silenced all the clan members with one sentence. That's because he doesn't want to be the next Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan seems to be dancing too happily. Every day, 7 of the clan members are dissatisfied and 8 are not angry. The one who dragged him all day long was the same as 2,500,000 to 80,000, so he was destroyed. But is that really the case? Is it just that the Uchiha are inherently evil? Because after opening the blood chakra eye, one's personality will be distorted, which will cause irreparable things. Is this really the case? In fact, these family patriarchs are like Mingjing in their hearts. What a god, psychological distortion, pure nonsense. Konoha went to the battlefield at the age of 7 or 8, and among the people who survived, except for a few, those with particularly strong psychological qualities, those who did not have any distortion or abnormality in their hearts. The most important thing is that the Uchiha clan's reputation is too big and their status is too upright. Just like the Yongle Great Emperor, Zhu Di just became emperor, but found that his eldest brother Zhu Biao was resurrected. Always hanging in front of him, what will he think? I became the emperor, and there appeared in front of me a person with a more upright status than me, a higher bloodline than me, and a person who was more suitable to be the emperor than me. How the hell can I bear this? I have to FK him. First of all, your identity is too eye-catching. If you want encouragement and comfort, then go to the borderlands and become a prince. Otherwise, how could it be possible if I always smile with my own ministers and wink at him from time to time? Secondly, spreading rumors, no matter what they are, is fine. What a night of 80 women! Why do you mt a good woman in broad daylight? What's more, in the end, he was not spared from the age of 8 to 80, and it was rumored that he was as good as Long Yang and that he was an old glass. Once the reputation is bad, and then an official reports the matter. He became furious, and with tears in his eyes, he decided to kill off his relatives in a just act of justice. Finally, after being ill for a few days, everyone praised him. Check out Uchiha, isn't that so? Konoha was founded by the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Both parties have original shares. But Senju Hashirama is playing tricks for the sake of world peace and for everyone to understand each other. Take the lead in giving up the concept of family and letting the clan members integrate into the lower class. Advertisement. This is also one of the important reasons why the civilians of Konoha are so awesome, far superior to those of other countries. Good genes. Although some families are in power in Konoha, they don't dare to commit suicide because there are so many people at the bottom. If you make people angry, you will be in big trouble. Water can carry a boat but it can also capsize it. However, although the concept of Senju Hashirama is good, it is somewhat unrealistic. If he had taken one step at a time, perhaps with his super charisma and strength, he might have been able to do it. As a result, only some sporadic small families were squeezed out by these big families and could no longer survive. It seemed that they were not even as good as civilians, so they quit their jobs and became high-level civilians. Those big families just acted like they didn't hear anything. Of course it's okay for Senju Hashirama to play like this. But after he cooled down, Senju Tobirama really had a headache. Everyone has no objection to Senju Hashirama being Hokage. Everyone doesn't object to Senju Tobirama being the Hokage. Why? Because the roots are growing and the sprouts are red. But who will take over as Hokage after his death? Everyone glanced at it, and there was only one little bean, Senju Nwaki. The name is good, but the strength is not. Everyone scanned again, and a high mountain appeared in front of them, with Uchiha written on it. This guy has original stock, and the third Hokage is none other than Uchiha. Senju Tobirama takes a look at how this works. His eldest brother abandoned his martial arts, dismissed his clan members, and made those who could check and balance the Uchiha clan disappear. The Uchiha clan is the dominant one and wins directly. As long as there is an Uchiha who succeeds the Hokage, does the next one, the next Hokage, still need to be considered? Even if one or two of them are not Uchiha as Hokages, they are Hokages who act based on Uchiha's face. Unless your strength reaches the level of the ninja god, Senju Hashirama, otherwise, hehe. Then Senju Tobirama started playing tricks as soon as he came up. First build a ninja school to cultivate the power of the central government. To put it more bluntly, isn't that a disguised form of summoning the Senju clan members? Then he discovered that the number of people in his tribe was dozens of times greater than before. And he will absolutely obey him, the Hokage, who is the current leader of the Senju clan in name only. Then continue to do it. He found that although there were many people in these small bean sprouts, it took time to grow. Chapter 162 Senju Tobirama's Sexy Operations 2. So he kept on living. Build Anbu. Anbu takes orders directly from Hokage's direct troops. But what about loyalty? If those families who have not accepted the brainwashing are recruited. Advertisement. Or what Anbu, the assassination team. It became a hornet's nest in minutes. Your Hokage just ordered the assassination of a certain clan leader. A few minutes later, a letter from nowhere landed on his desk. He took a look and realized that Hokage was going to FK him and he had to run away quickly. So these must be loyal, no matter who is the most loyal. Is there anyone more loyal than his people? As a result, the patriarchs of those big families just woke up with their wives in their arms and discovered that the sky in Konoha had changed. Our Hokage-sama pulled out thousands of Anbu members overnight. And they found that each of these Anbu members wore strange masks. They tried to bribe a few people with money, girls, houses. But the next day, they were invited by Hokage-sama to have a cup of tea, and he recognized their contributions to Konoha over the years. For this reason, he, the Hokage-sama, has some personal rewards for each of them, some tickets, girls, and houses. At that time, the clan leaders shed tears of emotion one by one and vowed to do their best for the great revival of Konoha. As for why these clan leaders were so moved, the reason is very simple. Starting from entering the Hokage building, there is a post for every 3 steps and a post for every 5 steps. They were all wearing black clothes, black armor, long swords, and masks of different shapes. Anbu was looking at them with cold eyes. It seems that if they show any disrespect to Lord Hokage, they will chop him into a pulp with their knives. Anbu, are you touched? Patriarchs, don't dare to move. From this moment on, Senju Tobirama truly rules Konoha. In Konoha, when he said to go east, the families would never go west. Let them chase the dogs away, never catch the chickens. Although Senju Tobirama was very happy to deal with these family heads. but still can't deal with Uchiha. And he considered that there might be conflicts between these family children and common people in the future. Or even a greater disaster may occur. He had to continue to work hard and improve the ninja hierarchy and squad system. Since then, the awesome title of Family Ninja has officially become a thing of the past. Ninja Unified Identity. Konoha Genin. Advertisement. Konoha Genin. Konoha Genin. From then on, Konoha started a new chapter. Although those family ninjas have become a thing of the past, their identities are still proud. But Senju Tobirama had already considered this. Soon after, the major families gradually realized that something was wrong. They seemed to be isolated. That's right, isolation. A few people in the class chatted and subconsciously isolated those family members. This is not possible. They are not fools. Although they still have high rights, they must not be isolated. So the next day, many parents from big families went to send their children to school. During this period, my status and posture were kept very low, and I had a lot of fun chatting with the parents of ordinary civilians. This is just like an uneducated person who likes to hear some strange stories from an educated person. Damn it, look at the so-and-so clan leader talking to me. I chatted for a long time, and so on. That man is quite literate. The results are quite remarkable. These parents are not that difficult to get along with people from so-called big families. Just tell your children to play with them more in the future. This is the same as when your parents were young and let their classmates who studied well play together. Of course, those Genin, Chnin, and Janin are also in a similar situation, having parties and the like to increase the intimacy level. Since then, Konoha has taken the lead in entering the era of loving each other and being a family. But when Senju Tobirama was worried about how to deal with the Uchiha clan, the first ninja war breaks out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Senju Tobirama took this opportunity to kick the Uchiha clan out of the core of Konoha. Because the Konoha regime had not yet formed a complete structure at that time. Therefore, Senju Tobirama handed over all the security rights of Konoha to the Uchiha clan. The leader of the Uchiha clan at that time was Sonum. I am more sure to believe those rumors. It seems that the third Hokage will really be selected from their clan. Otherwise, why would Senju Tobirama give them such an important responsibility that is related to the safety of everyone in Konoha? Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they can set up troops and have legislative and interpretive powers. It's like getting a gold medal that I'm here in person. When the time comes, you can beat whoever you want and scold whomever you want. Hokage could only criticize and ask them to correct themselves. At that time, other friends also looked at the Uchiha clan with envy, and Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage candidate, had already made plans. Looks like he has to curry favor with the Uchiha clan as soon as possible. The Uchiha clan chief was so grateful to Senju Tobirama at that time that he threatened to shed his blood for Konoha. Advertisement. I once thought I had met true love like the hot mother in Hasi. At that time, Chief Uchiha walked very lightly. Only Senju Tobirama and a few people in the audience understood, and a few people showed intriguing smiles. The reason is very simple. How to manage villagers without any laws and regulations. Have no idea. This is harder than crossing the river by feeling for stones. If you make laws for ordinary people, if you are not careful, you will be scolded in the spine. Among other things, one of Uchiha's guard powers has the same duties as urban management. Is it wrong for urban management to protect the urban environment? No. But ordinary people will curse behind their backs. Senju Tobirama, great. Not only will the Uchiha clan not become a burden to Konoha. Instead, he endured all kinds of insults and set a precedent for Konoha's laws and regulations. Let's shine for Konoha. What a hero. This is a figure like Shang Yang and Wang Anji. Uchiha clan, this wave is winning. Senju Tobirama, you may make money with your blood, but I will never lose money, and you may not make money yet. In this way, the Uchiha family embarked on a great path to shine for Konoha. Afterwards, second generation was unexpectedly cold, so they could only find someone who fit in with his ideas but who couldn't be too dark in his heart to take the stage. Our third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is officially here. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, first of all, the Uchiha clan couldn't agree. It's obviously their third Hokage, them. They wanted to make a mistake, but they suddenly discovered that although they were the first family on the surface, but the Senju clan and Anbuskins are still there and their power is even greater. What can they do? They were also desperate. Well, the cooked duck flew away. No matter how angry they are, they have to endure it. However, can Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others agree? No, they Konoha F4 are going to cause trouble and want to kill Uchiha. First of all, the war is still going on, so send some Uchiha. Then they discovered that Uchiha managed ordinary villagers pretty well, which was a bit weird. No, how can they endure this? Danzo's roots are starting to do something. Shock. Uchiha does that kind of thing in prison. The story of 3 days and 2 nights between the prisoner and Uchiha. Chapter 163 Appointment. Then the Uchiha clan gradually knelt down. You can't quit the big stage of Konoha because of your status. If you can't be Hokage, just go and die. Let's get back to the topic, otherwise I will really become a water-style ninja. As the most powerful family in Konoha, he must keep up with the Hokages to avoid falling behind and becoming the next Uchiha. Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly to everyone and started the plan he had already thought of. Advertisement. My idea is to divide and annihilate them. Taking full advantage of my Hyuga clan's Byakugan long-distance reconnaissance, another clan sends out several confusion teams and uses Shadow Clone to create a large-scale attack momentum. The Rock Shinobi village side has to send people to conquer and deal with it and disperse its forces. When they send out most of their men, we will take advantage of the intelligence and bring most of the ninjas to wipe out their headquarters in one fell swoop. In this way, once the Rock Shinobi headquarters is destroyed, the other scattered small Rock Shinobi units are not worth mentioning. We will destroy them casually. This is what I've been told. If there are any shortcomings, I hope you can add them. Everyone nodded, especially those on the family side, who nodded happily, raised their hands one by one, and loudly agreed. I agree with Chief Hayashi's suggestion. I also agree, Chief Hayashi suggested. I agree. Tsunade looked at the family side and all shouted in agreement. Looking at the clearly differentiated Jonin class on the other side, they just nodded symbolically and did not comment on Hyuga Hayashi's offensive plan. Very well appointed. Tsunade also said with great approval, this is actually very different from her idea. It's just that Hyuga Hayashi's is more perfect and gives full play to the abilities of their family's ninjas. And he expressed his meaning very clearly. In this first battle, his family's ninjas will take the lead, and the ninjas of Jonin's class will just provide support. To be honest, a war involving 3,000 people is just water for family ninjas like them. It would be troublesome for a single family to bring out an army of 3,000 men, and some bones and muscles might be injured. But if they divide it up, it's not enough. This is why these families want to leave a good impression in front of this new Hokage and enhance their family's sense of presence. After all, this Hokage is still very young and we will spend a lot of time together in the future. Of course, Tsunade also understands these truths. Although he agrees with Hyuga Hayashi's arrangement, he looks towards Class Jonin's side. Waiting for their plan. When Narashikaku saw this, he did not hesitate and took out a plan from his ninja bag. First of all, I deeply agree with His Excellency Hyuga Hayashi's speech. Narashikaku was polite at first, then opened his plan to prepare for his speech. Advertisement. Hyuga Hayashi, _ Paralysis, no martial ethics. You see, our family only has red lips. White Fang gives some suggestions. It's your turn, Jonin class, good guys, just take out the plan. This looks very professional. Just for this alone, it would be a few blocks away from their family. We agreed to talk about suggestions, but your Jonin class actually carried us on our backs all night long and finished the plan. How unreasonable. The heads of the major families twitched at the corners of their mouths. Has Konoha become involution to this extent now? Ignoring the strange expressions of the major clan leaders, Narashikaku began his speech. My suggestion is to annihilate the enemy in sections. I plan to divide the current troops into 3 teams. Start the attack with 3 teams, left, center and right. Force Rock Shinobi village and allocate corresponding forces to fight the enemy. Having said this, Nara paused for a moment and did not continue. Everyone frowned when they heard this. What are they doing? Everyone looked at Narashikaku with puzzled eyes, and they felt that there should be more to the story. When Nara saw everyone looking at him, he smiled in his heart. His goal was achieved. You see, they were interested, so he continued. The purpose of dividing the troops like this is also very simple, because Onoki. Onoki? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all remembered that Onoki's dust escape was indeed too dangerous. According to Hyuga Hayashi's offensive strategy, if Onoki is forced into a hurry, the number of casualties may be extremely heavy. On the contrary, if the number of people is reduced, the casualties that Onoki can cause will be reduced to a very small level. Onoki's dust escape is too dangerous, so by dividing our troops like this, we can maximize our profits. Moreover, Rock Shinobi is good at some large-scale combined attack ninjutsu, and the spread of numbers is extremely beneficial to us in Konoha. You must know that among all countries, the basic quality and equipment conditions of our Konoha shinobi are far superior to those of other countries. So as long as we contain the opponent's high-level ninjas, Genin and Chunin, we in Konoha will have a huge advantage in the battle. These are some of my thoughts, and the more complete content is here. Lord Hokage, please take a look. Tsunade took the content and read it carefully. He had to say that there were many contents submitted by Jonin class that neither he nor Hyuga Hayashi had thought of. Advertisement. As a Hokage, she also has her own ideas. What she needs to do is learn from each other's strengths and offset her weaknesses. Perfect this plan. Of course, people below can do it, but they will have some selfish motives. Normally, that's fine, but during a war, it's best for her to make her own decisions. After pondering for a long time, Tsunade finally finalized the plan. First, the troops are divided into 4 parts. 4 parts. Everyone was a little puzzled. Wouldn't the number of people be reduced by just 1 point? It was originally 3 to 3, but wouldn't it become 1 to 3 after 1 point? Lord Hokage, is this inappropriate? One of the family patriarchs asked. Yes, this way we are obviously at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Narashikaku and others behind them also started to have doubts. They don't care much about the others, but they are the ones on the front line. If there are not enough people, it is conceivable that it will be very difficult, and it is very possible to even lose one's life. Tsunade waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Soon everyone calmed down, and Tsunade swept away everyone and said calmly. Listen to me first. After that, if you feel it's inappropriate again, we'll discuss it again. Hearing this, everyone remained silent. First, the team is divided into 4 parts. Following Narashikaku Janin's suggestion, they are divided into left, center, and right. But we need to add a medical unit behind us. This is to ensure everyone's life safety. Everyone in Janin's class was overjoyed. Tsunade's strategy was biased towards them. As for the medical team added later, they didn't mind at all. On the other hand, the face of the family ninja looked a little ugly. Damn it, the opportunity to show his face in front of the new Hokage was missed. Are you going to be reduced to a roll of soy sauce? Tsunade naturally noticed everyone's expressions and felt helpless. As a Hokage, she not only has to have thunderous skills, but also balances the relationships and emotions of everyone. Chapter 164 Baggage. Then Tsunade continued. This is the main force distribution, followed by the number of people issue that everyone was just concerned about. Because of the problems in the Kingdom of Thunder, it is temporarily impossible for us to take the lead in mobilizing a large number of ninjas. Everyone nodded. That would give the illusion that Konoha's military strength in Cloud Shinobi Village is empty. When the war starts, Konoha will be attacked from both sides, which will be uncomfortable. So I took the advice of Chief Hayashi just now and sent out dozens of confusion teams to attract some of the rock shinobi troops. Advertisement. So as to solve the problem of numbers. I see. This is a good idea. What do you think? Is there anything you need to add? No, we agree with Lord Hokage's arrangement. Everyone raised their hands in agreement with Tsunade's proposal. Tsunade pressed his hands again, and everyone quickly became quiet. Okay. Next, I will make arrangements for the main candidates to lead the team. Tsunade first looked at Kakashi, who was sitting quietly on the chair without saying a word, then looked at the conspicuous bags of the people behind him, and arranged. Hitaki Kakashi Jainin, in the name of Hokage, I appoint you as the captain of the left-wing force, and Might Guy Jainin as the deputy captain. Kakashi had no reaction when he heard the appointment, but when he heard that Might Guy was his deputy, he secretly screamed bad luck. However, it didn't show on his face. Instead, he stood up, formed a seal with one hand, and said solemnly. Jainin Hitaki Kakashi, order. Jainin Might Guy, order. After that, Kakashi sat down, but Might Guy was extremely excited. Tsunade nodded and looked at the tall Asuma beside him. Sarutobi Asuma Jainin, in the name of Hokage, I appoint you as the captain of the right-wing unit, and Ui Beni Jainin as the deputy captain. After hearing the words, the two said in unison. Jainin Sarutobi Asuma, order. Jainin Ui Hong, you have your order. After arranging the left and right troops, Tsunade motioned to Shizun behind him to step forward. Shizun, I appoint you as the captain of the medical unit. As you command, Tsunade-sama. Shizun answered very obediently. After dealing with the Jainin class, Tsunade finally looked at the family patriarchs who were already waiting impatiently. Finally, my eyes rested on Hyuga Hayashi, who was sitting upright, with a calm expression, and was silent. Tsunade nodded slightly. He was indeed the leader of a large clan. Advertisement. Hyuga Hayashi Jainin, in the name of Hokage, I appoint you as the captain of the special forces. You decide on your own choice of deputy captain, and you are fully responsible for the harassment arrangements. Hyuga Hayashi stood up slowly, formed a seal with one hand towards Tsunade, and said respectfully. Jainin Hyuga Hayashi, order. Well, Chief Hayashi, you have a difficult task this time. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, you can come to me directly. Tsunade directly handed over this most difficult task to Hyuga Hayashi. I leave the task of getting credit to you. As for what you do, that's your business. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, we will definitely complete the mission. This difficulty is within the acceptable range. At the very least, Tsunade's attitude shows that the family ninja is not a soybean in this battle. This is enough for them, the family patriarchs. Very good, I will personally lead the squadron next, Narashikaku Jainin. In the name of Hokage, I appoint you as the deputy captain. If a battle breaks out, I will have no time to take care of the troops. Then you will have full command of the troops. Jainin Narashikaku, you have your order. Okay, since the mission has been assigned, time waits for no one. Let's go back and organize the troops. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone said goodbye and left one after another. Phew, the arrangements are finally completed. Tsunade exhaled and lay down on the seat, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. But now all she could think about was attacking rock shinobi. Soon, a day passed. Various units have been separated and are ready to attack at any time. However, after everyone discussed it, they decided to postpone the attack for one more day. The reason is simple. A batch of their supplies will be arriving soon. There are a large number of various military ration pills, detonating charms, and weapons inside. Once these equipment resources are in place, their overall strength of Konoha will immediately increase a lot. By then, defeating rock shinobi will be even easier. Plain behind. Behind it is a plain through a forest. This is also the only way to support the front line. Yang Tai's task today is to lead the team and patrol around. The 3 members of the team are all temporary members. A thin and yellow middle-aged man named Yamanaka Ching is from the Yamanaka clan, but it is just a peripheral branch. Advertisement. The 2 dark circles under his eyes were extremely heavy, and he looked weak and shaky. When Yang Tai saw him at the time, he thought he was some kind of capable young man. After all, if you don't help 7 or 8 women in one night, you won't be able to look like this. But later I realized that he was just suffering from the sequelae of some kind of poison. The second member is a girl with twin tails named Sakura Ayam. She looks very pure and does not look like she is in her 20s at all. The third one is a little fat boy, a teenager, who loves to eat very much. But don't underestimate this guy. His Aberame clan, called Aberame Taro, is also a branch. Eating food also replenishes nutrients for the bugs in the body. Captain, when did you become a Chunin? Aberame Taro took a bite of the special black biscuit and asked Yoda curiously. He had met Yoda when he last watched the Chunin exam competition, and Yoda was very powerful in his opinion. But he remembered the Chunin exam, wasn't it forced to stop? Why did you become a Chunin when you saw Yoda today? After completing some tasks, I was directly promoted by Lord Hokage. Yoda said with a smile. I see. Aberame Taro suddenly realized, and at the same time he envied Yoda, he was so lucky. Taro, do you know the captain? At this time, Sakura Ayam, who was following behind, was a little surprised. She patted Aberame Taro's shoulder hard and asked. Ouch! Sister Keiya, please be gentle, or I will tell my cousin when I get back. His cousin is in a relationship with Sakura Ayam, so he naturally knows Sakura Ayam. Stop talking nonsense, do you think your cousin can control me? Sakura Ayam asked domineeringly with her hands on her hips. Forward. Aberame Taro was stunned, indeed. As if telling his cousin was of no use, he remembered when he visited his cousin a few days ago. As requested, I heard Sakura Ayam's furious voice coming from the room. What kind of washboard, what kind of durian or something like that? At that time, he paid a surprise visit, and his cousin was particularly enthusiastic and kept holding his hand. He couldn't finish talking, and finally took him to have a big meal. Then the cousin was very grateful to him and said he would repay him. Although he was confused at the time, he would not refuse such a good thing and readily agreed. Chapter 165 Demolition Team. But now that I think about it, his cousin really can't control his girlfriend, and vice versa. Thinking of this, Taro Aberame smiled coyly on his fat face. Ahem, just a joke, a joke. I don't know the captain, but I saw him play during the last Chunin exam. Didn't you and your cousin go out on a mission at that time? So you didn't see the captain's game. Advertisement. Sister Keiya, let me tell you. Then Aberame Taro began to talk endlessly about Yotaru's battle with Gaara. The 3 of them listened with great interest to kill some boring time. Otherwise, I would be like a dull gourd, walking around stupidly, always feeling a little stupid. Yang Tai also listened quietly. It's weird for you to say that you shouldn't talk about your deeds. Sometimes when I hear some exaggerated descriptions, I get goosebumps all over my body. Stop. Yang Tai suddenly stopped and raised his hand to interrupt the laughter of the 3 of them. Just now, little Katsuyu on his collar reminded him that a troop of more than 50 people was approaching him at a fast speed. What's wrong, Captain? Are there enemies approaching? Taro Aberame asked in confusion, and then he realized what he was doing and hurriedly took out a large number of kunao. Yamanaka Kyoshi and Sakura Ayam reacted quickly. The three of them formed a swastika formation back to back. Upon seeing this, Yang Tai was still very satisfied with the three people's actions and responded quickly. At least this way the team would not be held back when they encountered danger. There are a large number of people approaching at a very high speed from the front. Follow me. Yang Tai quickly explained, flashed a few times, and reached a place with some gravel. He took out a small scroll from his ninja tool bag, unfolded it on the ground, and quickly started to form seals. Earth-style promising transformation. There was a buzzing sound, and a stone slab rose from the ground in front of me, and a dark entrance appeared below. Get in quickly. The three of them did not dare to neglect after hearing this and quickly got in. Yoda left a shadow clone to decorate the surrounding area, and then burrowed into the ground. Bang! Yang Tai landed lightly and looked at the darkness around him. He had already gotten used to it. He took out a kerosene lamp and threw it to the three of them, and ordered. Light the lamp. After saying that, he took out the next small scroll from his vest, unfolded it, and began to quickly form seals. The lights come on and shine in all directions. The three of them saw the surrounding situation clearly. Advertisement. At the same time, I also saw Yang Tai laying the scroll on the ground and forming seals. The three of them didn't dare to make a sound now, they just watched Yang Tai's operations quietly. Ninja technique, 4-screen technique. Yang Tai raised his hand fiercely and slapped the scroll heavily. In an instant, blue light flashed on the scroll, and the tadpole-like runes on it seemed to come alive. Extending in all directions, it covered the entire room in a few seconds. Buzz! A blue light curtain quickly emerged, filling the entire room, and then slowly became transparent. Abaramataro looked at Yoda's operation and whispered. Captain, are you so versatile? Why do you have 6 years of education? Why are you so good? Snapped. Sakura Ayam raised her hand and slapped the little fat girl on the back of her head. Don't talk, don't disturb the captain. This little fat paper is really careless. How can he disturb the caster at this time, especially when setting up such a barrier? Oh. Abaramataro covered the back of his head and let out a grievance. This woman was too cruel. She would definitely tell her cousin to dump her. He cursed secretly in his heart, but he also knew that he could only think about it and lust for a while. If he really told his cousin when he went back, he would definitely be beaten to death. However, their eyes were immediately attracted by Yang Tai. What a show. Hey! He finally got it done. This ninjutsu required 92 seals and took him more than a minute. Fortunately, it didn't consume any chakra. Okay, now you can speak with confidence. This barrier can block sight, sound, and detection from ninjas. But remember, you can't move the scroll on the ground, otherwise the barrier will collapse instantly. And every 2 hours, one person needs to inject chakra to maintain the barrier. The 4 of us take turns. Yes, Captain. The 3 of them answered in unison. At first, they teamed up with Yang Tai. When they saw Yang Tai was so young, they looked down upon him. The reason is very simple. Mrs. Yang is young. Although she is young and is undoubtedly a genius. But being a captain is more than just that. If you are strong enough, mission experience is more important. Generally those young captains are very strong, but they lack experience. He can survive with his own strength when he encounters enemies, but they can't. So generally in this kind of temporary team, the players prefer those who are older. Advertisement. Although they are not strong, they are experienced and have various means to save their lives. However, they immediately admired Yang Tai's smooth operation just now. Yang Tai's work is almost watertight, and there is almost no fault to be found. Yang Tai nodded, took out the diving telescope and introduced. It's a refracting telescope to see what's out there. After explaining, Yang Tai looked at the situation outside. The location of Yang Tai is at a high point, and the surrounding scenery is clear at a glance. However, the telescope is simply made, and the place it can see is not too far away. It can only see a distance of 700 to 800 meters. No matter how far away you are, you can only see a rough outline. At this time, in the telescope, a group of vague people were approaching very quickly. Looking at the direction they were traveling, it was the direction of the camp, the base camp. It doesn't look like rock shinobi. Strange, could it be reinforcements? Have you heard anything about reinforcements? Yang Tai continued to observe and asked the 3 people directly. The 3 of them looked at each other. Have you heard of it? Sakura Ayam asked the 2 of them. They both shook their heads. Yamanaka-ching hesitated and said, I heard some seniors from the Third World War say that information about the support troops is top secret and is generally not revealed. It is said to prevent spies from getting the information and attacking the support troops and supply troops. The 3 of them realized that this was right. Prevent baggage troops and support from encountering ambushes and sneak attacks. So these people are support troops. That's right. This is our rear. Rock Shinobi shouldn't come easily. Taro Aberme was unsure. Sakura Ayam shook her finger, it's hard to say. Ninjas from other countries wouldn't know it. But Rock Shinobi is hard to say. Taro Aberme was puzzled, why? Because there are too many people digging into the ground. Sakura said, stepping on the ground. I see. Aberme Taro suddenly realized. Of course Yoda and Yamanaka also knew, and they even knew more than that. There is also a special unit in Rock Shinobi, the Demolition Squad. Specializes in sneak attacks on baggage. At that time, we suffered such hidden losses during the Third War. Since they were sneaking underground, Konoha had no way to deal with this force at that time. Chapter 166 Earn Credit. Only by sending a large number of Hyuga clan members to investigate in shifts could they contain those people. Yoda continued to observe every move on the other side. Another place underground. A newly opened underground space. A rock shinobi emerged from the soil and said excitedly to the people in front of him. Advertisement. Captain. The news from Konoha's spies is correct, Konoha's baggage troops have appeared. The leader was, chewing cakes. Hearing this, he stood up and said in surprise. Really? Where are you now? Chiba Yoshizo was originally one of the squad leaders of the demolition team. 2 days ago, I received a mission arranged by Onoki, and news came from the spies in Konoha. In the next few days, a batch of supplies will be sent to the Konoha front line. Onoki personally arranged for him to intercept them. It would be best if he could grab those supplies. If he couldn't grab them, he would find a way to destroy them. The supplies must not get into Konoha's hands. Hokage personally issued the task, and he naturally happily agreed. However, after wandering around this border for 2 days, except for some rookies patrolling Konoha, not even a single Mao from the baggage unit was seen, and other people in the team thought for a time that the intelligence was wrong. After all, this situation is very common on the battlefield. The other party may leak some false information at any time, leaving the enemy in a hurry. Until today, he finally got the good news. Immediately send a message to Lord Hokage that we have discovered Konoha's baggage troops. And you should notify the other exploring teams and tell them to gather immediately and prepare to set traps. Chiba Jizo quickly issued one order after another. Several people around him nodded in agreement and hurriedly left, notifying other team members to assemble. Yoda is still observing Konoha's baggage troops in the distance. Yang Tai made a suspicious sound, and slowly moved the telescope down. He moved very slowly, for fear of exposing any flaws. The camouflage lens slowly moved downwards. 400 meters away from the sun, a few heads were revealed, and then half of the body was gradually revealed. Madness sprinkled some soil on the ground, and they moved quickly. After a while, a few more people appeared, beckoning them to come down. Rock Shinobi! Yoda exclaimed. What? The 3 of them also stood up in confusion and asked anxiously. Captain, are those guys Rock Shinobi? Misunderstood. Yang Tai stood up and explained. No, you misunderstood. The people coming here are indeed our support troops. However, I just noticed that there are Rock Shinobi around. Advertisement. How come Rock Shinobi happened to appear here? It's such a coincidence. You know, even we didn't know that support troops were coming. Aberame Taro frowned and muttered, then suddenly reacted and looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them also understood instantly. Information leaked. There's a spy. Premeditated. Things are in trouble. How could this kind of information be leaked? Yoda frowned and said, he knew how much Tsunade and all the high-level officials of Konoha valued this battle. If the supply line is cut off by Onoki before the war begins, the result can be imagined. The house has become a hornet's nest. Captain, what should we do now? Do we want to send a message to the support team? Sakura Ayam said anxiously. Just now I saw them setting up something, which should be clay bombs. We met a group of extremely powerful guys. Clay bomb sun is too ripe. Art is an explosion. Deidara's signature secret technique. Clay bomb is a special secret technique in Rock Shinobi village. It is not an explosion style. It is a type of earth attribute chakra nature transformation. Explosion style is a blood inheritance boundary produced by the combination of earth style and lightning style chakra. Yoda knew about it in his previous life, and many people said that Deidara ninjutsu is the explosion style. But if Deidara's clay is explosion style, how can it be restrained by Sasuke's lightning style? Rock Shinobi village's demolition troops. Yamanaka said silently. He was in his 20s and had always heard his elders in the family talk about the power of the Rock Shinobi village demolition team. Have you heard of it? Oh, that's right. Yoda was a little surprised, but then he was relieved. How could the Yamanaka clan not have heard of Rock Shinobi's demolition team? Yamanaka Kiyoma is not a child of 14 or 15 like Aberame Taro. What is a demolition team? Abarame Taro spoke in confusion, and Sakura Ayam also looked at the two of them curiously. Yang Tai thought for a moment and explained simply. The Demolition Squad is a special team in Rock Shinobi Village. They know a secret technique that can turn a piece of clay into a bomb like a detonator. They often sneak behind enemy lines, use this method to blow up supply lines, and attack supporting troops. In short, they are a very troublesome group of rats. Isn't it a stinky rat? I can't hit but can't catch, I can't catch but can't catch. Advertisement. Captain, I'll go out and notify the support troops. At this time, Yamanaka-Ching stood up with a serious face and said decisively. Captain, I... Stop. Yoda interrupted directly, I have sent someone, Spirit Communication Beast, to notify the support troops. Now you listen to my arrangements. The three of them stopped arguing after hearing this, and immediately straightened their backs and obeyed Yang Tai's order. There is no other way. The three of them are still arguing about who will notify the support troops. Yang Tai has already done it neatly. The support troops will leave people behind to resist later, and I will go support them. And your mission is to quickly return to the camp with the fleeing troops, do you understand? Yang Tai looked at the three of them and said seriously, now is not the time to fight and kill. What they want to do is ensure the integrity of the supplies. Otherwise, even if we kill all these stinky rats, it will be of no avail. Yamanaka-Ching hesitated and said. Captain, why don't we cover it together and support the withdrawal of the troops? It's too dangerous there. Yang Tai waved his hand to interrupt, and said solemnly, they are my companions, and I am going to support them. Stop talking. In the name of Konohachinen, I order you to return the supplies to the camp intact, and remember to deliver them intact. This is the last order I, the captain, give you. Got the order. The three of them agreed excitedly. Yang Tai nodded happily. Although this expression was a bit inconsistent at this age, who would care now? Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. His plan was simple, to earn meritorious service in exchange for the ninjutsu in the sealed book. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Tai's current plan is to accumulate enough merits in this battle. Fortunately, Tsunade exchanged it for the ninjutsu on the sealed book. Otherwise, even if you are a disciple of Hokage, you do not have enough merit to silence everyone. Then if you study the forbidden technique in the Book of Sealings, your intentions are not right. Then Yoda handed the 3 little Katsuyu to them. It is my Spirit Communication Beast and will show you the way when the time comes. After saying that, Yoda turned around and secretly informed Tsunade of the incident, asking him to send someone to quickly support him. Stop. Be alert. A ninja from the Hokage clan, as if he had discovered something, immediately shouted, and everyone became vigilant. Chapter 167-2? Hokage Genji was startled. He subconsciously grasped the rope tied to the scroll and quickly turned his head to look. At the same time, veins popped up around his eyes and his eyes opened. The same goes for other ninjas, protecting the huge scroll behind them and looking nervously at the direction pointed by the Hokage clan member before. In his white eyes, Hokage Genji saw a strange-sized creature approaching them. A strong blue chakra surges in its body. The enemy's Spirit Communication Man. Advertisement. His eyes were looking around, especially most of his eyes were on the ground. At the same time, he reminded the people around him. Watch the ground. It's very simple that they are fighting rock shinobi. If they encounter a sneak attack, they must always pay attention to the movement on the ground. Click click click. The sound of branches crushing in the jungle came from time to time. Gudong. Everyone watched nervously as the grass shook, and their swords in their hands tightened a little tighter. I finally stopped you. Katsuyu stuck out his head and glanced around, his words seemed to be complaining. Originally, it didn't need to come in person, but a few of it came to inform these people that the clone was too small. Chakra was also very small, he was trampled to death and bounced off from his body. It's simply miserable. Unfortunately, this clone came over in person. Katsuyu. Everyone was stunned and immediately lowered their guard. How could they not recognize Katsuyu? Even if there are a few people who don't know each other, that's still a small number. Which one of you is Hokage Genji? Katsuyu looked at dozens of people with his adult-sized body and asked with swaying tentacles. Hokage Genji just looked at Katsuyu carefully with his Byakugan. It is not a transformation technique disguised. So it is really a Tsunade Spirit Communication Man. Stand up immediately and say, that's right. After a pause, but just in case, he said the secret code for this trip. War. Katsuyu heard this and understood what he meant. He has experienced too many situations like this. He immediately contacted the clone next to Tsunade and started asking, and soon got the answer. The tentacles drew a circle in the air. Detonating talisman. Absolutely correct, completely confirmed. Hokage Genji waved, and everyone put down their guard. But everyone subconsciously protected the scroll behind them. Do you have any orders, Tsunade-sama. Hokage asked bluntly. Katsuyu shook his tentacles and spoke crisply. Advertisement. There is an ambush from Rock Shinobi ahead, please take a detour. Rock Shinobi ambush. How come? Hokage exclaimed, knowing that he was solely responsible for this matter and nothing could go wrong. Now there is Rock Shinobi ambushing in advance, what does this mean? Their information was leaked. And from the beginning to the end, no outsider intervened. He did it all himself, and now the information has been leaked, which means there is a spy in his team. As for the chance to encounter Rock Shinobi and be ambushed, that's also possible. But the chance is very small. Immediately everyone reacted and looked at their companions around them calmly. Suddenly a strange atmosphere filled the place. Hokage glanced at the crowd with blank eyes, and ordered in a cold tone. From now on, no one is allowed to leave my sight. If found, I will kill them. Everyone straightened their backs when they heard this. After a pause, he spoke another command. You are now a team of 10. If you are inquiring into various things, sowing relationships or escaping from the battlefield, you will not work hard to deal with Rock Shinobi. Prioritize killing, kill at all costs. As soon as this order was issued, everyone felt cold in their hearts. But the next moment they realized that it was not they who were afraid, but the spy. This order directly blocks the spy's escape route. They must go all out when encountering Rock Shinobi. Otherwise there is only a dead end. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Let's take a detour quickly, I'll lead the way. Katsuyu said, his body quickly split into more than 50 palm-sized Katsuyu, lying on their shoulders. Let's go. Go to the right. Wait a minute. Hokage said, ordering everyone to separate the shadow clone and move forward to delay time for them. Then under the guidance of Katsuyu, the group of people got into the jungle. Konoha Camp. Temporary command post. After Tsunade gave the order to Hokage, he immediately called Kakashi over and said with a solemn expression. Intelligence about the baggage force has been leaked. You should lead people to support immediately. You can choose the people you want, but you have to be quick. Intelligence leak? Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi's face hardened, understanding the seriousness of the matter, and then he respectfully agreed to Tsunade and disappeared. Advertisement. Spy. Spy. Onoki, your hands are long enough. It's time to clean up later. Tsunade leaned back in his chair and muttered. Tsunade-sama, there shouldn't be any problems with the baggage, right? At this time, Shizun brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Tsunade's table. Tsunade took a sip of tea and frowned. It was a bit bitter. I was really not used to this taste. Putting down the teacup, he thought about it and said. With that boy here, there shouldn't be any big problem. Yoda? But that's the Rock Shinobi village demolition team. Nothing unexpected will happen, right? Shizun is a little worried. On the surface, Yoda is Tsunade's apprentice, but in fact, he is more like her apprentice. She taught him one by one. Although I heard about Yoda's strength from Tsunade, I was a little worried. Accident? I think accidents should happen to those Rock Shinobi. Tsunade rarely smiled, but she couldn't help but think about the scene she saw when she was supporting Yoda. If Onoki hadn't been there, it wouldn't have been much of a problem for Yoda to deal with those people on his own. On the road, a group of people carrying scrolls Konoha Shinobi came rushing forward. Underground space. Captain, Konoha Shinobi is here, and he has no intention of stopping. A Rock Shinobi emerged from the soil and reported excitedly. Chiba Jizo raised the corners of his mouth and clapped his hands. Okay, okay. After a pause, his smile disappeared and he changed the subject. Vice Captain Jianteng, are you here yet? This. Vice Captain Gonto, he has arrived from the other side, but he is a little far away from us. It may take a while. The Rock Shinobi looked at Chiba Yoshizo carefully and explained. Chiba Jizo frowned, and his face gradually became unsightly. To be honest, he has long been unhappy with this guy. Relying on his family's power. His orders were always obeyed and disobeyed. Report. There is news from Vice Captain Jianteng that they have intercepted Konoha's baggage troops and are now requesting support. A Rock Shinobi took out a letter from the spirit communicationman's mouth, deciphered it, and hurriedly reported it. What? How could it be possible? There are 2 Konoha baggage troops. Boom 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 boom. There was a sudden shaking all around. It's just that all the Rock Shinobi are used to it, and they don't show any signs of shock. Instead, everyone looked happy. Chapter 168 Empty Palm. Their trap was successfully triggered. This shows that the group of Konoha Shinobi have been tricked. Chiba Yoshizo now doesn't care whether there are 2 baggage troops. What he has to do now is to kill these people in front of him. Attack. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped into the soil and rushed towards the ground. Puff puff. After rushing out of the ground, Chiba Yoshizo took the lead and ran towards the explosion with a sinister smile on his face. At the explosion site, a pit of more than 10 meters was directly blown out, filled with smoke and dust. Captain, there is no one. Captain, there's none here either. Reports came one after another, and Chiba Yoshizo's ferocious smile gradually fell. There were no screams in front of me, no bloody severed limbs. I don't know where he is now, he has been tricked. Hateful. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, then called Rock Shinobi, who had previously reported, to ask for the location of Kawaguchi Ganten. Now the situation is obvious, there is only one Konoha baggage troop. They deceived Chiba Yoshizo, but were blocked by Ganteng Kawaguchi who came to support him. It's definitely too late to rush over now. Follow me. After figuring out the location, Chiba Yoshizo and his men quickly ran towards the distance. Elsewhere, two parties were confronting each other. Has the news gotten through? Kaneko Kawaguchi asked with a serious face to Rock Shinobi next to him. Next to him, Rock Shinobi nodded. Captain Jizo has been notified and he has sent people over. Okay then, get ready to take action. Kawaguchi Ganteng gave an order, and the 20 Rock Shinobi behind him all drew out their long swords and prepared to attack. Hyoga Genji looked at the Rock Shinobi in the distance and quickly ordered. The front team will give the scroll to the back team. Yuzi and Hui, you two and the others will retreat first. Remember. Make sure the supplies are safe. Yes, but Captain. Executing an order. Hyoga Genji waved his hand to interrupt what the two brothers were about to say, drew out his long sword and rushed towards the attacking Rock Shinobi. You must ensure the safety of supplies. Ah. The remaining 15 people who handed over the scrolls also drew their swords and rushed towards Rock Shinobi with shouts. Withdraw. The two members of the Hyoga clan took a deep look at their captain, turned around and led them away quickly, with Katsuya guiding them on a new path. Advertisement. Clang. The blades clashed and sparks flew. Hyoga Genji looked at the other side, yellow hair, wearing a strange white armor Rock Shinobi, with a solemn expression. This person is unique among Rock Shinobi. Is he a descendant of some family? He was thinking about the other party's identity in his heart, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all, the swords were flashing, and the clanging sounds were endless. After a few more rounds of fighting, he also figured out the opponent's strength. He struck again, holding the knife in both hands, and struck the side with a heavy blow, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and slashed towards Kawaguchi Ganteng's neck. Kawaguchi Ganteng is also very experienced in combat. Holding the knife in both hands, he directly wrapped it around his head, raised the knife and pointed down, easily blocking the blow. Clang! Hyoga Genji's blade directly shattered into a small gap, and the tiny broken blade shot directly towards Kawaguchi's dry face. Oops! Kawaguchi Chienteng secretly screamed something bad, and hurriedly took back one hand and used his arm guard to block it. Good chance. In Hyoga Genhobai's eyes, he could clearly see the flow of chakra in the opponent's body. Gentle fist, acupuncture. He quickly retracted his hand, and quickly gathered chakra on his fingertips to tap an acupuncture point on Kawaguchi's dry chest. Thump thump thump. Kawaguchi Ganteng felt pain in his chest first, and then his surroundings became numb. Thinking that his opponent is the Hyoga clan, a powerful taijutsu family in Konoha. Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly retreated and started to form seals at the same time. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Boom boom boom. In an instant, there was a loud bang behind Kawaguchi Genten, and an earth dragon flew over his head with its teeth and claws spread, and hit Hyoga Genji. Gentle fist, revolving heaven. Hyoga Genji did not panic. Although he was a branch house member, as a Jainin, he had already learned the unique skills of the Hyoga clan. At the same time, his body rotated rapidly, and the chakra in his body released chakra from various acupuncture points on his body, forming a high-speed rotating blue chakra semicircular ball. Boom! Debris is flying. The stone dragon was like an egg hitting a stone, completely shattered. Hyoga Genji rotated at high speed, and as soon as he stopped, he immediately mobilized the chakra in his body. All gathered on the palm of his hand, only faint ripples could be seen on his palm. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Boom! With one palm strike, a palm wind visible to the naked eye made a whining sound, and with great force, it quickly hit Kawaguchi Ganteng not far away. A look of panic flashed across Kawaguchi Ganteng's face. It was too late to escape. He quickly formed seals and spat out a large ball of dirt. Earth-style earth flow wall. The soil carrying a large amount of chakra squirmed as soon as it hit the ground, and a wall of earth rose in front of his eyes. Advertisement. Boom. The powerful palm wind hit the earth flow wall instantly. Just the moment of contact, the earth flow wall was broken by the powerful force. Quickly hit Kawaguchi Genten behind the earth wall. Seeing this, Kawaguchi Gantang hurriedly crossed his arms and chest to block the blow. Boom! Kawaguchi Gantang groaned, and a long ravine opened up under his feet, sliding down several meters. The smoke cleared. Hokage held one palm forward, assuming the classic posture of gentle fist. A faint blush flowed from the corner of Kawaguchi Gantang's mouth, and he looked a little embarrassed. Although he had used Earth Flow Wall in a hurry just now. Although that move is performed quickly, it has a flaw, that is, its power is only half the defensive power of 2 Liubi. Fortunately, there was an Earth Flow Wall that blocked some of the power, otherwise the blow just now could have seriously injured him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kawaguchi glanced around and said coldly to Hokage. As expected of a wealthy family in Konoha, the Hokage clan. However, you can't escape bad luck today. Hokage's face was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless at all. The killing blow just now. This person can handle it easily and should not be underestimated. But he couldn't admit defeat and said proudly. Then let the horse come over. Call out. Kawaguchi Gantang blew a loud whistle, and the whistle expanded rapidly. The surrounding rock shinobi heard the sound, threw away the enemy and retreated quickly, making dazzling seals in his hands, and at the same time tacitly wiped out a handful of broken soil. After Kawaguchi Gantang blew his whistle, he formed seals very quickly and slapped the ground with both palms. Earth-style earthquake core. Boom boom boom. Centered on Hokage, the ground including all Konoha shinobi quickly collapsed 70 or 80 meters. Oops. Hokage secretly screamed, the chakra on the solace of his feet exploded, and soared into the sky. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. An Earth Dragon faced him, opening its bloody mouth and biting him. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hokage turns around and spins at high speed, chakra pours out quickly, forming a round chakra ball in the air. Bang bang bang. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the Earth Dragon was shattered. Earth-style rock technique. Several rock shinobi performed ninjutsu in perfect harmony. Huge rocks fell from the sky above Hokage. There was no other way, so he used revolving heaven again, but his body fell quickly. Lightning style, thunder explosion. A Konoha shinobi below quickly formed seals, condensing dazzling lightning with his palms, and aimed at the boulders falling rapidly from the air.